Well, fight day is here. Welcome to Boxing Scene, today's pre-fight coverage of Canelo versus Crawford. That's right. We've been talking about it all week, but now we got the pre-show, we got the watch-along, we got the post-show. So do yourself a favor. Sit there for a few hours and chill out with us. We'll be eating pizza, watching fights, and bringing in a ton of guests. A panel I have here, you know the champs, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi, also Coach Bob Santos joining us again. You're not sick of us yet, man?
No, it's great to be with you guys.
Dude, every night he's been
new every night.
Dropping knowledge. We love it. Well, if our panel didn't have enough knowledge for it, we have a ton of guests, including one right now. He's already joining us early. Timothy Bradley, the Desert Storm. Oh, man, you are Oregoned out, ready to go, man.
Go Ducks, baby, go Ducks.
All right, dude, I'm a West Coast guy. I love my Ducks, all right? I'm USC first. I do like the Oregon Ducks. But you got to tell me, man, there was a story in Boxing Scene, I believe it was an interview with you that I read, about sparring with Terence Crawford. You said early in his career, he was kind of an unknown entity. He was brought in as a sparring partner for you, and you said, this guy's going to be a world champion, man. Tell us about that.
Not only did I say he was going to be a world champion, but after he had fought Prescott, I said on record, you can find the video somewhere, probably on Boxing Scene or Fight Hype or one of these entities. I said he'll be the number one pound-for-pound fighter in the game. I did say that, and he became that and more. So, but yeah, the sparring session back in the days, I was running through, at that time, I was running through sparring partners, and it was like getting right before I was fighting Devin Alexander. I needed a lefty. Cameron Duncan, we had the same manager. Cameron Duncan, I called him up. He said, hey, I'll send this kid out there. His name is Crawford, Terence Crawford. I said, okay, send him out. I said, man, I'm having a hard time keeping these guys in the gym because they not provide me with the help that I need. He said, okay, so if this guy doesn't, help you, you just like, then I'll look for another one. So Crawford comes in the gym, long story short, off the airplane, comes in the gym, right? Warms up, tired, whatever, jet lag, you name it, whatever. We spar. We get in the ring, I'm cruising. I want to see what the kid knows. I'm cruising, and I get hit with the first jab. Boom, I'm like, okay, got some power on him. All right, cool. So I raised the intensity up. You've been the champion. You don't want to give it all. You just want him to work. You in there working with him, man. I go after him, raise the intensity, hit him with a couple of shots, and he comes right back, boom, boom, and I'm like, damn, okay. So I'm like, and I keep elevating my game over and over and over. I keep raising my game, and I'm like, I'm going full throttle at the end of the day, right? And he's keeping up with me, and he's not backing down. And he's showing heart, and he's showing determination and the will to win. And he's like, no, you're not going to control me. I'm going to control you. So after the sparring session, I think we did like 4 rounds, and Joel was like, I've seen enough. Well, he beat the crap out of me, guys. I'm not going to lie. He whooped my ass. I'm not going to lie. I sat at the edge of the ring, and I told him, man, who are you? And he goes, I'm Terence Crawford. I said, well, why are you not fighting? He was like, I don't know. And so I said, man, you ain't no sparring partner. I was like, bro, you're a world champion. I've never been inside the ring with somebody that was able to adapt as well as he was able to adapt. You got to understand that he didn't even have a coach in his corner. He was coming in my corner. He was by himself, alone in his corner, by himself, and just coming over to get water and then going right back to his corner and figuring things out and processing things on his own without anybody telling him what to do. So at that point, I was like, this kid is different. This kid is special. There's no doubt about it, man. I was like, he's definitely going to be the number one fighter in the world.
Tim, these are the kind of things, the nuggets we get here, talking to guys like you, this is what makes the buildup to tonight's fight so special and so interesting.
And Tim was such a bad boy back. Yeah. Like I can imagine.
And also the humility of Tim to bring that up, because most guys, wouldn't be so honest about it, because Tim had an amazing career, obviously Hall of Famer and everything. He could leave out some of those details. But that's where the humility of a champ like Tim also comes into play. Tim, we appreciate that story, man, and also, it builds up the hype for tonight's show so much. I mean,
it made me change my pick now.
Yeah.
No.
That's what I was going to ask Tim next. I said, with everything he's accomplished, Tim, and obviously none of it obviously has shocked you since you called it from that day. Where do you think he stands tonight? With the test he has in front of him, which is this big. Big in many ways, obviously bigger physically, but also big in a fame way as well. Canelo Alvarez, undisputed world champion here. How do you think he matches up tonight?
I think he's gonna match up well because at the end of the day, Paulie, you have boxing skills. Skills pay the bills. Floyd Mayweather has displayed to us over and over and over. It's not all just about punching power, man. It's about skill. It's about having the ability, right? Having the mentality, having the stamina. And when I say stamina, that just don't mean just conditioning. That means having the stamina and the focus mentally, man, to stay focused throughout the entire fight, man. Crawford has that at the highest level, man. He's a guy that has a crazy killer instinct. He has an abnormal work ethic. He trains 7 days a week, nonstop, has active rest days. I mean, this guy is focused. He doesn't drink. He doesn't smoke. He lives, breathes this stuff, man, boxing. So I feel his chances are great, man.
Tim,
go ahead.
There's a comment here on our YouTube comments from Matt Borgerson who's saying, it's have you ever thought that the competition hasn't even allowed Crawford to show us everything he's capable of doing? Have we seen in Crawford's career everything he's capable of doing, or is there still another level that we might see tonight that we haven't seen yet?
I think there's another level that we haven't seen tonight. I think that iron sharpens iron. And Crawford, when you challenge him, he goes up to the next level. You guys know when you're facing another elite fighter, man, your game and your skill level raises. You know that. The sensitivity, right? When I'm talking about sensitivity, let me make it live for you. You guys ever play Call of Duty or anything like that, a little shooting game? Nah. You ever play Call of Duty?
Video games, yeah, I know it.
Anyways, I know there's some guys that want to play video games. Anyways, you can raise the sensitivity to where, you can zoom quick, you can turn real fast. Well, that's what happens. This thing, guys, everything is heightened. Your speed is heightened. Your power is heightened. Your ability is heightened. How you process things are a lot quicker. Man, Crawford's going to be, I'm telling you, he's going to be like Neo in the Matrix tonight, man. He's going to show the world and shock the world. I feel it in my heart, man, because this is the opportunity for him to showcase that, hey, everything that y'all said about me, right? Everything y'all said, oh, he didn't fought nobody. Earl Spence was this. He was in a car accident and all this crap. And no one gave him credit for anything. Well, he ain't fought any elite guys. His resume, guess what? He can prove it tonight by doing the impossible, right? There's weight classes for a reason. The big man always beat the good small man or the great small man, right? All these sayings and adage that we have in boxing, well, that's gonna get debunked tonight by Terence Crawford, man. So because he's bringing all of that hatred, all of that, all of that doubt that everybody has about him, he's bringing that into the fight with him, and that's gonna make him and force him to do stuff tonight that you've never seen before. I'm telling you, it's gonna be one of those performances. Hey, Malanaji, it's gonna be one of those performances where you sit back like Hopkins when he destroyed Trinidad, and he was like, "Oh," and everybody's like, "Oh my God, where did that come from?"
No, Tim,
it's gonna be one of those type of performances.
Tim, you don't got to tell me, man. I mean, if that's the performance, I got a lot to say Monday morning to all the Canelo groupies, because they've been filling my my timeline constantly, man. Yeah. And it's gonna be fun. Yeah.
Tim, I got a question for you. real quick. Do you think the Canelo 3 years ago is the same Canelo that we have today?
No.
Not at all.
No.
Okay. Numbers don't lie, man. Numbers don't lie.
I also don't think Canelo would even be here had he been forced to fight his mandatories. So, I mean, I think there's, I think he's been floating.
I think even if he fought Benavidez, and I think he would have lost to Benavidez, I think that this fight still could have happened. And
without the undisputed title.
Yeah, without the undisputed, but it still would have happened. It still would have been a crossover fight that people would be interested in. Tim, you from the very get, you picked Crawford over Canelo. When I first heard about this fight, I was like, I don't even care about this fight. The guy's too big, doesn't make sense. But as we've gotten closer, I've actually gotten more interested in the fight, and I've actually turned. I was a Canelo guy. Then I started really looking into all the things that you were saying, specifically the things you were saying about Crawford. Like, you step it up, he comes with it more. You step it up, he comes with it more. He ratchet it up. And I mentioned a sparring session where it was him and Carlos Adames in Brooklyn at Gleason's gym, the famous Gleason's gym. And he was countering the counter. There was no point where he was like stepping back. Oh, you counter me? I'm going to counter your counter. Oh, you're going to counter again? I'm countering your counter. I just don't see him ever taking a step off the gas if there's an opportunity. And with Canelo, I've seen the exact opposite. People look at the Madrimov fight and they're like, Crawford didn't have a good day. I'm like, oh, no. I think Madrimov is a fantastic fighter and people aren't giving him credit for it. But you know what I saw in that fight? I saw him down late in the fight and pulled it from the fire by going hard. Canelo had the same opportunity against Bivol, didn't go for it. Yes, he was a bigger man in that fight as well. Madron was a bigger man. Bivol was a bigger man. But Crawford showed me that night that if it's on the line, he's going to go for it. And Canelo showed me the opposite. So for me, I can't pick against Crawford in this fight or any fight, really.
But I'll tell you this about Canelo. There's times in I would say a great fighter's career, man, where they have to go back in time, right? I was watching his training footage, right? And you see his whole, come forward with the high guard. Well, he wasn't doing that. He was actually throwing combinations, quick combinations. He was moving his head. I feel like Canelo's went back in time, man, for this fight because he knows what he's up against, man. I think he took this fight extremely serious. I think he knows that, Crawford, I think he's a fan of Crawford. He knows that he's highly skillful, and he knows that he has to bring a different approach, man, because if he doesn't.
And he knows how much he has to lose, Tim.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And let me tell you one more thing, man, and I'll let you guys go, man. I personally think that this fight is more detrimental to Canelo's career if he loses to Terence Crawford versus losing to Benavidez.
No question.
So,
No question.
And so if he beats, with that being said, if he beats Terence Crawford, me knowing Terence Crawford's mentality, how well he trains, how skillful he is, regardless of weight, Crawford looked fantastic on the scale, by the way.
Yes, he did.
I feel personally that, you know what? I'm going to give Canelo credit for this. No, it's not Benavidez, but you know what? I'm going to give you credit because I know what Crawford, what type of athlete, what type of fighter he is.
Tim, you might be alone in that. The public won't. The public's going to go, he's too small. But I'm with you. Beating even this sized man in Crawford. It's Crawford. I don't care what he weighs, but the public will not give him the credit. Unfortunately.
Absolutely. Well, that's the public. I will give him credit. I'm definitely gonna give him credit. Whoever wins this fight is gonna be the number one pound for pound fighter in the game on my book. So,
Tim, coming from you, man. We know that is very high praise coming from you, man. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate everything you're bringing, man. Thank you so much. Enjoy the fight, brother.
Thanks, champ.
No doubt.
All right, champ.
And speaking of fighters who know all about being, let's say, big underdogs and showing up, that's right. We have Lamont Roach Jr. Of course, against Gervonta Davis was a 16-1. Comes in, gets a draw. Very disputed draw. It's a very good way to say it. Lamont, thank you so much for joining us, man. You heard what Tim had to say about the technique of Crawford and about the size and the power of Canelo. Which way are you leaning in this fight, man?
Man, thanks for having me, guys. But the way I'm leading in this fight, I'm more like a 55-45 position, and I'm gonna go leaning Canelo. Both of those guys are two of the best fighters in the world, like top pound for pound. So skill wise, IQ wise, and execution wise, both of them guys are at the top of their game. Canelo has the size advantage. He has the power advantage. Another advantage that I think he has that a lot of people don't talk about is the fact that he has a granite chin as well. Everyone knows that Crawford is powerful. Everyone knows that he's a great finisher. But how well would that come into play when who's to say you do hurt Canelo? Who's to say that you don't hurt Canelo? If you don't hurt Canelo, it's a long night for someone because who has hurt Canelo? So I think that's how it plays out. And then there's the fact that Terence Crawford has been known to be a little chinny. So I think a devastating puncher like Canelo, even though everyone's saying he hasn't knocked anyone out in so many years, it's still that factor. Like it's still that factor that meets the road. And like they always say, the great big man always beats the great little man.
Now, Bob, that's been your thought from the beginning. You can't.
Lamont,
Lamont's reading your mind, bro.
Yeah, that's the same thing. We're right on. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the way I see it. Just like him, I just can't wrap my head around as great as Crawford is, and I've been around him at top rank. I just can't get my head around the fact that he's going to be able to, like I said, Gamboa hurt him.
Yep.
He's been hurt.
135 pounds.
And I'm telling you right now, Gamboa is nowhere near the puncher that.
But if we're going to
obviously you're making weight, I get it.
We're going that route. Jose Miguel Cotto, Canelo.
No, I understand that, but that's why I just said that. But that's why I just said that. You're
Yeah.
making weight, so I understand that you may be a harder cut at 35 than you will be at 47. But since then, nobody, Triple G, Bivol, none of those guys.
I thought Triple G hurt him in the 11th round in the second
him.
fight. I thought Triple G could buzz him in the second round.
You know what
Kovalev.
buzzing them.
Lamont, Daniel Jacobs can punch, man. He cracked Canelo a couple times. Nothing. I was at that fight.
Yeah.
Literally got
round
right back.
11 of the
Triple G.
Round 11 of the Golovkin rematch, he was hurt. He was buzzed. He was that.
But nothing.
jab right
But
hand
nothing
hit him.
that it was going to be in trouble or he was going to be hurt to be finished.
Yeah.
And Crawford is just nowhere near the puncher that Triple G is. I mean, like I said, I seen Triple G in camp with big guys. I mean, even cruiserweights banging on them. So that's why I can't wrap my head around.
I'm curious to see how Crawford deals with Canelo, even when he hits him on his shoulders or his elbows, because the size is real. We're talking 3 weight divisions. I know Crawford looked great at the scale. He looked great. He looked strong. I was impressed with his physique. He took a full year to get ready for the weight class. Doesn't matter. His frame is not a 68-pounder.
Well, me and Jimmy were talking about like earlier, like Jimmy, you know, you're in combat sports and MMA and things like that. You know, bone density is bone density.
Yes.
Okay.
Dense.
But
Crawford,
a whole
is
different
also
ballgame.
shifty. He's not Callum Smith who's going to stay there and just take it all. He's shifty with the way he takes the impact. The way he's going to take the impact.
But champ, he's not a mover, so he's going to have to be engaged at times. There's going to be conflict.
And how shifty will he be in the 8th round, the 9th round, the 10th round? And to Teddy's point, in his new body, carrying that weight.
How happy are you to keep throwing those kind of hard shots when you're getting countered, though? So you.
What's the counter though? What's the counter? Is it a 9mm or is it a BB gun?
When it shocks you, though, but then we go to Teddy Alice's point. When it shocks you,
Lamont, I want to ask you real quick. You said something when we were talking about your knockout percentage, your knockout record. This was before you fought Gervonta Davis. You said something that I've quoted many times. I don't necessarily knock guys down. I don't necessarily knock guys out, but I hurt you when I touch you. And when I hurt guys, they stop coming forward. This idea that Crawford probably can't hurt Canelo in a sense of getting him rocked, but he can sting him with shots that make him hesitate or freeze in his tracks. Can Crawford do that? Disrupt him with some power? Like you have said that you've done to opponents in the past. Like, yeah, I'm not a huge puncher, but I crack it and I stop you. And that's when I get my boxing going. Could that happen for Crawford?
Crawford has the ability, yes. I say he has the ability, but who's to say it happens? That's what I'm getting at. That's all I'm getting at. If imagine, okay, so Crawford's not a mover, like Chris said. Even though he's shifty, even though he can slip, even though he can counter. How do you deal with how will he deal with constant pressure from Canelo consistently in your face? Canelo's not a guy who's just going to let you counter him. Canelo can counter too.
Yeah.
Canelo can move his head. Canelo is skill-wise, just like Terence Crawford, superior to a lot of people.
Very underrated hand speed too for Canelo.
Yes.
Very underrated.
I agree. So like I see the ability with Terence Crawford. But you still have to take into account the ability that Canelo has. He's a counter puncher too when he wants to be. And if Crawford's gonna be in the middle of the ring, it's gonna be fireworks, and somebody is gonna get punched. It's no dodging.
What I'm curious
Somebody's
about,
gonna get punched.
when I opened, when I gave you your introduction, one of the things I said, you were a 16-1 underdog against Gervonta Davis. That motivated you. I saw you walk into the ring with a little bit of a chip on your shoulder. It's like you didn't want to back off because everyone thought you were going to back off. What's that mental edge of being underrated, of being disrespected, of being overlooked? Do you think that's a factor in this fight mentally for either guy?
For sure. For Terence Crawford going into the fight, yeah, for sure. I felt very disrespected the way people counted me out.
Oh, we saw it.
I felt very disrespected for the way people counted me out in that fight. And, it just carries on because at the end of the day, you know what you can do. You know the work that you put in. You know that, all right, now it's time to dance. Now everybody's going to see. And it's not going to be surprising to the ones that's in your corner. It's not going to be surprising to the ones that's been grinding with you. But it's going to be surprising to those people who were talking like, oh, he can't do this, he can't do that. Or You know what I'm saying? I don't know. He's probably gonna go early. You know what I'm saying? It's just it's a lot of added motivation. It's natural too. It's nothing that you actually think about. It's not like pressure or anything like that because honestly, you have nothing to lose.
Lamont, thank you so much for your insight, my man. We can't wait to see you fight next. It's going to be outstanding later on in the year, November, against Isaac Pitbull Cruz. Thank you so much for joining us, my man.
Thank you, man.
Later, champ.
All right, champ.
Hey, enjoy the fight tonight. It's going to be great. But our guests keep on rolling. That's right. We've got some great coaching. Robert Diaz joining us. Thank you so much for your insight, man. Behind the scenes, you're always great. When you look at this fight, what does this size feel like? I've been asking certain people about the technique, about the X's and O's, the ins and out, but the size of this fight, everyone near it. Chris is always talking about Canelo Fight Weeks. How has it felt, man?
It's a little bit different. I'll tell you. First of all, thank you guys for having me. It's great to be here in Las Vegas. The excitement's there, but it's a little bit different than our traditional boxing that we're used to. I won't get into that details now, but it has been a little bit different. I was at the stadium yesterday. I was doing some things out there late. Just seeing the stadium and empty gave me that shot of energy that, oh my God, we're in for something special. We're in for something big. You know, being in Vegas, the mecca of boxing when it comes to the high level, but not only Vegas, but a Canelo weekend, Mexican Independence Canelo weekend is the top. And now at a stadium with, on the other side, in the other corner, a fighter that's coming to win, that we all know and respect, that has a different level, a different dog in him, a different mentality, a fighter that's never been beat and doesn't know how to lose. I think we're going to have a very special night, guys.
Robert, you said it feels a little different, you know, for whatever reason. But listen, I'm sure the Canelo fans, the Mexican fan base, which are some of the best fans in the world, are there, and they're there strong because it's a Canelo Fight Week. I'm jealous I'm not there. That's my favorite part about Canelo Fight Weeks. It's just the Mexican people and the fans, when they come, they flood the week as it goes on. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, it builds all week long. What's the energy level amongst them? Are they like, go Viva Canelo, or is there nervousness because it's Crawford? You know, what is their energy and vibe like?
No, at the weigh-in yesterday, you felt the vibe, you felt the support. They're always there, and the numbers are big. Again, Mexican Independence weekend with all the singers coming out. People come from all over, and they support Canelo. And right now, they don't see what we see as boxing insiders, how dangerous Crawford is. They just see another opponent, another victory. Viva Mexico, Viva Canelo, and let's go get another win. But obviously, as boxing insiders, as people that know the capability of Bud Crawford, we know how dangerous a fight is. We know how good it is. But more importantly, Canelo does. Something Tim said earlier, Canelo, he seems to say that Canelo took something like going back in time. Absolutely. You see it even in his physique. He knows how serious this fight is. The pressure is not on Crawford, guys. The pressure is on Canelo. And when a fighter, like earlier Lamont said, walking into the ring, the pressure was on Tank, not on Lamont. That gives you more of that, let's go. I'm not supposed to win, right? Well, I'm going to prove you all wrong.
But Roberto, do you think the pressure is also on a guy who has never been in such an atmosphere? Because there's guys who've been in big fights, and then there's Canelo fights, you know? Like, I can remember Billy Joe Saunders. I just felt like he was so tight. Yeah. And he was usually so fluid.
Crazy in Dallas, though. 80,000.
And that's what I'm talking about with the Canelo Stadium. And Canelo atmosphere is different than anything you've seen before. So I can remember Billy Joe Saunders going to Montreal and boxing the shoes off David Lemieux. And nobody was there cheering for him. But he was smooth. He was calm. Didn't matter how bad the crowd was.
Lemieux was a dangerous guy.
And he couldn't make mistakes with it. He was smooth with it. As a matter of fact, there's performances like that made you think, oh, maybe this guy's a chance against Canelo. He comes out Canelo, and he's a bit tight. He's throwing the left hand from too far away. You could see the tightness on his way to the ring. Do you think that affects Crawford tonight, Robert?
I think in the beginning it can. It's going to be something totally different. That's a big advantage for Canelo. He's been here, done that. He's so used to this. He does it blindfolded. But Crawford is one of those special guys that, yes, I think he knows what to expect as he walks in. He knows 90% of the fan base is going to be for Canelo, but that gives him that motivation, that lifts him. I think he's that different that maybe the first couple rounds, but once he gets going, no. I don't. And I'll give you one that you'll remember. I remember a young Italian from New York that went into a stadium full of Ukrainians and pulled up the upset and took the title home, baby.
Yeah, we were there together, Robert. That's an unforgettable one.
Rob, you made a great point, though. Like, it could be a first couple of rounds, but a lot of bad things can happen in a couple rounds of a boxing match, especially if you're across from Canelo Alvarez. So that makes me, you got me thinking, like, oh, will he be, if he's affected by that? Bob, I know you're nodding along with me. If Crawford is affected by the lights, that could be enough. That could be enough for Canelo. We're talking about a guy who's 3 weight classes apart, who's explosive and sharp, and understands how dangerous this fight is. You got all these guests we have all got me thinking.
That, and I keep resorting back to the punching power.
Yep.
When he gets hit with that first big shot, and I don't care what anybody says, Crawford has never been hit the way he's going to get hit tonight. And what the tell to me is, how do you process and download the information when the body's going into a little bit of shock? We'll find out.
You know, I agree with Bob. Again, I've made it clear that I'm not comparing weight classes here. I'm just saying the better man will win.
Sure.
And I think we're going to see the best Canelo version. You know, I know, of course, he's getting old. Of course, there's been many wars. There's been many years. I mean, pro 20 years at the top, at least 15. So it takes its time. But right now are the fights that any big fighter in these type of fight have to get motivated. And he knows the significance. And he knows, but I believe we're going to see one of the best versions because Bud's going to bring it out. You have to have 2 at the dance. Tonight, I believe we will have 2 at the dance. And that's going to give us the best version of Canelo, letting his hands go, breaking the body down, and getting the stoppage, late round stoppage.
Robert, a question I have to ask you. There was an old wrestler back in the day, Eric Guerrero, a Mexican-American, 3-time national champion. He said, I love going to hostile territory. When they're booing me, it's like they're cheering me. Because I don't care. Boo me, cheer me. As long as I hear that crowd roar, I'm into it. It's the same kind of energy to me. At the press conference and at the weigh-ins, Chris, you and I were commenting. He's smiling. He's blowing kisses to the crowd like, yeah, go ahead and boo me. I love it. It's just more energy for me. Could Crawford maybe feed on that?
Yes and no. I did see something at the weigh-in that was very telling. A month ago, Crawford, or a month plus at the press conference, we talked about it yesterday, how he tried to feel the body, feel the weight, push him back, be a little bit like, I'm not afraid of you. I didn't see that same Crawford yesterday. The moment of truth, 24 hours.
He was smiling. He was smiling a lot yesterday.
He was smiling and also keeping it real respectful. There was, I think, at the press conference, a couple of agreements. Not saying that,
Robert, it reminds me of Charlo. It was the same thing with Charlo. I seen the same thing with Charlo because I was in the weigh-in when he went out.
Yep. The only one I saw more heated as it got closer was a Danny Jacobs the day of the weigh-in, but everybody else starts toning it down as it gets nearer.
It's going to be a great fight. Robert, thank you so much for giving us your time. I know you have a busy night tonight. Enjoy the fight, so appreciate your time, man.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks,
always.
Roberto.
All right.
Bye.
I'm going to say it. Right before the fight starts, we're making our picks and we're sticking with them because one of the things, Bob, all the insight we're getting from all these guests, Bob, you can't keep hopping over the fence, man. Before the fight starts, we make our picks. I know you're still leaning Canelo, but this insight we're getting from all these people, that's what a close fight is all about. Right, Bob? That's what a big fight should be, is every time somebody talks, you change your mind.
Well, you're also not a fanboy because you're listening to what's in front of you. If for example, when I picked Crawford, last week, and then all the fans are like, oh, you don't know anything you're talking about. I'm like, dude, I could have picked anybody as long as it's against your guy. It's just because it's your guy. You're not actually analyzing anything that's going on with the matchup in any way, shape, or form. So if you need to be an open-minded if you're not just a fan. I'm actually a fan of both these guys. Yeah. I'm actually a bigger fan of Canelo, honestly, to tell you the truth. But I just look at this from a boxing analytical mind, and that's why I picked Crawford.
Looking at it, of course, from this idea of the tension getting somebody, the nerves getting to somebody, I got to ask you, Bob, as a trainer, as a coach, has there been a time where everything seems great, but they're walking into the ring and like, dude, my guy's too tense. My guy's too tight. The moment's getting to him a little bit. How do you prepare for that? How do you deal with that? How do you loosen somebody up? Chris talks about the story of getting ready to walk in, and he was super tight. His coach just went, you got this, just box.
Go out there and box, yeah.
You know, what do you do in that moment? Can you do anything in that moment?
Well, I think as a great coach, you know, you need to read your fighter, know your fighter, and there's times you got to kick him in the ass, believe it or not, going into the ring. Like, hey, you know, we got to fuck this dude up. And sometimes some fighters need that. Some fighters may need to be talked off the ledge a little bit. So you got to read the guy. You got to read the moment. You know, some guys just maybe you crack a joke and it just lightens things up for them. And okay, it's just like, you know, another walk in the park. So you got to know the guy. But I'm going to back to Robert's point of what he was saying. You know, I know Charlo both Charlos really well. I did a lot of camps with them out in Houston with Ronnie Shields. And I remember just what he said. I was in the back. I had a guy fighting on the card. And when Charlo was going out there, I kind of seen it like it's getting to him. It's getting to him. And, you know, I never thought he was that type of guy, but it can happen to anybody at any given moment. And I seen that. And we'll see if that's going to be the place with
like you
Crawford.
made a good point before when Robert was talking, Bob. When you get that tightness, when you get that aura, like, whoa, this is taken aback a little bit. The punches hurt more. All of a sudden,
everything's elevated. Yeah,
because
the
crowd, because that same crowd noise, that same environment that is sort of making you uncomfortable now explodes when there's a big punch. When it explodes when the guy just throws a punch, you know, and so yeah, the all those things start getting magnified and it builds up on it. So it's a situation where you gotta know how to navigate it and mentally get through it. You know, Teddy Atlas had something in his book I used to always look back on and say, they're moments. You gotta always tell yourself they're moments. If it's a bad situation, it's a moment, because a fight can be in many moments. But some fighters never get around those moments. You know, they're just,
and that's the difference between the great ones and the average.
Like you said with Charlo, he just stayed in that like deer headlights.
You know what? I'm telling you, going into the Charlo fight, obviously, you know, I got a lot of love for Charlo because, like I said, I did a lot of camps with him. We spent a lot of time together. Me, Louis DeCubas Jr., Laura, we were, you know, Ronnie Shields, so many camps together. So I was pulling for him. And I thought, you know, he's got the speed, he's got the power. He's a naturally 54-pound guy. He's a big guy, strong guy. And I gave him a great chance to win the fight. But when that weigh-in happened, and I noticed, because I know you're talking this and that, when that weigh-in happened, and then they got in the face-off, and then it was like, this is real now. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I seen it kind of change a little bit. And then when he got hit with that big shot, he didn't want. He didn't want to go out on that shield.
You know what it also is too. I mean, this is going to be a little bit of criticism for Canelo, but it's also you're fighting the happy to be here guys. You know what I mean? And
sure.
You fight the happy to be here guys. When they're coming up 2 weight classes, you think they really given themselves that much of a chance? A guy like Charlo, it's not like Crawford who's coming up the weight classes, but he has that.
Yeah, but that's
that
easy
ignited.
to say in hindsight.
No, that's easy to say in foresight.
No, because
we can criticize. I've criticized Canelo. I get criticism for criticizing Canelo. I pick Canelo. Let me finish. I pick Canelo every single fight because he fights guys that have no shot of beating him.
But when
so I don't hate on Canelo saying, I pick against him. No, I haven't picked against Canelo since Bivol, and I said Bivol would actually get robbed, and Bivol beat his ass, so I was right about that.
But I'm going to ask you a question now, and you're going to back me on this. Where did Charlo show before that night that he had that in him?
No,
that he would.
With that was the criticism. The criticism with that is he's 2 weight classes but smaller. Dude.
Okay, we got a guy who's 3.
You couldn't find Jamal. You had to find Jamal.
No, but you got to remember. But you got to remember.
But again, in hindsight, we're going to do the same thing.
You got to remember that too.
No.
Canelo also fought at 140. Charlo fought his entire career.
No, Canelo was 12 years old, dude. Come on.
I understand that, but Charlo fought his entire career. So let's just say, all things being equal, even if Canelo is at 22, 23, he's a 54-pounder.
He's also Canelo's 2 inches shorter than me. Like he's not a huge guy.
Canelo can't make 160 if he wanted to. So he's a 168, guys. So Canelo can't make 160 if he wanted to. I was around him the week of the Caleb Plant fight. His lips were dried like he had drank water in a week. All right, so he ain't making 160 ever again. So Canelo's a 168-pounder, guys. Let's not say, he's not this. He's a 168-pounder.
All right. Well, speaking of all this debate we have, all this knowledge we're kicking on, Let's add some more. That's right. Another great trainer, Stephen Breadman Edwards. Thank you so much for joining us, man. You hear what our guys are yelling about, right? It's the difference in opposition who is mentally ready for this fight. And we can talk about the size. We can talk about the punching power. We can talk about the tactics. But mentally, all you hear about Crawford is the guy doesn't want to lose at checkers. He's mentally extremely strong. Do you think that could be the difference in this fight? But Canelo's no slouch himself. What are your thoughts, man?
It could be. I mean, I'm picking Crawford, so, you know, it definitely could be one of the things, the preparation for the fight and, you know, what they did leading up to the fight could be a big factor.
When you see it, do you see it much like Bob Santos sees it as the power of Canelo? Whether it hits you in the gloves, it hits you in the arms, wherever it hits you, it's going to hurt you. The idea that Crawford has never felt or had to deal with power like this, is that a significant factor to you?
Bob likes Canelo. Is that Bob over there?
That's Bob right here, man. He's liking Canelo's power. You could change his mind before the fight starts, though. He's wavering.
He's a bit of a flip-flopper.
Yeah.
I'm a flip flopper, but I just can't wrap my head around those 3 weight classes. I can't
You know
get my head
what,
around
Bob?
it.
You know what, though, Bob? You've seen guys in the gym, smaller guys, beat up bigger guys. I know you have. You see it all the time. I think the casuals make too much big of a deal about this. And is that Paulie and Chris?
And that's Paulie and Chris. You know it. Got the whole crew here.
Well, I'm sure they've seen welterweights beat the shit out of middleweights in the gym. Yeah. I'm sure Paulie has beat up the middleweight.
Yeah.
I beat up my heavyweights.
Brad, I'll cut you off right there. I'm picking Crawford as well, but with that point, I can't say it's because of that point, because with sparring, I was always braver with bigger gloves. You know, like
that's a headgear. Yeah.
With the headgear and the 8-ounce gloves, the 10-ounce gloves.
And Paulie, don't forget,
the bigger guys get scarier.
And remember this: with that big crowd, that big event, the butthole gets a little tighter. That shit starts to pucker a little bit.
Bob likes to talk about that.
Let me let Brad get a little tighter. Brad, give us the analysis. How you see Bud winning this fight if he's your pick.
Okay. I'm glad you said that. When the fight first got announced, Paulie, the first thing I said was, this fight reminds me of Hagler and Ray Leonard.
Thank you.
I said to myself, you know, if Crawford was moving up to fight a guy like Morrell, or let's just say Beterbiev or Bivol, I know that's a little bit of a stretch, I would not pick him. Mm-hmm. But Canelo's a midget. Canelo's not tall.
Tell us how you really feel, Breadman.
I told you, he's 2 inches shorter than me.
For a 68-pounder.
Yeah.
What Canelo has done is amazing, because you don't see a lot of 68-pounders that are 5'7" that could do the things that he does. And the fact that he became the lineal champion at 68 is a testament to his skill set. But it also, when the guy is moving up and he's already given up weight, but he's not giving up height or reach or agility or things like that. So I said to myself, he's not completely over his head. If Canelo was like a 6'2" guy coming downhill, I'd say, nah, you don't need that. But Bud is going to have a huge length advantage. He has more agility. He has more speed. He has better stamina. He's taller. He's longer. So I looked at the fight, and when everybody was talking about the weight, I'm like, did anybody see Canelo versus Trout? Did anybody see Canelo versus Lara? Like, those guys, in my opinion, Terence Crawford is better than, but they have similar body styles, similar body types, and both of those guys gave Canelo hell. Forget about Mayweather. Mayweather's special. Forget about him. Let's throw him out.
But Brad, you did mention 2 southpaws there. So yeah, we can throw Mayweather out. That's even the bigger point here is you just mentioned 2 southpaws. Very key.
Yeah.
That's my point, Paulie. So I looked at Trout and I looked at Lara and I said, Terence Crawford is better than both of those guys. And I was at Lara versus Trout and Lara versus Canelo and Canelo versus Trout. While I'm sitting there, there's a lot of people walking out of those stadiums saying, damn, did Canelo really win those fights? So I said all of that. And I also factored in the fact that as much as I respect Canelo, and I think he's a great fighter, all-time great fighter, I'm looking at a guy that's a little bit past his peak, a guy that's a little bit past his best day. You know, knockout punchers don't just allow guys to go to distance. He's not letting these guys go to distance. And I get it. You know, some of the guys he fought have never been stopped before. But you telling me that the Canelo of 2019-20 can't stop Edgar Berlanga? No disrespect to Berlanga. I don't disrespect fighters. But the level of fighter that Canelo is, he's supposed to stop that guy.
Yep.
John Ryder, he's supposed to stop. I'll even throw the William Skull fight out because I don't know what that guy was doing. That wasn't boxing. And I'm a guy that likes boxers. But John Ryder and Berlanga specifically, I said to myself, if Bud could get through these earlier rounds and just peck and poke and aggravate Canelo and challenge his stamina, those big bulky muscles, they fade late in fights. They just do. Even in Canelo's best moment to me, which is the second Triple G fight, Triple G came on late and made it very close and controversial. And I'm in Vegas, you know, oftentimes for camp. And one of the things that all of the guys talk about in the gym is how Bud Crawford is a gunslinger. He just walks around ready to train, always ready to work. Just a guy that really loves boxing. And I'm sure Paulie and Chris could attest to this. When you get to a certain point, training is a grind. You don't feel like that shit all the time. Let's just be honest. That's how guys go on the other side of their prime.
No longer your passion.
It's not the fight. It's going through camp and dealing with the weight cuts and the food and all that kind of stuff. Canelo's made a ton of money. So I'm looking at one guy who trains all year round and another guy who it appears that he gets in shape for his fights, specifically when he's in camp. And conditioning is stacked. It's something that you stack over time. Each camp, you get a little better. You do a little bit more in your pre-camp. You do a little bit more in between your fights. That's why guys get so good when they're in the prospect stages and they're developing, because they're fighting 5-6 times a year. And the only way you combat that is if you stay in the gym and you always training. So I put everything in the pot, and I know it sounds crazy, but I actually think Bud can win this fight, and I think he can stop Canelo if he puts together the right stuff late. Because I think that a lot of times we confuse stoppages with lack of punch resistance, but that's not always the case. Sometimes you can get fatigue a guy and you can take him out. Sometimes you can hit a guy with punches that they don't see and you can take him out.
Breadman.
And I look at Bud. What's up?
Man, you're making so many good points. I'm stacking questions because you're making so many good points. But I gotta ask you about Ennis. I gotta ask you about Boots. What do you take from that? I know you have some inside track on that. How that went with Canelo in that sparring.
Well, first of all, I'm gonna tell you this. People get mad and they get offended at me when I say this, and I'm really careful with my words. And I've told Bob this personally, and I'll tell you
Hey,
guys.
Breadman, first before you go there, you made me change my pick now.
Again, I knew you were flopping. He flopped Bob the flip-flop.
Hey, Bob, we're not,
Brad,
Hey,
for
Bob.
24 hours, he's been flip-flopping.
Bob, we're not gonna call you Bob no more. It's gonna be flip-flop.
Yeah,
for now.
flip-flop.
Flip-flops.
Flip-flop
listen.
son.
Flip-flop Bob.
I'm gonna tell you guys something about Ennis. People get mad at me when I say this, but I'm only speaking the truth. I have no financial interest in Ennis. I don't train him. All I am is cool with him. We just happen to be from the same city. Paulie and Chris, Ennis is the best I've ever seen in a gym atmosphere. And if it shows up in the fight, we're looking at a kid on the Roy Jones, Ray Leonard level. That's how good he is.
I've heard the same thing.
That-
That's why I asked.
That's
telling
the
you,
problem
I've heard
with
the
a lot of guys.
same
though.
thing.
Paulie, Chris, I'm telling you, I've never seen nothing fucking like it. The kid he never has a bad day.
So-
I've never seen nothing like it. I've been watching this. I hired this kid in 2014 to spar Julian Williams. And Paulie used to do our fights. You know how sharp Julian was back then.
Yeah.
Julian was one of my favorite fighters coming up.
I had him in camp with Jacobs. He came to spar. Fantastic.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Yep.
And you've seen that work.
Oh
okay.
yeah. Julian's no
This
joke.
This is how good Ennis is. He was 17 years old. Julian was 24. After the sparring, Al Heyman happened to call me. He used to call me every Sunday. He called me, and I said, Mr. Heyman, you better sign this kid. You're looking at the second coming of a mixture of Mark Too Sharp Johnson and Roy Jones Jr.
Oh,
He
Too
said,
Sharp.
get the hell out of here, Steve. I said, no bullshit, man. I cannot believe this. I said, nobody can hang with Julian in this city. This kid, 17 years old, just gave us 8 rounds of hell. He's like, you got to be shitting me. I said, I wouldn't lie.
Bread.
So I hear people get mad at me and they say, oh, you're just over. I said, why do I have to exaggerate about a kid that I don't train or have anything to do with?
Bread.
So
I
my answer to that question, Paulie, is I think the work could have helped him if it didn't screw up his confidence.
That's what I was going for.
I was gonna say, like, so you think he's beating the shit out of Canelo in the gym,
Bro? Or I'm gonna tell you this. Without me seeing the work, you got to remember, I had a fighter in camp with Canelo and Karan Davis also. Not for this fight, but he was in camp for the Charlo fight. And without me seeing the work, I'm relatively sure Ennis got the better of the work.
Yeah.
Now, did he beat him up and destroy him? I don't know. I can't speak on that. And I didn't ask him. You know, I just heard him say it was good work. But me knowing what I know about him, because again, there's certain guys that get ready in camp. Ennis is in the gym all the time. I never go to his dad's gym where he's not training. Even if he don't have a fight, he's in there messing around with kids, you know, keeping his eyes up, hitting the pads. He's in the gym constantly. So I don't expect Canelo to get the better of a young kid like that in the gym atmosphere. I really honestly don't. And but it can get his eyes sharp. You know what I mean? Like, it definitely can help him if it didn't ruin his confidence. I don't even know the context of the work, like how often they work and, you know, things like that. But I'm very impressed with Canelo's sparring partner because he got the Cuban guy in there too.
Yeah. Hernandez.
Yo, that's a bad man. I'll tell you that.
That's rough work.
That's
man.
a good
If
sign.
Canelo,
That's a really good sign for Canelo's camp
He's
to
a
get guys like that
man.
in.
Listen, that's a great sign, Chris. That's the one thing that scares me about this fight, that Canelo is sparring guys on Ennis's level.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I said that leading up to when they announced the Ennis and then the Yo-Yo Hernandez, I was like, wow, Canelo's taking this serious. Because there were points where I heard things Canelo was saying, and he's like, he's not an elite fighter. He hasn't fought elite guys like me. He'll know when he gets in the ring with me. And I was like, oh, I don't think he's taking this as seriously as he should. Then I saw those sparring partners. If you're taking risks with those young guys like that, those hitters, like, that means you're really taking this seriously.
I think Yo-Yo's the best middleweight in the sport right now. I think he'd beat any champion there is. That's a bad dude. Yeah.
Bob, guess what? You're right. If he got the opportunity, he beat them all. That kid is
He's special.
Good. That's the second best fighter I've ever coached against besides David Benavidez. That's how good he is.
You know what he reminds me of? He reminds me of Ennis, but at 60.
Yeah, he came down to Philly and boxed Ennis.
That's a bad dude, man.
That's some work.
Yo, he can go. So Canelo sparring those guys, it tells me a lot. But Paulie and Chris, I'm gonna tell you guys something. You could leave a little something in the gym when you get work like that.
Oh yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you how I know. Abel Sanchez approached me in 2017 about Julian and Karan coming to camp for Triple G. And when I got there, it was 3 other good guys. And Triple G was boxing 12 4-minute rounds against killers. And Julian and Karan would get to do 3 rounds and jump out of the ring. And I talked to both of them by the end of camp. And both of them said to me, Canelo's going to win this fight, not because he's so much better, is because this work is so hard and we're giving him so much work, he's going to leave a piece of himself in the ring. I never forgot that. The work was so intense, I jumped on the plane and went up Big Bear so I could see it with my own eyes because I was hearing so much good stuff about the work. So that could go more than one way, as you guys know. You know what I mean? I bet the fight, so I'm hoping it goes the other way. But I thought to myself, like, damn, that might be too much work. You know what I mean? I can't imagine anybody being able to get the better of Ennis and Hernandez back-to-back in the gym where both of them get to come in the ring.
At 35 years old, too, mind you.
Yeah.
Canelo is 35.
That's a lot of work, bro. That's a lot of work. It really is. That's an exceptional amount of work.
Breadman, thank you so much for your time. I know it's busy for everybody in the boxing world right now. Thank you so much for your insight, your knowledge, and making Bob flip-flop yet again. We appreciate that, man. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Brett.
All right, Breadman.
I'll see y'all guys later.
All right, I have a question. I do. All right. I know I'm from MMA. It's very different. We get our asses kicked in sparring all the time. Yeah. Because if I'm as a mixed martial artist, I'm not the best kickboxer.
It's also a wrestling thing, too.
Right. I'm not the best wrestler. I'm not the best grappler. Me getting beat up is like Tuesday. I get beat up all the time. What I hear in boxing a lot of times from coaches, from fighters, is certain sparring. You know, when Timothy Bradley told us about sparring Crawford, he goes, his coach was like, all right, that's enough. That's enough. We don't want him, like, don't hurt his confidence right before the fight. To me, that's a weird concept. I get beat up all the time. Is there a kind of a guiding thing with boxers where you don't want to work too? I see your face, Bob. You don't want to work too rough. Please tell me the insight from the outside. Tell me about that. Again,
it's an individual sport, so everybody individually is different physically, psychologically, and so forth. I can remember a time when Robert Guerrero was sparring Chico Corrales, and he was whooping his ass every day. And I still have those videos. And
Guerrero was whipping Chico's ass?
Oh, whooping his ass at 18, 19. I got the videos.
I believe you. I just want to make sure
I got the receipts.
I had what you said.
And I'll never forget this. To my point, I'll never forget. Dan Goosen was in there. Joe Goosen was in there. And I was so proud of Robert, what he was doing. I'm young. I'm like, man, look at this, what we're doing to Corrales. And I'll never forget. Dan Goosen looked at me. He says, "Hey, Bob, remember something. This is a world title fight for Robert Guerrero. Corrales is just putting the work in as he sees fit, as what he needs to do to get ready for the fight."
I was going to say that when you're a prospect, you can get the best of champions for 4 or 5 rounds.
Yeah, he's just getting the work.
You're not. If they keep you in that ring the whole time. But
Paulie, I remember this though. I
was beating the shit out of several world champions.
But I remember this
when I was doing 3, 4, 5 rounds at a time. You up it, especially when I started becoming a championship level fighter, and I know one's coming out and one's coming in. We
were going straight. We were going straight up 10 rounds. But I remember this though. And I remember Chico saying, hey, you're doing good. And he told Robert, he says, "Hey, but I'm going to tell you something, son. You should watch Jumping In." That was it. Then we sparred the next time. And Robert was still getting the better of him. He jumped in and Chico landed a nasty shot. Boom. And I can remember getting back to the hotel and Robert goes, "Holy shit. I can feel all my teeth loosen my
That's also another thing.
You know what I mean?
Especially a guy like Chico who could really punch. You get those 10-ounce gloves and take the headgear off. And a pro at that level knows. He's like, I've hit some guys before, some young guys. And I'm like, if that was a fight, that's all fight's over.
That's what I mean. You're doing good until you weren't.
Right.
Well, when you talk about the knowledge we have, another great trainer, Derrick James, joining us now. Thank you so much, man. You hear what we're talking about, the ins and outs of sparring and getting ready for this fight. What do you think about the preparation? We talked about all the sparring partners. Do you think both guys are equally prepared when it comes to Crawford, Canelo? What do you think about their camps leading up to this, man?
I think that, I really hadn't followed much of it. I've been on my own situation, but I think that from the fighters in the previous fights, I think that, Crawford's a very intelligent, very athletic, very smart fighter. And so is Canelo. But I think Canelo has great timing. And he's a great counterpuncher. So I think that if I were Crawford, I'd say that I would keep him turning and keep him having to adjust to whatever I was doing so it wouldn't be a sudden target right there. If I was Canelo, I'd be pressing him. I'd press him and I would make him fight a fight that, because normally Crawford doesn't throw a lot of punches, but I would make him throw a lot of punches, meaning he's worked on his defense greatly. I think that with him working on his defense and walking him down and pushing him to a level that he probably hadn't fought that fast a pace, that would be one of the things I would say he'd probably try to press him out.
Derrick, you mentioned Crawford doesn't like throwing a lot of punches, but
no, I didn't say he didn't. I didn't say he didn't. I just said that he picks his shots.
But the point I was going to make was Canelo also doesn't throw a lot of punches. So how do you counteract that?
Well, I think that, but his pressure that he puts on you,
physical, mental pressure,
right? He's going to have to keep the pressure nonstop to make Crawford push himself or exert himself more than he normally does.
Canelo's like a tank. He's got slow feet, but he puts he uses a lot of pressure with his body, his presence. His presence puts you under a lot of strain. Coach Derrick, welcome, man. It's great to have you. We were talking about the size difference, of course, right? But you're a coach. You've had a lot of your charges over the years spar with bigger guys, and I think a lot of the casual fans don't understand that. Can you speak to that a little bit about how you've had your guys? I know. I mean, when you were with Errol, I heard stories about Errol sparring cruiserweights. So if you could just share that for the public who might not understand that much.
The funny thing about it is, I mean, you grew up in a boxing gym. You all grew up in boxing gym, so you realize is that little guys beat big guys up all the time.
Yep.
The size and weight. For one, he may be skilled, he may be very technical, but he's always going to be a step behind because Crawford may be too fast for him, and so I think that he has to use that athleticism and speed to his advantage, but I think that he has to throw a shot and step to create distance in between. So even if Canelo counterpunches him, he still comes up short, because if not, he stands right in front of him. I think, he may start counterpunching.
it's one of those things where, Paul, you talk about it all the time in our fights here on Pro Box TV. Mental pressure is fatiguing, just like physical pressure. Like, he's not throwing a lot of punches, he's not doing a lot, but every time when we're watching a fight, Chris and Paulie always point out he's mentally fatiguing the guy. He's not throwing a lot of punches, not doing a lot of stuff, but being in somebody's grill the whole time wears you out mentally. Could that be a big factor in this fight to you?
I think that put it like this. I think that it could be a big factor because I think that, like I said earlier in my first statement, is that if I were Canelo, that's what I would do, right? But I think at the same time, the person that Terence Crawford believes himself to be is a very tough individual, right? So I think that that for him, that's the thing that's going to carry him through it because he believes he's the guy. Even though he said, I'm going to show you, I'm going to prove to y'all I can beat him. And I think that fortitude, that mental fortitude and toughness that he has for himself, that may carry him on and help him out a little bit. But for Canelo, I think, like I said, I would press him. I would make him fight a pace that he's not accustomed to. Or if he's accustomed to it, that's good. I'm still gonna make him fight a pace because once he opens up, I can counterpunch him. Counterpunches don't work if he's not throwing punches. So that's the key thing. You got to make him commit to you to laying counterpunches.
When you see this fight, and Bob has talked about it, obviously Coach Bob Santos is with us, this idea that Crawford has to fight the perfect fight, that it's going to have to be essentially a flawless fight for 12 rounds. And the last time anybody our age, we all remember Buster Douglas, Mike Tyson, Buster Douglas' coach said, Mike has to set to throw. And I told Buster, every time he sets to throw, pop him. Hit him with something to disrupt the rhythm. That rhythm disruption, is that Crawford's key?
Well, listen, that's exactly – he has to, like I said, he has to keep making him adjust to what he's doing. Every time when he thinks he has something, you got to keep making him adjust, and that's to be a nonstop, like a dance per se, just like you have to keep making him adjust. I mean, you got to make him react to what you're doing, but never, because if you think about it, you can't do the same thing over and over, but he has to be very disciplined because Canelo's intelligent, and he may say, okay, well, he's going there, and I'm going to shoot it there. So you got to be able to switch it up. But for Crawford, I believe that he has to be very disciplined, and he has to box an amazing fight, but he has to be disciplined in the strategy and game plan that they implemented. Because if he gets to where he wants to go toe for toe, it may not work out for him.
Who's your pick? Who's your pick, Derrick?
If Crawford is disciplined, it should be him, right? Because if he's able to not mix it up, because he doesn't have to, he can outbox him. He's faster. He's more athletic. If he uses athleticism, he uses boxing skills, I think he can win. But if Canelo can get him to open up and get him to off his game plan and get him to go toe to toe, because he's going to do that when Canelo's coming. He's going to start dropping his hands and I'll probably tell him, come on. And Crawford has to be disciplined. If not, that's where he's trying to get him. That's where he's going to fill in those spaces and probably land a good shot and could catch him and hurt him.
Coach, can Crawford hurt Canelo? Crawford's a great Crawford's a great finisher. We know that, but Canelo's got a hell of a chin.
Listen, man. There's no such thing as a good chin. There's a bad punch. So think about this. If you think about this, if you drop a 20-pound weight on somebody's head, it's gonna crush your skull, regardless of whatever, right? So if you rotate your body on the shots and throw the punch, it doesn't matter. You rotating 150, 160 pounds of pressure. It doesn't matter how good your chin is. Those are arm punches that people are getting hit with, and they're mistaking them for power punches. But when you rotate your full body on this 150, 60, 70 pounds of pressure, there's no way he can withstand that type of power from anybody. But I think Crawford will almost like just stick him and peck him and keep pecking him. Bing, 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 bing. Shots. I think that may eventually over time, because you have to discourage him. You have to find a way to discourage Canelo. And I think,
and we have seen Canelo get discouraged in fights. We have seen him frustrated.
Right. I think he has to keep moving and keep making him adjust, and at the same time hit him every time he takes a step. Like somebody said earlier, just keep popping him every time you step. Pop, pop, pop. He don't get annoyed, and maybe he'll get reckless, and you can catch him with one of those shots.
Oh, Coach, thank you so much for joining us. Your insight has been amazing. Enjoy the fights. Thanks for your time, man.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Good to see you, Bob. Good to
You
see you
too,
all,
bro.
guys.
God bless
Take
you.
care, Chris. Take care, everybody.
We got a little
Paulie.
comment about all the guests we have on here, man. It's like, who didn't we invite? Hey, the more knowledge, the better, Bob. That's what we're here for, man.
That's why I flip-flop so much because, to Chris's point, with fans, they just look at it this way or that way. But guys like him, he has his own experiences, Paulie, in the gym. You have your own experiences in the gym, and you bring something to the table that we may have not thought about. And so that's where you start to flip-flop, and you're like, man, that's interesting. That's an interesting point of how this could happen this way, or what he just said about how you can hurt a guy and things of that nature. But
I love that line. There's no such thing as a good chin. Add punch.
Dude, we're going to keep that one.
That's brilliant.
We're going to keep that one.
That's a T-shirt.
Oh, we're going to use that for sure. But when it comes to boxing knowledge, we have more to come. Coach, we know it well. Robert Garcia, man, thank you so much for joining us. Dude, you heard what everybody's saying about this fight, man. Bob keeps flip-flopping on us, man. We absolutely love it. So we got to know from you, man, how are you seeing this as we're moving in a couple hours from the start of the fight?
Look, it's one of those fights where my opinion, I could be wrong, even though I've been around for so long, and I'm going to give you guys my opinion right now, just like Bob will, just like Derrick just did. Everybody has an opinion, and we all have the right opinion if the fight goes the way we all think. Bob has his own way of thinking, and if it goes that way, perfect.
Oh, you're a genius.
But honestly, I'm leaning towards Crawford pulling off the decision. I don't know why. I think he's going to be too fast, and he's actually going to frustrate Canelo. I think Canelo's going to miss a lot, and Crawford's going to have some fun in there. I really see Crawford pulling off the decision.
Robert, I agree with you, first of all. But second of all, man, you're going to have some really mad, angry Mexican fans.
How dare you, sir?
This, man.
Look,
I've been getting raked
so
over
much-
the coals since my pick a couple days ago.
Look, if it goes the way I'm saying, then I guess that'll just make me a better trainer, because I knew what was going on. If it goes the other way, I'll be happy, because honestly, deep inside, I want Canelo to win. Obviously, Canelo, I've known, I know both of them. They're all good people, honestly, to me. They've all been great. But I'm going by what I think right now at the moment. I think Crawford is a great boxer, great counterpuncher. He's got good speed. He's got good combinations. Canelo, his last few fights, we've all noticed he's a little flat-footed, a little too slow in his punches, one punch at a time. Doesn't pressure the way he used to, or with that hunger anymore. Hopefully he brings that hunger against Crawford, but he hasn't in his last, 4 or 5 fights?
Right.
So what do we expect? I'm going based on what I've seen in his last four or five fights. And Crawford, I think Crawford's got the skills, the talent, the combinations to just outsmart Canelo and pull off that decision.
What I'm curious about is a few of us looking at the press conference, a few of us looking at the weigh-in, saw Canelo that just looks a little more focused, right? Just seems like he's got an edge to him. Of course, his physique looked great, but this idea that he seems mentally more dialed in this fight than he has in his previous couple fights. When people talk about the Williams Skull fight, a lot of people go, well, Skull ran. He wasn't motivated. He wasn't motivated against Berlanga. It's like the excuse of, well, I wasn't mentally up for a guy that, I basically chose to fight. This idea that maybe he's a little more dialed in this time. Are you seeing that in the weigh-in? Are you seeing that in the prep maybe a little bit?
Look, I think it is true, but I also, why I'm thinking the way I'm thinking is because last Thursday night I had a really good talk with Bomac also. Bomac, myself, we had our own conversation about the fight and about training camp and everything, and I feel confident. I feel confident. A year ago when I talked to Crawford, like I told you guys the other day, Crawford was more like, well, if I don't get that big fight with Canelo, I'm never going to fight again. I want that fight because, obviously it's a huge fight for myself, payday and everything. But that kind of, I always thought, well, he's just going to do it for the money. Canelo's going to destroy him. But having that conversation with Bomac and seeing Crawford at the weigh-ins, the way he's prepared his body, he took this fight very seriously. And I think he wants this win so bad, and he might retire. He might never fight again after this fight because he's doing it for that legacy, and it would be huge.
When you look at it, Paulie, you always talk about the fights leading up to this weren't sharp enough to really tell us really what Canelo has. He's kind of picking guys. Before Mike Tyson lost, as we all know, to Buster Douglas, Carl the Truth Williams, Frank Bruno, Michael Spinks, Tony Tubbs, Larry Holmes. This idea that you weren't fighting guys that you had to tactically be real sharp for, and so it didn't prepare you for the challenge that was in front of you.
The thing about it, though, Jimmy, is who else was Mike Tyson going to fight in those days? You
didn't have a great.
You knew that was out there. So in the Mike Tyson days, you knew he was taking on the best available contenders, and he was, taking them out. You had a rising Holyfield who was coming from the cruiserweight division that was being talked about, and that fight was going to get made afterwards. But you didn't have to question the level of Tyson's opposition. Granted, it's a 35-year-old Canelo, and he's hanging around. But again, when you have belts, when you don't have belts, okay, dude, you can fight whoever you want. Chavez Sr. went on a retirement tour at the end of his career once Oscar beat him. It's fine. You know what I mean? Live up to your name. Take advantage of your name, make money, whatever.
Your fancy.
This guy's holding belts hostage for years now, bro. The reason Crawford has to win this fight is to free up the 168-pound division. It's a favor to boxing because, like Robert says, Crawford will then retire. And the belts will become vacant. And there's a lot of very good fighters that will never get title fights as long as Canelo's champion. He'll just keep them hostage, not give a crap about any of it. The sanctioning bodies will just kiss his ass and let him do whatever he wants. And the entire weight class will be handcuffed. Yet it's full of very good fighters. Two guys that were already forced to leave the weight class. Two guys that would probably beat this guy's ass. They were already forced to leave the weight class.
Yeah, that's why we left.
Morrell and Benavidez. And Bob, you train one of them. Yeah, Morrell, right?
So, he's my fighter, so that's why we left.
This is going to keep happening because this is nobody's enforcing any rules. So, this has to happen in order to free up the 168-pound division. As a boxing fan, this, and as any boxing fan should agree with me, honestly, you're just a Canelo groupie if you don't agree with me. Because at this point, it frees up the weight class, but also, like Robert said, he's slowing down Canelo. He doesn't look as hungry. His last 4 or 5 fights, I think Robert mentioned, was 4 or 5 fights. He hasn't looked as like he's pushing as much. Anybody picking Canelo? Are you just picking a Canelo that you saw years ago and saying, you know what, that's the guy that's going to show up tonight? How do you know? How do you know that's the guy that's going to show up tonight? We can go by the way Crawford's looked in his recent fights. Granted, Crawford is not as active, so year to year you could age yourself
3 times in the last 5 years.
But he's in the gym all the time. Like who was saying? Which one of our guests was saying that?
Breadman.
Crawford stays in the gym all the time. Canelo does not.
A couple of them have talked about his work ethic.
So that keeps you sharp. You know what I mean? So even though Crawford's older, him staying in the gym all the time also keeps him sharp. I don't know, man. I think this is a moving of the guard kind of fight for both of them, not just like one guy.
Well, no, it's not a moving of the guard. It's a cleaning up.
Yeah,
cleaning
but
up.
The problem is if Canelo wins, nothing's going to get cleaned up. He's just going to go fight Eubank and leave all those 168-pound contenders hanging around. He's not going to let Lester get a title shot. He's not going to let Pacheco get a title shot. He's not going to let him. He's just going to fight Eubank, and then he'll fight
My point is that you're saying that Crawford needs to win this fight for
boxing,
for the good of the sport.
Yeah,
because he's going to be the broom to wipe that clean and release all those belts, so we can get a new future star.
Imagine Chavez had never fought Oscar De La Hoya. Imagine that had never happened.
That's like Benavidez, yeah.
You know what I mean? And Robert, you still on with us?
I'm still here.
These kind of fights have to happen in order for the wheel to keep turning and the creation of new stars. I think Benavidez had a great chance to be moving to stardom if he got in that fight.
Look, I think the fight with Benavidez, Canelo owes it to the world, to the boxing world. We need to see that fight, but I don't believe we're going to see that. I really don't think we're going to see it, but it's just not going to look good on Canelo. We need to see that fight. That's a fight that we all have to see, but I don't have a good feeling about that happening.
But Robert, real quick, you're on record picking Crawford.
Yes, I do pick Crawford by decision. Like
now,
I said,
how the hell can I go against the best coach
I
in
don't
the
know,
world right
man.
now? So I guess I got to go with Crawford. No, I'm sticking Canelo, but you are the best coach in the world right now.
Bob's been flip-flopping all night, Bob.
But I'm going Canelo. I am going Canelo.
I wouldn't be afraid or embarrassed if Canelo does win, because like I said, Canelo has the tools, the strength, the power to win by knockout. But I don't know. I just think Crawford is in the best of his of shape, and he's motivated to pull off this win just because of his legacy. And like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if he just wins and retires and be remembered as one of the best of all times.
Robert, what I'm very curious about, and this is something we hear all the time in combat sports as commentators, I haven't fought, but boy, I've been in the gym. One of the things we always say is camp and staying in shape are two different things. They're not the same. They don't have the same edge to them. So the idea that Crawford's been inactive, but he's been in the gym and staying in shape.
He lives in the gym.
Yeah, he lives. Right.
When I mean live in the gym, I'll go for my gym sometimes the top rank to go spar.
Yeah.
Right? And who's in the gym? Terence Crawford. And if he's not even training, he's still in the gym playing ping pong in the background. He's just in that gym
watching
sparring.
And he's training no matter what city he's in.
I mean,
no matter what city he's in, he finds
and when I mean in the gym, he don't leave the gym after he's done training. He'll stay there another 2, 3, 4 hours. He loves the gym.
Let's also put another thing in perspective. Look, he stays in the gym, but he's also a healthy person. He's not in the gym Monday through Friday and then partying Saturday and Sunday, drinking and getting high and stuff like that. No, I think this kid is a clean fighter. He's a clean person. He stays healthy, and that's even a bigger plus. Not just that he stays in the gym. He lives a very healthy life.
Gym rat.
You know, it's one of those things, and Robert, I would love to get this kind of off track, but I got to talk about it. You know, when you hear after a fighter's career is over, what train wrecks they were, like waking up, doped up, go to the gym, train, and then win. And I always think, man, what could, you know, rest his soul, but I heard Pernell Whitaker was an absolute train wreck even in his prime. And I remember thinking, God,
party boy.
He was so Leonard, good, and he was
Gotti, Leonard
partied like crazy. But this idea, Robert, that you're shortening your career, that boxers.
Well, unless you're Roberto Duran, that didn't affect his career.
Yeah, apparently it didn't reverse Roberto Duran's career. But this idea that
he didn't do drugs,
that you see what guys get away with and think you can do it, but they're shortening their careers. Robert, what's your thought on that, man?
Look, I've seen it before. I've seen it before. Look, my compadre, a good friend of mine, my dad raised this kid, Fernando Vargas. Fernando will tell you guys, he grew up, you know, without parents in the streets, just running around. He used to party. He used to drink a lot, and he did that in between fights. He did that during training camps. You know, that was his life, and that's why his career didn't go as far as he could have done it if he would have stayed healthy, or as long as he could have done it if he stayed healthy. We see it happening all the time, and you know, I'm telling you just because of personal experience. Fernando Vargas is the one. He'll tell you himself. You know, I don't have to. You know, he's going to tell you himself that's. You know, he used to do that a lot, and it's a big difference when you see somebody like Crawford to somebody like Fernando who used to be a badass. Fernando was a bad fighter, but he did party a lot. He did drink a lot in between fights and even during training camps. You know, I was there in training camps with him. I was already retired, and we had some fun.
I love how he cuts it off right there. We had some fun.
Robert, I'm glad you brought that up because you know I called Emiliano's last fight, Emiliano Vargas, his son, the budding superstar, and Fernando said exactly what you just said. He goes, "Hey man," he said it. He goes, "If it wasn't for the drinking, he could have been one of the best fighters who ever lived." 100%. He said that and truly meant it, and he said it with a lot of sadness because he knew he messed up, and he was talking about Emiliano and how that's not part of his lifestyle and how Emiliano had learned from that. But that's such a great way to put it. But also another one right in front of our faces. He's talking about Crawford and how clean he lives. Well, his biggest fight to date was Errol Spence, right? Look at the way that fight went. Yeah. Errol did not live clean outside of the ring. Exactly. In between fights, he was very, very bad in terms of drinking, obviously the car accidents, and Crawford was the difference. And I think one of our shows we did, I mentioned that as an argument point for Crawford being a clean guy and Spence being the opposite, and we saw how that went.
But here's the thing. I worked with Ronnie Shields for a long time, obviously, with Pernell Whitaker. Pernell Whitaker would have told you, though, but those Budweisers kept me going. Yeah. He said they helped him after every fight. He was a little sore.
I don't know if it was the Budweisers or nose candy.
But he used to, after every training session, he'd go he'd throw a couple back, you know.
But there was also, speaking of clean guys, you know, talk about clean guys that elongated their careers, that like Robert's talking about. We talk about Crawford. Mayweather is another great example as well. Mayweather, not a drinker, not a partier. And I remember being at the Zab Judah fight. He beat Zab Judah. I went to Club Trist afterwards in Vegas. It was a club in the Bellagio, I think. Yeah. And Mayweather had a table there with his boys. And I remember his table was full of alcohol, full of bottles, partying, drinking, and everybody else, you know, it's celebrating the victory. When I went over there, he was not drinking. He just bought the whole table for his boys. They were all drinking.
You know what's interesting?
He was not drinking.
Too? Yeah, he'd never drink. But what's interesting about Floyd, too, I was just with him in Mexico City when he did the exhibition. The other thing about Floyd.
And he just fought.
Yeah, but the thing about Floyd was when he would go out, though, and a lot of people will tell you this, he would punish himself like, you know, I shouldn't even have been here. Not that I was drinking.
And he would go train.
And he'd take off running.
He'd run from the
club. He'd run from the club to the gym, go train.
Yeah,
He was a madman.
The psychology is like, but that's
special.
why we're talking about Crawford in that light too. Crawford has that madness too. No matter where in the world he's training,
madness.
no matter where in the world he's training, if it's on vacation, he's wherever. I mean, where he is, he's got to train. You know, he's on vacation, he's got to train.
Well, like I said, he's in the
train.
gym. It's crazy.
And-
like you're done training, you think you'd leave the gym. He
Robert,
played
who's the craziest focus guy you've ever had, have ever dealt with, or guys that were like this?
Man, I think right now at this moment, Bam Rodriguez, he's so focused, so dedicated. That kid comes to camp and he doesn't break any little, he's focused 100% at what he's doing, and that's why he's doing so great. Also, obviously he's very talented, but the discipline means a lot. We're talking about Floyd Mayweather. A few years ago, we went. He's been already retired for a few years. He invites us to at late at night. He invites us to go eat at a diner. We're all eating fries and hamburgers, and this guy's drinking nothing but water, and he orders fruit and a salad. He's still eating healthy. So that tells you the difference from somebody who went a long career and did everything he wanted and was so successful because of the way he took care of himself too. He still does to today. He still does. He's always taking care of himself.
Bernard Hopkins. I can't believe we forgot about Bernard.
Hopkins.
Yeah. Bernard's a
Correct.
perfect example of a guy who never drank, never did any drugs. And when you said the bowl of fruit and the salad, that made me think of the first time I met Bernard. I was at a golf outing, and we had it was a buffet of everything you could possibly eat, and Bernard had a salad and a bowl of fruit.
But what about his favorite cheesecake? After he won the title, I was there when he won the title. No, you got to listen to this story. After he won the title, we're all there. He orders a cheesecake, right? And he puts the fork in the cheesecake, and he went like that. And he goes, "Oh, that was great."
And pushes it away.
Pushed it away. That was after winning the title. That's a different level of discipline.
That is this with Robert. Just so you know, we are having pizza tonight, so none of that's going on here. We're all eating pizza during the fight.
I'll guarantee you, Chris is probably not going to have pizza because I know Chris too. He used to come to the gym with a little box of carrots.
He still does.
And vegetables and stuff.
Yep.
And I'm like, the fuck are you eating? Like, this is my diet. That's my food. All the guys would be amazed because that's discipline right there. Very few fighters have that. I'll tell you that.
I'm retired now, Robert. I still eat very clean, but I'm gonna have my beer though. I'm gonna have my Budweiser like Whitaker.
Have fun
Enjoy it,
tonight,
definitely.
Robert. Enjoy the fights. We so much
Definitely
appreciate
will.
you, man.
Best
Thank
in
you,
the
guys.
business, Robert. You're the
Great
best
seeing
in the
you.
business
Tonight,
right
my
now.
man.
Bob,
Thank
thank
you.
you very much. Appreciate it.
Always great talking to Coach Robert. So many great coaches you had the opportunity to talk to, but when it comes to journalism, the guy behind the scenes, Lance Pugmire from Boxing Scene. Are you outside again? We know if you're indoors or outdoors, wherever you are, man. Inside yet again.
Inside the stadium, guys. They can't stop me.
Did
There
you
you
buy a
go.
ticket? Did you have to buy a ticket, Lance?
Yes, I did, and
Oh,
now
wow.
I feel really guilty because I just wolfed down a big hot dog.
No, don't. You're in journalism, totally different thing. How's everything going to you, man? You're in the building now. The intensity, the energy, the vibe. How does it all feel, man?
Yeah, the crowd is filling in, but I got to tell you guys something. I've talked to several journalists who attended the ceremonial weigh-in with me yesterday, and they agreed. This is special. I mean, the turnout was very, very high, very rare, something that they haven't seen in years. And I think that lends itself and projects well to what we're going to see tonight from this crowd. I've heard upwards of 60,000 people, and perhaps the biggest stadium crowd since Canelo Billy Joe Saunders post-COVID in Texas.
Wow.
Absolutely incredible. And this idea of the crowd being swindled, of course, usually we imagine a very pro-Canelo crowd. You know about the crowd. How do you think that affects the fight itself, man, that energy?
Look, I think I heard you correct. Basically, we know this is a huge home field advantage for Canelo. And while Terence Crawford seems to soak up all the negativity that comes his way, how can this not lift Canelo and what he wants to accomplish tonight? I mean, when you're talking about the difference between settling for those unanimous decision victories that he's been kind of piling up versus going for the knockout here, when you've got the crowd like this behind him, I'm sure he's going to let those fists, those power punches fly when he has the opportunity.
Well, Lance, you mentioned that this could be the biggest gate since Billy Joe Saunders, and that's exactly what he did that night. He really went for it that night. And I know you remember him as he had Saunders on his last leg. He's going to the crowd, getting them to get behind him to go in for the coup de grace. And that was an incredible, incredible night. I got to ask you, because I'm asking everybody that we're talking to who's there, because I'm a little jealous, because I love Canelo Fight Weeks. I love the energy. I love the Mexican fan base. What's it feel like walking around Vegas? Does it feel like a traditional September Mexican Independence, Canelo Alvarez Fight Week?
It does. I think the only difference is that the headquarters, so to speak, was the Fontainebleau, so it's been sort of spread out. But honestly, like yesterday, I mean, having arrived Tuesday and then being here yesterday was like you couldn't go anywhere without being stuck in a big line through the taxi. I ended up getting a concert ticket late last night and trying to make my way back from there. It was crazy just because there are so many people in town. There's so many things going on with concerts. I went over to the MGM Grand after the concert just to check out the area, and it was mobbed. I mean, it was a typical Canelo fight, if not greater, from what we've seen in the recent fights against Berlanga and Munguia.
Do you think anybody can do this to Vegas again once Canelo retires? We keep talking about that atmosphere. Is there anybody that has that potential? There was always somebody waiting in the wings, right? There was Oscar, then there was Floyd, and then there was Canelo.
Canelo was waiting for Floyd.
Yeah.
There's always going to be somebody, whether it's Ali, whether it's Tyson.
Yeah.
The sport is always going to have somebody. It always has.
Right.
It always will, and somebody will come along.
That succession plan has always been in place, guys. I mean, I can remember coming to Oscar De La Hoya, Fernando Vargas years ago, and it was like, wow, they're going to do a De La Hoya fight like this all the time. There's so much energy. It's so much fun. He was replaced by Pacquiao and Mayweather for a while, and now Canelo. And look, I mean, I know a lot of people have speculated that the successor is David Benavidez. Unfortunately, he'll be fighting in Saudi Arabia later this year. But if Canelo ever took that fight, that would be a clear passing of the torch.
Yeah. Well, when you look at it, one of the criticisms of, obviously the Riyadh season and all that stuff is taking fights into Saudi Arabia. Great venues, but it hasn't had the energy of a Vegas fight, of a Madison Square Garden fight. What's your thought on that?
Yeah, say that again, Jimmy. I'm so sorry. It's loud.
No, it's okay. The crowds. You talk about the energy of the crowd. That's one of the criticisms of Riyadh season. Having fights in places like Dubai, Saudi Arabia, where they haven't had the energetic crowds that you get in Vegas.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we spoke about yesterday, I think that was one of the things that I felt like it was an important admission by the people I spoke with TKO and UFC, that these other major fights that they will be doing to complement their, sort of contender series bouts, is that they do want to make an effort to make them domestic and bring them here. And I've heard some things even about, like right now there's conversations about Teofimo Lopez and Shakur Stevenson fighting sometime in early 2026. I think that has the potential to be a New York fight, which would be a brilliant move. I mean, it's really the only move that needs to take place, right? Let Madison Square Garden or Barclays Center get sold out for that fight, and let these two great young Americans go at it.
Yeah, with Teofimo having Brooklyn roots and Shakur being from Newark, that's a logical East Coast fight there, Lance. That's a good point.
Yeah, let's hope that sanity prevails, and that as they revisit and really analyze everything that Riyadh season is doing, that they look at that point. Because look, if you're using boxing as an opportunity to help your brand, why wouldn't you try to make it as appealing as possible to the people that you're trying to market to?
What I am curious about as well, we talk about the passing of the torch, who might take over. What about legacy-wise when it comes to Crawford? He has said, and he said it at the press conference, if I win this fight, when you look at the Mount Rushmore of boxing, it's me 4 times. I am number 1 pound for pound of all time. What do you think of that argument? Should he win this fight, especially decisively?
It's a massive fight. And look, I mean, all the time that he used to say, guys, that he wanted these fights. I truly believed him. I think you guys all believed him, that he wanted Thurman and he wanted Danny Garcia. And those fights that never came to him because of the top-ranked PBC rivalry. But look, he got the Spence fight. He took care of it. Now he's getting a fight, moving up in a way, trying to become this 3-time undisputed champion against the great Canelo Alvarez. If he does win this fight, he is absolutely the best fighter of our era. If you're counting our era post Mayweather retirement.
Well, when you look at it, this idea that these guys came together kind of despite everything. A lot of people thought this fight wouldn't happen because of the disparity in weight classes, etc. The fact that it came together at all, is it surprising at all? It seems so natural now, but a couple months ago, before it was announced, this fight seems to be completely in fantasy land. What's your thought about it actually coming together?
Well, I think the reason it came together is because Terence is a favorite child of Turki Al Sheikh, and when Turki Al Sheikh is, I think he learned his lesson from telling Canelo Alvarez last September that by sponsoring the UFC show that was in Vegas, I'm going to eat you, and not being able to do so. It's like, hey, this is the cash cow of the sport. This is the guy that you need to be investing in. And so when he's got the money, more than 100 million, right? He admitted that at the news conference to make this fight. That moves mountains. So that's why it's happening.
A few people have told us, not just journalists, but also people involved with the sanctioning bodies, the old school managers, coaches, talk about haven't been able to get tickets for the fight like they normally would, where there are guys fighting, etc. This idea that the old guard of boxing is being pushed aside a little bit in this promotion, is that the vibe you're getting? Talking to managers, talking to promoters, talking to people working with the sanctioning bodies, is that the vibe they're getting as well?
Look, I got to be honest with you. I'm trying to cover this fight as thoroughly as possible. And one of the things that I needed was just someone to put a tag on my bag so I can bring my laptop in and report on the fight. Did not happen. But while I was standing there waiting, I was with, I don't want to embarrass them, but it was basically the two heads of a major sanctioning body. And they waited and waited and waited in the hot sun for someone to give them credentials. Before, I would say for about 45 minutes before they were finally received. So I think all the things that I was told on the story that we posted today on Boxing Scene, that if sanctioning bodies want to go about their business separate from us, they can do that. But it acted like they still respected their work and their contribution to the sport. By doing what they've done to them here for this fight, they have not respected their work, and they have not shown that respect. And again, we can discuss all day long if sanctioning bodies are to the detriment of boxing. But I think the fact that, this has always been business as usual. They are shaking up business as usual by what they're doing for this card.
Lance, is it going to be a situation where TKO fighters don't get ranked by the sanctioning bodies? I've seen sanctioning bodies, I won't say names, but I've seen sanctioning bodies where they bicker with a promoter and they won't rank his fighters. So do you think that could happen to TKO, where the sanctioning bodies say, all right, well, you do it that way, we'll do you the other way, and we just won't rank your fighters in our sanctioning bodies?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to take place, because we know, Paulie, with this UBO, it's going to be completely separate from what the other promoters are doing. So are they going to take someone like Callum Walsh and someone like Sergey Bavachik, who's going to be fighting for TKO, out of these rankings? It's definitely something great to watch. We'll see. I mean, you know how the heads of the sanctioning bodies are. They'll find a way to make it work if it's bringing in the green. But right now, I think there's a lot of people feeling like, hey, this is in limbo, and we don't know the way these relationships are going to play out over the long haul, starting with the turn of the calendar.
Lance, do you expect any backlash from this? It's one thing when you got a new camp coming into town, but if you start pitting everyone against yourself, you're going to make a unification of guys who are normally enemies. You're going to have governing bodies working together, promoters working together that normally do that, against this new assault. Do you expect any kind of backlash from this kind of thing? Because you said you saw multiple different governing bodies heads out there dealing with what's happening to them.
Enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Exactly.
Right. Are you guys talking about me personally?
Not you personally, but like the fact that you're going to be doing this is going to unify a lot of very powerful, a lot of powerful organizations in the sport.
It's absolutely true. Listen, Chris, I mean, I think that's a point that was made in the story that I wrote, is that these guys feel like Dana White has never done them any favors. Dana White has never been a friend of theirs. And so what is the alternative? The alternative is for them to all work together and not try to support this promotion, but to make their fights all the better. And I want to see some strong alliances take shape based on what happens after this evening.
And we wouldn't be remiss if we didn't make a movie reference. This is like Independence Day, when the aliens came to attack Earth. All the countries came together.
Everybody comes together when there's an outside invader.
Exactly. Great analogy, no doubt about it.
Thank you so much, Lance. Appreciate it. Enjoy the fights. Of course, we'll be looking at boxing and see what you report, as we always do. Thank you so much for your time, man.
Great, guys. Anytime. I'll talk to you afterward.
And
right,
speaking of a boxing scene on the journalism side, Eric Raskin now joining us. Thank you so much, man. Man, we've had so many guests and so much knowledge on our air about this fight, man. Your perspective about the size of this event and what it means, not just for the fighters, but on the TKO side, this maybe shift in promotional dynamics happening tonight.
Great to be with you guys again, talking to you on fight night here. And yeah, the size of the fight, I think what really stands out about this, of course, is the network that's carrying it, or the streamer that's carrying it, I guess I should say. The fact that it's on Netflix, much like Jake Paul and Mike Tyson reached an enormous audience that you couldn't have possibly reached on pay-per-view or just about anywhere else. That's the same thing that sets this fight apart and makes it so critical for the sport of boxing to deliver a good product tonight out in Vegas, because there are going to be tens of millions of eyeballs watching this fight that don't normally watch boxing. So I think that's what really stands out to me in terms of the enormity of this event. And whatever happens here will certainly reflect on TKO boxing. Do they put on a good show? Do they get off to a good start here? Do they, right in line with the Netflix production quality, do they deliver for the people who are watching at home? So there's a lot of pressure on everyone. Obviously, it's the fighters that are under the most pressure here, but this is a big night for the sport to try to deliver and get new fans, frankly, in a way that you can't normally do with these big fights. When we put them on pay-per-view, as most of the biggest fights of the last several decades have been, you're focusing in on that hardcore audience that is willing to spend money to see a fight that, in most cases, these are people that are already boxing fans, maybe Mayweather-Pacquiao or Mayweather-McGregor being exceptions that crossed over. This one is reaching a whole lot of people that are not necessarily boxing fans, and so there's sort of more at stake for the sport here than there is with a typical super fight.
The idea that HBO, Showtime in the 90s kind of took boxing out of the mainstream, so they made it less accessible. Not everybody had HBO, not everybody had Showtime. The idea that Netflix is in so many households, almost everyone has it. This idea that boxing could launch back into the mainstream in a way that it wasn't, it may have been in the 80s when it was on ABC Wild World of Sports. You'd still find major network boxing. Are we looking for a return to that kind of era to you?
I mean, that would be ideal. I don't think look, let's all be honest. We love boxing, but it's never going to be a major mainstream sport again in our lifetime. I can't see a path toward that. It's a niche sport. It's a cult sport, but a big one, one that we love and that can attract a large audience for the major events. But I don't think we're going to completely change the trajectory of the sport with that cliche that we hear all the time, the fight to save boxing. There is no fight to save boxing, but there are fights that can elevate the sport and project it back toward the mainstream to some degree. And I think that's what we sort of have here is a chance to be mainstream, very mainstream for a night, and hopefully build the audience a little bit. I don't know if you guys have been talking much about the undercard of this show. From what I've been listening to so far, I don't think you've touched on it too much, but I'm thinking of the Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight. They did something really smart and gave that show a great co-feature in the Serrano Taylor 2 fight that it delivered incredible excitement. But also just on paper, everyone knew that was a good fight that was going to entertain everyone who was watching it.
And Eric, don't forget about Mario Barrios and Ramos. That was a hell of a fight.
Yes,
I know Paulie loves that one.
That was a fun fight.
Yeah, no, that was the thing about that card is if you tuned in before the main event, you saw two great fights, boxing at its most exciting leading into the main event. I'm wondering about this card tonight. There are several very good fights on this undercard, but they all kind of feel like the level of fight you would open a pay-per-view with. The first fight on a 4-fight show, all of them. There's like 3 or 4 of those. There isn't that great co-feature, and I wonder if they're squandering an opportunity to, right before the main event, give us something great, make it a more of a broad night of outstanding boxing rather than a bunch of stuff people aren't that interested in as they wait for the main event to start.
Eric, I hate to push back on you, but that Lester Martinez Christian Mbilli fight is a can't miss.
That's gonna be a banger for sure.
I'm excited about that
awesome
too.
Fight. Yeah,
and I hope
for the hardcore fan for sure.
Yeah, for the hardcore.
For the hardcore fan. I know
sure.
what your point is, but for me as a hardcore boxing guy, that Martinez fight,
That's a hell of a fight.
Giving me goosebumps right now thinking about it.
And Walsh and Vargas could be a great fight
that's
too.
a good fight too.
Yeah.
But that's not at a level that you would expect for a co-feature
Right.
on a card like this. To your point, I think it should have been flipped. I think Lester Martinez and
100%.
and Mbilli should be the co-feature, and it should be a 12-rounder. So they dropped the ball in a few different places on that.
And looking at you now, Chris, I gotta say, we avoided some embarrassment here. I was wearing the exact same shirt, and then I saw you were wearing it.
So you had the same idea as me.
I came on. Yeah,
if you're not going to invite me to Vegas, I'm going to bring Vegas here. You know,
which is exactly what Paulie did. But when you look at it, when you look at this whole, he's got his black. They were saying that Canelo looked more Italian at the press conference than
with his wife. With his
wife beater.
Black wife
beaters anymore.
Yeah, you can call him wife beaters, whatever they call them.
Oh yeah.
But had the black glasses on, made.
I thought he looked more like Jean-Claude Van Damme from the early '90s, but you know, what do I know?
Blood in and blood out.
Yeah, we all remember it. Look, the idea here that the undercard didn't live up to a lot of people's expectations compared to other Turkey Al-Sheikh cards where we got, 5 title fights? And we were up all night watching fights. We had 5 12-rounders. This idea that this wasn't loaded
Wasn't
in
complaining,
that way.
by the way. It was just a long night. Wasn't complaining.
It was a long night because we had so many title fights. Is there a reason, you think, behind the scenes for not loading it the way previous Turkey fights had been loaded?
I don't know if it's just sort of a sense that, we hear this with pay-per-views all the time. Bob Arum used to say, they're just tuning in for the main event. The undercard doesn't make a difference, doesn't sell a single extra pay-per-view. I don't know if that's entirely true, but that was often the theory, was you spend all your money on the main event and don't necessarily worry too much about the undercard. I guess the difference here, first of all, it's not pay-per-view. And the other difference is, from what we understand, there's an endless waterfall of money available to fill out these cards however Turkey Al-Sheikh wants to. So in that regard, it is kind of disappointing that they didn't put more behind this, get some more superstar level fighters on the undercard. Robert brought up Bam Rodriguez earlier. Boy, would this have been a great opportunity to showcase a younger, rising American talent like him. Would have cost him a little more money, I'm sure, than Fernando Vargas Jr. and Callum Walsh. But I don't know what their reasoning is for. And this undercard is not bad. I'm not ragging on it. I'm just, in terms of giving you that fight that feels like the major pay-per-view level co-feature, they didn't put that on here.
Well, it's not even nowhere near with the fights that they did with Morale and them out in New York. When you think about it with Shakur and those types of things, basically maybe the $100 million they had to pay Canelo, there's nothing left over for the guys beneath, I guess.
But to the point of what Eric said, that endless. You called it a waterfall, but it means the money actually is coming from.
This is the Atlantic Ocean, basically.
So this is a money spout, not a waterfall. But yeah, to Bob's point, it feels like, I don't know. I'm not saying that the money's ending, but it seems to be a little bit different now. And it could be Netflix. I've heard actually Netflix had something to say about the card and how many rounds it was. I did hear that. So I don't know what kind of credibility there is to that. But there are more players involved now. It's not just Turkey making all the rules. So you got to do it with Netflix.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Eric. We really appreciate your insight. Enjoy the fights tonight. We're going to be up all night. We'd love to see you post-fight, man. Thank you so much for all your help, buddy.
My pleasure, although one thing you need to know about me, I'm a washed old man. I will not have the energy post-fight.
Okay. All right. We got to be up till 4 in the morning, and you're not going to be with us. That's all right. Get some sleep then. Enjoy.
Well, you're going to get up early for the Inoue fight, right? You're going to be up for that?
I got to set the alarm for that. So I'm not. So I got to go to bed after this one ends. Thank you. Appreciate that, Chris.
I am not an early riser. Neither is anybody else right here on this panel. But we have some news we want to show you, not just talk about, but show you. Apparently, an early stoppage right there. Nelson versus Santana. Oh, nice right hand over the top. Round number 1, by the way. Left hook, landing some good punches. Good stuff. Referee steps in.
Wow. Yeah, but you can't put the referee in that position, dude. Yeah.
What were your thoughts on it, gentlemen?
Well, for one, for people who don't know, Nelson is a Bomac fighter.
Yes.
Does that give you an idea of
One of our comments was Bomax 0-1 so far tonight, and that's
I
what
saw
we're
that.
talking about.
So Steven Nelson is a Bomac fighter. He's in Team Crawford. Does that show some kind of?
Well, he's 0-1. Martinez will win. He'll be 1-1. Then Canelo will win. So he'll go 1-2 tonight.
Rico Santana's the guy with the wrestling name.
Flip-flopping back.
That's the guy with the wrestling name.
Yeah, Rico Santana.
Yeah, but
That's a big upset because he had a couple losses, right?
I mean,
he had a
I'm always livid when there's an early stoppage, but I also
What were your thoughts on that?
I also my point, Jimmy, is
Can we see that again? Can we get that again in the truck?
No, but that I like that Jimmy asked the question because it's I also hate early stoppages, but I also hate when fighters put referees in position to have to do this. Like, dude, throw a punch, bro.
He's some clean shots.
You're not necessarily hurt, bro. You can't go 20 seconds. You can't let the guy throw 30 unanswered punches. I'm sorry.
That long, but there's
a lot of punches though. Doesn't matter if it's out long. There's a lot of punches. Especially some guys have hand speed, so they get off a lot of shots.
Yeah.
You got to punch in between. You got to. I mean, if you're at this level, you got to know how to punch in between sometimes. And I'm sorry, or slip and shoot. Show that you're alive, or clinch.
Well, I was going to say
Probably, or at least look at him and say, "Bring it." You give the ref something where he can.
Refs ain't that intelligent. A lot of refs ain't that intelligent. If you do bring it, if you don't punch back, you're gonna stop. You're giving some refs too much credit. Some refs are good, some refs aren't. So you got to.
For all those referees out there, I love you. That's coming from Paulie. That's not coming from me.
I do a lot of good refs out there too. Definitely more good refs than good judges. The judges is.
What I'm curious about is it looked like Nelson was just losing balance where you could have called a knockdown because he hit the ropes. That seemed
that distinction for starting and standing 8 based on the ropes, it has to show that the ropes held you up. Yeah. So I didn't think it was that egregious to be able to step.
No, I don't think you stop there, but that should tell you in your mind, dude. Let me do something to show the ref I'm alive.
But maybe he was really rocked.
Yeah, you can't.
Maybe he was really rocked and then stopped.
Then you hold.
Yes.
I remember talking to, we all know Antonio Tarver, a great fighter, world champion, and I asked him about fighting guys with, Roy Jones Jr. hand speed. So many guys in that era had hand speed like crazy. He goes, it's like sticking a stick in the wheel of the bike. Gotta throw them off. In the middle of the blah, 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 you gotta just throw something out there. And Tarver was the best at that. He goes, you gotta throw a stick in the bike wheel or else that bike's gonna run you over.
You know what's really interesting? Steven Nelson went the distance with Diego Pacheco. That's a puncher.
Yeah.
And he just got stopped by a guy with 4 losses in the first round.
First round, we all know this is the most dangerous round in boxing.
Yeah.
Can't come out
cold. Really is. It really is.
A little cold, a little stiff, and that can be it.
Or was it the lights?
Is Crawford going to come out a little cold and tight?
I will say it is an early stoppage. It's just not. It's
not egregious.
I'm not going to fault the referee because you got a responsibility as a fighter too.
This was one of those that looking at Bob, and I got to ask you as a trainer, I understood this stoppage. There are stoppages I don't understand at all. Yeah. This one I was like, it's a little, but I get why. Is that how you felt about it, that stoppage?
Yeah, like Paulie said, I think you got to give him something. You got to give the ref something to show that you're engaged. You just can't let a guy just wail off on you 30 punches.
But even in the first round, though, I mean, you let the fight live a little. I don't know. I like when fights get to.
I think it's an early stoppage, but. Yeah, it's the first round.
It's not the worst I've ever seen.
That means you can throw punches. It's the first round, bro. You can throw punches. The argument also goes back to that too.
Yeah.
If it is the first round, you definitely can throw punches.
Maybe you shouldn't ref like this, but I know refs do. Whether it's football, basketball, at the end of the game, they let guys go a little bit more. If it was a big time title fight in the main event. I'm letting it roll. It's on the undercard with this.
That's why Victor Ortiz got disqualified against Mayweather when he Billy go to the headbutt to Mayweather. Anybody else would have been disqualified.
When he jumped 3 feet off the ground.
Jumping double head.
Those things
Joe
factor.
Cortez was in the moment.
It's
a huge fight. I'm going to let it go. Took a point and let it go. So
it's fair.
That I think that I agree with.
That's where the human element comes in.
Yeah.
The reason I said you got to give the referee a chance is because there are early stoppages at times I've seen where the guy is punching back and the referee just jumps in. With 20 weeks did it to Ishmael Barroso against
Rolling.
Fight he was winning.
I was there ringside. I couldn't even believe it.
And Ishmael would throw a punch back. I mean, there's absolutely no reason to stop the fight.
And he got hit with
you got to go after the referee.
And he was winning.
Yeah,
he was also winning the fight.
There you got to go after the referee.
And when Rolly threw those punches, he hit him with nothing. I was right there at ringside. I couldn't believe
what
it.
I'm saying is Barroso also responded. You know what I'm saying?
So, no. That should have never been
those
stopped.
Situations, it's inexcusable.
And that was a title fight.
That's actually criminal. So, that
and unfortunately, a guy like that, it ruins his career. That was his one bite at the apple.
That was the last chance.
And
that's why.
That's terrible.
One of the best fighters to have to be a world champion was Ishmael Barroso.
Yeah. All right. Did you guys like stablemates fighting on the same card? Adam Bennett, very interesting. MMA, it's almost impossible to not. It's just so common in MMA that I don't think
there's so few of you guys.
There's so few of us. But American Top Team would have like 5 guys on the same card. That's normal.
Yeah, there's like 5 camps in the whole
But
country.
what if
boxing
mates is the same trainer? Did the American Top Team have one trainer for everybody, or
No, they have various trainers.
so at least the different guys can be in the corner?
Yes.
I think what the question is referring to is the same trainer has to jump out and then jump back in the dressing room, right?
That happens on every card.
That can happen at times. That happened to me when I made my first defense of the WBA welterweight title. My trainer Eric Brown had Kid Chocolate, Peter Quillen, on the undercard fighting Hassan and Dam, and then I was also on the card. We were all both in televised fights, so title defenses. Oh no! Peter actually won the title that night. I was making my first defense, so they were both 12 rounders. So, but I remember Eric had to go out to.
But I think the main thing is, are they separated? Like when I had to do Hector Garcia versus Puello back-to-back world title fights, that was tough on me because I had to go back to back.
If
you got separation,
You have assistants, no? You have assistants to help.
Yeah, but I mean, still, you game plan for something.
Yeah.
This fight is totally different, and then 5 minutes later, I got to turn around and do that.
And it's also
I don't like that.
And it's also for the fighter.
I
I want to warm up hitting pads. If my trainer's in the corner, I can't warm up hitting pads.
And then psychologically, we're all human beings. As much as we subconsciously or not consciously, he's not here with me. Or which assistant is doing this, and why did he have this assistant out here with him and not with him? There's a lot of things that factor in.
Egos get involved.
Yeah, they get involved.
Yeah.
And that's
But also
being a good coach. You got to manage
more
egos.
attention than others. No,
100%.
It's a very personal thing.
Yeah, I think the night I'm talking about, I think I was fine, but if it would have been back to back, because I remember it was Quillen versus Dam, then Devin Alexander fought Randall Bailey, so there was an in between before my fight.
I think that helps big time.
I think Eric was able to come back, and I would have because. I need somebody to work the pads with me. If I got to go right out after the fight, I
not only that, you want your coach that knows you. You're going into your first world title fight, and with Puello, I felt bad for him because I had Garcia.
Yeah,
I couldn't be back there with him to read him in those moments. Is he getting tight? Is he doing this? And then the next thing you know, I'm in the ring. You can't even go out. You go back. You're in the ring. And it's going to be what it's going to be, and you're rolling the dice.
Yeah.
What I'm curious about, could there be, and it doesn't necessarily mean we can overblow it all we want, but this guy got knocked out. He was part of Crawford's camp. But is there maybe a snowballing effect to a guy coming back to the locker room having lost, and there are 2 more of those guys coming out? Can there be, oh man, as you said, he's going to be 1-2, well, then maybe he's 0-2. Does the third guy go, oh man, is this not our night? Like I said, MMA, it happens all the time, so
Normally, I would say absolutely not dealing with a guy like Crawford, but the fact that they're a true team.
Yeah.
They all work out together. They all spend a lot of time together. I still don't expect it to affect Crawford because Crawford's Crawford.
No, yeah.
But
you're in such focus mode. I don't know.
Yeah, true. But to Jimmy's point, if you are a guy who may be a little insecure about a situation, and then a teammate loses, someone you train next to the whole time, if they get knocked out, it can have an effect. But that's not Crawford.
I'll tell you this. Yeah, I don't think it's Crawford, but it probably affected him going into the ring because everything's built around Crawford in the camp.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And everybody's so caught up in Crawford, and that probably hurt him.
Well, that's what I mentioned.
His fight.
That's what I mentioned about the lights. Maybe the lights got to Steve. He got caught cold in the first round. We say, yeah. I mean, it's a lot of things. And now it's got me thinking like, was Bomac giving all of his attention to Crawford? Perhaps I don't know. I don't know what, how they operate because he's got Lester too. So he's got 3 fighters on the same card. Maybe Steve didn't get as much of that personal attention that he normally gets.
Most likely,
I'm speculating, of course.
Most likely, he probably didn't.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's only so many hours in the day. There's so much energy that you can bring. And you know this. You got to do the press tour. You got to do the interviews. You got to do the podcast. You got to do this. You got to do that. How many hours in the day? And I would say most everything was focused towards Crawford, secondly
and
Martinez, and he got a little bit of the leftovers, probably, unfortunately. We're all, you're only human.
That's a
so many
shame.
hours in the day.
Steve's a good dude.
Well, we have a great coach joining us from obviously the Pro Box TV camp, Mark Farrait. Thank you so much. We're talking about, obviously, what was a quick stoppage. Steve Nelson getting stopped by Santana in round number 1. We're talking about, obviously, the coaching advantages and disadvantages of having a bunch of guys on the same card. We know for a fact you've had multiple guys on our air in the same card. Does it present challenges as a head coach?
Yeah, obviously, right? Because when you have that many fighters on one card, right? Just many people say, wow, he got so many fighters on this card tonight. But the most difficult part is their preparation, right? Each of those guys have to have a camp. So when I have 3, 4 guys, it's like fighting on the same card. It's like the camp is difficult, right? Because they each want their equal time and preparation, right? So it's a lot of work on a coach when you have that multiple fighters
Mark, how do you
on a card.
how do you go about balancing that act? Is there a specific recipe that all coaches want to sort of follow, or is it just a personal way that you deal with it, and maybe other coaches deal with it differently?
Paulie, you see me, man. You
Yeah.
know the answer, man.
Yeah.
You're in there. You
But
see
for
me
the
going,
for the crowd.
but
Yeah, Mark, you're setting up the
but,
ring. You got 5 guys fighting on the card. You're doing it all.
Yeah. They each have their time slots, certain people come in at 7 a.m. I can handle 2 at a time. I got people that help me, right? So then, they train for 3 hours and the next 2 come in, and the next 2 come in, the next 2. So I'm usually in the gym, anywhere between 10 to 12 hours a day. But I don't feel it, Chris, you have seen me there, Paulie has seen me there. So you don't feel it when you're doing something you love, right? And that's a great leadway to the Canelo and Crawford, right? Because Canelo's name brand is right. No boxing, no life, right? So when you do something you love, it's not a job. You go home when you feel things are done, and then you start up again. So it's you got to have good students, right? That can hopefully become good fighters, and not every student becomes a good fighter. And it's tough, man. It's tough, right? Because coaching is one thing, right? But a lot of these kids want to be taught, so you're more than their coach, you're a teacher, you're a mentor. When you're cultivating these young fighters, it's a long road, and it's a hard one, but it's not as easy as what people think when you got 3 or 4 fighters on the same card. And it looks good if they all win, right? It looks great, right? But the process and the workload it's amazing. It's hard,
Well, coach, get used to it, because you got 3 guys right now that are developing very quickly, right around the same time. And of course, I'm talking about Najee Lopez, Blas Valsaint, and Dominic Valle. You got 3 of them. All of them are pretty much can't miss guys, and they're going to be coming up pretty quick on some big fights. So I'm sure you got to be already thinking ahead. I know you're a systems guy. You're thinking about things being coordinated in the right way. Do you think about that, having all 3 of these guys coming up in very similar fashion very soon?
God willing, right, that they stay healthy and they continue to grow and keep dropping, tools in that toolbox, right? It's always good to have them and not need them, than need them and not have them. Those 3 guys you mentioned actually live in the gym. Practically 2 of them live in the gym, right? Najee and Blas actually live on campus.
Yeah.
And Dominic, you could say he lives there too, Dominic's just, a ride just up the road.
Dominic's a
those
gym
guys are
rat,
always-
gym rat anyway. He's always been that way.
So, if you look, right, that he's in the gym, and then you go on social media, 20 minutes when he leaves the gym, he's in a weightlifting gym, lifting weights. So
and then
he's
20,
a gym
and then
rat.
an hour and 20 minutes of that, he's on a runway modeling.
Yeah, and I know you like Dominic, right? Because
Yeah.
we actually call Dominic Chris Algeria. That's how you're gonna look, Dominic, when you get older. It's Chris. How Chris just works out.
Well, just take a look at Chris's shirt. That's how he's going to have
dude,
to
it's
dress.
crazy.
That's what we're thinking. Absolutely nuts.
I'm dressed for Vegas. It's big
Dude,
big
this
fight
guy-
night. Come on.
This guy was a humble guy.
So-
Now this guy got the Miami Vice look.
Yeah, we know about the shoes too. You got to show us those.
The shoes.
Yeah,
Oh
look at
my
that.
God.
Look at that, man.
Paulie's teaching him well, man.
Right. This is Don Johnson, bro. I'm getting
There you go.
I got
Don
my
Johnson
Miami
from
Vice on.
He is ready
There
to
you
go.
go,
But
man.
Mark, when you look at the coaching involved in this fight tonight, you know about the relationship between Bomac and Crawford. Of course, we have Eddie Reynoso and Canelo. The coaching, the planning, the psychology that goes into this doesn't get much more high level than tonight.
100%, man. When you look at these teams, right? These teams are very, you can learn a lot from listening to the press conference. Bomac, I've seen him work in person, right? We fought against Canelo. Bomac comes to Pro Box facility, brings his fighters, so we interact. And watching Reynoso up close and personal, when we fought him, you got to take your hat off to a lot of these I don't like to call them coaches, you know. When you reach that level, if you look at both of them, right, they have a uniqueness that's not in boxing that much, right? You have two guys that started with these fighters and they're still there. Never changed trainers, never changed groups. Both of them are identical. They have a small group, but very tight and very strong, right? There's no entourages, there's no craziness. It's just a small, strong group. And that speaks volumes on strategy, that speaks volumes on focus, that speaks volumes on discipline, because they move as a unit. Reynoso's been with Canelo since 13, and Crawford's been with Bomac forever. And what I love about those fighters is that they don't change those teachers, those friends, those mentors that they have as coaching for anything. So I expect a very strategic fight. I expect high IQ, and you're looking at one of the greatest in Canelo Alvarez to do it. And you're looking at Crawford, who's another great pound for pound. And to me, they're the two best that's out there besides Usyk, right? Usyk, you know, you can even call Usyk 1, Canelo 2, and Crawford 3. But you're looking at the cream of the crop right now. And I don't care about their ages. It's the IQ, man.
Does Crawford go to 1 in your book if he wins tonight?
Go to 2.
Can't get past Usyk.
Usyk's still number 1 to you.
Can't get past, 100%. What that guy has done.
And continues to do.
Yeah.
He can, you know, his work ethic, how humble he is.
Yep.
100%. And he does it with a smile. And he works like an animal. So Crawford will be 2.
What is your thought on? You said no boxing, no life for Canelo. Crawford acts like, you know, lives in the gym. It's his entire life. That these guys still enjoy what they're doing. When we talk about the age, both guys over 35, but the idea that they still love what they do. This is where they want to be in their lives. That's important at this stage in your career, man.
It's super important, and I'm glad you mentioned that. I tell my fighters, and the example that I give them, I don't like guys that say, you know, they watch these fighters, these superstars, and you'll never be them. But there's one thing that you can learn from them, right? It's one thing, right? I tell Najee this. I tell Blast this. You guys have nothing, and those guys have everything. A Canelo Alvarez, a Crawford. And why do they work harder than you? Why do they work like they broke? Why are they in the gym so hard? Like, why do they train like if they have nothing? And Canelo's the epitome of that, right? Blast just called me today. He's out there in Vegas, and he's like, Coach, you know, he was right, man. This guy Canelo trains like he's broke, like he has nothing. This guy works extremely hard. And I think that goes for all the greats, right? From the LeBrons to the Jordans, even hockey to the Wayne Gretzky's. Everybody who's great just doesn't stop being great. Once they know how to reach that mountain, they want to stay there. And then it doesn't become about the money. It just becomes about, you know, legacy and being the greatest. So why does Canelo need to fight? You know, he got so much money. Crawford already proved himself in boxing. It's these guys have a mentality that they don't want anyone to be better than them. So they work hard and they stay focused and they stay in the gym and they stay disciplined. And to me, they have the 3 most how I put disciplines first, which equals results. And then results equals motivation. Motivation, if you're motivated, that's not going to last. It's the discipline that puts you in that greatness, and, you know, in that category, right? It gets you through all the hard times, the rough times, the times you want to do it. So those guys have that discipline and have that mentality. And even Crawford, man, like just think about Crawford. Crawford, he's smaller. He's going 2-3 weight classes up. Man, I don't look at what he can do in the ring, right? There's no punch that Crawford can throw that we wouldn't teach an amateur. Think about it. All punches are 1, 2, 3, up, here, there. Everybody can learn how to do that. The difference with those guys up there is that they know when to do it, how to put it together. It's a timing, it's a range, how to set it up, how to hit you different shots. And Crawford, dude, I like Canelo in this fight, but can't underestimate Crawford. His mentality is just on another level. His mentality, man.
Hey, Coach, you mentioned something that I don't want to gloss over. People who are listening at home don't know this, but one of your fighters, you mentioned Blasphal Saint, about his response to seeing Canelo work. He's been in camp with Canelo, sparring with Canelo.
Right.
Can you share some of that insight, what that was like hearing from Blast, and seeing how the Canelo camp operates?
Yeah, I have prepared Blast mentally for that, right? Because we fought Canelo, and I told him, you got to go up there and you got to be mentally strong. You got to, you're going to face the best. And I said, I'm going to tell you something, man. Early on, sparring with these great fighters, they're just feeling you out. Don't ever think you're getting over. Don't ever think you're hitting them with shots. They're working on things. Canelo doesn't have to work on his offense. He's working on his defense. So just pay attention. I says, don't get overly confident with him. Don't think you're landing the shots. You're going to land every sparring. He could set you up and then he'll put you to sleep. But Blast is a special fighter. Like, he has this spider awareness. He's laser focused. Blast is the kid, you can tell him, spit a nickel up in the air, hit it with your ankle, and throw a 3-punch combination, and he'll do it like that. So him going out there, he was prepared mentally. And he had a great time. He learned. He says, Coach, everything you told me is true. This guy is on another level. This guy works like he's broke. He trains like he's broke. There's no question that you was 100% right. And he said, you're right. The early on sparring was pretty good. As we got close, it heated up. He goes, I can feel the pressure. And you was right. Like these great fighters, they don't peak early in camp. They don't look to knock you out early. They just look to work and do, and then they start picking it up. Towards the end, they start picking up. And then boom, and they'll put you to sleep, man, because they got to get ready for the fight.
Mark, one of the things about tonight and all the excitement, we need you post-show, man. Can't wait to hear about your reactions to the fight itself. I know you're going to be enjoying and watching. Thank you so much for your knowledge, man. Look forward to talking to you again.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Thanks,
nice seeing you. Nice
Mark.
talking to you guys. All right. Enjoy the fight.
When people ask me, they say, how'd you get good at whatever it was in combat sports early on? And I said, what they did is they grabbed me. I was with Team Punishment, Tito Ortiz's team, 2001-ish. And they would say, what are you doing? I said, nothing. They said, Dan Henderson is getting ready for Renzo Gracie. You are guy number 3. So we're going to throw you in, and you're going to try and take Dan Henderson down after he's kickboxed 2 rounds. So each guy would have a different thing because it's MMA. They had a different, and I was guy number 3. And then they went, Tito's getting ready for so-and-so, Elvis Sinisek. So you're guy number 4. You're going to start on his back, and you're going to try and choke him for 5 minutes. I went, all right, great. Every time Tito got out, they started me back on his back again. You learn fast, man, because I was with Dan Henderson, Randy Couture, Tito Ortiz, all those guys, Chuck Liddell, and so they just threw me in as a warm body, and you progress quickly. How important, Bob, not just for the guys who are Canelo and Crawford, the sparring partners who are getting to see this and the knowledge they're absorbing, how important is that in your development, man?
It's super important, but you got to be careful, though, too. I'm sure Chris and Paulie could address this, but you got to be very careful, though, too, when you go around those guys, that you don't become a sparring partner, that your mentality doesn't go there.
Stay hungry.
And it's a fine line because I've seen it happen to guys, or they're just happy to be around that.
And
guy.
they take it into the fight. They sparring partner mentality where they don't throw as many punches. They give them different looks. I've seen that happen as well.
So it can be a detriment or a benefit. And as a coach, if you're there, that's why sometimes it's not a good thing to send your guy out to another camp, where he doesn't have that guy psychologically. Well, because yes, you're getting the experience, but is that experiencing make you better? Yeah. Are you becoming a sparring partner, or is it taking you down? It's going to be one of those 3.
Yeah, there's pros and cons.
So you know what I mean. So if you're there, you could see, hey, dude, you're starting to have a sparring partner mentality. Pick it up, or you could see, hey, you know what? He's just not ready for this right now. Let's regress from this. Let's go home. Let's get back to the drawing board before we go down this road.
I had my trainer in 2004, late 2004. Miguel Cotto's team called. They needed sparring partners for Carlos Mousa fight, and they called my team, wanted me to go down there. My trainer said no. My trainer's like, nah, you're gonna fight this guy soon.
Yeah,
you ain't
yeah. Those
and 18
things.
months later, we fought.
Yeah,
you see.
My entire development was based on sparring. I didn't even have I didn't have boxing coaches. I won a world title with kickboxing coaches.
But But you know, with Gleason's, we had a lot of good sparring anyway. I came up in Gleason, so my trainer also, it wasn't like I was missing out on sparring quota, but we weren't going to get good sparring.
Yeah.
I think that also matters.
I was
you
on Long
can't
Island.
get good sparring, maybe you have to go to those camps, right? Somebody else's camp and become a sparring partner and make sure you work on the mentality.
In the early 2000s, I was training in a mixed martial arts gym, and it was Long Island. There was no boxing gyms then. In the early 2000s, now there's boxing gyms all over Long Island. There wasn't back then. So I had to go into different places all the time. Gleason's, for example. I went to Jersey a lot, Hoboken, Hackensack. They're getting different work and getting with really good pros back then. But New York was just so expensive. So I was just going away to camps and being sparring partners. I was in Robert Garcia's camp. I was in working with Marcos Maidana, Brandon Rios, Mike Garcia back then. Then in Vegas, I just bounced around, sparred everybody. Sparred with Canelo, sparred with everybody who was around, that time. And my entire
How did you stay hungry, motivated?
Because I was going in there to whip everybody's ass. I wasn't anyone's sparring partner.
That's the mentality that made you a world champ. That's what I'm saying. That's the difference. Some of these other guys, though, they're
Yeah,
guys are in the fork in the road sometimes. Believe it or not, there's guys that are the fork in the road, though. But, I'll tell you this, though. You know this. There's a lot of front runners in this sport.
Yeah.
Okay? There's a lot of front runners. But you got to get to the point where it's here where he's no longer a front runner. Some of those guys are so damn talented.
Yeah.
They don't get to that.
You got to take.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
I remember too. It's a mentality thing. If you have a lot of sparring in your gym, and there's a lot of good sparring. Like looking back, I didn't know how blessed I was to be learning Gleason's gym, where it was at that time. I don't know how it is, but at that time,
now it's not.
It was just saturated with world class talent. So your mentality in that gym, because you trained there every day, and it was your domain, and it was their domain as well. You couldn't really become a sparring partner mentality in that gym because everybody wanted to be the alpha. Exactly. Yeah. So there was champion versus champion sparring sessions. I mean, dude, I can remember that gym. You could have charged the door for some of the sparring sessions. Then years later, when I went to Wildcard, it was similar. Like about a decade later, Wildcard about 09, 2010, 11 when I was there, same thing. And I remember being in there and be like, wow, it's like Gleason's when I started boxing. I was like, it's like there was just dog on top of dog on top of dog, and it was literally world champion versus world champion sparring. And that creates the alpha mentality too, because then you don't get into sparring partner mentality because it's different level.
We talked about this earlier, Jimmy. You mentioned that you were coming from a martial arts background in MMA. We're like, you get your ass kicked all the time. Like that's part of it. So I came from wrestling. Wrestling, I don't care how good you are. You get your ass kicked every once in a while, and it's okay because you're not getting punched in the brain. But for me with boxing, like, listen, I got my ass kicked sometimes, but you'd never kick my ass 2 days in a row. You'll never kick my ass 2 sessions in a row. No way. I would go back to back to back with guys, and then I don't care what level it was, where I was at, you were not kicking my ass 2 days in a row. So I had that. That was part of why I didn't break into that.
If you take that, you fall into that sparring partner mentality. Because what happens with sparring partner mentality is you start to get more defensive because you're getting your ass kicked. And instead of trying to beat that guy's ass, now you're looking to just hang in there to get paid for the sparrings, right?
Oh yeah.
And so I just got to hang in here, give different looks. And before you know it, your mentality just taking it to the fight. And now you're doing that in the fight.
But also, it's important to have a good coach around you. Because I'll tell you, the very first time I sparred Marcos Maidana, I was maybe 9-0, maybe. And he had just come to Robert Garcia's camp. And Robert goes to me, he's like, are you going to spar Marcos today? And I was like, okay, all right, whatever. Of course, put my stuff on, whatever I go in there. I didn't know how many rounds we were going to do. But by the 4th round, I'm tuning him up. I was having no problem at all. Couldn't hit me with anything. It was kind of easy, honestly. Some of it was actually on the internet. And then that 5th round comes, and he cracks me with this uppercut. And I saw every light on the ceiling. He hits me with this uppercut and like a Pez dispenser. I remember looking at him, not seeing the punch land, and the next thing I know, I blink and I'm looking at the ceiling, and I see every light. And then my head comes back down into position, and his eyes turned into dinner plates. And then he didn't miss me with a punch for 45 seconds. Bong, 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 bong.
Happy you had big gloves on.
Bro, hitting me with absolutely everything.
We talk about...
I cover up and I'm on the ropes. Boom, boom, boom. The round comes to an end. I get back to my feet. I didn't go down, but I get back to moving around on my feet. I get back to the corner. I come back, and Robert's like, good for today. 5 rounds. That's fine. And that, because he could have thrown me out there again.
Yeah.
I could have got beat up worse in the 6th round. I could have got beat up in the 7th round, 8th round. But Robert's a great coach, and he didn't allow that to happen.
Yeah.
And he used me to spar with Marcos. And I boxed Marcos' shoes off for months. And he just let him keep working because he needed a boxer in the gym. He had a lot of Mexican style fighters in the gym. But I could box. So he used me for Marcos a lot. But that you also got to have good coaches looking out for you. Because if you told me to stay in the ring, I was going to stay in the ring.
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
I've seen you see coaches ruining fighters.
Ruin guys.
When we talk about hunger, when we talk about wanting to progress to the next level, when we talk about this card, we talk about Lester Martinez, pro box fighter. We've seen him many, many times taking on Christian Mbilli. We'll go a deep dive about him, his rise from the amateurs, and also his pro career when we come back. That's right, September 27th, Najee Lopez returning to the Pro Box TV ring. Well, speaking of Pro Box TV talent, that's right, Lester Martinez taking on Christian Mbilli, a guy who's been under the Pro Box umbrella for a long time. What does that mean? Gary Jonas, he is joining us right now in studio to tell us all about the rise of Lester Martinez. One of the things I want to know, Gary, when I look at Lester Martinez, a decorated amateur, but kind of a local amateur, right? A Caribbean guy, South American guy, not that well known to the international audience. Where did he come from? How'd you find him?
You know, it's interesting because obviously we signed Erickson Lubin as an 18-year-old who was like the #1 amateur in his weight class worldwide. Apparently number 2 was Lester. So Lester had a very serious amateur background, but coming from Guatemala, it's, you know, you show up relatively unknown. Somewhere around 14-0, we brought him over here, and he hadn't really been on national TV yet. We brought him over to Pro Box, and we debuted him against a Brazilian kid that had just fought in Pacheco and gone the distance with him and given him a good performance. And, you know, he pretty well dominated. And we're just getting our first look at him, and I think you guys would agree. He looked pretty impressive. All right, we see what we've got. Went back, he fought in Guatemala, and he came back the following year. And we threw him in tough. We put him in with Gongora. It was the Roach fight, championship fight, June 28th in D.C. And, you know, that was like one of those, it was definitely a test, right? We'll see what he's got. And he had a phenomenal performance. And I think at that point we were all convinced we may be onto something. He may be special.
When you saw the Joshawn James fight, a tall guy, a guy that physically would cause a lot of fighters a lot of different problems, he ran right through him. When did you get that? And you've talked about it before. I give them 50-50 fights. I bring them up tough. When they're a level above that, I know they're ready. When did you know he was ready?
Well, the Gongora fight. Yeah. The Gongora fight was really a very impressive performance. And I remember in D.C., the crowd started out quiet. And it's like, okay, there's an Ecuadorian and a Guatemalan fighting. It's like they're being politely waiting for Roach to come on. And by the end of that fight, like they had fallen in love with Lester, and the crowd was really into it. So that performance is when we knew, like, this kid really is special. And I think from that point on, you know, if you remember correctly, he was supposed to fight Joshawn James 3 months later, and fight fell out on, you know, the day of the weigh-in. And he was having headaches, he was having problems, and it's like, okay, it happens, no big deal. We'll run it back. You know, it was supposed to happen a month later. Same thing. And at the week of the fight, he's still having these headaches. We had to cancel that fight again. And now Joshawn James is saying, oh, he's afraid of me, and all that narrative was going on.
I mean, we were kind of thinking the same thing too, honestly.
Yeah. You never know.
Fights like that.
Yeah.
You know, and look, I have a lot of faith in Bomac, and Bomac was assuring me, Gary, no, there's something wrong here. This kid's genuinely suffering with headaches. And everybody, you know, headaches are a serious thing.
Oh, yeah.
And you start thinking the worst when this thing starts to go down. And then he's supposed to fight February 8th in Texas, 2 months after that. And then Bomac's entire camp came down with COVID or the flu or whatever. So now everybody's going, oh, yeah, right, sure. We don't believe that. And so the narrative got even more heightened that, hey, he's scared or he's got a serious health problem. Thankfully, March 22nd, he fought Joshan James finally in San Bernardino. And we all saw that performance. And again, it was one of those fights, a little bit like the Gongora thing. Everybody was a little nervous. This is another measuring stick. And, he was dominant. So fast forward, July 12th, supposed to fight Pierre DeBalm. And we knew this Mbilli thing was in the mix, but we're still going to get the July 12th fight in. And sure enough, the week of the fight, cancels, headaches. And we're like, what is going on here? Now this is 3 out of 4 fights canceled due to the headaches. You're basically starting to think this guy's career is over. Mm-hmm. Like, what am I supposed to do with this? So we flew him to Plant City right away, because the last time we went through the doctors, it was MRIs, it's CAT scans, it's the typical stuff, and sent them in Vegas and Arizona. Locally, they went through the neuros and the neurosurgeons and doctors, and nobody could figure out what was wrong with him. So we brought him. This time I said, okay, well, if this is it, I want it in my hands. Bring him to me. Let me run around and try to interpret and figure out what's going on with the doctors. And we found one of these doctors, a specialist who specializes in nerves. And he basically said, look, it won't show, if it's a nerve, it won't show up on a CAT scan or an MRI or any of these other tests. I said, really, that's strange. All right, well, we brought him over there. And I know they have some B-roll. The poor kid was being tortured, right? They're stabbing him in the neck there, going about 4 inches deep into his neck with these things. But he did it when he was face down first, and they put these 2 things right underneath the base of his skull. And, and he jumped, and he yelped, right? Like a dog got run over by a car, that kind of yelp. And doctor asked him, he says, does that resemble what you're feeling when you get these headaches? He goes, that's exactly what I feel, but wait, 10 times worse. He goes, well, now we know what it is. It's your Arnold nerve. It's a nerve that runs from your occipital bone, just below the base of your skull, over the top of your head and towards your eye. That's why he kept saying he's getting migraines. So they found that that's what they're doing right there. They were working on that whole part of it. What he was doing was tightening up there, and it was causing the nerve to get pinched. And so by the end of training camp, as you guys can imagine, with all the sparring and all the shoulder shrugging you're doing, you're starting to tighten up at the base of your neck. Mm-hmm. That was pinching his nerve. So long story short, he was late to get to camp with Crawford. They were wondering, where is he? Could you send him back, please? Because I said, well, the good news, he's good. So we'll send him back. He went back August 1st. And he started sparring with Crawford, and he's had a perfect camp. No health issues. So this doctor figured it out, and he's ready to go.
About ready to go, boss. Hasn't been too active. What are your thoughts on that? Because he's jumping up in class again, just like he did in the Gongora fight.
I was more worried about the inactivity for the Joshan James fight, because that was June 28th to March 22nd. Once he got that in, he's been in the gym ever since, because he knew he was going July 12th. Mm-hmm. So he was in the gym all the way to July 12th. He came here for 2 weeks to get treated, and he went right back to the gym and kept going. So I think from March 22nd to September, that's a reasonable amount of time. And with all the time that he's been in the gym during that entire stretch, I'm not as worried about any inactivity as one normally would be.
Also, he's been sparring with Terence Crawford. So, I mean, what's the closest thing you can get to a fight without being in a fight? Mm-hmm. I know how those guys work over there, and that's going to keep you sharp.
Absolutely.
Has he talked at all about that process? Meaning, sparring with some guys who are one-dimensional. Yeah, you might be tough. You might learn certain things. You're not going to learn what you get with Crawford, who can do so many things. The guy can switch it. The guy can hurt you with both hands. All these things. The learning curve of sparring with Crawford. How do you expect that to help him?
Look, I think anytime that sharpens you. You know what I mean? I think it sharpens you, and also I think he gains some confidence from it. I think once you're looking at somebody that good, even though they're completely different styles than what he's going to see against Mbilli. I know that he did a fair amount of his own sparring for guys that resemble Mbilli. And so I think there's nothing but confidence building, which is, it's obviously very important going into a fight like this.
And what's your thoughts here? We'll talk about Gongora, we talk about Joshan James, all very tall, lean, lanky guys. You're going into a different kind of style completely here, short, stocky, sort of like a little fire hydrant with Mbilli, who comes forward, aggressive.
Except he's got long arms though. Like he's short, but he's got long arms.
You don't fight long.
No, he doesn't. But he's rangy with his arms, even though he's short.
That's why we matched him up with the bum. The bum would have been a good preparation for him, right? So, and he had been sparring the bum like guys going in, right? He had Stevie Nelson.
Yep.
Who's
fighting on the card as well.
Physically a little bit like that to work with during his camp. So, I think Lester strikes me as a guy, he doesn't overcomplicate things. Like, just put him in and fight. He's a really simple kid, not a complicated guy. So I think he's ready to fight. He wants to fight. I think it's an advantage that he doesn't overthink things like we do sometimes, right? So I feel comfortable that he's going to be ready to adapt and he's prepared for the style he's going to see.
For me, I really like this fight. I like this fight in general because I think it's going to be a really action-packed fight. It's a can't miss. I feel like you got two trains on the same track, and they're just going to be in the center. But I really favor Lester because he's just tighter. Everything he does. When you said that he's a simple guy, when I take that as he's fundamentally sound. Everything he does is the way it's supposed to be done. His elbows are in the right position. His hand position is very good. Offense, defense flows seamlessly. And I don't see that the same way with Mbilli, and I rate Mbilli because I've called a bunch of his fights. I mean, the guy is like he's like a runaway train going downhill because he just goes and goes and goes. And he has an engine and he's strong. If Lester can deal with that, I got Lester all day long.
I think, and I think Lester is a similar fighter in some ways. He's more diverse, like you guys talk about. But Lester also has it in him to be a sort of a shorter, stockier. He's not long and tall for the division. Shorter, stockier, kind of go forward, busy fighter. So I think that, like you guys have said, he can kind of throw a lot of different dimensions. But at the same time, it'll be interesting to see how Mbilli handles someone who's not going to back up if he doesn't want to, and is going to kind of lean into those overhand shots and stay tight in front of him.
Also, Mbilli, how he reacts to the kind of power Lester has. And we've seen Lester with some very productive power getting results. So the power's real. So, Mbilli being the kind of guy who just comes forward, tries to break you in that way, it's going to be interesting to see Mbilli's reaction to the power as well, because it's not like Mbilli can go bat in the back foot and start boxing if he doesn't like the power of Lester Martinez, So I'm curious about that and genuinely curious about how Mbilli's going to react to that, because every time I've wondered about Lester's power, is it really keeps getting these crazy stoppages, and Joe Sean was a recent one as well. I thought Joe Sean might pose some problems. As soon as Lester landed, it was like dynamite, so it's for me it's a genuine curiosity as well, because yes, it's two trains on the same track. But I remember there was a Reebok commercial when I was a kid. I don't remember you. I might remember this.
I might remember.
And Frank Thomas used to have the Reebok contract, the shoe contract, and he said, and it was back then when baseball was actually a sport, contact sport, and you can have collisions at home. And he said, when I'm coming home, it's like two trains collide, and it shows Frank Thomas running. You remember? And Frank Thomas running in slow motion. It was in black and white, and then it shows Frank Thomas running over the catcher, and the ball bounces to the floor, and he's safe at home, and the umpire's safe, and he goes, "I'm the big train." So, and then it's like Reebok, whatever. It was the Reebok commercial, but. It's really like this for me tonight. The champ mentions about two trains on the same track. If Mbilli can't deal with the power the way others have not been able to deal with the power of Lester Martinez, there's nowhere to go for Mbilli. I mean, he's going to get run over. He's going to get run over.
He's one way.
Yeah.
He's got one way. He's got one speed.
It's either going to be a shootout kind of a fight if Mbilli's taking the power, or Mbilli's gone.
Well, that's a great matchup like this with guys who can punch. You're either going to get a great action-packed fight, or you're going to get a short night.
Yeah,
that's it. You say this all the time. Like, that could have been such a good fight if it went a couple rounds. This fight might not go rounds.
Yeah.
What do you think the chances are? Because when we talk about the undercard for this fight, this is the fight that really stands out to us. That show stealing. Come Monday, people are talking about a fight. Now, it might not be the main event. We have two guys that kind of past their prime, different weight classes. We don't know. This could be the fight everybody's talking about Monday. How important is that to you, and how important is that to Lester for this next stage in his career?
I don't know. I mean, this fight is so big that I don't know that anybody's really identifying with the undercard as it is. I think I find it strange that they're not the co-main.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, me too.
And
we were all surprised. Yeah.
it doesn't
And
make
then it's not 12 rounds.
I mean, I get it that Walsh is with them and they want to promote Walsh, so they want to put Walsh on right before Canelo and Crawford. But I still think when this big an audience is going to be watching for free on Netflix, they should have showed their best. And Turkey's put on some phenomenally deep cards. I mean, sometimes too deep, right? Sometimes
almost ridiculously deep.
Right, like eight
championship
championship fights that we're up to 2 a.m. on August 3rd.
Yeah.
Then he toned it down a little bit, but he's usually been putting on 4 or 5 really good championship fights. And now they flipped the switch completely the opposite way, where Lester, the fight before Lester's a strange one. Yeah. I think it's a 5-0 kid against a 7-2 kid.
Or something. Yeah.
And then the fight after him is strange. It's more of a Pro Box TV fight, Walsh and Vargas. So it's just strange. Yeah. It's a little bizarre that they're doing that. I don't agree with it. I think you show your very best when you have an opportunity to show off like this. So I think it's not the smartest thing. It's not what I would have done. But look, in the end of the day, who cares, right? He's getting his opportunity. And, look, he's excited. I didn't love the whole situation to begin with. They know, we all know that we don't have the greatest relationship with these guys. But it's an opportunity of a lifetime for the young man. I wasn't going to get in the way. And, he's with Crawford. He's part of the camp. There's part of the whole experience. So I really couldn't get in the way. I had to put my own feelings aside and let the young man take the opportunity and go for it. I hope he doesn't need a knockout to win. I hope. But he is, clearly on the B side from what we've seen there this week. And so we'll just hope for the best that there's no shenanigans.
Funny business.
Yeah.
Well, all we can hope for is a fair fight, but we know we're going to get a great fight out of Lester Martinez. Every single time he's been on Pro Box TV, he's been absolutely fantastic. We're looking forward to a great fight as we roll on. Lester Martinez, of course, Christian Mbilli. This is one of the great fights on the card. We'll deal with all of them right after this. Welcome back. Boxing Scene today, a pre-fight show, Canelo Crawford. Paulie is right now dealing with all the hate he gets online, talking about Crawford, talking about Canelo Crawford. So he's dealing with that right now. He'll be back in a minute, eating his salad. We just had a little bit to eat. I gotta say, Chris, when you look at this fight, we know about Crawford and Canelo, what they bring. We know about the excitement level for this fight. We're excited for Lester versus Mbilli. I don't want to be the guy, but behind the scenes, guys, we're all boxing dorks here, sitting here. We're all combat sports nerds. To the combat sports nerds, that's the fight that I think really gets us going, and we're really waiting for it.
I'm not going to whisper. I'll say it out loud. I'm really excited for that.
I'll say it loud, damn it.
Christian
Proud.
Mbilli
Look at that
fight.
shirt.
That
shirt says proud.
I actually like both guys a lot. Lester, obviously, we've had him on our air. We've called his shows. He's a Pro Box TV fighter. I've also called him Mbilli fights for Top Rank. I've been up to Canada to watch him fight. I've dealt with him in fighter meetings. Fantastic guy, fantastic crew, great team behind him. Both of these guys are really, really likable guys. I don't know how you couldn't like either one of them. And also, their fighting styles are incredibly, incredibly exciting. You put the two of them together, I see this as a can't-miss fight. Yep. Unless it gets ended really early with a KO, because that could happen with both either way.
Which would still be exciting.
I was thinking the same thing. You're reading my mind right now.
I'll take it.
I want to get to see some rounds, though, because I think these guys, they fight at such a high clip. Like I said, it's a can't-miss action-packed fight as long as it lasts. But yeah, no, I'm completely excited for it. And listen, of course, I'm rooting for. I'm rooting for. Sorry, guys, I'm rooting for Lester. I'm not.
We're not calling the fight.
We're not
We
calling
can
the
root
fight,
for
so
guys.
I can root for guys. You know, he is a pro box alum. Not that no knocking on Mbilli and his team. I like him as well, like I said. But yeah, I'm loud and I'm proud. I'm rooting for Lester.
Bob, got to ask you, when you talk about, I always tell people, heavy-handed doesn't mean knockout puncher, and knockout puncher doesn't mean heavy-handed. My favorite puncher of all time, my favorite boxer of all time is probably Tommy Hearns. You had to be right at the, he turned it over perfectly right at the end. The range he had, snap, da-da-da.
City Cobra.
When I think of heavy-handed, I think George Foreman, who could go, and it would just knock your head off. The ugliest punches ever thrown in heavyweight championship fights were George Foreman. And it would knock you stupid. That's heavy-handed, where, God, that's ugly, and the dude's on the ground screaming. Lester is almost that ugly, heavy-handed. Yes, his technique with his punches, but you can tell, Chris and I have called his fights, he hits guys in the arms and they go, they go back 2 feet. That kind of heavy-handedness, can you teach that, Bob?
You know, you can do things.
Because you can teach the Tommy Hearns.
Yeah, you can do things to a degree, but that's something that you got to be naturally born with, you know. But to your point of those types of punchers, I mean, per se, I think it's much better to fight like a Tommy Hearns type guy, because if he puts you out, it's one shot, it's done. Guys like Foreman, guys like Martinez that are debilitating, they take a lot out of your career.
Yeah.
I think those types of guys, those sledgehammer punchers, they do a lot of debilitating damage, and I think they take much more tread off the tire.
To that point, Bob, it made me think. You know, you were explaining how Lester punches. You know what I think of when I think of Lester, and obviously he's a switch hitter and a southpaw. Marvin Hagler. He was like a pounding guy. And talk about guys who would take. John Mugabe was never the same after Marvin beat him. John Mugabe was a monster. His name was the Beast. Nickname was the Beast. He was undefeated when he fought Marvin. They had a debilitating war. They both took a lot out of each other. But he was never the same after that fight. Those kinds of punchers, those thudding guys, they take years off your life, off your career, I should say.
And your life.
And your life. Yeah.
I really believe that.
It is that serious, yes. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, in MMA, the example is Robbie Lawler, who just, God, he could hit.
He hit hard at everything.
He just, yeah. And
it was a knee, it was an elbow, it was a thumb.
Whatever he hit you with hurt, right? Whatever
a thumb.
Dude, he could graze you. Well, you know, Sugar Ray Leonard said that about Roberto Duran.
Yeah.
Said, dude, he hurt me in the
Manos
gloves.
de piedra.
Manos de piedra. He hurt me everywhere he touched me. And that kind of thing is so important. But looking at this fight, Christian Mbilli, and Paulie always says it, that Christian Mbilli comes forward very, very well. Mm-hmm. He walks you down very, very well. And when you look at the numbers, he's been in more big fights. This idea that we know how exciting Lester is, we know how good he can be, this idea that, man, big step up in class of fight. Could that, we talk about the big lights, could the big lights be a problem, Chris?
You'll never have the answer to that until you see the guy under that, and no one knows what a Canelo Alvarez fight night is like. You can't practice that in the gym. You see it in your mind's eye and experience it. Canelo fight nights are huge, and this one especially is humongous. So we're not going to know that until we see him in the ring. But in terms of comparing these two guys and who they've fought, I mean, does Mbilli have that much better big fight experience? They both fought Carlos Gongora. And Billy got dropped by Gongora, and Lester completely dominated him. And he's got the fight with Derevyanchenko, but Derevyanchenko had one arm in that fight. I called that fight, and it was a tougher fight than you would expect for a guy who had one arm. And I thought that Billy showed a lot of weaknesses in that fight, even though he had a guy in front of him with a torn bicep. And then he has the last fight when he fought the Polish fighter that he blew out in one round, which was, I thought, very impressive. Sulecki, yes, exactly. Thank you.
We do have a memory here.
Yeah, I don't think he has that much more big fight experience, but I will say this: he's used to being the main event at home, and people are out. And I've been there. I've been in Montreal with his crowds, and they come out. So he does have that. Not the main event tonight, obviously, but he is under the lights and the spotlight. But I don't know, man. Lester doesn't strike me as a guy who's going to fold under the pressure.
Lester always seems like one of those guys, Bob, who is kind of even keel. Like he never gets up, he never gets down, we've never seen him have this. Some guys feed on emotions. They like the highs and the lows and all that stuff. Lester's never really that guy. He doesn't seem to get high, which I like, because then you don't get low, then you don't get frustrated, then you don't get overwhelmed. It's like, for a fighter, all the emotions come through the same place. And if you keep that narrow and you decide what goes in there, you're that much better. Don't get high, don't get low. he's 100% that guy.
Yeah, don't get on the roller coaster ride.
Don't get on the roller coaster, right?
You don't get on the roller coaster. But I'll say the other thing, I think the caveat with Martinez is internally. Not just is it a Canelo fight and the enormity of it, but for him on this stage, the second thing is he knows if he wins this, right? Not just the Canelo fight, but within himself. If he wins this, this changes my life.
Yeah.
How will he handle and process that pressure? Because he's got to have some type of pressure, not just the Canelo fight, but within himself, knowing I have this is that fight. I got to cross over. I got to get over the hump. So I think that's something that he's going to have to internalize, and we'll see how he handles that. Not just the pressure of the Canelo fight, but within himself in that.
Bob, can I ask you, and you can speak to this better than me or Jimmy, but Lester has a big amateur background. And does that have to do with his seemingly calm demeanor, even in the face of the enormity, a word you used, of this event?
I think anytime you have a good, big amateur background, it pays dividends for sure. You've been there so many times in different areas, traveling to different countries and things like that. But I think also...
Yeah, Paulie, come on in, sit down.
Coming from South America and just probably his upbringing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And what do I got to lose? Just being here in America, just what he's already accomplished, he's already in some ways a winner.
Yeah, he does strike me as humble. And that's what I read from that and read from him. So that's a great point. Like everything now is up. Is up from where you've been or where you came from.
That's what I said. Are you dealing with the hate?
Paulie,
Glad to have you.
When are you not?
It's just your life.
I was trying to eat a nice meal. They spoiled my meal. They're arguing.
For people at home, just so you know, this guy sends me forwards me memes at 2 in the morning, 4 in the morning.
We get them all the time.
He's just dealing with Canelo hate.
Yeah,
and it's
nonstop.
It's tough. You guys hurt my feelings.
Very sensitive guy.
Real sensitive guy, Paulie. Another thing, Bob. When I say boxing and I say Nicaragua, Alexis Arguello. Nicaragua, Alexis Arguello, right?
Panama.
Right. When you say Panama, right? You say Manos de Piedra, right? Guatemala doesn't have that guy. He could be that guy. Yeah. Mexico, we could sit here all day and talk about our favorite Mexican fighters, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Certain other fighters. Argentina had Manzon, then Martinez. They have a couple. Nicaragua has Alexis Arguello. This idea that we were in Southern California, Colin won his fight against Joe Sean James. There were Guatemalan flags. It was rocking. Yeah. And I'm from Southern California, and I know we have a Guatemalan population, Central American population. They came out for him. And he carries that on his shoulders. Positive or negative to you, Bob?
I think it's a positive. It's how you handle it, but I think it's a positive. Anytime that you think that you could be the trendsetter, you could take it to that next level, I think it's going to be a positive for him. No two ways about it. As you look at him there, what a banger. Wow. No one's taking a back step tonight.
I think it's without a doubt it's positive. I mean, you could be the first to send, like Bob said, the trendsetter. You could set the stage for what future Guatemalan hopeful boxers want to be like or who they want to imitate. Like you said, you could be that guy. Remember that movie Superbad? Yeah. Remember you could be that guy is in that movie. It's remember we could be that guy. Remember you ever heard the bit at school and you had the girl and you're up school I'm going at? Yep. Goes, and I don't know what I got left up last night and I don't know what I did and I slept with that guy. We could be that guy. Lester could be that guy. Right. Lester could be that guy.
And like you said, when you're a kid, those are the things you dream about, right? Being a world champion and then you could be the guy.
The idea too that the biggest compliment I've ever gotten in my career was I also hosted a show called Fight Quest, coming up on 20 years ago now, and guys that are in the game now go, I was 6 years old and I saw that show and I started doing jiu-jitsu because of you. And I'm like, really? And like, no, really. I mean, really good guys. And I was like, seriously? Or what? I got into Muay Thai because I saw the episode of that show, or I got into boxing because of that. Guys got into boxing because of Chris Algieri and Paulie Malignaggi. And to hear that from somebody's huge. Lester, once again, in Guatemala could be like, I started gym in Guatemala and I became a champ because of Lester Martinez. There's no greater honor, Chris. And kind of that's what he's fighting for, to be that guy in Guatemala.
That's a really, really good point, Jimmy, and one that I wasn't even thinking that. But I was like, where's this guy going with this? That's a really good point. And he could literally start a generation of young fighters.
You never know.
That's what
every boxer in Nicaragua knows
Listen,
about Alexis Arguello, and they want to be Alexis Arguello.
Right. I mean, Guatemala's not going to turn to Mexico. It's not going to churn out 100 years of great champions. But we could be seeing a rush of Guatemalan fighters the next couple of years.
Or if you don't, he'll still be a monument for Guatemala. I mean,
he's already a star.
No, but if you win a world championship, sometimes it creates a wave of future stars, and somebody, the new generations want to follow you. Sometimes, even if they do, nobody's as good as you anymore because, the country's small, it's just not popular in the country. But either way, you're remembered as a legend in that country. Like in Italy, we had a skier named Alberto Tomba in the late 80s, early 90s. Guy was phenomenal, unbelievable. We haven't turned out a skier since, you know what I mean? But Alberto Tomba in Italy is a monument, you know what I mean? He's still alive. He's a super celebrity. No, Alberto Tomba is not a soccer player. When I'm talking to Art in the truck. Yeah. That's Art gave me. Oh, that was a tough dig. I just caught the biggest dig. I felt like it was a Canelo body shot I just took from Art, the producer. He said, because we haven't turned out soccer players in a while either.
Oh, that's not nice.
That's a low blow.
Art is
in the truck.
Art's as a referee, I'm going to keep him up. Art, keep him up.
That's a long-range missile shot by
right.
Art.
Right. Yeah,
long-range missile.
I didn't even, as I'm talking about Tomba, I didn't even realize, he was like, what do we talk soccer? We always got soccer. We don't have soccer anymore. We don't even have soccer anymore.
It's depressing. But part of the thing is, and when you talk from anybody outside the United States, and I was talking to somebody, I think we were Belgian or something. We're talking about some sports person. Like, yeah, we love him. And they looked at me and they go, you Americans have everybody. If the greatest American basketball player of all time, like, I don't know, I can name 50. And they go, you have everybody. We're Belgium. We got 2.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
He goes, you don't understand how important Lester Martinez would be to Guatemala as a world champion. Who's the greatest American world champion boxer? I don't know, Roy Jones Jr., I guess, but I like someone. Like, we could sit here all day.
Yeah.
To be the best in that country, I've heard that a million times. You don't understand as an American what it's like to have a sports star because you have all of them. And to be the guy in Guatemala, Lester really carries that, man.
But also, America's a bit of a melting pot. Everyone comes here for a reason because, it's of the opportunity. It's not like that in Guatemala. It's not like that in the South American countries. People aren't going to those countries, so it's more difficult to get that that level of talent to come out. But when you got somebody who comes from within, like Lester, who's right there, he's on the precipice of making it. I don't know. There's a lot behind it. There's a lot on his shoulders. Not sure if he feels it or not. I mean, how could you not? But maybe he doesn't understand it. But
you know what's funny? I coached a kid, Carlos Cruzat, and he was the first champion in the history of Chile. So when he came here, he was, really not anything. You go back there, he's on Dancing with the Stars. It's everything.
You see right here, we got Chocolatito because of Alexis Arguello.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Exactly.
But that's in Peru was Kina Malpartida. Remember Kina? Yeah. She was like a superstar there. Not very well known here. She won a world title here.
When you're getting invited to Dancing with the Stars, you made it.
Yeah,
you made it. That's when you got it.
Now it's Hot Ones. If you're on Hot Ones, you made it.
Oh, Hot Ones. Yeah,
Hot Ones.
I'm too old for that.
Yeah, Hot Ones is no. That's the
Bad Feast.
That's the spicy. That's the spicy.
I like spicy, but I don't need to test
buffalo
myself
wing
like that. Yeah. But what did that comment say? We got
Chocolatito because of Alexis Arguello.
Nicaragua?
Yeah.
All right, bro. What about Mayorga?
Mayorga?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mayorga because of Alexis too, guys.
Yeah, there you go. So let's talk a little bit while we're talking about the fights outside of Canelo Crawford. About 18 minutes to go until fight time. Callum Walsh, Fernando Vargas Jr. Here's one of the things I say about the whole TKO Dana White promotion thing. I wouldn't judge them that much based on this fight. As we pointed out, these are 2 superstars. It's come together over years and years and years. They're kind of coming at the end and promoting it. If Callum Walsh becomes a superstar, I'll be much more impressed. If he becomes something great, because he's their guy. Yeah. I didn't know about Callum Walsh until a couple years ago. Dana White really got behind him. The Machine and Zuffa got behind him. I didn't know about this kid. So it's more a test. If he becomes a star in a couple years, I'll be like, okay, they did a very good job.
You're making a good point, Jimmy, and it's actually reminding me of my days at Showtime. And I got no love for Dana, but I just thought of something as you were saying this. My wheels were turning. It's not really ideal that you put what could be a pro box main event as your co-main event on this tonight's show, right? It is a great competitive fight. Pro box main events are always great competitive fights. So so Callum and Fernando Jr., who have not yet stepped up to that kind of level, and now they're going to step up to it against one another. that's what we strive to get in pro box. So I think it's going to be a great fight because competitively, hunger-wise, they both have that gleam in their eyes. They
went at it at the weigh-in.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a great fight. But for name recognition and whatnot, it's not what you expect on a card like this, right? You want to show us you want to show out on a card like this, especially Netflix. You want to show out. But I gotta say, man, Mayweather did this. I remember Gervonta Davis against Francisco Fonseca being the co-main event on the Mayweather-McGregor, dude. You know what? So if we're gonna go criticizing for this, then it's been done before. Like John C. Reilly said in Step Brothers. You know what? This has been done before too. The good has been done, but also the bad has been done.
Well,
this is something that promoters do.
Yeah. It's the same comment that Eddie Hearn made regarding the TKO thing. He's like, all right, you're making a league. You're trying to build the next superstar. We all done that. We all do that. That's what we do. So yes, and I don't knock them for putting Callum Walsh on this.
No, because it could be knocked because this is considering what they've done before with the 4 or 5 world title fights, all this other stuff. All of a sudden, it's kind of lowered the standard.
But also, like we said earlier, is this the best representation of how this card should be? No, but whatever. Like I get it, but it gives this kid an opportunity. It gives Fernando Vargas Jr. an opportunity. Who, I think
it's gonna be a fun fight.
I think so too. I also think it's gonna be a very good fight. But
your point, like the fights that they did when we had Morrell fight against Hot Rod.
Yeah,
you had Anderson and Bacoli.
Yeah,
I mean, and then obviously Crawford, and then you look in New York and you look at that with Shakur. I mean. That was a high standard, man. Maybe they should have lowered that a little bit and then brought all the heat.
Well, how about split the baby? We don't have to go huge swings. Yeah. How about we go a little more moderate?
Remember when you put those in playground seesaws? Yeah.
It's like they don't have those anymore.
I've heard they've been eliminated.
My kid plays. My kid plays.
You guys, all right.
Florida, okay. It's Florida.
We used to put someone all the way to the top and just let him go.
Chris, he looks like. By the way, Chris, you look like the lost member of Wham.
Oh damn! You know what? Guys?
Wham is better. I like Wham. I like Wham better than the Village People.
By the way, Andrew Ridgely is the name of the lost.
I'm not offended. I'm saying that I got to come out now and tell you guys that I'm making a movie. And there was a third member of Wham, and George Michael kicked him out, and I'm playing that guy. So
there you go. That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing.
If you go here just a little higher, 80s style.
No,
it is with that outfit.
No, literally, I'm growing my hair up because there's a movie I'm going to be in. That's
third member.
Takes place in the 80s. Yeah. Notice the mustache. Notice
this is
growing out.
By the way, that's why he's been on remote. We're not joking.
That's why I said it last broadcast when I said you got the acting. Because we're talking about modeling.
Can you give me a cameo in the movie?
You know what?
all the favors get asked. You got a SAG card? You need a SAG card.
There's a boxing coach they need called Flip Flop. And he's always changing his call. He's always changing his call in the main event. I think you're the guy. I think you're the guy, Bob. I think you could do it. But he is shooting a movie that's set in 84 on the 84 Olympic team.
Yes, exactly. So you'll be seeing the mustache and the long hair growing. You're going to see more grays coming. It is what it is.
It is what it is. But man, you got the look down. But when you look at this, like, do I want bigger names that might not give me the fight, or do I want entertaining matchups leading up to the big name?
I think what he said. You got to split the baby.
Yeah.
I think you got to. Maybe you go. Obviously, you got Canelo and Crawford.
Boom, name values there.
The co-feature. Go with another one that's like a big name, like he said, putting Bam on or something like that, and then maybe come in with somebody that people don't know, like the Lester Martinez is. That's just going to be a barn burner of a fight that can make them into a superstar. And you open with those type guys.
You know what I remember? I remember the Tyson fights from the 90s, like in the top-ranked cards where you had, Tyson at the top, and he was fighting someone who's going to blow out in 90 seconds probably, but Christy Martin was on the card.
Yep.
Butterbean was on the card.
If you remember, I used to have on VHS.
De La Hoya was on the card.
I used to have at the Alamo Dome Whitaker Chavez, and on that undercard there was Jesse James Leija versus Zuma Nelson.
Robbery.
Awesome fight.
There was
awesome fight.
It was a robbery. Zuma Nelson versus Jesse James Leija was on the undercard, on the pay-per-view undercard. It was Joe Gotti against Terry Norris.
Cool.
And Terry smoked.
That was painful. That was painful one.
And then there was one more other. It was a good fight too. I forgot what it was now, but I remember I had that on VHS. I would watch it occasionally. And like, what a card! You know what I mean, what championship level or contender level. I don't think we're asking for too much for Turkey to do that. I think Turkey, could do that. He's put together even better than that before. I think this is certainly a place to show out.
I think there was an HBO card. I think it was Mosley Vernon Forrest. I think it was the first one. and Gotti Tehran Millette.
Yeah,
and
I remember that fight too.
That's a cool.
That was a cool main event. Yeah, that was an HBO card. That was a main event. That was
You're
double
going back when you say Millette now.
Tehran Millette, yeah. And Gotti knocked him out with a counter right here.
1-1-2. Bum, bum, bum.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful shot. Yep.
This idea though that you know we might get when we got August 3rd when we got so many title fights. The problem with title fights at a high level is they do tend to go long. Everybody's skilled. You're not going to get a banger when you have 5 title fights on. These are very skilled.
Well, you're not going to get a banger every one.
You're not going to get a banger every single
Jimmy,
one.
I'll tell you what though, a lot of the early Riyadh season had a lot of upsets.
Yes,
they were matching very, very. They were making entertaining matchups. So yeah, you can get world class level that sometimes doesn't live up to the expectation. I actually think the main event tonight may not live up to the expectation.
It might not.
If I'm actually honest,
Well, I mean, expectations
I
are very
think it's
high,
more of a
so-
Hollywood fight than it is a barn burner. But
Well,
you do.
I agree with you. on
You
that.
do. Yeah, true. It is an emphasis. But you do have the opportunity sometimes at world class level to match styles. And honestly, I got to say, the early Riyadh season fights, dude, there was upsets on every show, if you guys remember.
Yeah.
And there was shootouts. Like, even recently, actually, Ergovic had a shootout. Ergovic was constantly in those kind of fights.
Well, every Joe Parker fight. Every Joe Parker fight. He's upset king.
He had Ray Ford and Nick Ball, right?
man,
Ray
great
Ford and Nick
fight.
Ball was a
Yeah,
crazy
that
one.
was a great
like
one.
you had some really nice title fights there that stylistically blended well and made for entertaining fights. So it's not like it's not possible. They can do it. They've done it before.
I love that Bacoli Anderson fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what? I thought Anderson, was going to beat him, but
That wasn't even fun. That was just an ass whipping.
I know, but
Bacoli crushed
it
him.
was just shocking to me because we were helping him get ready a little bit for the fight, and I thought, man, this is one of the best young heavyweights there was. Left-handed, right-handed. If you've seen him
When you saw him crying with Roy Jones, it didn't end for you there? Because there has to be a reason you cry. I don't mind guys crying if there's a reason. He was crying because he didn't want the pressure. I saw that. I don't even need to see him fight again, bro. After I saw that, I'm like, this guy ain't going nowhere. And sure enough, he gets wiped by Bacoli right not long after that, But you can cry about a lot of things, bro. And men can cry at times. I'll agree, but
I was just.
But
shocked
you cry
when I
because
seen him in the gym
you cry
with
because
the way
you
he
seen him in the
fought.
gym physically. He's
Yeah.
great, but you got to be there physically. If you gotta be, you're crying about them talking about the standard that sets for you is so high. Because
But you got to remember something.
You're crying about that.
But
There's a lot of there's people with real problems in life, bro.
Yeah, we were sparring before they did that.
I called one of Tyson's
video.
fight, and he said he had Jared in camp, and he was talking him up like unbelievably.
Tyson
Tyson
Fury.
was saying Jared was the next best.
Through all the sparring partners in Vegas, and I'm not going to throw shade on people, but I mean some solid guys, big time heavyweights. He's whooping their asses.
Jared, yeah.
But
Is
again,
it,
to
is,
your
it
point,
is it under the lights thing then?
exactly to your point. Obviously,
Pressure.
there's something that's a disconnect.
It also could be self-sabotage. It could be you don't that imposter syndrome.
Yeah.
Where you don't want to because listen, you keep winning, it's more pressure. If the
Yeah.
pressure here's bothering you,
Yeah.
you don't think
That's
here's
a
going to
weird
bother you more.
psychology.
It's a very weird
Yeah.
psychology. Guys will self-sabotage.
That's what I always tell my fighter. You got a little bit of a drinking problem now. You start making that money, we're gonna have a big time drinking.
You're gonna have a
problem.
big
we gotta
problem.
We gotta nip that shit in the
Kick
ass
those
now.
vices early.
As long as you keep winning.
but it's so funny when we interview fighters, and I've interviewed fighters, in MMA that were like behind the 8 ball, to say the least. Like they're big underdogs, whatever. And Lamont Roach, a great example, 16-1 underdog, and he goes, "I'm going to win this fight." And I have people behind the scenes, I'm sure you guys get it too, who go, "Does he really think he's going to win?" And I go 100%.
I was a 16-1 underdog versus Ruslan.
Right.
Yeah.
And no one told me
That was upset of the year, right?
Yeah. It was 2024 Ring Magazine upset of the year.
Right. And people say,
And I told everybody I was winning that fight, by the way.
"Does Chris really believe that?" And I said, "Bet your ass he does." Yeah. And they go,
No,
"How
said-
can they?"
We
'Cause
said,
you
bet your
have
house
to.
I do. And people want a lot of money on my.
Because you have to here believe it. You have to believe your.
Well, in preparation, you convince yourself to training every day, right? If you're preparing right, you're physically, and it doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna upset the apple cart all the time.
Yeah.
Most of the time, the favorite does win. But as an underdog, and I was an underdog, I think I said it on one show. I had 44 pro fights, and 11 of them I walked in as the underdog. That's 25% of my career. I walked in as the underdog. So, you convince yourself through every single time. You convince yourself through training, through the whole work part of the you're not just training physically, you're training mentally as well. So you convince yourself. You may not pull off the upset, you may or may not, but you go in there believing it, like you said.
Yeah. And this idea of that, the mental stress and the strain, as you said, Bob, hey, it only gets worse, man. So if the mental strain, you have to like kind of thrive in it. You got to believe it. And to me, the undercards of this fight, Callum Walsh, Fernando Vargas Jr., Lester Martinez, Christian Mbilli, you got to believe I deserve all these lights, man. I deserve to be here right now. I know I'm happy to be here. I'm not happy to be here. This is where I belong. This is where I'm supposed to be. And mentally, man, I've never seen a whole card kind of top to bottom, or maybe the psychology is more interesting than any of the tactical stuff, Bob.
For sure. And that's the $1 million question. How are these guys going to handle it psychologically? And that's the difference between you beating and becoming world champion, you doing what you did over in the Ukraine, and you're at a crossroad. And you're going this way, you're going this way. Same thing with Anderson. There's a crossroad going in. You're going this way, you're going that way. From his physical capabilities, he damn well should have went that way. Obviously, he couldn't handle the pressure, and so far it's been going that way. So this is what makes the great ones great.
I say this all the time. At the top, everybody's good. Everybody's fast. Everybody hits hard.
Yeah, they got it all.
This is the number one
decision making.
Yep.
We're about 5 minutes away from the start of the card. We have not been able to find anything. Our low blow specialist, Art, said that they don't know exactly what what they've rehydrated to. We might get that at some point in the evening. What do you guys think right now? If you had to bet right now on what these guys weigh in the main event, what they've rehydrated back to, how many pounds are we talking, Chris? What do you think?
Canelo, I'm thinking probably 80, 81. Crawford, between 72 and 75.
4 or 5 pounds.
I don't think it's going to be that much. I don't think Canelo is going to gain a tremendous amount of weight at all. I think that he came into this fight. If you see his physique, I think he came in lighter for a reason.
Bob, what do you think?
Good point. See,
same as Chris?
Same thing. I think he'll be in there anywhere between 80, 85. I think, but for Crawford, I think Canelo could come in at 80, 85. It's not going to be too much of a difference because you fought at 75. He'll be able to maintain it. But for Crawford, to me, if he's anything in and above 74, I got some real question marks.
Trouble. I agree.
You know what? I was gonna say 85, and then the champ talked. You know, we say like sometimes the other
you
guy
do,
talk
yeah.
and you change your mind. And you know what? And judging by what everybody has said about Canelo's camp and everything, you know, trained harder, may not have been as hard of a struggle. When you train properly, you get to the weight better, so that means you don't gain as much weight overnight better, and then you rehydrate better. I was going to say 185, but you know what? Changed my mind. I'm going to go to 180.
Yeah, 12 to 15
I'm gonna go to
pounds
180.
is about right.
But I don't know why. Something tells me Crawford, I want to say like 74, 75. And you said over 174.
Yeah.
That's
I want to say
question marks for me.
74, 75 for Crawford.
Yeah, he could be. He could come in heavy. I wouldn't be surprised either.
All right, before it begins, and we're getting ready to go in a few minutes. No more flip-flopping, Bob. What are your picks for the night? Let us know right now. This is in granite right now. This cannot be changed. Bob, go ahead.
I got Canelo.
Got Canelo. How?
Money line?
By decision.
I mean, what are you going to prop bet it? Come on.
I think by decision. I think what's going to happen to me, I think Canelo is going to start to break him down. And I think Bud, I don't think he is going to go out on his shield. I think he'll start to move, hold. I don't think when the bright lights are this and that, he's going to want to see his reputation and go out on his shield that way. But if he does try to hang in there and stay there with Canelo and trade, then he's going night.
So if you want to make some money, late knockout is what you're saying, man.
Yeah, I got Canelo.
It's good money on that.
Chris?
I got Crawford, very, very close decision. I think that he takes some of those early rounds. I think he has to weather the storm in the middle rounds when Canelo does start to pour on that pressure and use that physicality to make the ring small. But I think Canelo fades late, and Crawford knows how to dig deep and pulls out some of those last couple rounds that I'm talking real close.
Paulie?
I think they're going to rob Crawford and make it a draw.
Good
Dude,
money on that
take
bet.
out your phone and bet.
Good money on that bet.
Heavy bet.
Just saying.
All right. That is. If it ends up a draw, Paulie.
Well, controversial draw. You know.
Controversial draw. Dude,
You're thinking controversy no matter what.
It could be a real draw, then I wouldn't be right. Just like if Canelo robs a decision from Crawford, it doesn't make Bob right because Bob said he's going to break him and all this other stuff.
You know where it does make Bob right?
On the casino.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, they don't care.
Which is why people are tuning in right now. They don't care about who really we were thinking of win. They go, where am I putting my money right now?
Well, I'm just saying I don't think they would give it to Crawford. They don't want. I got this weird feeling they don't want those belts moving.
So Bob's got Canelo. I got Crawford. You got draw.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Controversial draw.
Look at that.
Yeah, basically, we have everything.
But I have it as a draw because I think Crawford will deserve the win, and they'll make it a draw. That's my stipulation.
There's context to it, but
yeah.
But.
I gotta go Crawford by decision. That is my pick. I'm with Chris. I think it's
Swaying,
close.
we swayed
I think it's real close. But I gotta go Crawford by decision.
I'm just saying the last time I picked a guy to get robbed by Canelo, he beat Canelo's ass. Just saying,
Bivol.
I'm just saying.
There you go.
I'm just saying. I'm predicting a robbery. I'm predicting a draw, but I'm predicting it's going to be a robbery. Crawford Bud's going to deserve it.
You know what I don't like, Paulie? I almost and this
Don't you like
Paulie?
Little align myself.
This is probably a little bit your fault. Everyone thinks I hate Canelo because of you. Everybody's like, oh, bro, what's with the Canelo hate? I'm like,
I gotta be honest. Canelo gained a few points in my book yesterday when he put Kellerman in his place. I gotta be honest.
I love Canelo. I've always liked Canelo.
That was great.
And people are coming to me like, hey man, what's with the Canelo hate? I'm like, that's not me. That's Paulie. I like Canelo. I get lumped in all the time.
I always predict Canelo to win. I mean, he fights the guy who delivered my food. So how am I not gonna pick him? I mean, I've not picked against Canelo since Bivol, and even then, I thought he would.
Can you give him just a little bit of credit?
This is the first time I'm not
just a little
predicting a
bit.
Canelo win since Bivol. But I'm predicting it the same way because I never trust the judges since Golovkin, and since Lara and everything. I don't trust the judges in Canelo fights. So I'm predicting a draw. That's it. Every fight since Bivol, I predicted Canelo to win. I mean, it's not even that difficult to do it. I mean, he doesn't exactly fight the cream of the crop. So what kind of moron wouldn't pick Canelo to win those fights, right? So now I'm saying a draw. I'm not that much of a hater. If I would be a big hater, I would just pick against him, even against the bums he fights. But and I don't want to say bum. That's a little harsh. That's a little harsh. The subpar opposition.
The non-Benavidez, non-Morel guys.
As a champion, there's a standard you're supposed to uphold. If you wasn't champion, those are all fine fights. Again, I'm like a broken record.
All right,
let's go into the fight. Yes. Who's first? Boachuk? Who's first?
I hope so.
I think it's Boachuk first.
Boachuk and Adams. Little revenge.
That's a good fight.
That's a little revenge.
Fight is starting.
Maybe revenge.
That's the title of the fight. I'm just saying. There was an upset already earlier today.
It's repeat revenge.
Paddy Donovan lost to Crocker today for the IBF welterweight title in Ireland. That was a big upset.
All right, so we're going to be chilling, sitting in our seats, watching the fights right here. Put them on, mute it, join us. I know I love Annex commentary as much as anybody, but we're going to be doing our watch-along, watching the fights, basically. What? Is that Kendall Grove? Is that Kendall Grove on the left?
Kendall Grove, yeah.
Kendall, what's up? Great mixed martial artist out of Hawaii. Good to see you, buddy.
This is some atmosphere, all right? This is something. You see all the languages available? Why is it not available in Italian? You saw every language that they didn't mention Italian.
Why is it
Arabic,
about you?
Portuguese?
Guys, so Boachuk is in the ring right now, Brandon, and it's round 8, so we are not getting that fight.
Oh, that sucks. I want to see Boachuk.
You gotta be kidding me. They didn't put Boachuk?
Yeah, Boachuk's on right now. All right, let me explain as a broadcaster how this works. If you pop in and you're in the middle of a fight, something went wrong. Yeah. Either that was supposed to be over before you started, or it was supposed to not start until you started.
I don't think Boachuk was supposed to be
on the main card.
Yeah, Boachuk was supposed to be over by now, and it's not.
But it means they let it start late. Because if you were supposed to be over, you got to at least give it the full 12
And I heard there was some knockouts, so...
There was early knockouts. You're right.
Yeah, we had some early knockouts. Yeah.
We're not working with a professional production team out there. It's not Pro Bucks.
It's happened to all of us. You know the deal.
I don't know, dude.
I love Paul just waiting to be like, oh,
for all my problems I had at Showtime, that was
the production
pinnacle.
The production's real good.
They were on point with timing.
ESPN for me was, absolutely stellar working with them.
They were on the timing.
I've never worked with anybody as good as ESPN.
ESPN's excellent. Yeah, worked for them for a long time.
Look at the Cash App sponsor.
But also, broadcast-wise, I only worked with ESPN after Friday Night Fights, when they're doing the championship level. So I don't know how it was during the older days.
No, but I worked with Sky. I worked with now Showtime was production was top.
Let's go.
Yep.
That's another thing, though. How are you gonna put that first fight there? Now that I know Bojak's not on the main.
Yeah, it's
How are you
crazy.
gonna put that?
Well,
we were
Saudi
talking about.
Arabian fighter.
We were talking about Mbilli Martinez not being the co-main to Callum Walsh and Vargas. What about the fact that you didn't put Bojack against Adams on it?
Oh,
but you put some no-name from Saudi Arabia.
You ever heard that
against
saying?
Travis
You
Crawford.
ever heard that saying?
What?
It's who you know. It's who you know.
It's who you know. It's not how you
But
fight.
remember this,
champ.
Yeah, it's who you know, but what you know will keep you there.
Yeah, it's very true.
And what you do
Yeah.
will keep you there.
That's a good point too, because you got to perform now, right?
Yeah, I sent Antonio Tarver a message today. Like, hey man, looking forward to seeing you. It's always fun working with Tarver.
Yeah, he was here
Tarver's
for a
awesome.
while, man. He's
Yeah,
sharp,
Tarver's fun.
good mind.
Oh.
Sharp.
When we were at PBC together, Tarver would stand up in between rounds and start coaching
Yeah.
guys. And I'm
Yeah.
like, Tarver, you gotta sit down, dude.
He did it here too.
He did it all the time.
Can't help himself.
He's so excited about the fight.
No, he loves boxing.
He
But
loves
also,
boxing.
He should be a coach. I don't know. He doesn't coach anybody.
He coaches
right?
his son a little.
Coaches
bit.
his
But he should coach other people. He's a
so
brilliant
knowledgeable,
mind.
man.
Brilliant
Yeah.
mind.
Very good boxing.
And
mind.
Paulie talks about it all
Don't
the time
say
how
that.
good of
He'll
an
be
amateur he
taking
was.
work away from me.
He is. He
Don't
was
be threatened, Bob. We know you're great.
behind Mark Breland. He may have been the best amateur the U.S. ever produced. You know, Tarver.
Really?
Yeah, he won everything except the Olympics. He won all the World Championships, Pan Ams, everything. Between 92 and 96, he was going into the Olympics as a favorite. And honestly, the decision he didn't get against Jirov in the semis, kind of iffy.
It was Girov, yeah.
Jirov.
Vasily Jirov,
bad
who then ended up
He
winning.
was a bad dude.
Who won a gold medal and won the outstanding
If
boxer. of the
Crawford
tournament.
wins, does he stay at
oh my
168 or
God.
is it one and done?
It's one and done because
I think
he's done boxing all at
One
anyway.
and done.
Done.
Yeah, done.
Done.
Double done.
Done.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tarver with Jirov then ended up winning the gold in the final and then won the outstanding boxer of the tournament. I think they gave Jirov the outstanding boxer of the tournament because he beat the favorite and Antonio, who had done so much in the 4 years prior. You know, Antonio had won everything.
Jirov was a monster.
Oh, it's a bad dude.
Yeah, body.
Fight is
One of the
probably
best
on
body
YouTube.
punchers.
Jirov Tarver in the 96 Olympics is probably on YouTube.
Yeah. I remember his war with James Toney.
Oh,
Remember Girov Toney? Oh,
that is an epic. I used to
Oh,
watch
what a
that
One of the
fight.
best fights ever.
Oh, you talk about VHS fights? I used to watch that on VHS too.
By the way, this is why you watch Boxing Scene is because we go off script and we talk about old fights and you can look them up on YouTube.
And then
Now,
Tony
Brandon Adams looks like he's really in this fight. Every clip I see, he's blasting
Wow.
Hochuk.
what clips you seeing? This 50 miles away from the screen.
I got really good vision. How can I tell you?
Hey. Yeah, you tell the stories about when he was in Wham
Brandon.
and
yeah.
his vision.
That was one of the reasons that George Michael wanted me out.
Right.
He didn't like I could see it. Because he did a lot of weird stuff back then. He didn't like me seeing
And
it.
it wasn't public yet.
Yeah, exactly.
it wasn't public yet.
Loose lips sink ships.
Molly McCann won her pro boxing debut. Molly McCann, she was a UFC Irish, friends with Patty Pimlet, one of those people. Anyway, won her pro boxing
fought on
debut.
here or she fought
Sweet,
on
I liked
Patty
her.
Donovan?
It must have been on here. I don't know.
There's an island. There was a card. That's where the IBF welterweight title.
Let's
fight
look at it. I like Molly McCann. She's fun. And whenever you meet Tarver, you're like, dude, you fought at light heavyweight? He's a big dude.
Yeah.
He's
He fought a
heavyweight size.
heavyweight too, though.
He's like a
Fought
decent sized
too. At
heavyweight.
the end of his career, he fought a heavyweight too.
Yeah.
Cruiser.
Ooh.
Because trainers never lie, right, Bob? Bob,
Well,
trainers
I
never
don't.
lie. Wait.
Told you.
Yeah.
You notice something with any Canelo highlight? And I said this about Pacquiao going into Mayweather fight. There's never any highlight of him training, working on closing the gap. That's why his closing the gap is not that good. He's always slow on his feet. There's never any footage of him working on closing the gap. And Pacquiao was the same way. All that fast speed on the pads and everything. Then he got to Mayweather, he can close the gap. I said, buddy, against guys like that, it's important to close the gap
but
in a
Pacquiao
deceptive
had
way.
fast feet.
Yeah.
Canelo doesn't.
But going into the Mayweather fight, Mayweather was specialized at preventing you from doing that. So you had to be working on that.
I walked out of the ring after I fought Pacquiao. Obviously, we know how that fight went. And the media asked me, like, oh, like, how good is he? I'm like, obviously, he's great. Look, I had obviously a bad night. Like, well, what do you think about him and Floyd? I'm like, Floyd beats him easy. And they were so pissed. Like, well, he just beat you like that. And you said, I'm like, yeah, I just know how boxing works. Stylistically, they're not a good matchup. Never would be.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's not gonna be a hard fight for.
Yeah.
And the media went nuts. But yeah, guess what?
I know, and we all know how
that's actually what I said after I walked out of the ring with Hatton. I said the winner of Pacquiao De La Hoya is gonna knock him out because they hadn't happened yet. Pacquiao De La Hoya was 2 weeks later. I said, nah, it was.
Yeah, just because someone beats you doesn't mean that they're really that good. Like,
Yeah.
I had a bad night, but I'm like, I knew what I had in front of me, and I knew what Floyd could do.
Yeah.
And that's another thing that I think is kind of funny. I know civilians who've never been in there don't get it. They're like, are you nervous? This is my freaking job. This is what I do for a living. Like, fighter, they always ask fighters, are you nervous? Or like musicians before big shows, and you're like, this is my job. This is what I do for a living.
But they're not getting their brain cells punched out of their head.
Right. They're not civilians.
They don't have a risk of dying.
Yeah.
We do every single fight.
Yeah.
There's pressure though.
There's pressure. Of course.
Performance pressure.
Yeah.
Anyone who says they're not nervous for a fight's lying.
Yeah. You want a little bit of that juice.
Okay, so Canelo just lied because he said he's never nervous.
Hey, Chris, every time I heard a guy, I'd be back, everybody's in the locker room sometimes, these undercards, right? And I can't tell you how many times I heard a guy say, I'm not nervous. Bing, he's the guy that got knocked out and came out. He wasn't.
Because nerves make you sharp. At the end of my career, that was the problem too. I was getting too used to being back there. It was like, bro, there's not that sense of urgency. Like you need that sense of urgency. You need those butterflies.
But I've literally heard guys, nah.
That's worse.
Yeah, come out, bink.
Yeah.
Knocked out.
Yeah. Do you think Crawford has to get the stoppage in order to reach mainstream acknowledgement?
No, but he need to get the stoppage to get a decision in general. Like I said, that's why I got it a draw. My call is a draw.
It would be stratospheric if he got a knockout.
Yeah.
I mean, it would launch him into,
especially like Canelo looks really ready and from what we're hearing and from what he even sounds like, it's a motivated Canelo.
I think there's going to be a lot of people out there who are going to say, "Oh, Canelo was shot." That's what's going to happen.
So nobody's going to get credit then, is what you're saying. Because if Canelo wins, Crawford's too small.
Yep.
If Crawford wins, Canelo's shot.
No, if he stops him, they're going to be. If Crawford gets by him and wins a decision the way that you and I predicted, he's going to get every accolade. Every accolade.
Well, if he stopped him, then I would say I'd be one of the ones saying Canelo's shot.
Yeah.
I can't see him stopping him.
That would be.
I just can't. Unless it's just something.
Could he just assault them? Could he turn into a one-sided fight where he gets stopped like in the corner?
Yeah, I mean.
I don't. They're not gonna. Yeah,
is Canelo the bravest guy
enough,
that
he's strong enough? He's durable enough that even if
he'll take that kind of beating.
Very interesting question.
I'm just.
If Crawford wins and drops the belts, do you think Benavidez will move back to 68?
I don't think
it's a good question.
I don't think he can.
It's a good question. He may have let his body fill out.
He's
a
big boy.
Once you let your body fill out, it's tougher.
Yeah.
He can. I did camp.
That's a great question. I got to be honest. I like that question because it is food for thought.
Can he go back down?
And I hadn't thought about it.
How about this?
He's young.
I asked him if Morrell can go back down.
Morrell probably could go back
down. Good question, Carson Wallace, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Even
Thanks,
Morrell,
Carson.
Right? Yeah, because those are the two guys that really interest you as Benavidez.
I would not mind seeing Morrell go back down to 68 and
Morrell versus like a Shiraz or a Pacheco
or any of those guys.
Morrell versus Shiraz, night.
Oof.
Night.
But Bob's got a
this
bias.
ain't Carlos. No, you can say it's a bias, but I have Carlos Adamo said I took to a world title, and I got David Morrell that I
coached
took to a world title.
Morrell.
Carlos Adamas ain't no David Morrell. You could take that to the bank.
Wow.
Yeah,
love
Take that to the bank. That's a whole.
You heard it here
animal.
first, right here on Boxing Scene today.
That's a whole different animal, David Morrell. Look what Morale did to Benavidez. He buckled him real nice.
Tony looks good. He looks trim.
Crawford keeps his chessboard around. I want to
Yep,
play
he
chess.
plays
again.
chess. He's a good chess player.
That's awesome. I want to play him now.
What?
Can't box with him, so I got to play him in chess.
Yeah, you gotta do something.
You play chess, Jim?
Yeah. Grew up playing chess.
Jimmy?
Yeah.
I play.
Oh yeah, you play on there.
I play when I'm sitting here. Yeah.
I play on my iPad in the morning.
We gotta do sort of a golf invitational. We gotta do a yearly pro box invitational chess tournament.
Chess invitational chess.
Yeah.
tournament.
The problem with chess is very slow.
Takes long. Yeah,
It's very
Takes a long
slow.
time.
But I mean, golf ain't.
Yeah, but you're outside.
Yeah.
Like you're not sitting.
Even Mario Lopez is getting hit by the crowd. Look at this.
I hope Mario has to say "Saved by the Bell." Yeah, that would be nice.
Go back.
That's kind of
Yep.
cool, though.
Wow. I'm pretty sure Mario wore this shirt back in the 90s.
I think
too.
he did.
Yeah, as they see.
When you got it, when you got it at the garage sale, did they say this belonged to Mario Lopez? Was that part of the
Bro,
price?
this shirt costs more than everything you've ever worn.
Okay, I knew that was coming. This costs more than your house, Jimmy.
What do we think about?
Question: What do you guys think about Xander Zayas?
I love the
Any
kid.
thoughts?
He's good. He's
Yeah,
all right.
I love the
I
kid.
think
He's
Great
got a
for
world
the sport.
championship. He's got to be respected.
He's in a really tough weight class,
Yeah.
and he's got a target on his back. He's low-hanging fruit for all those guys, but,
Yeah.
but
Solid,
it's a good
but-
place to be when you're a young fighter and he wants to fight absolutely everyone.
Great
I know
for the
him and his
sport.
family and his coach and his dad really well, and that they really believe in their charge. He wants to fight everyone.
And he's Puerto Rican.
He is Puerto Rican.
Great for the sport. Puerto Rican versus Mexican. Ain't no better rivalry in the sport.
But I'll tell you this: I don't think he's going to be at 54 for very long.
Yeah.
He's a big
Mention
boy.
that.
So what they do, once again, from a broadcasting perspective, when they start a show like this, and let's say a fight's still on, you have to what we call tap dance until the fight's over. Next fighter's ready. That can take forever. So that's they're going to interviews, video packages.
This is not a great start.
Jimmy, that's
Yeah.
Are we gonna get the
You're
result?
like Fred
Boa
Astaire,
Chick,
baby. There's no
Brandon
better
Adams?
tap dancer in the business.
No better tap
than Jimmy
dancer.
right now. He's
I'm
ready.
fantastic at it.
Fred Astaire.
That's what I do for a living. But to hear a producer go, all right, it's like 20 minutes till next fight.
fill.
So
You gotta fill.
When art goes, we got to fill. So
Well, Charlie Sheen documentary.
gotta
That's
do,
gonna
yeah.
be something.
interesting. Where do you think Adams
Adams
goes?
won? I told you.
Yep.
You said revenge, and I go
Yep.
repeat revenge because
Beat
Adams is the
Boachuk.
problem.
Oh, Panamaniacs. So he won because we don't get nothing
did.
over here. They don't even.
Yeah, let me
Wow. Can you imagine if you beat him again?
So apparently he didn't knock him out this time, but wow.
Oh, you know the upsets we've had today.
Yeah.
Crocker was a major upset. Was a major upset of Patty
Nelson.
Donovan earlier today.
Yes.
Now Adams
Nelson.
upsets Boachuk. Nelson got upset, bro. You can make a killing at
and
the
Crawford.
sports
And
books.
Crawford's going to beat Canelo.
You can make a killing at the sports books.
Yeah, now they're thinking to themselves, why did we do the rematch?
Yeah.
No,
They're
seriously.
looking for revenge.
It's just like Zoo. He fought Vince Phillips and got stopped. They were smart. They never went back to the rematch.
Yeah.
Let sleeping dogs
That's a
lie
good
and
point.
move on. Wow, that's a big misstep.
Yeah, well, Boachuk was a real problem.
I can't believe that. Yeah, he was a major
He's
problem
out
until he wasn't.
of the circle of trust, like you always like to say.
Yeah.
And in comes Brandon Adams.
Yeah.
Brandon?
Brandon.
Yeah.
Brandon Adams.
Oh,
My first fight.
man, jeez.
Tyson Spinks. First fight I can remember.
Oh,
That was brutal. Brutal.
Brandon Adams defeats Sergey Bohachik via unanimous decision 99-91, 98-92, 98-92.
I told you every clip I saw, he was
Walked
whipping
over.
him.
Yep.
Boy, your eyes really are good.
Yeah, they're really fantastic.
I guess we got to answer that guy's question. Where does it?
Does this make anyone question Ortiz a bit? I thought Bohachuk beat him. Solid point. But boxing math doesn't matter.
First fight at the weight, and he looked incredible against Madrimov, who is equally as dangerous and tough.
Yeah.
And then I've seen Brandon against Jamal Charlo. He didn't look great.
Yeah.
Like years
Brandon
ago.
just has his number.
Yeah, he just. But Brandon's rugged, dude. I mean, it's not like this is the only good win he's got. You know?
But styles make fights, man.
Yeah,
Sometimes
it's
guys.
But it's not. This isn't the only good win Brandon Adams has. Brandon Adams has like sneaky good wins.
Yeah.
In general, but yeah, he's inconsistent.
He's also.
I just didn't expect this one.
Yeah.
Bro, it's like for me, this is like the upset of the year. I really rated Bohachuk.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, dude, this is a major upset. It's just Bohachuk didn't get the fanfare a lot of other guys get. But bro,
he could fight.
That's a big upset, bro. And twice. He did it twice.
Yep.
But also, he was getting beat the first time and scored a KO.
Yeah, this
one,
time he
looked like
won.
Dominated. Yeah. He just got his number, dude.
Well, when did he get his number? When he landed that shot on the first fight? Because he wasn't doing anything. He didn't have his number until he knocked him out in the first fight.
But you know what?
Brandon versus Boots.
Maybe, hey, Paulie, maybe psychologically, though, knowing he did knock him out, he didn't want to let his hands go as much.
Yeah.
You never know what's going
Nah,
on.
Yeah.
Once you've been in across with a guy knocked you out, yeah, of course. That's
Or you get
in the
hit
back
in
of
that
his mind.
first round and you get the PTSD from that first fight.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I can't have that happen again.
Yeah, you're having
I like
revisionist.
that guy said, though.
Yeah, Brandon versus Boots.
Yeah. I like
Omni Moves is a very good matchmaker. I like
even
it.
the other guy that asked about it, too. There's a couple of guys in the chat that are asking about it.
I called Money in the Bank at Allegiant Stadium. It is gigantic. It is huge.
They went with the tuxedos?
Yeah.
So,
I like that.
I like that. Yeah.
I like tuxedos.
That's old school TVKO. Remember?
Yeah.
Don't love that pocket square, but that's me nitpicking.
Remember old school TVKO, though?
Yeah.
And they used to all wear tuxes when James Brown at the host desk.
Now, I'm used to seeing Anik call fights all the time as an MMA fan.
I'm not.
Yeah. Is it
I don't like the voice. I just takes me to UFC.
I thought it would sound a little
I
too
mean,
much like
I
UFC.
worked with Morrow, who was MMA.
Yeah,
I
Morrow's
worked
MMA,
with
yeah.
Goldberg, who was MMA. I don't know. If you know how to call a fight,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
it may throw you off at first, but I don't know.
Yeah. Brandon fights at 160. If Murtazaliev moves up, it would be a good fight. Thoughts on that, Paulie?
Is Murtazaliev planning to move up? Why?
Wait, was that fight at 160?
This Panamaniacs.
What does that mean? Brandon fights at 160? Bohachuk is 154.
Yeah.
Did they
No, but
fight
he's
at one?
saying-
Why don't
Yeah.
they fight at 54?
Yeah, they can fight at 54. But he might get Ennis though, and Ennis might offer him more money. The problem with Donzaliev is he doesn't bring a lot of money, but he's got a world championship.
Because guys, we didn't watch the fight; it wasn't on here, so we
we didn't get a chance to see it.
Yeah, you guys gotta throw us some bones, guys. Let us know what you thought of the fight, 'cause we didn't get to watch it. Let us know what your thoughts on that Bochuk Adams fight and how it went, context wise.
I'm getting old. I can't believe I'm going to see Fernando Vargas' son tonight. Yeah, I feel old with that one too. I do. 'Cause I saw Fernando in his prime.
I mean,
we're about the same age.
I guess I don't feel like that at all because I know his kids. I know them, so
Yeah, but you weren't a grown man, were you, when Fernando was fighting? I was.
I was in high school, but
not the same. I'm a little older than these kids.
Yeah.
I'm a little older than these kids.
Not much, dude.
A little bit.
Not that
I'm
much.
a little bit older. I'm a little bit older.
6 years, 6-7 years. Not a big deal. Yeah, I don't know what that guy was talking about. These two fought at 55, 56. Yep. I don't know why they're talking about 160. And Murtazaliev, who's a champion at 54.
Yeah, I don't
that
know why they move up.
didn't compute.
Oh, they should have been the panel for the fight tonight. Thank you very much, Luis Hernandez. We very much appreciate that. We're just having fun tonight watching fights with you.
You know what? We're comfortable over here watching what you guys. We're glad you guys tuned in.
Yeah, seriously.
You know what?
Thank you so
it's
much.
More. I know ringside gets exciting, but I don't know, I've been in a million ringside fights as have you guys. This is a comfortable chill, and we got good TVs here.
Yeah.
And comfy chairs.
Yeah,
and
comfy
comfy
very
chairs.
comfortable chairs.
And you know what? We got Bob here too with us. It's a solid.
And Bob, it's been great working with you last couple days, man. Didn't know you before this. Been a lot of fun, man.
Oh, it's been great to be here for sure.
Thanks for always bringing such insightful analysis, gentlemen. Love from Australia. Love Australia, by the way. Great place. Had a great time there. A lot of fun, man. Thank you so much.
Oscar Everingham, thank you.
That's Joseph Ortiz. He can fight. The other kid. His retirement bout in the opening round
at 7-4.
You know.
You learn something new every day.
Did he call the 7-4 guy called this his retirement bout?
Yeah.
I don't know what's worse, the fact that he called it a retirement bout or the fact that Netflix acknowledged that it's a retirement.
Yeah, you don't want to highlight the negative.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
Bob getting some love. Pleasure to have Bob, one of the best active trainers in boxing.
Nice.
Bob, you're getting some love from our viewers.
Oh man, love
well
the
deserved,
fans.
Bob. Well deserved.
All right, first fighter's walking in. So 26 minutes in, we have fighters walking in.
Placed third in the Texas Golden Gloves. I've never heard anybody. I've never heard that.
Hey, at 22, he's chasing one last win.
This is all bad.
Placed
It's
third.
all highlighting the negative.
I felt like this is Groundhog Day with a bad promotion.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
Not a great start.
No.
Besides to add those tidbits into the
At 22.
into the broadcast.
Yeah.
You eliminate those.
Yeah.
At 22. Well, he may not retire if he pulls off the upset.
Yeah, could be. Well, at 22, he may have years in front of him.
Wow, look at the ring apron. Holy cow. That's a huge ring apron.
Big ring? Well, somebody was asking about the size of the ring.
21-day notice on the opening of a huge card.
Jesus.
What are we doing? Why don't put those things on.
All right, guys. The reason we're making the faces we're making, we're saying this thing we're saying. I'm going to pull back the curtain a little bit. You never, in a broadcast, in production, want to highlight the negative.
Yeah.
You never want to highlight, once again, this is my last fight, and I'm going into the Navy or whatever. It's you don't want to give. You don't want to start out with negatives. You know what I mean? Like,
well, it
22 years old in his last
it
fight.
doesn't
You
necessarily
generally don't
have
want
to
to
be
do
a negative if you had a illustrious career. When you're 7-4, it's a negative, and also nobody cares, dude. Like you're gonna.
Oh, you're retiring? Like,
somebody
okay.
at 22. At 22, he's 7-4. You
And I'm
last
retired.
fight. Nobody cares. So it's not necessary.
Yeah, it's
you don't bring that
unnecessary.
up.
Right, yeah.
This guy's been on some of the other Riyadh season cards, right? I feel like I've seen this guy.
Has he fought on Riyadh season cards?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he did fight on other Riyadh season cards.
If it's who I'm thinking about, he can't fight.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
Big Bear is pretty sweet. I'm sorry. Can I get another California? Big Bear's pretty sweet. It's up in the
I've
mountains.
never
I've
been.
done a lot of camps up there. It's beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
You could live there, though? Yeah.
I could.
Yeah.
I'm
I've
from the
never
country.
been.
I could live there.
I've never been.
But you got to remember, Ward is from Oakland.
Yeah.
City
Yeah,
city guy all the way.
Ah, come on. Oakland's not, great.
But no,
I could live in Big Bear. I'd rather live in Big Bear than Oakland. Let me say that right now.
I could second that.
Yeah. And I'm from California. I like Oakland, but I'd rather live in Big Bear.
I don't think anybody likes Oakland anymore from what I hear.
Yeah. Hey, trust me, Oakland's been rough for a long time. But Big Bear's nice, man. Up in the mountains, it's cool. Whenever we used to ski, we used to ski in Big Bear.
I did a couple of camps in Oakland. I had a fun time.
In Oakland?
Yep.
With Virgil Hunter out there?
Yep.
Virgil Hunter, yeah.
Yeah, with Virgil and Danny Jacobs.
You say Scotland based?
Scotland base, yeah. That's why his English was good. Yeah.
It's getting more and more crazy.
Yeah.
He's fighting a guy who's retiring in 7-4.
Yep.
What else is gonna be next?
Is that Jason Statham?
Yeah.
Okay, when is the last time an elite Eastern fighter beat an elite American fighter? Depends on what you define as Eastern. I assume he means Middle Eastern. Because Eastern, I mean, Inoue, but, you know.
Lomachenko?
Lomachenko's Eastern.
Lomachenko
I mean,
beat, how many good, really good fighters did Lomachenko beat?
Yeah.
When he beat Gary Russell Jr. to win his world title in his fourth fight, that was big.
I mean, I assume they mean Middle Eastern fighter.
Beat Fulton.
Yes, Fulton, Inoue Fulton.
Yeah.
I don't think they're meaning Ukraine.
Yeah, I don't think they mean Ukraine. I don't think they mean Japan.
Middle Eastern?
I think they mean Middle Eastern. And
no, I was thinking like Eastern Bloc, which is east of us.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Eastern when I think.
I think he's probably thinking Middle East.
I think he's probably thinking, and I'm trying to think.
I mean, Amir Khan
what's
Khan's
Eastern?
Pakistani, but he's British.
He's raised in the UK.
Yeah. But I think this kid is too, right? Isn't this kid British?
Yeah,
Scotland.
But he's
Okay, so yeah, he's
trained out of
he's English. I mean,
I'm trying to think of standout Middle Eastern boxers.
No, it's Amir Khan.
Amir Khan
beat a dozen really good elite
beat
Western
Madonna.
fighters. Yeah, beat Maidana, beat me, he beat Paulie, he beat Louis Collazo, he beat
Zeb.
beat Marco Antonio Barrera, he beat Zeb Judah, yeah. And stopped most of these people.
First fight's actually underway. 35 minutes in. If Paulie faints or passes out when Canelo knocks out Crawford into the third row, shave his eyebrows off. Okay.
That's funny.
If the fans want it, we'll do it.
I was just gonna draw something on his face.
You know, whatever. But
you can wash it off.
The demand is high.
Yeah, the hair thing is that's.
I'm just gonna pose over his unconscious body and put it on social media.
Yeah, Alec Kell has definitely fought on these cards.
Brutus Barber Beefcake.
Yeah.
Brutus the Barber Beefcake. You remember that one?
Old school wrestling. Put you in the sleeper and then cut your hair.
Yep.
Oof, we used to do that to my cousins when they were sleeping. Cut their hair. We were brutal.
You're a terrible person.
Terrible. That's the least of the bad things we did to them. These poor kids. A lot of boys in the Algeria household. Sorry, we did a lot of nasty things.
A lot of horsing around.
A lot of horsing around. A lot of horseplay.
Canelo versus De La Hoya in their prime. Who you got?
Oscar. No, I'm a hater.
De La Hoya in his prime, forget it. I mean, the guy was an absolute.
To me, it's not even competitive.
No.
But he was at his best at 47. I'd say. So he's
even the Oscar that beat Javier Castillejo beats any version of Canelo. Come on, dude.
Yeah, the 54 version of. Listen, the guy
he
who
was
beat
still
Fernando
good
Vargas
at 54.
was
Yeah.
the De La Hoya who beat Fernando Vargas was sick.
Yeah. Castillejo, Fernando.
Yeah.
My favorite was the first 8 rounds against Trinidad. Was the best De La Hoya I've ever
He
seen.
looked so good.
He was so good.
He threw a combination.
You said the key word, 8 rounds.
Yeah, for that 8 rounds, he was incredible.
He threw a jab to the pit of the stomach, a right hook, a left hook, and then a left uppercut. It was so.
Brack! I remember.
Off of his in and out. He had a pendulum step going, stepped in, bang, 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 and Trinidad literally was like it looked like a video game.
Yeah.
But Trinidad never got discouraged.
Yeah.
Ooh, that was a big club.
Mildred
shot.
Taylor liked that combo too. Brack!
Yeah,
from the bottom up.
But having
So
hand
good.
speed to do that is out of control, and De La Hoya had that. How different does the trajectory of their careers change if De La Hoya gets that decision?
Against Trinidad?
Yeah.
Yeah, because then.
Trinidad was going to move up anyway.
Yeah.
De La Hoya was going to stay at 47. Now he's undefeated. He's 47.
He wouldn't have fought Mosley, maybe. Or he would have fought Mosley in a different way.
You
would have fought Mosley in a different way.
He fought Mosley really flat.
You know what, though? Knowing De La Hoya's backstory now, maybe that would have been a bad thing because sometimes with some of these fighters, too much success, too much. I mean, he had.
Yeah, but I heard he was. But
now it's
really
a next
bad.
level.
I heard he was being really bad at that whole time. Anyway.
And imagine how much worse it might have been with a couple extra $100 million in the bank.
Yeah, I don't. But at that point, when you have, I think there's a certain threshold of money. It doesn't matter how much more you have. Like he was.
Rich is rich.
Rich is rich.
Well,
He's still rich.
The pressures, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And now you got the loss. You don't have as much pressure. You know, you never know.
Yeah. But also, losses can drive you off the deep end as well.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The spiral.
You know, Hamed, when he lost to Barrera, that was it.
Yep.
Done.
Done.
Once his confidence was snapped, he was done.
Camacho
Barrera
Jr.
beat him up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oof.
Abused him. Ran him into the turnbuckle. Lost that point on purpose. He's like, whatever. I don't care. I'm beating your ass. Barrera was mean.
Jr. versus Leja.
Yeah.
I thought he had tremendous talent. Then he got the cut. He fell apart in that fight, and he was just never the same.
Yeah.
I think he was a matter of time too. I don't think he had the he didn't have the balls.
He had the talent though.
Oh yeah, super talented.
And
super talented.
He could punt, but yeah, like you said, he just didn't have the fire.
What weight are these guys? Lightweights?
32. Oh, nice left hook.
Being a catcher, good one from Andre Ward.
Yeah.
My first coach used to always say, he's like, don't be a catcher.
Oh, nice right hand.
Yeah, he's a good catcher. The old school guy.
Yeah.
He was a good catcher.
I remember the first time I met like a guy who was quote unquote punch drunk, and I could see the way he's talking, whatever. And we went to spar at his gym, and afterwards I go to my coach. I'm like, "What's wrong with that guy?" And he goes, he called me Chrissy. He's like, "Chrissy." He's like, "That's what we call a catcher." And I was like, "Oh." He's like, "Yeah, he got hit too much." I was like, "Okay." He's like, "That's why we're never going to be a catcher." I was like, "Okay." This kid's coming back a little bit. He's going out for his
going out for his retirement.
Oh, it's a 10-rounder? What?
Yeah, can you believe it's a 10-rounder?
How many fights these guys have?
Alakil's had 5. Crawford
the other guys had 11.
Wow.
Or 12. What is he, 7-4-1?
7-4-1, I think.
Good uppercut.
12.
Hey, so push off. See that? Crawford, push off in the right hand.
Did they use this guy because his last name's Crawford tonight?
I thought that when I first saw the bill.
Open up with Crawford and close with Crawford.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, 21-day notice. So I don't know how bad they were searching for anybody.
Yeah, I don't think they're going for the.
When they were looking for names.
Oh,
when they all coming to America, we're looking for where they gotta go to on vacation. Queens. Yeah, they look at each other. Queens. Looking for the names. Crawford. We saw the Royal Oats, remember?
Mm-hmm.
To America.
Yeah, much better round for Crawford. Took some big shots still, but definitely a change of momentum. Yeah, that bothered Crawford. So he hasn't thrown a punch since that body shot.
Just a notation. We're watching this instead of Boachuk versus Brandon Adams right now.
Yeah.
You try not to get critical, right? But then they throw it in your face too.
It's very true.
You could have gave us Boachuk versus Brandon Adams to start the broadcast,
which I'm reading was an awesome
would have been interesting because it was an upset and everything.
Yeah.
Instead, you're giving us this. All right.
And
then I'm not supposed to criticize. I know.
And then you had the backstory too, the knockout and all that stuff would have been interesting. For
a lot
sure.
to talk about.
The fact that those two guys are where neither of these two guys ever will be.
Well, one of them's literally retiring after this fight, which we heard on the
at
walkout.
22.
Yeah. With an illustrious career of 10 fights.
Wow.
Yeah, champ, you're right. You want to give them the benefit of the doubt, but then
they
act like mutts.
Treat us like a friend of mine used to say. A friend of mine used to say, he was a bit vulgar. He'd say, "Don't jerk me off. I won't come in your face."
He was a poet.
A real gentleman, real classy guy.
A poet laureate.
Yep.
A real poet.
Well, what are you doing? You're giving me this. You had Boachuk, Brandon Adams, but you gave me this instead to open the show.
Yeah.
You're not doing that to me?
Yeah, we just we got
It's
kicked,
quite,
guys.
Not quite. If I might have both, should be my uncle.
We
but
probably just got demonetized on YouTube. But check our Patreon.
Man, the arena is going to be insane for the main event. Yeah, for sure. The Desperado, you're 100% correct. It's going to be rocking.
We'll see.
Yeah.
The fight could be slow. The walkout's going to be crazy.
Yeah, the start of the main event's going to be amazing.
Canelo walkouts are nuts.
Oh, good, right?
Yeah. Ivan Ditchko beat Jermaine Franklin.
Oh,
Yeah,
points
it's not surprising.
Points. That's a good for UD.
Franklin is pretty durable.
That's a good win.
Yeah.
Bob, I want to ask you a question. Now we're looking at, 5-0 guy, are there any great fighters or champions that kind of snuck up on you? Because what I was telling people recently, I said almost always in their first 10 fights, I go, man, this kid's got something. Rarely is it the blue collar, hardworking champ who didn't seem special, but man, they kept toughing it out and they ended up being great in MMA. It's pretty rare, right? As a coach, how many champs sneak up on you? A lot? Or is there almost always, man, they're really good amateurs. They're really good in their first few fights. You know what I mean?
You know the guy that I used to see at Wild Card, maybe you were around that time somewhat to a degree, Paulie, was Orlando Salido. I used to think to myself, Jesus criminy, this guy's tough. If he could just get the right situation, he's going to be, and people would laugh because this guy's got 8 losses. I mean, that guy can fight.
I got an Orlando Salido story. I turned pro summer 2001. 9/11 happens a couple months later. In November, we have a 9/11 benefit card in New York. Lou Dibella put it together. I remember in New York, Regilio Torre was the 1988 bronze medalist. He was a former WBO junior lightweight champion. I don't know if you remember him as a pro. Pretty slick boxer, good power in the right hand. And like I said, he won a bronze medal in 88. He knocked out Kelsey Banks in the 88 Olympics. Kelsey had been the favorite to win the gold medal. He was defending world amateur champion. So Regilio had a good amateur career and a good pro career. And he mainly was based out of New York in the pros. He had retired early, young, so he was well off. But he was making a comeback in the early 2000s. And I was sparring with him in the gym. And good work because he was still young. He was in his early 30s. And he, learned a lot. Real like classy guy, And I was sparring with a lot of guys in the gym. Again, we were talking about the champions in those days. Vivian Harris was in there. We was a lot of sparring. Anyway, Regilio was on this card with me, but they put him on the off TV because he hasn't had a return fight yet. He's going to return in an 8-rounder. I remember being at the weigh-in. The weigh-in had to be the day of the fight because the day before was Thanksgiving, which sucked. So they made us weigh in the morning and they made us miss Thanksgiving. Scumbags at the New York Commission. I'll never forgive them for that, even though it's 24 years ago. So I'm sitting there and I'm horsing around with my best friend. We're 20 years old. He's 19, my best friend 20. We're horsing around because these guys take forever. We're like, just, making jokes, making fun. When you're young, you're making fun of everybody, all the opponents and stuff like that.
When you're young?
Yeah. Well, or you're young. Or you're
when you're young, you still do?
Well, at that age, like that. It's like that college age.
This guy acts like he still doesn't do that.
Goofy age where you just goof off on everybody. Anyway, we're making fun of everybody. We're just sitting around waiting for the paperwork, all this other crap. There's a guy sitting in front of us, lowly looking Mexican guy. And he was going to be Regilio's opponent, And I remember my buddy Pete goes, guys, you think this guy knows how bad he's going to get his ass kicked? We knew the guy didn't speak English. He goes, think this guy knows how bad he's going to get his ass kicked? And I remember looking at the bout sheet, 11-7 record, Orlando Salido.
Future world champion.
He beat Regilio the next night, dropped him and won an 8-round decision. The next fight I think he had a draw with Alejandro Gonzalez, Cobrita, the ex-world champion, and then just took off from there.
Yeah.
He beat Lomachenko.
Later on, he beat
Lomachenko.
But that was the beginning of the rise.
Wow. Yeah.
11-7.
And Lopez, the Puerto Rican.
They brought him in to be the return opponent of an ex-world champion.
Juanma.
He derails really
Juanma.
return.
Juanma was
never returned again.
Juanma was an
Probably
absolute
like, I can't
monster.
beat an 11-7
Yeah, he
guy.
beat
I'm
him.
gonna retire, you know? Like, in the meantime, he ends up becoming a future world champion. Has a better career than me.
That's crazy.
Do you remember the Orlando Salido Mikey Garcia fight?
Yeah.
Mikey drops him early a bunch of times. He gets his
Marquez,
nose
he fought a
broken.
bunch of guys.
No, but he was coming back in that fight.
Yeah.
And I remember Robert, because Mikey had gotten quote-unquote headbutted, so his nose was bleeding. Robert's like, fight's over.
Yeah.
He's like, he's a headbutt.
Yeah.
He's like, the guy was coming on. He was like, why? Why? He was way ahead. He dropped him like 3 times, but he was coming back.
Didn't Guerrero do that against Dawood Jordan? I remember they were killing him for that, though.
Yeah.
When he couldn't see. What I can't see. It was the cut. The cut wasn't bad, but I go to the scorecards or whatever he won or what is no contest. I remember they were killing him for that.
Well, you know what's funny? I got into it with Max Kellerman after that because we took so much heat, right?
Yeah.
So then we fought the next.
That was pretty good.
But then we fought the next fight in Houston against Malcolm Clausen.
That's the card. That's the card.
With Danny Jacobson when he got beat by Pirog.
That was on my undercard when I fought Diaz. Yeah.
Right.
Dimitri Pirog, yeah.
And I can remember Robert Guerrero. He set the all-time punch record that night. He beat the shit out of the 2-time world champion. Clausen was undefeated. And he looked at Max Kellerman like, "You're questioning my heart?"
Yeah.
He was pissed, man.
That was the one with Robert's father, bro, at the press conference. Robert's
Hey, Holmes.
Bro, I'm completely. There's Eastern Europeans are 0-2 today versus Americans. The message is for Paulie. I know.
Sometimes it happens.
Eastern Europeans are still good though.
I mean, who else lost? Bohacek and
I don't know who's the other Eastern European.
The other Eastern European. Let me see. Let me look at the card.
Dishko won on the undercard, buddy. Howlett, your geography's a little off, bud. I guarantee you, he thinks some other Eastern guy is an Eastern European. Dishko won on the undercard against Jermaine Franklin.
I was just looking at the card. Yeah, that's the only. I mean, is there another card tonight? Oh, maybe the
Irish card.
No, the matchroom card.
Oh,
with Donovan and
Donovan. That was earlier today, though.
Yeah,
what
I mean,
oh, Terence Crawford arriving.
Yeah,
it's a cool shirt.
Yeah, kid it out.
Those are not cool suspenders.
Yeah, little bit of pace in his step.
Yep.
Anyway, with the Clausen card, I told you yesterday, bro. You know, at that point in my life, I still don't understand the whole Cholo culture that much. You know, I understand a little bit. You know, I've been to the West Coast a little bit.
I can explain to you.
You know, but at that point,
I'm
bro,
from Long Beach.
I'm 29. I haven't been, you know, I've been to nationals and amateurs. I had experienced them a little bit, but pretty much it was just movies. You know, blood in, blood out, all this stuff. You know,
American Me. You know.
Yeah,
so.
American Me. But you don't know. Just like I found out when I started traveling that people on the West Coast didn't really think people like me were real, and they thought they were only in movies. And with that New York character, at that time I had the froey hair and stuff. Remember, it was the same thing for us with that Cholo culture. We didn't think that was real. We thought that was just in movies. So it's like vice versa, you know? Like, people found out I was real when I...
The khakis, the white beaters.
100% real.
And so, my first experience that I get to see one live in the flesh is Robert Guerrero's father, bro.
Robert Guerrero's dad, yeah.
I never... And first of all, I don't expect it because he's a father. Bro.
No, that's...
We had a running joke in the gym for years after that because he almost got into a fight at the press conference with Malcolm Clausen's trainer. Because I think Malcolm Clausen's trainer mouthed off.
Every press conference.
I was just saying every
mouthed off, like
every
saying,
gym
like,
visit, every sparring session,
good luck, you're gonna need it. And
because I remember
Guerrero's
when I was
father
out there
with the ponytail, you know, like pimped out, like goes. And they had to hold him back. Goes, no, you're gonna need it, Holmes. You're gonna need it. You're gonna need it, Holmes. Oh,
he's a Boyle Heights guy, man. 100%.
I shit you not.
They're the complete
Correct me
opposite.
if I'm wrong.
They're the complete opposite.
For the next year or two in the gym, we would walk into the gym, and when something would happen in the gym, like it would be a hard sparring session, we would look at you. You're gonna need it, Holmes. it was the saying.
Paul, he was insane. The Pachuco kick.
Sharif made a T-shirt, bro. Sharif, my trainer, made a T-shirt. You're gonna need it, Holmes.
Awesome. You're gonna need it, Holmes, and put a picture of his face on it. That's great. I'm gonna start a T-shirt company.
You remember at the Mayweather press conference? You like this woman beater?
Yeah.
You like this woman beater?
I remember that.
The Pachuco
He was
kick.
so loud, yeah.
There's something about a crazy dad as a trainer.
Yeah.
Oh, but
it's so iconic.
Oh, when you see that in the flag, because you've seen it only in movies, you're like, oh my goodness, this is great, bro.
It's
This
real.
is-
It's based on real life.
Yeah.
But then again, like I said, it was the same thing when people saw me. Like, how many people told me, oh, people like you exist? What do you mean?
Yeah, I totally
like
do that.
me, like. I thought I was normal. You 5'5", I left New York. I found out I wasn't normal.
That's everything. Like,
You're a stereotype. in
that's
real life.
everything, bro. Like
but when you're in your 20s, early teens, you don't know that until you travel a little bit.
how about Miami Cubans? Same thing.
Yeah,
You think that's a movie?
No, that is a
no,
real
That is
thing, Miami
that is a
Cubans.
guy.
Yeah.
That is
That's
the guy.
a dude.
But it's so funny the way you flirt it, you know?
Yeah, a Bible Belt hillbilly, a Bible Belt hillbilly. Those are real people. That's not.
In wrestling, when you take a corn-fed white boy, like
Yes.
it's like
I
that
know a
guy
lot
works
of
on a farm all day
Yep.
and then wrestles, and that's what that dude does.
Wrestles.
Yeah, all that. That's what that guy does.
I wear denim and a pack of
That's
lip.
how Antonio
Yep.
Torres says it. Wrestles.
Yep.
The Southerners.
Those
say
are always the
wrestles.
toughest guys, by the way.
Dude,
Always the toughest
just
guys.
You remember, you watched a little bit of football, right, Jimmy?
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
Remember Rusty Medeiros from
Yep.
the Miami Hurricanes?
Yep.
He never lifted a weight, and Jimmy Johnson said, all I want him to do is what he does is his farm work. He just did bales of hay. And that guy was so cockstrong on the field.
Yeah.
He'd take guys.
Did farmers
Yeah,
carries
strong.
and
He's like
yokes.
strong, yeah.
This team from Arizona visited us one time, came out to California, and we had this kid on our team, Rudolph James, who went to state that year, real just strong as a bull, great wrestler, and this dude from Arizona beat him. And our trainer was Yuma Indian. He's from Arizona. He goes, you don't understand, all they do is bale hay all day. They're like, all these guys do is lift bales of hay and fling them off a truck all day. You can't.
Hillbilly strong.
Throwing bodies.
Oh, what about what you told me about the Samoans?
Oh my! A lot of Samoans in Long Beach. Yeah,
Super
they're
strong, right?
strongest people you'll ever meet in your entire
Strongest,
life.
toughest, the most durable people
Ever.
Yeah, we don't have them on the East Coast, so you would tell me those stories. Those
When-
were
when my-
interesting to me too. You know.
My girlfriend at the time, she's from Ohio. She had never met a Samoan. I'm from Long Beach. There are a ton of Samoans in Long Beach. You're from California, you know that. And
East Coast. So
yeah, there are a ton of Samoans, and they roam in families. So if you know one of them, you know all of them because they all like you.
They
And
roam.
There's a family called. I'm serious. I'm
always
serious.
together.
Am I wrong?
They're always
Am I wrong?
Your word choice is
They
very funny.
roam in families like packs. And there's a family in Long Beach called the Ho Ching family, and they're a huge family. And one of them was one of my wrestlers, so I know them. And we're at a club in Long Beach, and they went, Jimmy, how you doing? And I said, hey, how you guys doing? And I go, this is my girlfriend. And they picked her up like a toy and went, hey, like you'd pick up a puppy. And she was like, she'd never seen one before. And she's like freaking out. And I'm like, it's okay.
And then he put her down and she dumped you.
Right. And they passed her to each other, and they were like all hugging her, and they set her down, and she goes, what are those? And I go, Samoans. You never met a Samoan? She's like, those are the biggest people I've ever seen in my life. I go,
And the nicest
no,
people.
they're the nicest people on earth. Like,
They are the
And
nicest
thank
people.
God they're so nice to be that big.
dude. But like David Tua was, and like
Yeah. He was strong as hell.
Mark Hunt in MMA just hits you, and you go, what?
Or so many old WWF wrestlers.
Yeah. Yep.
Rikishi Fatu.
Yeah, they're all Samoans, just stronger than.
Kamala. Right?
Yep.
So I was talking to Henry Tillman. He came.
Henry Tillman,
I gotta
yeah.
tell you all about that later on. I don't want to give too much on this, but he was talking about Tongans because he
Tongans,
fought a
yep.
Tongan in the quarterfinals. This is Henry Tillman, who won an Olympic gold medal in 1984 heavyweight, beat Mike Tyson twice in the qualifiers in order to get the spot, and he fought a Tongan in the quarters. And he's telling me about I'm like, what, like Henry? I'm like, what's a Tongan like?
Like Samoans.
And he goes, hey, you know, like Samoans? Literally, I'm like, yeah. He goes, you know that they're always like short and squatty. And I'm like, yeah. He's like Tongans are like, they look the same, but they're built like brothers. He's like, they're big and they're muscular and they're kind of tall and lean. He's like, so I fought this guy, he's big, wide jaw, and he's super strong, blah, blah. And I was like, I've never thought about that. He's like, but it's so funny. He's like, he's built like a brother.
Yes.
He's big and strong and tall. But he's like, yeah, those guys, they're squatty. I was like, oh, okay.
No, Tongans are so strong. It's unreal.
The Olympics is like a geography course. Right?
Every-
Find out about countries
Henry knew so much about every country
Because
because
of
of his
boxing.
experience in international competition. He was Henry Tillman is a very, very interesting
I mean,
guy.
boxing took me to places I never thought I'd
Yeah.
see in my life. Right? You too, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But especially in the when you're in the amateurs, you travel.
See, I didn't
Lot.
have any amateur experience,
Yeah.
but I traveled a lot for kickboxing.
Here's another one.
A lot of Samoan songs
songs in
on us, yeah.
Australia, but they're some of the nicest people around. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, gentle giants. 100% true. 100% true.
Los Padres, thanks for that. Yeah,
That's
what I hear too.
Every badass in Long Beach that I knew, every street guy, and I knew a lot, whatever, street guys have and then a Samoan kick my ass story. Like every single one of them has dude, I was doing all this stuff and I'm this badass dude. And then the Samoan just beat me into the ground. And I went, all right, I think I'm good. Every street fighter.
And reluctantly, have you had enough?
Yeah,
dude.
You want me stupid?
Want to be stupid?
Movie reference now. Movie reference time. Forgetting Sarah Marshall. Right? They go to. I think it was
there's Samoans in that movie.
There were Samoans in that movie, and they were really. One of them was actually a UFC.
Coming out of the kitchen. Right? The guy who comes out of the kitchen. The big guy comes out of the kitchen.
Oh, the guy who killed the pig.
Taylor Tooley.
He was in the first UFC.
Taylor Tooley.
Oh, that was the guy who got kicked in the face.
Yes. Got kicked in the face.
Yeah.
Taylor Tooley.
The first UFC is like a classic. I don't know all of it.
Taylor Tooley. Gerard Gordeau is the guy who
kicked him right in the face.
But later on in the movie, like one of the guys works at the hotels, and he was like, he asked for like an extra like rum, and he's like, I got two, a little extra aloha for you. Boom. And then later on, he goes, "Hey, I know you." He's like, "Yeah." He's like, "Oh yeah, you're the aloha guy," and then he punches him right in the face.
This ain't the breakfast buffet, bro.
Right.
And that's
this post-fight show is going straight into a pre-fight show, right?
Yeah, we're just staying awake pretty much all night, and
that's
we're
what I
gonna
was
keep
thinking
it going.
too.
Cuban
I was
coffee
actually
on the way.
wondering how am I gonna not miss? I'm not gonna miss the.
I'm not
fight.
missing
Like,
the Inoue fight. I don't care how tired I am.
Like I'm gonna wind up
Just
going to
power
sleep late.
through.
Might
The Inoue fights.
stay up until it and then go to sleep.
If
I don't know.
Inoue was fighting a less dangerous opponent, I might sleep in. I cannot miss this fight live. No, cannot.
First
miss
off,
this
even
fight.
if he wins, if Inoue still wins, it's beyond points. I think. I think Ahmedali takes in the distance. Man.
I agree, but also every single one of Inoue's last bunch of fights is thrilling, exhilarating. My neighbors hate me when he fights because I'm yelling at 7 a.m. on Sunday. I'm yelling in my backyard,
kicking back a few brewskis, yelling. But you got a good setup in your yard, though.
Yeah, the backyard's
TV.
cool. Yeah, the dogs hate the early ones.
Gotta
too.
do a fight day at his house.
Yeah, we got
Let's
go.
We do a nice little barbecue. We got the TV outside. We got the pool.
We used to do the Riyadh season fights in
Yeah, because they were in the afternoon.
This place.
Can I expect anything less the way you're dressed right
I know,
now?
totally, man.
Hollywood
Wait
right
till you
here.
see the spread of the meat, though. Jeez.
Hollywood.
Doing tomahawk steaks, ribeyes.
Yeah.
I love how much free time Chris has because he'll be like on Instagram, he's like, "This is a tomahawk steak for 3 hours. I've been watching it." I'm like, "You have 3 hours."
Meanwhile, I have 7 jobs, so
it's
I'm
crazy.
very
I don't
efficient.
get it.
I'm very good at time management. Oh,
Alec Kell's just tearing this dude apart.
But neither is like that good either.
I mean, yeah.
I didn't realize that Alec Kell is 5-0 with 1 KO. How do you start a card with a guy who's not a puncher for a 10-rounder?
Yeah.
That's
very
against the guy 7-4. So
very odd.
Distance,
yeah.
But even then, if you're not a puncher, you're not a puncher. I mean, it's like,
Again, I you can put this guy in this card. This shouldn't be on TV. I missed Boachuk, Brandon Adams to watch this.
Yeah, which again apparently was a back.
And it's not a disservice to him. It's just
put him on the cards. Don't put him on TV.
But
We
exactly.
all
It's
went
not
through
a
it.
disservice to him.
Off
but
TV
discredit
on the
to
card.
him what
We
he
all
may
went through it,
become.
dude.
But yeah, he doesn't.
And we were better than him. So
Yeah. For sure.
And it's not like there was no other shows. You replaced Brandon Adams versus Sergey Boachuk with this. Even Ditchko versus Jermaine Franklin. I'd rather watch that than this, dude.
Yeah.
Talented heavyweights, yeah.
No, you don't put a guy in. He says he wants to retire on 21 days' notice.
And if you do, don't say it. How about that? How about
If
that?
you're 7 and 4 and you want to retire, nobody cares anyway, dude. You know what I mean? Like the whole announcing of retirement is like the end of a run that people have followed. They know you. 7 and 4, you does not need to tell us, but you could just retire and not tell anybody. Nobody will notice.
You know, like they say, Paulie, some things are better left unsaid.
Yeah.
So true.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. That's a t-shirt too, no? Something left unsaid.
That's a little too
Too obvious.
Not too obvious. It's too like poignant. It's like it makes. It's like yeah. You know what? You don't want to read something in shirt and be like yeah. You know?
You ever have the people that have a lot written on their shirt and you're trying to read it and then you look up at them and they're looking at you like, what are you looking at? Like,
well, yeah, so don't wear.
jerk
Don't,
off.
don't
Your
wear.
shirt
Don't wear
has a paragraph on it. I was trying to read it.
Don't wear a novel in your shirt.
I'm killing time here, man.
Yeah.
This kid's tough though.
Yeah.
21 days notice. Who knows how long he's been
And
in
a
the
10
gym.
rounder, right? I mean, you got it.
And when
Yeah,
it seems like he
that's-
didn't even want to box anymore.
Skipper Kelp.
Oh, Skipper Kelp.
Nice.
That's a blast in the past, too.
Right?
But when
It's also a namesake.
But when I do see this, I think about some of the guys in my gym that would kill to have an opportunity like this, and I
That's
couldn't
what I'm
see
saying.
and I couldn't see this kid going past 3 rounds with him.
Yeah. Well, that's
So it's
not-
hard. It's hard.
Like we
to
said,
see that.
it's who you know.
It's an odd choice.
But what you know keeps you there.
Yeah, that's right. So he's getting the opportunity. We'll see how long he stays at this level.
Well,
Our producer Art, by the way, loves pointing out when his marriages lasted longer than a fight or less than a fight because he's had
Usually
so many
less.
that
Yeah.
it's always appropriate.
Yeah.
Right. And he'll be real specific. He'll be like, my third marriage was shorter than this.
more
My
punches.
fourth
More
marriage.
punches were landed in that marriage too.
No comment. No comment on that one.
It was a very one-sided fight, by the way.
Very one-sided.
Oof. Focus, man. Nice word.
East Oakland, baby. East Oakland.
East Oakland, dude. Yeah, I trained out of his
do-
gym once or twice.
I do love that
one-
ward is
martial
back.
arts one's up there.
And Max, actually.
Come on, bro. Max gave the cheerlead the other day. Now he's telling us this kid can fight. Come on, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. Give me the old
No,
Max.
I
back.
hear his.
I don't know who this Max
You know what it is?
but
I hear
want
his
the old
voice.
I like his voice.
I hear his voice, and it
So
brings
he's
me
sitting
back.
there, as you said that, he was telling us this kid can fight. Come on.
Oh, he's got to. He knows.
Well,
he knows.
Paulie,
he knows what butters his back.
Paulie, he's been out of boxing for a while, so I think his eye for talent has maybe diminished.
You guys think since Franklin beat Ditchko that he will get the Atuma fight now? Didn't
Also,
Ditchko
Franklin
win?
beat Ditchko?
Did Franklin beat Ditchko or did Ditchko beat
So that
Franklin?
dude is right.
No, I thought it was the other way around. Did I read that wrong?
Franklin beat Ditchko.
You may have.
That's what.
Am I
Gotta
bugging?
confirm.
Stand corrected. We got no undercard. We got no card here because these guys gave us
Yeah,
this
it
fight.
didn't show it. So.
These guys gave
Oh
us this
no, I
fight,
read
so-
it. I read it wrong.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Ditchko lost.
Jermaine
Franklin beat Ditchko. Well, Ditchko was 100 years old too.
That's
though.
why Eastern European fighters 0-2.
Yeah.
Okay,
you're right,
Ah,
but
that's
Ditchko is also old.
All right, so back to the question.
Whatever.
Yeah.
He still shouldn't. He should. Ditchko should never lose to Franklin.
Yeah, but
Atama, maybe?
No, Thomas fighting Ergovich.
Yeah, maybe at some point.
Which is a fight past Jermaine Franklin.
Which, yeah,
it's
true.
It's a fight past Franklin.
he beat Franklin already, right? Or no? Or didn't fight?
No. Atuma,
Joshua,
we
right?
talk about Moses
Atama.
Atuma, and he's fighting Ergovich, which
Dude,
That's
man,
is
a
a
big
much
step
tougher
up.
fight than Franklin.
Yeah. Dude gave me a 37-year-old Eastern European and thought he made a point on the Twitter. That was wild too.
You still thinking about that guy?
Of course, because now we got the real result. Now I know he was right because I was
He
saying he
holds
was wrong.
grudges.
We thought Ditchko won, so he was right. But now you put context to the whole thing. The example you gave me is a 100-year-old Eastern European, and you thought he made a point.
What was the point he was making?
What do I feel about two Americans beating?
They're
two
both
Eastern
punching
Europeans?
underwater. Both of these guys right now.
Yeah.
Again, why would you?
Yeah,
care?
I mean, it's certainly not a power puncher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the point I would make here, I think Alakal has to hold his ground at times. Every time he makes a defensive move, it's leaving the pocket. It's leaving the pocket. And you can make him pay. He's in and out. He leaves the pocket. But when you got a guy dominated so much being in and out, there are moments where you hold your ground. And Bob, you give me your input on these whole moments. Instead of leaving the pocket in and out, you start holding your ground and slipping and sliding and countering from there. And you start to take over the
in
ring
the
that way.
house.
You never take over the ring if you constantly leave the pocket and make them pay. You're in, you're out, you're in.
Arrived.
Even an in-and-out fighter has to sometimes slip from the pocket and counter and back up and then start to control the ring.
Impose his will.
Yeah. And I think Alakel
Especially
could be
when you're
doing
breaking the guy down.
Especially Alakel could be doing that because you're superior at this point. So your next step to that's showing that superiority is not always bailing out when the guy throws at you. Make them miss from where you are and actually make them pay right from where you are. See, every time Crawford throws a punch, Alakel's moving back. And at this point, he shouldn't be doing that.
But also, he's got 5.
Well, he's
got 5
certainly not a finished product, to say the least.
Yeah.
Thank you.
He's barely a
said it.
started product.
And just as you said that, Paul, he's getting caught doing exactly what you said he shouldn't be doing.
Because that's his only out is in and out. Sometimes you got to hold your ground too. He throws a good body shot. That's the only thing I probably would praise him for. See? Hey, somebody said it. Somebody said it. He's not a future star.
Yeah, close the show.
Is that Skipper that said that? Yeah. And even if he doesn't close the show, I like to see him at least impose himself a little bit. Because you know what? Not everybody's gonna close the show. You're 5-0-1 knockout, but show me your superiority. Show me your dominance in a different way. Because now you've shown it this way. You can step up to the next level, and go for it.
Yeah,
See, he's out right there.
You don't always have to finish a guy to be entertaining, put punches together,
But also to show
it to his ass.
if you're this
I didn't
superior,
finish
if you're
anybody.
this
I was
much
super
superior already,
Yeah, you know what I
and you can show you're this much more superior, you got to take it there because you're already here. You know what I mean? You got to take it here. Mbilli versus
Christian
Martinez
Mbilli
next.
versus Martinez next.
Goodness, thank
That
you.
is pretty cool. That fight is next.
Looking forward to that one.
And even after that, Callum and Vargas Jr.
It's a good fight too. But to that point, like I wasn't a finisher at all. I wasn't a knockout puncher. I hurt guys, but like I was
You
excited.
also stepped to them.
Yeah.
Again,
Yeah.
you understood the concept.
I want to
of
see
talking
guys.
about. Every fighter has to understand what I just talked
Pernell
about.
Whitaker, not a finisher, but God, it's fun to watch. Yeah.
But even
Yeah.
Pernell would step up when he had to. He would step
walk
up. There's so
guys
many
down,
fights of
take them
Pernell
out,
walking guys down. Floyd walking guys down. Floyd was walking down Victor when he got headbutted.
Yeah.
You know?
Floyd walked down everybody, especially later at the higher weights. So even though he was, people want to tell me he was a runner. I lose my mind when they do that. I think he didn't move that much. Ooh.
You know why? Because when somebody doesn't get hit, they just want to call him a runner.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
That's the lack of a boxing IQ.
I always remember Chico Corrales.
Yeah,
The
Connor
job he did.
R could have done us a favor making this 6 rounds.
Yeah.
You would have been an even
Yeah.
better favor making it 4 rounds.
No, it would have been
And
even
no,
better
it would have been
favor.
even better favor. Not
Put
even
it-
put
put
it
it-
on
put
the
it on
roll
the- put it
and
on
give
the
us Boa
first
Chick
card
with Brandon Adams.
and have Boachuk Brandon
Or
Adams. That would have been the best favor.
You know what, Paulie, would have been interesting for me too is, as great as Mayweather was, how much better would he have been? Because I know he had a lot of hand problems because we used to go see
Yeah, he did
Dr.
have
Daly,
problems.
who was a doctor for the Clippers. So before the hand problems, people forget he was icing people.
Yeah.
He
Well,
was.
And then with
it
the
was
hand-
Also
weight-
a lower
it was
weight
I
class.
know it was the weight, but I'm gonna. But Chris, I
And he
know
was
this
aggressive.
because
He
of
was
doctor.
he was
Oh, Alec Kell just got rocked.
he was more aggressive with his punching.
But I'm going to tell you this
He's
though,
less selective.
he was
As he got older, he got more
because of the
selective picking
hands.
his
He had to
shots.
be selective
Yeah.
with the shots. I
At
always wondered
130,
if
I
his
loved
hands
him
would
at
begin.
130 when the whole
telling
Pretty
you.
Boy Floyd. He was very fiery. You know,
If I didn't break this hand so much, I would have been a completely different guy.
yeah.
That's why I wonder how Floyd would have been even at the higher weight classes because he always had enough to keep you honest when he had to.
I think hand problems always affect you to a degree.
I didn't have a right hand my entire career.
Yeah.
Like I fought my entire career with one hand, with my left hand, and I'm technically a righty, so
That's terrible.
I think-
I couldn't throw a right hand at all.
I just
let's
hope everyone
hope
else's
Eddie
bag is
Rose's
full of
bag
wraps
is
and
full of
water
wraps and
bottles.
water bottles.
No carne asada left over. That's horrible.
I'll take some carne asada right now.
Oh, I would love some.
Horrible.
I miss the Mexican
Terrible.
food. Leaving California.
Carnitas.
Oh, so good.
What kind of statement was that though? What was that? What was that?
Basically,
I have no
let's
idea.
hope he didn't bring the PEDs for Canelo. Is what he's saying. You know?
It wasn't a
The-
fat joke.
It was a
No,
meat joke.
It was
a meat joke.
Let's
It
hope
was
it's
a-
full
it
of
was a pit
that,
joke?
full of the correct utensils and not carne asada, and not the wrong utensils.
Okay.
Well, they gave Crawford the round because he got rocked him on the ropes, right?
Alec Hell's not looking comfortable right now.
Yeah, he got hurt.
10 rounds is a lot for your 6 pro fight.
Yeah.
Well, for the guy who wants to retire and only has 11 too.
You're not wrong.
For both of them.
Hey, we appreciate you as well, guys. Roscoe Stark, you're awesome.
Roscoe Stark, thanks, Mo. Thanks,
Oh,
dude.
Alec Hell's looking at the clock.
Yeah, that's never good.
Mm.
See, Najee Lopez.
forget-
Oh,
Oh.
listen, that's gonna be a real
It's
fight.
gonna be a great one. Light heavyweight division. Najee Lopez returns.
What's the date on that? The next
September
one?
27th.
Coming up. We're back down here in
Kissimmee.
Kissimmee.
Yep. It's a really busy month for us.
Is it?
Yeah, man. Like,
What
or
else?
maybe it's just been this week.
What else is
We've
new?
been working so much. Oh, good right hand.
Who has a lot of upside? I mean, nobody in the ring has a lot of upside. But so, what is he talking about?
That's what we're talking about Alakel. Because Crawford is retiring, so what if,
Right.
like, you know.
But
I just keep coming out of that 22. You're like, I'm retiring.
does he have a lot of upside? What?
Boy, that's wow.
That's weird.
Got a long way to go.
Jim, it just sounds like 34 years. What am I? 35 years of professional boxing now. You know, you don't even hear a guy say retiring at 22. They won't even use that word. They just be like, yeah, you know, I'm moving on with my life into something else. Yeah, I quit. It's like
I put in so many years at 22 that I'm worn out. You're like,
Because he could also,
would be better.
You could also change your mind at that age, dude.
They've changed your mind. Yeah.
I just 22.
just say
I'm retired.
Just say nothing and don't take a fight. Again. But I mean, I guess he's going into the service, which is cool. So he's
but that's what I'm saying. Like he said, just I quit, or you know, I'm just moving on to something different with my life. You just, I
which is
retired.
true.
What, you were in the sport for like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And you can box in the Navy. You know that, right? Like, armed forces have boxing teams.
Oof, headbutt there.
My guy Jimmy from Poly TV wants a shout out. Jimmy, you got your shout out, buddy. There you are. Run. My production
not
on
a
my
great
Poly
fight to
TV
start off
page.
This card. We got a 10-rounder, really one-sided. Who had the best chin of the guys?
That was
of the guys
painful to watch.
who you guys fought. Who had the best chin you fought?
Ruslan.
Ruslan Bragado.
Yeah. I mean, the guy never went down, never been rocked, never got wobbled, nothing ever by anyone.
Yeah.
Well, he fought Lucas Matisse for 10 rounds, killing each other. Yeah.
I mean,
Paulie, what about you?
for me, who didn't have a chin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You fought a lot of guys who were
For me, who
No,
didn't have a chin.
no,
well, we're going back to
I
that's
know.
it. We're going back to what Derrick James said. He goes, he's not no thing as a good chin is a bad punch.
No, I gotta say, record wise, I dropped this guy though. But record wise, Lamont Roach Jr. was never stopped, and I beat him for the first title. Fought Canelo, fought Kell Brook, fought me, fought Sean Mitchell, fought Junior Witter. Was never stopped, but I dropped him. I dropped him with the right hand.
Oh, wow.
And then when I won the world title.
With a double
And
right hand.
that's probably the guy with the best chin I fought. He fought Cotto.
Yeah.
He fought,
Yeah.
was never stopped in his whole career. Never stopped his whole career. And I had him down in our first fight.
Is
Sharp-
that the
sharp- sharp
precursor
straight right
to
hand.
Crawford dropping Canelo?
I don't know, I'm just saying that's
Well,
probably the guy.
hey,
with
if
the
you like
best-
to say
what I'm
it,
saying is
it
everybody had a
happens
good
if
chin
you're able
against
to
me because I didn't get a lot of knockouts. So it's hard for me to gauge which one had the best chin, right? But if I look at
But you also probably had a lot of hand problems though too.
I did. But what I'm saying is if I look at the scope of my overall record, the guys, Danny Garcia probably had a great chin, right? I mean,
Yeah.
well, Danny
Yeah,
Garcia,
never been down.
So
Yeah.
it's probably the
It's
guys
Cal-
with the
it's
best
Cali
chins.
fought Lau.
Guys with the
But
best
I mean,
chins that I
he's at the
fought.
end of his career.
Guys with the best chins that I fought are probably Lamont Roach Jr. and Danny Garcia, I'd say. You know, so because historically, outside of me, because you don't really find out you got a great chin or not against me, but outside of me, they showed they had great chins in their other
Mine
fights
was
too.
Ruslan and Spence.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Spence.
Spence had a great chin until Crawford. But
I was there when you fought Spence.
yeah, I didn't have much for him that night.
We had a couple kids on the undercard.
And Danny never got stopped either or went down either until
Until
the last fight.
Hey,
Lara.
and thanks to you, the coach of the Jets came out to watch your fight. So the next day, I got to watch the Patriots versus the Jets, and I was on the sideline.
They were all there.
That's
So that was
nice.
Oh, when I fought the Barclays, everybody came out.
That's cool.
Yeah.
They're all trained in Long Island, right?
Yeah.
Hofstra.
That's how
So the coaches, that's how I got
I forgot
on
who
the
my
thing.
friend was.
Bro, if you were in the amateurs with me, you know the 1999 Empire State Games were at Hofstra, bro. It would have been
That's sick.
the only time. They're always upstate New York.
I used to go there and wrestle all the time.
Hofstra had the 99 Empire State Games. It would have been crazy.
That's awesome.
Thanks, Mr. Stanley. Thank you. Respect. Classic New York City dude. That's me. Thank you.
That's
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, Chris. So because of you, I got to get on the sidelines, man.
That's pretty cool.
sweet.
That was cool, man.
I'm happy to
For
help
Tom
get my ass
Brady.
kicked for you.
For Tom Brady. Yeah, but that Spence was a different animal too.
I fought
don't
the
care
best
what
version.
anybody
I
says.
fought the best version of Spence. I know. I'm dead set on that.
Because the car
Because he could
wreck,
move that.
all those things.
He had good footwork. He had
and he
good
was
defense.
Still, and he was still hungry to be the
Bob,
best.
so my producer for my channel, Poly TV, he's got Canelo by 9th round knockout. 9th or 10th round knockout. So he's going with you. See, you're not alone.
Is your producer
Jimmy,
like a baseball fan, or is not really into boxing?
Jimmy's like a casual boxing fan. I can't say.
Oh, look
it
at
doesn't-
Rob
it's not
Lowe.
a-
Is that Rob Lowe?
Rob, yeah, Rob Lowe goes to boxing fights. I remember I went to Sergio Moro against Shane Mosley, and I'm leaving the.
Look at Andy
Ruiz.
Looks
I'm
like he's
leaving
in
the
shape.
Barclays Center, and Rob Lowe's trying to rush Scurry's way out of there, like with his hat down, making sure nobody noticed him. And I'm like, "That's Rob Lowe," and he's like, walks right.
He's like, no, it's not.
Tracy Morgan. He's a big boxing
He's
fan, too.
hilarious, yeah.
Oh, man.
Michael Irvin.
Michael Irvin.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Michael Irvin goes up to the
Yo, he's
cafe that
still
goes
jacked.
down here every time he comes to Florida.
Jacked.
Freak.
He goes to the Italian cafe. Michael Irvin goes to every time he comes down to South Florida. He goes to the Italian cafe.
This one?
Michael Irvin. I've been there when he's there. He hangs out like he's one of the smoked cigars. Like
I would
hangs
love
out
to
like
smoke a
hanging out
cigar
like
with
one of the
him.
Italian guys.
I would love to smoke a cigar.
They all know him.
He's a Miami guy.
Yeah, because he played with Hurricanes.
Can we get some smoke eaters in here? I want to start smoking. Jesus. Watch these fights.
I didn't have the guts to tell him I was a Giants fan. I left that part out.
First thing I'd say to him.
He beat the shit out of us in the 90s. What am I going to do? We sucked in the 90s.
Yeah. Oh, you guys watched that Netflix documentary about the Cowboys?
No.
Which one? No.
It's pretty good. Yeah, about Jerry Jones.
90s Cowboys?
Yeah, about Jerry Jones and
I like that stuff because
yeah.
I've seen, the U with Jim.
Oh, the U is good, yeah.
It's Jimmy Johnson. So that
Jimmy
Cowboys
Johnson
team
and
had
Jerry
Jimmy
Jones,
Johnson too, yeah. Now, there's an allure when you can separate yourself from it. In the moment, I hated them, but when you can separate yourself from them, you can appreciate that team, you know?
Catholics versus convicts.
Yeah.
And I'm from...
But also the Cowboys I'm talking about.
Right.
I hated the Cowboys.
I hate the Cowboys.
Miami, Miami and Notre Dame were like big deal when I was a kid.
Catholics
But I
conference
didn't
is
love or hate any of them. It was just like, whoa, Notre Dame
I'm
versus
from
Miami.
Southern California. My family's an USC family. We hate Notre Dame. So I was like, yeah, I hope Miami beats the crap out of them. Because, SC Notre Dame,
yeah.
can't stand them.
When I was a kid, like the Colorado Buffaloes were good. Remember that?
Yeah, they were right, yeah.
Colorado Buffaloes, I think they won a national title.
Better fight
Nebraska.
Barrera versus Morales one or Ward Gotti one?
Oof. Barrera Morales is the Ward Gotti at a higher level.
Yeah.
Is like the elite Ward Gotti. Not that Ward Gotti isn't high level,
Better
but it's
fight.
not as high level as Morales Barrera.
Not even a question. Barrera Morales was way better.
You think so?
Higher
Not even a
level.
question?
Well, higher
I mean,
level.
sometimes lower
Better
level is
guys.
more entertaining, though. Gotti Ward is.
But dude, come on. When I watched that Barrera Morales fight, it's so high level, and they hate each other too.
That's the thing too. That also makes they hated each other. Gotti Ward actually liked each other.
Exactly.
No, you wouldn't know it the way they fought.
Well, no. So Gotti Ward 1 was different than the other two. Gotti Ward 1, Gotti was treating Ward like he didn't belong in the ring with him because he didn't. And then he got dragged into a fight. And he's like, and then by the end of it, he had to respect him. So it was a different dynamic in that fight. Barrera Morales were vicious. It was visceral how much they hated each other. They punched and kicked each other at the press conferences. They came from different places, but within the same country. No, absolutely. Barrera Morales won.
Ooh, Christian Mbilli.
Well, it was pretty crazy when Barrera with Morales because Barrera was always saying like, I'm a higher class Mexican.
I'm Mexico City. You're Tijuana.
Well, not just that, the fact that hey, my parents are educated.
Yeah.
You're boxing because you have to. I'm boxing because I love to.
Yeah.
You're like a low class.
Yeah.
He really called him like a low class.
Yeah.
There's Lester.
There's Lester Martinez.
Boy, he looked like he hydrated pretty damn big.
Yeah, right?
Wow.
He filled in.
Oh, can't wait for this one. About 20 minutes away-ish.
To the next fight?
Well, we'll see. I'll see how fast they get him in there.
Wow. Really? Jesus.
Yeah, me too. Get a little.
Lester Martinez KO. Let's go. That's my pick too. Twitter.
Lester Martinez by KO. Let's go. I mean, we're allowed to root for him because we're not commentating. So, yeah, I can root for Lester Martinez. Sure. Appreciate it. Great work for this event. Thank you so much. We're hanging out, watching the fights. It's what we're doing. Hanging out in the studio. Long night and morning for us, but hey, it's what we do. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, is it weird? By the way, I'm asking the viewers themselves to hear John Anik call a boxing thing. He's a great broadcaster. I worked with him, of course, when I worked at the UFC. Really excellent. He's a great combat sports commentator. But does it make it sound like a UFC? You know, I'm so used to it because I'm so used to hearing him that it's not really like that to me. But I'm curious how it is for you guys. This is a very different cadence to boxing than MMA. I'm told all the time that I bring like an MMA energy to boxing. You know what I mean? Because I know Morrow does both, but not a lot of people do both.
I don't know, man. I don't understand what
play.
that is. You know, like I feel like if you can call a fight, you can call a fight. You know?
Yeah. Well, boxing's a little more.
Maybe slower pace.
Yeah, a little bit slower pace.
But then again,
in a good way. I don't mean
MMA,
in a bad way.
also can be slow pace if they lay on the ground the whole round. You know. Remember Pride? Used to make them get up. Pride used to stand them up. Remember, Jimmy?
Who?
Remember Pride? They used to make them stand up.
Oh yeah, all the time.
Stand them right up.
Or they leave them right there.
Up.
Shout out Jimmy Smith, been supporting you since before you were calling the UFC. One of the brightest minds in combat sports. Thank you so much.
Good luck.
I appreciate that a lot. I've been in this game way too long.
You're welcome, Jimmy. I just went back there and wrote.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Chris.
Since you don't get a lot of love in these shows.
It's all right with me. You guys are the stars. I just hang out here. But it's great that Wham fan 921 said I'm good. I appreciate that.
Forgotten Wham third member.
Third member of Wham. Andrew Ridgely was the other guy, by the way. If you're not old enough to remember.
I've never even heard that name before.
Andrew Ridgely was the other member of Wham.
I mean, George Michael was awesome.
George Michael, one of the greatest vocalists of all time.
Greek.
Okay.
He was Greek. He was your people.
Yes.
Yeah. You know that? George Michael was
George Michael's Greek.
But born in England.
I think born in England, yeah. But his family's Greek. All right, so this is totally off track, but who cares? I'm a big Queen fan, and nothing bugs me more. People trying to sing Freddie Mercury, because nobody can sing Freddie Mercury well. He's a great.
Nobody can do it justice.
When George Michael did "Somebody to Love" live at his tribute concert, he is so. I was like, Jesus, he's better than. Listen to "Somebody to Love" live. It was called the Freedom Mercury concert for the after he died.
I gotta check it on YouTube.
It's one of the most amazing.
My manager, when I was fighting,
teaching you music, bro.
My manager.
Why aren't they showing Mbilli Martinez on Netflix? I don't get it. They walk in about 5 minutes, guys.
5 minutes, guys.
So we're just waiting on them.
They're my manager when I was boxing. He's an '80s guy.
Yeah.
Because he goes. I took a chick. I remember I took a chick to a George Michael concert in New York in the '80s, and that time he's not out yet.
Yeah.
He goes, I was the only guy in my whole section. He goes, me. It was me.
Oh.
He goes, me and my girl. He goes, and all women.
Chicks galore.
He goes,
yeah.
He goes, I just couldn't fathom it. He likes men's ass. He get all this, and later on you find out he likes men's asses. I was like, well, that's one way to put it.
I'm sure the men he got were amazing too.
Yeah.
George Michael was a good-looking man. All right.
And he goes, you should have seen those. He goes, Paulie.
Oh yeah.
You should have seen the girls in that section. They would have dropped everything for him.
People who weren't alive in the 80s.
But nobody knew about George Michael yet.
People, no. People who weren't alive in the 80s don't get Prince.
Yeah.
Just got chicks galore. That's what got you the chicks, right?
Prince
it was insane.
Prince got a lot of famous chicks like us.
Oh my God, everybody wanted Prince.
Sheila E.
Yeah, he got all of them.
He had a
what's her name? Remember Vanity?
Vanity.
Oh my God, she was smoking.
Yeah, Prince had a lot of them.
He got dude Prince. By the way,
Prince
I love Prince.
Introverted guy, like he was
Everybody.
He's an
Very.
He's
an artist.
He's a true artist.
He was a true artist. Yeah.
Yeah, I play all the instruments.
Played all. That's so crazy.
Amazing.
Wrote all the music. Played all the instruments.
Appreciate that. Have it muted and you guys on. Thank you so much. As
Garcia.
Lester Martinez is walking out.
Lester Martinez, biggest walk of his career.
Oh. And dude, such a likable guy. I don't know if you've met him, Bob.
No,
just a nice
he actually
kid,
sparred
dude.
Carlos Adames, though.
Yeah,
See him out
you
there
got
in
a
Las
chance to
Vegas.
He's not in Plant City anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not Plant City anymore.
Not the Plant
man.
City walk to the
He's
ring.
graduated.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, in some ways, Plant City could be worse. Some of the fights they put you in.
Yeah.
Maybe the crowd might like this, but the guy you're fighting is
But I'll tell you what, Bob. First time I went out to Plant City, I was considered for this gig. You know, hey, come out, check out a show, whatever. Dude, the crowd was rocking. They were into it, man. Like small venue, crowd was into it. Like real passionate.
The guys you're fighting, man. Every time I get the call from one of my guys in the gym,
It is.
We got a pro box fight for your guy, and I'm like,
really?
Yeah. Is there anything else?
Asking if we're going to Miami with Pro Box TV. Not this year, but hopefully soon. Oh, that'd be so great to have a fight in Miami we drive to.
Down to? Yeah.
Oh,
I got the shirt.
He's got the shirt, already got the outfit ready
Chris
to go.
will show up to work just like this then.
He got pulled over 6 times on the way over here. Bet you didn't know that.
in his white.
Bet you didn't know that.
In his white Ferrari.
In his white Ferrari, right?
Okay. I drove it from the speedboat.
Christian Mbilli making the walk. And by the way, because, obviously we're not calling the fight, so we can be totally pro Lester. We really, really like him. Christian Mbilli's a dog, man.
I like him.
I mean, Christian Mbilli's we like
him a
Christian
lot.
too, dude.
Yeah, there's nothing not to like about him either. I mean,
he's
they're
super
both
nice guy,
fan
too.
friendly.
The rest of the card is good now. I don't have to worry.
Yeah, the rest of the card's
actually, the main event is the one I have to worry about the most. Like,
Yeah.
That's the one that might be a dud. But honestly, the next 2 fights.
You know what, Paulie, to your point, I'm going for Canelo in the fight. I think he's going to win the fight. But it very well could, like you said, what has Canelo showed us in the last fight?
Yeah.
I'm hoping he's going to sell out to some degree.
I think it's going to be a very slow fight.
But for now, the next 2 fights, I think will show out. I think because it's 4 hungry fighters head to head.
And there's a good shot that neither goes the distance.
And you know what's interesting, guys? I'm a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, right?
2016. Mbilli,
What?
I don't know.
I didn't know that either.
France 2016 Olympics.
For France?
For France, yeah.
Okay.
I'm a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, right? Watching the Pittsburgh Steelers in the Super Bowl is the most stressful Super Bowl ever. It's more fun when you don't have a horse in the race. When you sit there and enjoy the fight.
Yeah.
If you're a big
Because you didn't get to enjoy them in the 70s Super Bowls. You had to enjoy them later Super Bowls where they were
I did.
stressful.
I had to enjoy
the 70s Super Bowls.
Hey,
they were
we
just
won 2.
dominant.
Yeah, we just crushed them. I wasn't around. Well, I was alive for one of them, but not, I was a little baby. But the idea that it's almost more fun when this isn't like your guy in the fight, so you can just sit back and enjoy and hope for a good fight. It's different.
You don't gamble much, do you, Jimmy?
I don't.
Yeah,
I don't.
that's a very non-gambler thing
I'm going
to
to tell
say.
you guys a story about gambling.
Oh, I can't wait.
So I'm in camp with Carlos Cruzado. I told you this kid I have is the only champion in the history of Chile. So Yuri Boy Campos is in the camp.
Yuri Boy Campos.
And he's getting the shit beat out of him every day, every second of every minute in sparring. I mean, he's getting the shit beat out of him.
Yuri is or your boy?
No, Campos. I was in camp. I had Cruzado. We're all in the same camp together. So Campos just getting the shit beat out of him every day. So I told my wife, I says, oh, man, this is easy money. Raul Marquez, he's an Olympian. He just came off winning the world title against Keith Mullings. He's a southpaw. This is easy money. She goes, babe, you sure you're going to bet that money? I said, I'm betting thousands. I'm all in on this fight. He couldn't win a second of a minute of a round in sparring. By the 4th, 5th round, I'm sitting there watching the fight, and I go, I know I'm going to lose all my money, but my God, Marquez is going to lose his life. Stop the fight. And I learned my lesson. Don't ever bet money based on sparring.
I've seen
this,
guys
that, or
in
the
the
other.
gym. I got a couple that come to mind right away.
Yep.
Joe Smith Jr. Joe Smith used to kick his. I remember Will Rzinski boxed Joe's ears off in the gym, and then they fought. And Will got his ass kicked. I mean, Joe is so
in MMA,
so strong, so good.
It was later in his career. I can say because he's retired. Big Nog, Minotauro Nogueira. I knew some guys who were sparring with him. Goes, Jimmy, he was about to fight Randy Couture, and he goes, dude, he's getting housed every day, just getting.
But even in the fights, he would get housed, and then he'd win. And then he'd randomly submit you. I remember that.
Right, that's what he would do.
Would submit you.
And they're like, oh, Couture's gonna kill him, and he beat certain guys. don't fight
That's
like
what I learned, man. Be
You
very.
fall like that too. I saw one or two fights. He got the shit beat out of him,
and then would find a way to get
submit
you. That's what he did. But he was getting beat so bad. We're like, oh my God, Randy's
tough.
going to kill him.
You got a
And
character to fight like that.
he won the fight.
Yeah, but that shit runs out.
Certain guys don't fight like they train, is what I mean. They don't fight like they spar.
Another.
Others do.
I mean, probably the poster child of this is Sergey Kovalev. I trained with John David
Kovalev?
Jackson for a couple years, and he said that guy never won a round of sparring ever.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, this is when he was like super dominant
He's a
and
crusher.
didn't even get hit in fights. It was killing guys.
Yeah.
Whether it was the moment, whether it was getting into shape, whether it was those little gloves and the guy could really punch,
Yeah.
whatever it was, he was like, he used to get his ass kicked in sparring, and then on fight night, he was an absolute murderer.
Some guys do that, man. It's and especially in MMA where we have so many different styles. Some guys just find the right combination in the gym, and I mean, or in the fight that they don't in the gym.
man.
Yeah, I don't know.
The psychology of fighting is wild.
It's crazy, isn't it? And there are other guys that are, I call them gym monsters. God, in the gym,
Yeah,
they're
a lot of
amazing, and they
those. A lot
don't
of
go
those.
out
We all
there.
know
And,
those
There's a lot more of those than the other way around.
yeah, it's true.
He's so jacked, and
So
Billy,
strong.
jeez, man.
He's like a fire hydrant.
Yeah, but he's got long arms. He's got a longer reach than Lester.
Yeah, but you don't use it.
Yeah, but he's coming forward, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He coming forward.
For me, Lester just punches shorter and tighter. I think that's going to be the difference, but we'll see. I've been wrong before.
There's a guy in the UFC now.
Lester looks good. He looks lean.
I don't think he's gonna be wrong tonight. Though.
Wow, Lester looks
Can't wait for
good.
this one, guys.
Oh, man, this is a good fight. I'm excited.
Max Kelman, very true.
Max is spot on about that.
Woo.
Let's go.
Oh, the boss, Gary Jonas. This should have been the co-main. Not surprising. Not surprising, Gary Jonas.
I agree, and it should have also been 12 rounds.
I agree.
This should be 12 rounds.
For sure.
This should be a title eliminator. And Billy has backed Lester up immediately into his own corner.
I think you got to back Lester up. He's
Yeah,
such a
but it's-
puncher. You know.
As you said, this is how Billy fights. Like,
I mean, Paulie, is Lester a bigger puncher than Billy?
I think so.
I don't
The
know.
way he gets his knockouts, I don't know. But again, if you get backed up, though, sometimes it's...
I don't like Lester being like this here.
Better get off them
Still early,
ropes.
Yeah. Oh,
oh, uppercut.
Oh!
Yeah.
Zing him.
Oh,
Both guys
this
up.
guy's
Yeah,
starting
this
already.
isn't going. 5 rounds is generous.
Yeah,
Nice push
digging
off
right
by
in. No,
Lester.
no warm-up fights around here.
Nope.
Yeah. Oh. Ooh, good round step around, but. Ooh, good right hand from Billy. And Billy looks a lot bigger.
But he's shorter.
Yeah, but he just looks like a bigger human. More muscle on his back, bigger arms. He's got legs too. He's not.
Nice.
Oh, good left hook
Yeah.
to the liver, but a good good left hook there from Billy.
Lester hits him when he jabs. Every time he
Lester's
jabs,
jab
hit
is
him.
very.
Yeah.
He's got a great mid-range jab. Oh,
Wow.
Lester's working really hard. Those push-offs are not easy either. Nice jab.
But Limbilly's working hard, too.
Yeah, but even Billy does this though. He's an
I mean,
engine
yeah.
guy.
You can always do what you're used to doing. People forget that.
Oh, good
Nice
timing on
left
that
hand.
shot.
He buzzed him with that.
Oh, that hurt him right there.
Yeah, he's hurt. No, Lester's going to knock him out. Watch.
I think he's gonna have to because I don't know if he can deal with this pressure all night like
And
this.
Billy-
'Cause- And Billy can do it. Oh,
Billy's going to get hit like that around 6 or 7. It ain't going to be like getting hit like that around 1.
so Lester has a really the looping shot Lester has hit you in the side of the head. That does a lot of damage. We've seen that in the past. He's doing damage to Billy with that so far tonight. He's landed 3 of them. It seemed like all of them shook Billy. Good precision. And Billy though with the body, dude. Oh, that
Oh,
uppercut.
nice.
Oh, and a body.
It'll be interesting to hear what Bomac
Punches
says to
are so
Lester in the
short.
corner, right?
Oh,
Nice left hook.
My God.
And
Lester's showing a good
he
chin.
stopped punching. You can see when Billy
Ooh.
feels it because
Wicked
he
body
stops
shot.
moving his hands and stays in front of him.
Yeah, and he gets very heavy over his front foot. That's why I said when I watched him with Sergey Derevchenko and I saw how heavy he was over the front foot, I'm like, Canelo's going to pick him next because there's going to be so many opportunities for body shots and uppercuts.
I'll tell you one good thing.
That was a hell of a
Lester's lucky he's fought in the pro box fights because it got his ass.
Yeah,
ready for
he's
this.
just used to
Because the
tough.
pro box,
Yeah.
no easy fights there. That's
Yeah,
get
very
you ready.
true.
Good old fashioned firefight.
Wow.
This is pretty much what we expected, guys. And Billy came in trying to put on physical pressure. Lester finding his spots to land counter punches. What do you think won round number 1, guys? Lester landing the more effective counter punches.
You're gonna probably give it to Mbilli going forward, but
Yeah, but
it
Mbilli
wasn't
did
a
go for
bad.
it,
It
and
wasn't
he
a bad
punched
round
well.
for Lester. I'd say 10-9 for Mbilli, but
What you thought, Chris?
Mbilli won the round.
Lester
10-9. Lester landed the bigger shots, but the other guy he moved his hands a little bit more and forced the action more.
But it's good leather landed by Lester that can.
Yeah, he
can
landed
put
the
stuff in
shots
the
that
bank
rocked
later.
him a little more.
See, Mbili's feet are very square. You can take advantage of this. You know, you can.
But also, look how heavy he is over the front foot.
Yeah.
He completely leans forward.
Wow.
It's very, very sharp and precise shots from Lester.
Had his hands cut out. I think he mixed his metaphors there. He had his hands full. He has his work coming
cut
out for him.
And Billy's not as precise.
Yeah, this is a real fight. That is very true. Nice uppercut.
Wow.
Oh, I love that uppercut. He loops the right hand and comes with the lead left hand uppercut. That's landed really well. There it is again. Aye. This fight's awesome. Woo!
Mbilli, his chances to catch and shoot against Mbilli because he's so wide on when he's those shots on downstairs.
But he's all effort, and he doesn't stop.
Yeah. That's why you got to punch him with them good
Double
uppers.
uppercut.
Good body shot. Oof. That overhand, that chopping overhand has been the best weapon for Mbilli.
Yep.
There it is again. Back comes Lester with the same combination. But that left uppercut from Lester, man, keep watching that thing. That thing doesn't miss. There it is again.
Yep.
Ooh. Champ, you might be right. Lester might get that stop. I think the nose, I can't really see, but I think the nose is damaged.
Of Mbilli?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been taking some uppercuts.
That left uppercut is...
And Mbili's going to have to keep this up. And if you start breathing heavy and Lester starts breaking him a
You can't
little
breathe
bit.
through your nose.
Both guys are going to the body well. This is going to come down to who can maintain the pace.
Who's got grit.
Yeah, it's going to be a battle of attrition, but
Yeah.
the thing is, if Mbilli slows down, man, he's got nothing. to hold off
Mbili's
that power.
leading, and Lester is keeping the pace. Ooh.
Am I wrong
nice
that
uppercut.
Lester's more accurate?
No,
Way
no,
more
he
accurate.
seems more accurate.
Way more accurate. I said that earlier.
And he's
more
powerful.
precise. Ooh,
So Mbili's gonna slow down.
yeah, but this is such a high contact fight.
Yeah.
Billy's suffering
tired.
through it, dude.
Yeah,
Not-
Billy
this
picks
fight
a
not
little bit
being
more
12 though.
gas than him
to
for
Lester.
sure.
Yeah.
This fight not being 12 is silly.
All right, who won round 2, guys?
And Billy won it from me, but again, it's
And Billy for Paulie?
Lester,
I got 1-1.
Lester's doing damage
And
though.
Billy,
And Billy? All right.
Yeah, I got a 2-0 on Billy, but
but
I got the fight moving in the momentum for Lester. Sloth says tough ass fight for both already. Yep. Already we got more action than we did in the whole first fight.
I thought they both felt shots in the first round, but I liked the aggression from Mbilli. But that last round, again, aggression from Mbilli, but I thought the punches that landed, that did the most effective
Which is
work
why I think
were Lester.
Billy's gonna slow down more every round. I thought he slowed down slightly in the second round, so I can see why your scorecard will go to Lester, champ. But I think
It was that left uppercut for me. He hit one of them.
I
where,
think he's gonna
where
slow down.
Lester-
I
where
think he's gonna slow
Mbilli was
down
like,
little by little every round to the point by the mid rounds Lester may start beating the shit out of him.
Oh yeah, if he slows down, he can't. And
Yeah,
Lester
he's got
can
nothing left.
box
He
a
already
little
slows
bit
down.
more,
What
bang,
does he
it's a
do?
wrap.
He's only effort. But let's see. Let's see if he gets a second wind.
Buckle up. These guys are forehead to forehead.
Yeah.
As the round starts, at 2:53 of the round, they're forehead to forehead.
Oh, good shots from Mbilli.
Yeah, good left hook. Ooh.
Wow. Max just giving us more, make it worse for us. He said Brandon Adams beat Sorry Bochuk in this kind of fight.
Yeah.
So that's what we had to miss for
The fight was
the
awesome.
two morons in the first fight. I know.
Nice right.
But so much pressure from Mbilli. Lester's fighting off that back foot a lot. Is the power the same? Aye.
Mbilli looks a little more weary now.
Yeah.
When he was closing the gap, he's a little bit
Yeah,
clinching.
a little more
for the
fatigued.
first time.
See now
And he got pushed off.
Yeah. But you see now he's falling in, looking for a clinch instead. See, he's not punching back as much.
You know, I saw.
Oh, good uppercut.
I saw him and Billy get tired in the Derevchenko fight, which again
Yeah.
I was surprised because he got hurt. But I felt it was more the moment than the activity.
Lester can't miss those shots though. You can't
So
do
much more
Mbilli. You can't do Mbilli these favors. Because Mbilli's slowing down. You can hit him,
And I think if Lester can push him back a little bit more,
Yeah.
it'll be a wrap.
But Mbilli now has gone from pushing back and punching
nice
to now
right.
just pushing back. You see, Mbilli's not punching anymore. He's just pushing. He's not. Before he was pushing and throwing a bunch of punches in a
Ooh,
row.
the left uppercut can't miss. Can't miss.
Oh, nice left.
Lester's a monster. Oh, good shot.
Good double hook by Mbilli.
Oh,
Another
uppercuts.
uppercut.
And Billy's nose is going to be an absolute mess. And his jaw. Those uppercuts. Ooh, good right hand. Oh.
Those uppers. Those left hooks are going to win Mbilli the round again.
Yeah, they might.
Lester
Yeah,
getting
I gave
hit
the
with
round
dumb
to Mbilli.
left hooks.
And that. Again, I think the more effective, more damaging shots landed by Lester, but Billy's just
carries
there's so
around,
much
yeah.
effort.
Volume. Yeah, these guys are killing each other. Very, very true.
Yep.
We could say
That's why we were excited about
these
this
guys
fight.
are killing each other.
These guys are fucking killing each other.
I got a 3-0 in Mbilli.
I got 2-1 in Billy.
2-1.
In Billy? Or Martinez?
No, and Billy.
Yeah.
I gave Martinez that last round.
Good fight. Really good fight.
He looks pretty gassed.
Bing, bing, bing. Oof. Oh, those uppercuts are so gnarly. Good right hand. I wouldn't want to be either one of these guys tonight.
Nope.
They're going to hit a lot.
3-0 for Martinez. So
Who said that? Giancarlo.
that's Giancarlo says it.
Great name, Giancarlo. That's a cool name.
Oh, nice. Good right.
The uppercuts. And I remember I talked about Mbilli being over that front foot so much. The uppercuts are there.
Unofficial scorecard has Mbilli up by 1.
Oh, wow. I got it the other way around, but. But I like the momentum where it's going for Leicester.
Yeah.
Lester could use a 12-rounder though.
Yep.
And it's gonna help Mbilli for it to be a 10-rounder.
Well, an effort guy, it's always better when it's shorter. Because you can just sprint. Careful with that. That ref caught that.
Bro, get his head. Yeah. Stop with the wood. This referee's getting on my nerves now because Mbilli's head is in his face. You got to also warn Mbilli for having his head in his face if you want to start warning Lester for pushing Mbilli's head down.
Oh.
Oh, good right hand.
One thing Mbilli has that Lester doesn't have is he has a change of speed on his punches.
Yeah.
Lester punches everything at the same speed.
Yeah, he beats the drum.
Yeah.
Lester needs to be careful with that right hand. He keeps dipping to his right. He's still getting chopped with that right hand on the ear. Those add up.
Now he's got to follow.
Billy's face is getting messed up. It's hard to tell. It's hard to see, but I can see the swelling, the nose, those uppercuts, man. Uppercuts are not friendly to the face. Ooh,
nice
right hand. Ooh, good uppercut from Mbilli. The difference is Mbilli throws everything into every shot, and the tighter, cleaner shots are from Lester.
And finally getting a little bit of space.
The space, I think, helps Lester.
Yeah, totally.
Should Lester be jabbing when there's space?
Yes.
To sort of
very good
dictate
mid-range jab.
or at least use that a frame, so to speak, with the left hand, with the lead hand.
He can't get enough space, though.
Getting hit with stupid hooks cost him, though.
And Billy's winning this round, too. And Billy will be a zombie. He'll be beat up and bleeding, but he'll still win because he's just doing that.
Nice short right.
Oof, good body shot. Really,
you got to know how to win the fight too. You got to also know how to go win the fight. There's an art to knowing how to go win the fight. Like, winning the right spots in the rounds where you know the judges may.
Who's gonna wilt first? That is a very good question.
Great question. Great question.
That might be it.
Richard Cabello.
All right. Who do you guys have winning that last round?
I gave him Billy. I got 3-1.
I got a 4-0 Mbilli, but meantime, I got a
3-1 Mbilli.
3-1 Mbilli.
3-1.
This should have been the main event. Well,
I did say the undercard's gonna be better than the main event.
We've been saying that for a while.
Oh, we said this is gonna be.
I don't think the main event can be as good, as good as this. I think this is where Lester's going to have to start turning it up on him a little bit.
Round number 5.
Great points being made by Ward.
Oh, good uppercut back.
Oh, good uppercut from Mbilli. I think the more durable guy is Mbilli.
What do you say?
The more durable guy.
Yeah.
Well, I think Martinez is making a big mistake. He's just keeps going to the head. He's doing not much body work. He's got to continue to work that body and slow this guy. Another headshot. Another headshot.
I wasn't sold on Lester's power at this level. still a lot of fight to go, and these guys are
Yeah, we're only at the halfway
beating
point
the
over
shit
here.
out of each other. Do you think that Mbilli has a game plan, or is it just like
I think this is what he does.
It's just how he fights, right?
Just fight.
You just fight. Just get him. Get him in shape and unleash him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like a pit bull.
Yeah.
Yeah, me versus you.
Yeah, throw
That's
hard.
right.
Throw hard, throw a lot, throw fast. Oof, nasty headbutt. The problem is Lester doesn't do anything while Billy's on the way in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Watch. See? Nothing.
Yeah.
Does nothing on the way in. And Billy's walking in the front door.
Yeah, it's a good point. You got to make him pay on the way in.
Ooh.
Oh, nice one.
He gave the round to Martinez, but you know what it is? It's tough when he's getting backed up.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to be hard to see it. Billy can't keep his pace up. We'll gas out.
That's
an interesting point.
I don't know. I've seen him do this.
But has he done it against, taking this kind of punishment? Like he's taking punishment himself.
No,
too.
he's actually taking a lot of punishment, but I don't.
Can he keep up the pace while taking this kind of punishment?
Who do you think won the round, Paulie?
I gave it to Lester.
Martinez.
Martinez.
I got a 3-2.
Yeah, I got a 4-1. Well, it's only halfway through.
Where?
Yeah.
It's only halfway through. Let's see how the pace progresses in the second half.
Both these men are in fantastic shape. They're not really breathing that heavy.
But if Lester would just frame a little bit at times, like, because Lili's going to come in the front door, frame.
Frame.
Use that uppercut, but frame and use the uppercut so you get space and leverage for it. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you use the uppercut from here instead of from here, you get more leverage. You can frame Mbilli here and drive it. You can get some more leverage on it.
Or how about, instead of a frame, how about a jab? Bing.
Yeah, but you know what? Sometimes, you know why I said frame? Because Mbilli gets so low that maybe he'll get underneath that jab and just like mush it.
But my point is like throw the jab to land the shot he doesn't see because he only does one or the other.
Yeah, but also with the frame, you can turn it into a jab. You can kind of like bang or hold it, bang. And you can whip the uppercut at any point off of it.
When he jabs, he only jabs. When he power shots, he only power shots. If you put them together, you hit the guy with a shot he doesn't see or wasn't ready for. Ooh, good body shot. This is a high contact fight, man.
Yeah. One thing about Lester, he wears damage very well. He doesn't look very marked up.
Yeah, he hasn't been hit that clean though.
Yeah, and Billy's much more swollen.
Billy's been getting hit cleaner.
Yeah. I said my example is always Michael Chandler. You touch Michael Chandler and he's just swollen, bloody mess.
It's not from
certain
struggling
guys
to-
don't
it's
wear
not from
damage
struggling
well.
to
Yeah, but also Mike gets hit super clean.
All the time.
Super clean. He doesn't care about defense at all. He doesn't move his head. He doesn't try to. He doesn't care to.
I don't think Mike knows what that is.
I think he actually likes to put on good fights, which means he has to get hit.
Yeah.
So I don't. Oof.
Well, I'll tell you what. Watching this fight, I will say this. Crawford will be very surprised if Canelo was jabbing because obviously sparring partner he used wasn't jabbing.
Yeah.
Lester is not jabbing at all. So I guess this big guy being the main guy that helped Crawford prepare for the main event, it's a Crawford that hasn't seen many jabs in camp. Right there. See, he framed it.
Oh, nice right.
I'm saying off that frame. You can do that again and again.
Made space.
You can do that again and again.
He stopped his ass for that one.
Good. Another good uppercut.
Nice. Picking those spots. Nah, that's not a good sign. Good jab. Oh!
Another good one.
Nice jab.
That jab would work if he uses it more.
He's got to fight at this range more. He's so much better at this range. Aye.
Nice uppercut. Okay.
Martinez round.
All right, so it's all tied up.
I got a
3-3.
I got 3-3.
I got a 4-2.
4-2, but
How the judges
tightening up on your scorecard.
But our judges scoring it with the one guy coming forward the whole time.
Yeah, a lot of these rounds could go either way.
Desperado's got a great
very
point.
true.
A lot of these rounds go either way, honestly. And in a fight could go either way. Are they gonna favor Mbilli because he's more their guy, right?
Yep.
You know,
It's like Bob keeps talking about buttholes real tight. Scores real tight here.
but
Big fight tight.
Let's call a spade a spade. Riyadh Season is not the biggest fan of Pro Box TV. Lester's a Pro Box TV fighter.
We'll see how it goes.
Any close
We'll see.
rounds?
Need some water here. Oh, let me grab some. Got my water gun for Paulie. If you haven't seen this yet, when Paulie starts rambling,
Too much
I'll
rambling.
take him out, dude. I feel nothing.
Wow.
The corner has it even.
Bob, a trainer like you, man, what would you be telling Lester Martinez to do at this point?
I think he's got to do much more body work than what he's been doing. He's got to dig down
work.
stores. He's been headhunting a little bit too much for
DC
me.
watching too.
And I'd like to see him push Mbilli back. I'd say get in the center of the ring and work from that jab and start pushing him back. Start digging down. Push him back. And Billy doesn't know how to go backwards. If you push him back, I think he changed the trajectory of the fight.
And the body shots may help him do that, right?
Lester went back to the ropes. Oh, good
Push
job
him back.
turning him around with that.
Start to push him back. There it is. Get him in the ropes now. Push him back. Start to drive on him.
All right.
I got to let Skipper.
Skipper
4-2.
Kelp agrees with you, 4-2.
Wow.
Bobby's Andre's saying that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's completely abandoned the body.
And I
Should
think
get
that's,
him. They
that
should
would
better.
be it's a big
Somebody
difference
should
in
mind
this
him in the
fight.
corner. Jabs and body shots. There's
There's
a body shot. That's not a good sign for Crawford. That if Mbilli's not a good body puncher, that Lester's not a good body puncher like that.
Sometimes it's a bad thing for you. It's so easy to hit him to the head. You just forget to dig
Bad.
downstairs.
Both these guys are gonna know they were in a fight.
Oh, yeah.
Head.
I mean,
Lester's
Paulie,
leading
He's
the
trying
field.
to do it on purpose. He's getting frustrated.
Oh, big left hook. Oh,
right there, Paulie. He literally went a minute and a half and didn't throw one body shot.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
to me, that's unacceptable.
Lester looks better
wanna win
at
a big
range.
fight.
Connor R, I agree. We're all agreeing.
The problem is Billy
yeah, but
not
he's not.
allowing
He's
that
not
range.
Rarely been there. Yeah.
That's
Not
what
using the
cost
jab.
David Morrell in the fight with Benavidez.
Yeah.
No body shots.
And Billy is a machine, 100%. The guy just controls it so incredibly well. He's an engine guy. He's a gas guy.
Yeah. Effort.
Yeah.
But like I told you, the pace that he sets, he keeps. I've seen him do this before.
Yeah.
He'll look tired around 4 and fight to the same intensity through 10.
3 rounds to go.
This need to be 12 rounds. This is
a
travesty.
Well, unofficially, Billy's getting ready to put this one away, numbers-wise.
Yeah, I got it. I got a 4-3 in Billy.
Yeah, I got a 5-2.
Oh. Yeah, Max said it great. He said, at mid-range, this is a much more dangerous fight for both guys.
Yeah.
Because they're not getting full power on their shots in close. Thanks, Max. Never been punched a day in his life.
Really?
Never punched anyone. Never knocked anyone out either. So, what the hell he's talking about? How come never really talks about getting hit behind the ear?
Your balance just
getting hit in the
completely
side
goes.
of your jaw. Getting talk about your chin. Your chin's there's a lot of ways to get hit on your chin. Side of your jaw, your temple, behind your ear. Shit, you get hit hard enough in the middle of your forehead, you'll go to sleep.
Bruce Seldon, Mike Tyson. Hit him right in the
Thank you.
forehead. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
I'm old. I remember that one.
Yeah. Some guys are so concussive, it doesn't matter. And Billy is just, dude, he's just an engine, man.
Mm-hmm.
He's a marauder. Ugh.
I think Lester's starting to fade.
Yeah.
And at this point, I'm not sure if Lester's power is going to be there either.
Another good right. Another good uppercut.
Doesn't matter. And Billy goes right through everything.
Yep.
But also, Billy's been going to the body. Lester has not.
Yeah.
He's abandoned it.
That's just, I'm at a loss of words for that.
Completely abandoned the body after the first round. Oh.
Woo! That was a nice right hand.
Good.
Yeah, but then back comes in Billy, dude.
But you know, Chris, if he had did body work early in these last 2-3 rounds, then you hit him with a right hand like that, it's going to be much more devastating.
He hasn't
it's
done
just
any body
common
work
sense.
for 5 rounds. It's not even the last 2 rounds.
And the body shot is available for both guys. They both dip in. They can sit down on him. Yep.
But then Billy's been going to the body more.
Yep, and he's been consistent to the body. Oof. I just think Mbilli's also more durable. So
yeah,
he just takes the shots better.
See, at this range, Andre makes a good point. And when Lester throws at a certain range, it's more difficult for Mbilli to counter. At close range, anything Lester lands, Mbilli's able to respond. Understanding and knowing your range is such a priority in fights.
It's the sport.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a shame. This fight should have been a 12-rounder.
Yep.
For sure.
2 more to go.
That's a disservice to the fans and to the fighters themselves.
Still might get a stoppage, though.
Lester at least needs these 2 rounds. These 2 rounds may not be enough.
Yeah,
but he
I
certainly
got
needs them.
I got a 5-3. He can muster a draw. He wins his next 2 on
Yeah,
my
I got a
scorecard,
6-2.
but I doubtful.
He needs a stoppage on my card.
You got what? 6-2?
Paul, you got 6-2?
I got a 6-2.
Yeah. So he needs more than More than these last 2 rounds.
Or a knockdown in it.
Oh.
Woo. Woo.
Speaking of.
Lester's
Oh,
coming
there's the
on
body.
now.
The body hurt.
Yep, there they hurt him with that left.
You hurt him with the left hook to the liver.
Yeah. Now he's got to pick it up now.
But he's not.
He doesn't have anything to
Ooh.
pick
Wow.
up with.
Yeah, that body's not. He's not liking that body.
And Billy looks a little gassed there,
He's
boy.
hurt to the body.
Yeah, that's
He's still
right.
feeling it. Listen, you guys got a good chin. Go down to his body. Touch that liver. Yeah, his body's hurt.
Woo.
His body's
Oh.
hurt.
Man, Lester's turning it up.
All off that body shot.
But he hasn't gone back to the body, really.
No.
Got to start digging on it, man.
He's tired too. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Oh.
Another good right.
Yeah, but the head,
Yep.
it's not doing it. And I just don't think he has the same snap. But also, Lester has been fighting off the back foot the entire night. His power is not the same that way. Oh, good right hand there from Mbilli.
Did,
Good body.
is Bomac's mind just too much on Crawford, guys? I mean,
I'll tell you,
guidance of Lester in this fight has not really been great, right?
He said earlier, you got to go harder.
Yeah.
That was not the right
If
advice.
Martinez
And also,
loses
not
this
go-
fight, he's
specific
gonna really
stuff like
regret
going to
not
the body more, using
Yeah.
creating space with the jab would have been really
Oh.
key instructions.
True statement, Max. Oh, good uppercut from Mbilli. Christian.
Why does Anik just randomly yell shit like when nothing happened? Like, what is he saying?
When he sees a big shot, he does tend to
But
go,
like,
which
there's
is a little more of an
there's
MMA
shots,
thing.
There's
It is.
shots there that landed like just like that one, like 5 seconds before. He just picks the ones he wants.
What is she doing back there?
That's yeah. Will Ferrell at Wedding Crashers. I never know what he's doing back there.
What is he doing back there? I never know what he's doing.
Yeah. You know what? I will have some meatloaf.
You know what? Ma, get the meatloaf. All right, I gave that round to Martinez.
Yeah.
I got a 5-4.
That's
But-
what I got. 5-4.
I got a 6-3.
Needs this last round at least.
I like Mark Ramsey as a coach, man. He's a good guy. Oh.
Yeah.
Nah, they missed the body shot. Missed the body shot. Oof.
It's a question. Can Lester win a close fight? That's the
Almost certainly not.
He needs some knockdowns.
Yeah.
Or
I think he needs
knockout.
at least a knockdown this last round.
Almost certainly not.
That's what I mean about, you see people with power, you see people with this, you with that. Knowing how to win a fight is cerebral, man. Because certain decisions could have changed this fight around for Lester and won it for him, Like, everybody sees a guy with power, a guy with athleticism, a guy like, oh, he can be champion. Bro, knowing how to win fights is the most important talent to have. It's like understanding where you are in a fight, maybe you got to throw a key combination or not. Like, I don't know, man. It is such an important, underrated thing that it's really...
Oh!
Lester just has not understood how to win this fight, and he could.
Well, he's fought in Billy's fight.
Yeah, but also like end of the round, throw a quick combination like
Right.
Billy did. We're not allowing Billy to get off that combination at the end. It's just
Well, let's see if he goes for broke here.
I don't know if he has any energy to do it.
He did hurt in Billy last round. I think the most hurt anyone's been was in Billy last round.
Yeah.
Max said that really well. No one's been in as much danger as in Billy was that past round.
And he went back to the ropes just voluntarily too.
He's just fighting his fight.
Yeah.
He chose to allow Mbilli to dictate what kind of fight this is going to be. He tried to match him. And as far as I'm concerned, my scorecard is he did match him, but he didn't beat him. Because unless he scores a knockdown, I got to draw.
Nice uppercut again.
Oh!
Nice one.
Yeah, you go to the body.
Come on.
You go to the body right off that uppercut.
How do you land uppercuts and not rip down to the body? Do the Canelo right uppercut, left hook to the liver?
That's what I'm saying. I think Lester may have suffered from also Terence getting all the attention and can't.
Yeah, you got to think all the sparring that they're doing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Lester and Crawford, Crawford's getting the instruction, not Lester. They're telling him to fight like Canelo, not.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah, that's how I got it.
Yeah, me too.
Skitter's got
Get a
a
draw
1.5.
if he can win this last
Good
round.
left hook. Oh! Those uppercuts.
Another good right
Yo,
hand.
and Billy's chin, which, again, I questioned Martinez's power at this level, but regardless, and Billy's got a solid beard. A hell of a fight. These scorecards are going to be interesting. Oh!
Oh! That could have won him the round.
Could have. I don't think so, but in my scorecard, but it depends how the last 30 seconds go, because he might be hurt. Oh!
Another good right.
Got him back for him.
Oh!
They've landed almost 70 punches in the last
Wow.
round.
Oh! My
Wow,
God.
what a fight. Let's go.
Whatever they call, I want to see the rematch for 12 rounds.
Good fight.
Wow.
Martinez round for me, 96-94. Mbilli on my card.
I got a 95-95 a draw.
All right, nobody won this fight. It's definitely a draw, and what a phenomenal fight. We'll see.
Definitely want to see the rematch.
I would love if
12
it's a
rounds.
draw so we can see it again.
Yeah.
And even if it's not, we should see it again, right?
12
Yeah, you
rounds.
think no. And Billy gets the win, we don't see that again.
Continue talking. I'll be right back.
Either guy, either guy gets that win, I don't think we see that again.
That's.
A draw would definitely be
I hope it's, yeah.
I think it is a draw. Should be a draw.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if we got a draw, but
I'll be shocked.
I'd be shocked too.
Yeah, this is probably going to get the fight of the night bonus, too.
Oh, that's cool. That's good.
But he's going to kick himself in the ass. Oh, he didn't nobody.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, and when he did, he doubled him Billy over, so. Yeah.
Do you think Lester suffered from not getting enough attention in camp? Maybe as far as working on a specific game plan.
I can't.
There was no
say.
specific game plan.
No,
There.
I can't say. He just, but no. To your point, there was no specific game plan. He literally.
There was
just
no specific
fought.
adjustments when some of them were kind of obvious to make. You know.
No, he fought in Billy's fight. He tried to out him Billy. I think he matched him. I don't think he beat him. Which is why I have a draw. But if he does end up dropping a decision, I mean, there was opportunities.
Let's see. It's a good decision.
Quick with the decision, at least. Great fight, either way. Fantastic fight.
Let's see.
Both guys
Scorecards.
like they. No, but neither guy looks confident. Both guys look like they think they won. 97-93 Martinez.
Jarman gave it 97-3.
Wow.
96-94 and Billy.
Okay.
Feldman. 95-95. Come on. Draw.
Nine-
Draw.
A
Draw.
draw. Wow.
That's what
All right, I'm not mad at that.
I am.
I'm not mad at
I'm
that
not
either.
mad at
not
And we
that.
mad
had,
at that
and we
at
had
all.
one of the comments said it, right?
This is why this should have been a 12-rounder. Why are we even here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why are we even here? We've been saying this from the outset.
Yeah.
This not being a 12-rounder is a crime.
Yeah.
Yep.
And now we have a draw.
Yeah. Instead, we had to watch the 2 months in the first fight.
Great fight, by the way. Fantastic fight. Fantastic fight. Silly that this is not a 12-rounder. There would have been a separation.
Yep.
In 12.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
These guys deserve a 12-round
Yeah,
fight.
or it could have been a stoppage even, you know?
Could have even been a stop.
You're tired. They let Mauricio in the ring. Look at this. See that, guys?
Of course.
Hey, what do you know?
He said, he was like, you're not stopping me from getting in the ring. He's right.
Yeah.
Mike Tyson.
Who's that? Never heard of him. Shakur.
Who's that?
He's a former football player.
Eagles.
Hyman Munguia.
Yeah.
Macaulay Culkin.
Wow.
That's random.
Oh, this guy loves boxing.
Yeah, Holman McElhaney.
Yeah.
He's
in
always
so many boxing movies and shows.
Marshall.
With the lens, with the camera.
With the old school camcorder. Right?
That's cool.
Mike Chandler, speaking of, right? Wow. I got from that 70s show.
Fez.
Lennox.
And,
Wow.
And I see him together.
Wow. That made my day.
Or Mark Anthony.
Bro, I saw Mark Anthony with a picture with Nonito Donaire. Donaire was bigger than him. Mark Anthony's a really small guy.
Really tiny?
Mark Anthony, yeah.
Freddie.
Hey guys, I gotta know this. When they're showing you backstage, how much pressure is there to not fuck up hitting the pads?
You don't know.
Because people do mess up hitting pads. You know that, right?
You don't know when they're filming you. So
You just don't have any idea? Yeah.
No.
That's funny.
Yeah, they don't tell you. They're just grabbing whatever.
They just grab whatever. Because I've seen guys mess up hitting pads, and I'm like, it happens, man. Our producers telling us that they record everything and they play back a good section. They try to make them look good.
Sometimes what's funny is you're working the mitts and you peek over it and they open the door and the camera guy just goes like this and then they bail out.
They bail out. There's a Muay Thai fighter named Malapet, and world champion, amazing Muay Thai fighter, and he was at an MMA event that I was coaching another guy on the event, and but I trained with Malapet. He was in the next room hitting Thai pads with his kicks. People thought a rifle was going off.
So it was like Tong Po and
dude, it was like, it sounded like a gun. And I looked over and it's just Malapet kicking pads. And I went, Jesus. Unreal, man. I'd been kicked by that guy. It's like being struck by lightning. It's insane.
Well, that's the peroneal nerve.
Oh, dude, it's the worst.
Yeah.
And I got to call a couple of Malapet's fights. I trained with him and then called a couple of his fights. I called a world title in every combat sport.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah.
Muay Thai,
kickboxing, wrestling, submission
boxing.
grappling, boxing, MMA.
That's wow.
I haven't done bare knuckle yet, so Paulie, come on.
All right.
I'll come in. I'll do it just
to
call a bare knuckle fight, just to check it off my list.
Yeah, man. The sport's growing bigger. So.
I've called them all, man.
Jimmy, we got to get you in the Guinness Book of World Record.
It's nuts, man.
And I want to be the witness.
You bet, Bob.
No, because they did the when they did that show with all the women's with Jake Paul.
Yeah.
And then that went in the Guinness Book of World Record.
Yeah.
So a guy, they actually made him the witness. You know what I mean?
Really? Yeah. Just sign off on it.
Yeah, they sign off on that.
That's
so
crazy.
I got to be the witness for you.
No problem, man. You bet, Bob.
Another cap in my feather.
Yeah, usually a draw, Bob, kind of leaves you empty. But this, I totally believe. Yeah. Yeah. Who do we have for the next fight?
But again, that's going to be another tough one to call. But I'll tell you, but not having it 12 rounds, really, not having it 12 rounds really makes it difficult, though. You know?
Yeah, that 12 rounds really separates.
This is why we were talking
especially in a fight like that.
This is why we were talking about why did you not make it 12 rounds? Why did you do that? You know, because this is why. Fights of that level have to be 12 rounds for that reason.
Well, at least we got to see that kid's final fight. Chris, can you grab me a Coke while you're up? You mind? Grab me one of those. Thank you so much. Caffeine would be good right now. Little caffeine. I do not drink coffee. Yeah, seriously. Yeah, what's in the cup, Chris? We got to ask with that outfit you have on right now. Like, should I be asking what's in your cup? Yeah, right. All right, you bet, bud. I've never had a cup of coffee in my life.
Speaking of that,
that's what they tell me.
I never had a cup of coffee in my life until I went to Big Bear, California, doing camps up there, and it was so cold, and everybody would drink.
Cold.
Yeah, they'd say, have a cup of coffee in the morning. I go, I never drank coffee in my life.
I'm a tea guy. I like tea.
Yeah, green tea. But anyway, that's when I started drinking a little bit of coffee up there in them camps.
For people who don't know, Bob and I are both native Californians. Big Bear's where you ski. I know you probably ski Mammoth if you're up in Northern California, but like Big Bear was our skiing place. Like, and I didn't ski till late, snowboard till later in life. But like, I grew up near the
Lake Tahoe.
What, Tahoe? Yeah. I never did it myself. My brother does all the time. Man, Fernando was so great back in the day. Hey, by the way, really appreciate everybody hanging out with us. A lot of fun. We spent a lot of hours talking about boxing.
Yeah.
It's been a really great show, man. A lot of fun.
It's been great watching you guys and leaving your comments and interacting and stuff. By the way, do you guys have any thoughts on that fight? You know, not having been 12 rounds and therefore we got a draw out of it. I mean, do you guys feel cheated? You feel as strongly as I do about this? I mean, we were talking about this earlier in the week, how it's going to really, it could come into play. The fact that it's not a 12 rounder, did it ever come into play? The fact that it winds up being a draw, all because we had to see that Saudi Arabian kid fight a 10 rounder in the first fight that really nobody got anything out of.
You got to look at this though, Paulie. The guy was on his retirement tour.
I know, right? It's his retirement.
You got to give him a
22
this is what this is what I'm talking about. This is when you let Bush
sport.
League amateurs run a show like this, you're going to run into these kind of problems.
It was his retirement fight.
Vargas Jr.
Had to
ready
be
to make his walk with his famous dad.
They let Mauricio in after all. Yeah, I was saying that too. Yeah. And Mauricio was going to make his way in some way or another, right? Good fight here.
So many great fighters now training out of Oxnard, which is just north of LA.
But they train in Vegas. Yeah. I think they rep Oxnard because their father.
They're from Oxnard, yeah.
They train in Vegas. They're from Vegas at this point. Lester would have won it if it were 12.
Did a lot of sparring.
Yeah, you know, we would have got a definitive answer. Martin, that's what I want to know from you. You know,
he was starting to pull away.
You know, he was starting to close the gap. You know, people in fights like that, guys debilitate and even get hurt late in fights. So you know, you want to possibly had a knockout, or more dramatics. I don't know. Disappointed, especially with what we lost out on, because due to that idiot first fight, we also didn't see the upset Brandon Adams had over Sergey Boachuk. But what to add insult to injury, we had listen to these guys tell us
how great it
that
was.
fight
Yeah.
was. During the Martinez fight, we were saying, oh well, the Boachuk and Brandon Adams fight, they were doing this too. This is a similar fight to that. So you gotta spit in my face the fact you didn't show me. You showed me that moron in the first fight, but yeah, while you tell me that the fight I missed was good. And then
you're rubbing
on top of it, you're rubbing salt in the wound.
Yeah.
And on top of it, because that current fight was not a 12-rounder, the Martinez fight, I got to take that draw and leave me with blue balls.
You always find the right sexual metaphor for what we're talking about. I love it. I love it, man.
You know?
I'll tell you,
awesome.
when I'm around Paulie, I feel like I'm back in the gym, man.
Oh God, 100%.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No HR department, no political correctness, no anything.
Breaking
man.
balls constantly.
Straight.
That's why
straight,
in Florida we got more freedom of speech.
Oh,
What am I
it's
gonna do, you know?
insane.
straight down the line.
Callum Walsh making the walk. Now, once again, if Dana White, TKO, whatever you want to call it, makes Callum Walsh a star, that would be a bigger accomplishment than how big this fight is. I really think because they've really put a lot behind Callum Walsh. If he's a star in a couple of years, that would be an accomplishment to me because they put a lot behind this kid. We'll see if he's worth it.
Well,
I mean, he's Irish.
He's Irish, yeah.
Irish sells.
Strong fan base, yeah.
You gotta think
And he can fight.
He can
But
fight.
so
Absolutely
he can fight, yeah.
No, he can absolutely fight, and he's developed really well.
I'm in
when
the
I first
UK.
saw him, I didn't expect.
Yeah.
I didn't think much.
Yeah,
of him.
he's impressed me through.
He's gotten
his
way better.
development. Yep. I'm
It's
the same.
4:30 a.m. This is normal over here. Fighters pause their lives for 8 weeks to entertain us, so I can damn sure stay up to pay my respects.
Hey, Kadir, I'm
I
down for it.
appreciate that a lot.
We've been
Kadir.
looking forward
Salute
to it,
you,
you know.
buddy. Salute to all the Irish and UK fans.
But that's why
cool.
they should have treated us better and given the correct order of fights
Oh.
and the correct rounds in these fights too. Because there's guys like Kadir who's staying.
You know
up
what though?
4:30
They
in the
probably
morning to
thought with the Martinez fight, maybe we should do that before. If you put it right before the Canelo fight, it might take
Yeah.
all the air out of the room.
Really?
You know, if it's that damn good, sometimes you're like,
Sometimes
oh
they don't
shit.
want to.
Hey,
You know what I mean?
Kadir, let me ask you this: are you staying up to watch anyway? Because if you do, you are the man.
The hardest of the hardcore.
Well, you have 4:30, but if
He
you're
might
gonna
have
stay
gotten up
in,
early,
in
so he
Europe
stays
to
up
stay
to
up and watch anyway, you just don't go to sleep anymore because by the time
That's what I
anyway
mean.
fights,
By the time
you don't. I'd say the sun already came
Noon.
up.
you take a nap, breakfast nap. If it's 4:30 there now, is that what he said?
4:30 there right now.
2 more
Yeah.
hours, it'll be 6:30 in the morning. So he can sleep until.
And he's 5 hours ahead. He's in England because we're 11:30 here. 5 hours ahead is England.
So the fight's at 6:40. So yeah, back 11:30 noon. Yeah, he can get a couple hours of nap, or he can just go right to the pub.
By the way, one of our questions all the time on the road, man, is like, so you powering through? Meaning you have a 7 a.m. flight? Well, why sleep? Like, there's no point. Like, I might as well stay up, hang out.
What people don't realize about broadcasting is you can't go right to sleep. You're so
keyed
up
up.
from being live.
Yeah.
Like, it's like people don't understand that.
When I used to work cards like this, it was difficult. man.
Dude,
And then
we
your
do.
Sunday
We
morning
did a
flight
live
to
last
Vegas.
night. I couldn't go home and go to sleep.
You jacked up.
Up.
And then what about when you work cards like this? Your Sunday morning flight out of Vegas, the airport's packed, you're tired,
Well,
miserable.
you know what I do, Paul.
Paulie, let me get a picture with you, an
Sunglasses.
autograph. I'm
No.
tired.
I leave.
the
I
same
leave at
night.
11:59.
Yeah, and he boards the plane as they're closing the door.
Yep.
Heart attack style.
Yeah. I'm a cold-blooded killer when it comes to flights.
When I used to call, the last time I called a fight in Vegas, I was living in California, and they're like, they were doing the same thing. Oh, you're flighting this? I go, I'm driving home. It's 4 hours. Like,
It's nice because
it's easier to
you're on
drive.
your time, you know?
Yeah, man.
Well, not only that, when you drive, you think about it. You're waiting at the airport. You got to go to security. It's an hour and a half, 2 hours.
It's the same amount of time
Then you get in the
anyway.
plane in an hour. And
Not
then,
for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bob, I work the fights, and I go right to the airport, and I leave 11:59 p.m. Take a
Dude,
red
he-
eye.
Really?
Yeah.
He
You're an
does.
animal.
I got my bag packed.
He does.
You're an animal.
Yeah, I would have liked to see your flight for this show. The flight's
Well, I mean, the fight's at 2 in the
4
morning.
a.m. flight.
Yeah, I would have liked to see your flight today. You would be leaving Sunday morning if you worked this
Yeah, I
show.
would have
Well, in a shirt like that, he'd be flying private, so it'd be no problem.
Yeah, that's true. End up in Acapulco or
I
something.
don't trust those private dudes. They start to crash more and more, those private flights. I think even if I had that kind of money, I wouldn't
A
take
lot
it.
more than commercial flights, yeah.
And one of them crashed. Remember the one that crashed the Canelo fight a couple of years ago? After the Munguia fight, remember going back to Mexico? There was a
Did they?
private jet,
Private
yeah.
plane? Yeah.
Yeah,
Definitely wasn't any
bunch
drugs
of,
involved
bunch
in
of
that
rich people, I'm telling you.
Definitely wasn't any drugs involved with that one.
No, I don't know. But it was that thing went down.
And I like how this went down at the weigh-in. Remember, they were in each other's faces.
Yeah, yeah.
They were
Again, you're hungry.
A little chippy. Got a little boss.
Savagery and
Little
nastiness.
boss.
That's why I like for guys fighting at this point in their careers.
Paulie, what do you like? A little spice.
A little spice.
Well,
But you get that when there's guys are
literally,
still hungry.
Fernando says, he was like, these kids are from they're from the Vargas line. You know?
He
What do you say? I think he says they come from my balls so they can fight.
But you know what he told me? I talked to him a couple weeks ago. I seen the kids in the gym, and I said, yeah. And I says, man, your kids are looking good and this and that. And he says, hey, remember this, man. You don't get a pit bull from 2 chihuahuas.
Yeah,
he said, me and my wife's bloodline. I said, okay.
His wife's a badass too, man.
I said, okay.
The queen, the Vargas queen is...
What is Callum doing over here? What's going on over here?
Having a moment.
Yeah, he's doing his thing, man.
I like that Celtic shield tattoo on his shoulder. That's pretty cool.
All right.
It's funny. There's a couple of nationalities that every promoter wants to have. You want a Mexican, great. You want an Irish guy.
Yeah.
You want a Puerto Rican for the
Want a
East
Puerto
Coast.
Rican, yeah.
Yeah. A Polish guy for Chicago.
Polish for Chicago, yeah.
Italians are washed up.
Nobody wants an Italian. Nobody wants an Italian.
We don't have that fanfare anymore. We were skiers and soccer players.
You don't got them. You don't got them anymore either.
You got
skiers in 1980.
We had them. We lost those too.
You know what it is?
We got a tennis player though.
Yeah, you know what you guys?
Round number one.
Even though he's more Croatian and
you guys got espresso.
He's on the border, you know.
F1 drivers.
The life of luxury. The life of
we had the
leisure.
cars.
The life of leisure isn't great for sports.
Yeah.
Oh, they're both southpaw.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Callum Walsh is big.
Yeah, big dude.
This is 54, right? Yeah, Vargas doesn't look like a 54-pounder to me. He looks like a welterweight. And not even a big one at that. Great answer from Andre.
It's always hard to explain that to people.
like how
Southpaws don't see Southpaws.
I like how Callum's controlling the ring though. He's
absolutely.
He's showing
he asserted his size.
Yeah, Vargas has to
and strength,
and you can see that's the experience. You know how to sort of take control of the ring.
Callum looks very sharp.
Yeah, not a lot has happened, but you see that Callum is just making the effort to psychologically control the ring. That's Fernando has to try to take that back a little bit.
I'm seeing what I'm seeing right now. Callum looks really good. Good movement, looks strong.
Yeah.
Total control, being able to slip and slide very easily. Not working hard at all. Oh, that's a
slip.
knockdown.
I don't know, but that's
slip.
a knockdown.
That's a knockdown.
That's a punch.
Called it tangled feet.
His feet were
tangled feet.
There's a punch on the chest.
But his feet were squared or were they tangled, Jimmy? Did they step on him?
The referee thought it was tangled. I thought it was tangled when I first saw it.
See the feet.
Okay. I thought his feet were square. Let's see. It should be interesting on the
Robert Garcia told us.
See if they're smart enough to
punch.
get the feet on the replay now. That's another thing.
Well, I'll tell you this: if it was a knockdown, I'm probably not going to see the feet.
Yeah.
If the feet got tangled, that's a great catch by Harvey Dock. Because
Harvey Dock is a fantastic ref, though.
But if they're not tangled, it's a big miss by Harvey Dock.
But again, if they're not tangled, I don't think we see the replay of their feet. Didn't expect Fernando to be the guy moving, right?
Yep.
But that shows the control of the ring by Walsh. Also, just notice the ring is huge.
Yeah.
Did anyone notice that?
It's
yet?
a big ring.
It's gigantic. That's a huge ring. Paulie, am I wrong?
Yeah, it's a big ring. Looks like a big ring to me.
It's a big ring. I didn't realize that until just now. Because these last two guys fought in a phone booth, so you couldn't even tell how big the ring was. These guys, oh, good body shot.
Callum goes to the body a lot.
Good body shot. Irish fighters tend to.
Yeah.
Right?
They tend to be good body punchers.
Yeah.
Irish Mickey Ward, break your ribs, man.
Yeah, well, he had a special left.
Let's see if they show that replay.
They should.
That replay has to be shown.
Yeah, it has to be shown, but are they going to show the feet?
Yeah.
It has to show the feet.
Dude, these people are getting on my nerves more and more if they don't show this replay, bro. They're
Let's see.
like my list of shit. My shit list is building on this Netflix crap. From that half hour I can't get back of my life watching that first fight, to being pissed about not seeing the Boachuk fight.
But
So for you,
to them being more pissed about the fact that the Lester fight not being 12 rounds. Now you're gonna add this not having a replay. I'm gonna be livid, dude. If they don't show the replay, I'm gonna be livid, bro.
But you did get to see Crawford's retirement, Paulie.
You know what? He keeps going back to that.
Crawford,
The 7-4 guy retired, and that's a big deal. Should have left his gloves in the ring.
Tonight might be a sword. You might get two Crawfords.
They didn't
This
show
is getting
the
nauseating.
knockdown at all.
Seriously, bro. Now I'm aggravated. This is getting nauseating now with this broadcast.
How do you
They
not
didn't show
show
This
that
is
replay?
actually getting nauseating, bro. Like I'm gonna throw up now. Like I'm so disgusted with this whole broadcast now.
I got people texting me. They're like, it's 11:30 at night, and I'm watching.
Yeah, it's getting
and I'm
late
watching-
too.
and
That's
I'm
on
watching
the East
Callum
Coast.
Walsh. Why am I
Bro, this
watching
is
it?
absolutely nauseating, bro. And the fact that they're not even talking about that replay or nothing, that we didn't see it, nobody's talking about nothing.
Both guys throwing good body shots here. Vargas landed a good body shot. I did not realize Fernando was a southpaw. He's the only lefty of the family, right?
Yeah.
Emiliano's definitely righty, but
Emiliano will switch a little bit righty and lefty.
yeah,
Sometimes.
but yeah.
A lot more in sparring,
Amato
I guess,
is-
than he
is
does.
Amato's a righty or lefty?
No, Junior
Righty.
was always a lefty.
Yeah,
I know. I'm just wondering. 2 out of 3 brothers.
Amato
Now, whether
fights
he's a natural
righty.
lefty or converted, I don't
Yeah.
know. But
Good question, yeah.
he's always full lefty.
But not showing the replay of the knockdown is I don't
Bro,
recall ever seeing,
everything else-
especially a controversial no knockdown. Like, all right, show us why it was a slip.
Now we're seeing some of the power from Junior.
Yeah.
He's letting those hands go. He didn't do much in the first round. Whoop whoop. This is a tough fight to follow, Lester and Mbilli.
Yeah.
Oh, you ain't following
Yeah.
that fight up.
No,
You ain't
no.
following that fight
We'll
up.
see.
Which makes me think of the point that you made, Bob. Like maybe they didn't.
That's
want
by
the main
design,
event
maybe. Yeah.
To be.
Yeah,
after
because that would have
that
stole the
barn
show.
burner. Yeah.
There ain't nothing going to top
I mean,
that
stealing the
tonight.
show either way, but
Yeah.
also there's a performance bonus tonight. Don't
Yeah.
give it to the guys making 100 million.
Yeah, exactly.
Like 100 grand to Canelo is like a car for one of his kids.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, he just bought a watch for $3 million, so I guess
I
100 grand. What's
cannot
that?
fathom.
Can't believe how much bigger Walsh is.
He's huge.
You know what's interesting though is although Fernando doesn't look that big to him, I think he's a little bigger boned than people think. Because I had him there, like I said, with Adamas, and he was a pretty stout guy.
Yeah,
He wasn't
I've been
maybe
around him a bunch of times, and I thought he was a pretty big guy too. But Walsh must be really tall.
Yeah, he must be a monster.
Yeah. Because I've never met Walsh.
But he sure looks a hell of a lot bigger in there
Mm-hmm.
than Vargas for sure.
Who's that talking?
Skipper
Skipper
Kelp.
Kelp.
Oh. Didn't reckon.
Bonus is only for the undercard, by the way. So
Oh, okay. So
Canelo
my
Crawford
answer.
are not going to have a.
That's good. That's a good rule.
I don't know if you can call it
That's
a
a
bonus
good
to
rule.
them.
It's a good rule.
Take a look at a visit to Crawford's locker room. Angela Reese.
Who's that?
Man.
She's tall. Who is that?
I don't know.
The basketball player, Angela
Basketball
Reese.
player, right? Yeah.
Oh.
Basketball
Her,
player.
her and Caitlin Clark got that rivalry
Yep.
going.
Hence the height.
LSU.
LSU, that's right, yeah.
Let's go Tigers.
You an LSU fan?
No, I love all the sports. You know what I mean? I'm just a sports guy in general.
Oh, that's good on you. Because I am not. I'm a fight.
You know what I noticed, Bob, as a Californian? We tend to be into college football a lot more. Like my East Coast friends,
Me
don't follow
too.
college- like California, we tend to be into college football.
Yeah.
And like
All my Midwest.
Roy Jones Jr. None
Midwest
of
all
East Coast are-
my Midwest friends all follow college.
Yeah,
football.
Midwest. Yeah, all follow college football. And then like all my East Coast friends, like, nah.
What
we
the hell are
really
they
don't
doing in the East
watch
Coast
that.
out there?
Yeah, go like they weren't really.
You know,
Baseball, I like
You know
baseball
who
a lot
follows
more.
college football? The fake New Yorkers that live in Manhattan. That they actually
The
were from the
fake New
Midwest. And they moved to Manhattan
Yeah.
and they claim they're New Yorkers. Those all follow college football. Those are big college. But like People from Brooklyn, nobody went to college. So, like the original,
down here in
the
South
original
Florida.
Brooklyn,
Yeah, South.
Big down
big
here.
Florida, yeah.
Georgia, Florida, yeah, huge.
Well, there's a
Purdue.
million schools right here.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Walsh.
But we were big NFL fans growing up, you know.
Well,
Giants,
yeah,
the whole
there's
Giants
so
and
many
Jets
teams in New York.
Yeah,
There's so many
but the
teams in
Giants
that
and
area.
Jets thing, and I was
Giants,
Get back to that
Jets.
Jets thing. I always
The
be
Buffalo
thankful to Al
Bills.
Jury. I gotta see that game because of you.
Nah, I stopped watching football, dude. It became one of those unwatchable sports for me.
What's that, Polly?
Football, just can't watch it anymore. Speaking of nauseating, NFL football nauseates me too. After what I grew up watching,
He's trying to pick his spots to get back in, but
this is getting into like a sparring session.
yeah, not
Like
that
your
active.
turn, my turn, and
Yeah.
a lot of moving out of the way and not holding ground.
No,
holding
you talk
position.
about your turn. Bless you.
Bless you.
You talk about your turn, my turn with a lot of disdain whenever we're calling a fight. Like, don't get into that.
Well,
your turn, my turn.
because it shows the level.
Yeah.
Like I don't mind your turn, my turn for 1 or 2 rounds, but then it's got to start to if you do want your turn, my turn for the first couple rounds, it's okay because you're getting a sense of the speed of your opponent, the timing of your opponent. But then if it stays your turn, my turn, then it's like, all right, that's what's the level where we're at here.
I only did your turn, my turn when you could not keep up with me. Like it was like, okay, you're this is that. All right, I'm gonna beat you up, and eventually I'm gonna overtake you. But if I was tight, your turn, my turn is just you're treading water. You're not trying to win if you're your turn, my turn. Nice jab.
I still can't believe they didn't show us that replay of that in the first round, dude.
Wasn't there a push to have fights be earlier? That went away?
I don't remember. Yeah, Walsh is just. Okay, yeah, I was about to say, like he's setting up one big punch. Yeah, I don't hear the crowd at all.
Nah. It's a hard act to follow. It's like following Freddie Mercury at Live Aid.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Playing a Roy Jones Jr. track.
Kadir, HBO Boxing, Showtime Boxing, please come back. Critical of the promotion. Hey, Pro Box TV, September 27th.
Yeah, we're always here.
Gotta throw it out there. 50-50 all-action fights.
we're always
Najee Lopez, gonna see him back in the ring alongside Blast Val Saints. It's gonna be a good card, bro.
Pro Box.
Last Val Saint, who was a
50-50.
sparring
Every time
partner.
you get the call in the gym from a manager, hey, we got another Pro Box fight. Oh, fuck.
Yep.
Blast Val Saint was a sparring partner for Canelo Alvarez this camp. It was
Blast Val Saint.
mimicking Floyd, mimicking Terence Crawford because Blast can switch sides very well. And tall, long,
rangy,
good puncher. Yep, rangy.
Devin Haney.
Booed.
Oh, Julio Cesar Chavez.
Yes. The legend. One of the coolest guys in boxing, I'll tell you right now. Also one of the most humble champions.
Really?
Chavez, which is surprising. At the legendary level that he's at.
Icon, for sure.
But a good guy, good person,
Yeah, he's a solid guy.
Super solid. He loves the sport. Oh, good left.
Did I tell you, Chris, I ran into Roberto Duran in the airport?
No.
When I was flying somewhere totally unrelated, I was calling a fight somewhere. This is a few years ago, and he's just sitting there, and I go, "Manos de piedra," and he goes, "Yeah." So can I get a picture? He's like, "Yeah." So randomly at LAX.
Honestly,
I ran into him.
of all
Nicest guy.
fighters,
Yeah.
he's the best.
Yes.
Dude.
Yes.
Duran is the best in terms of with the fans, with the people.
Yeah.
You don't
So
ever
good.
see
He'll-
him
he'll
having
take
a
a
bad
picture with
moment.
everybody.
with any-
Never.
Always
man.
smiling.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
He's the best.
And I think the greatest pound for pound fighter of all time.
Bad man.
Top 5 on my list.
100%.
You know, the boss is rubbing it into me right now. He's saying, just say I was right. Because
About
he
what?
said that Martinez and Mbilli should have been the co-main event, and this fight had no business being in the co-main event.
Well,
which
we-
I
yeah,
agree.
we all said that.
We all believe that.
Which I agree with, but I guess he's also saying this fight shouldn't have been on the card, and we should have had a better undercard compared to other Riyadh season shows. I gotta say, if you would have made this the opening of the pay-per-view, I wouldn't have.
Okay, yeah,
I wouldn't have gone
opening,
crazy.
sure.
And then you could have gave me Boachuk Adams. Then you could have given me Martinez versus Mbilli.
And
You
then
know what I want the main event?
And Paulie, where would you put that first fight?
The first fight, I would have made it the opener of the night before they opened the doors. You know, like when
You would put it in the
people
parking lot?
when like 2 people are in the arena. You ever get those fights where there's like 2 people in the arena and the people are just getting there? That first fight that was on TV should have been
good
on
left
that,
hook.
at that time. Oh, but yeah, Gary, you were right. Because this fight is a sparring session. This fight is not
That's what it
opened
seems
up,
like.
and then nobody's taking too many chances. Then the night is never ending. Like we're gonna have the main event on at 1:00 in the morning.
Yep.
We don't get key replays. I'm never gonna know if that first round
Are they
was a
showing
slip
any
or a
replays,
knockdown.
by the way?
I haven't seen any.
I haven't seen any.
What is up with this, bro? What is up with this?
I don't get that.
Oh, there we go.
Here we go. But we didn't
We
see
get
one
this.
of the knockdowns.
We get this. 2 missed punches while they throw at the same time.
Well, I'm done scoring this crap. Appreciate you,
Look,
Desperado.
replays of missed punches. Oh, there's a landed punch. Okay.
Yeah, I agree. With Andre Ward, got to create some separation. Got to do something different.
Andre said, it's been very nip and tuck. Paulie says, it's been very your turn, my turn.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand why Jason Statham, Mr. Beast are there.
I don't know. Who's Mr. Beast?
Ask your kids.
My kid's 6.
Yeah.
They know who Mr. Beast is.
He's a
Kids.
I mean, I know we're live right now. He's a creep that is like famous amongst very small children.
Not even going to follow
That
up on that 'cause
sounds
that's super weird.
Weird.
Anyway,
I guess I'm glad I'm in my own world in the gym.
yep.
Yeah. He's got like 14
You know what I saw-
followers on YouTube.
You know what I was watching with my my 4-year-old son? You'd be proud. Conan the Barbarian. What's
Fuck
up?
yeah.
Let's
Starting
go, baby.
young, dude.
Let's go, baby.
My 4-year-old. I was watching Conan the Barbarian.
Did you make a mill? Did
and,
you have him?
And he
push-
walks in, and what was it? It's that scene where it's one of the last scenes where he cuts Thulsa head off and holds it up. And my son goes, he's like, "What's this?" I'm like, "Conan the Barbarian." He's like, "Is that Conan right there?" I'm like, "Yeah." And he's sitting there watching. I'm like,
He's
"All
cool.
right."
Did you watch the Destroyer after?
I watched the Destroyer, but he had other stuff to do.
And then
Because
Red
I'm like,
Sonja. And then Red Sonja.
Red Sonja
Red
after that.
Sonja. Bro, she's so hot.
In that.
Bridget will.
In that.
Brigitte Nielsen, bro, give it up, dude.
Yeah,
I cannot
but
believe she got older and turned into a man.
Brigitte
She looked like a
Nielsen.
man.
Oh,
No, not even that.
That is
She got older and
the most
she
unbelievable transformation I've ever seen.
she got older and then she dated the
Yeah.
clock guy.
Oh yeah.
Flavor
The
Flav,
raisin.
ladies and
The
gentlemen.
raisin, yeah.
I will not hear Public Enemy
But she look-
disrespected.
but she
I'm
look
walking out of here.
But she looked like a
I'm
man
walking
by
out
that
of here.
point.
Disrespect Public
But she
Enemy.
looked
I'll
by
do it
that
right
point she
now.
looked like a man. Like she's not even worth dating.
She was always like
I
6
can't-
foot and gigantic.
No, but
she was always gigantic.
Her face looked like a man. She smoked so many cigarettes. I don't know. Her
Did
face
she do
looked
that?
Like,
I haven't
her face
seen her
looked
in
like,
years.
like a man.
Oh.
That was one of the most beautiful women.
Beverly Hills
I've
Cop
ever
too?
seen.
This is
What's
why
up?
you guys tune in, by the way.
Beverly Hills Cop 2. Was she not the
Yes.
hottest? Thank
Yes.
you.
Oh,
Cobra.
Beverly Hills Cop 2, bro.
She was in
I know
Cobra
my
with
Bob.
Stallone.
You know it, dude. You know your '80s movies.
And she
Everybody's
was in
like,
Cobra
why do
with-
we watch
She was in
this?
Cobra as well with the
Cobra.
Yeah, Cobra, yeah.
With Stallone.
Well, I think she dated.
She was
Stallone.
dating Stallone at the time.
She did
Yeah.
Dolph too, right? Dolph Lundgren.
Dolph Lundgren. Yeah.
And then Red Sonja.
Red
Red
Sonja.
Sonja.
dude.
She was
Absolutely
out of this
smoking.
world. Yeah.
Oh my God. I remember
Red
that
Sonja
one.
ruled.
I can't believe that. I could not believe it that Flavor of Love was the same woman as Red Sonja. You know how devastating that was for me. Because as a child, you have that innocence of a crush, you know. Like as a Red Sonja, my crush on Red Sonja was an innocent crush. Like wow, she's beautiful. And then you get to become an adult, and you got to see her in Flavor of Love. You just
breaks your heart, just destroys your whole childhood.
You're more disgusted than anything else. Like what happened? What is this? This is life. Guys, this is why you guys had to watch along with us. You see, if the fight doesn't carry the action, we'll carry the action.
We'll just talk about random stuff.
Watch the fights with the fellas, you know?
Yeah,
I think Brando's gonna have to sell out a little bit here.
Yeah,
second half.
He's gonna have to.
I will bet money that he doesn't.
Huh?
Yeah.
He's his father's son. Come on.
Another glorified sparring session. Yeah, this is what it looks like.
Yeah.
And especially after the Lester fight where they went for it, man. They're trying to hurt each other big time for 10 rounds.
Yeah. Jimmy, I know you can't put too much on one fight, but just looking at it as it is now, would you buy stock in Caleb Smith to become a star?
No.
Not right now. I wouldn't.
You know what I mean? It's hard to say on
old
one
is he?
fight, but like you're saying, they're giving him this platform, you know?
Yeah.
How old is he?
Callum Walsh, 24, 25, I think.
Yeah,
Did you show it?
I think he's 20.
So he's not super young.
There was a great quote, Bob.
Oh, they're
and it
warming up.
was-
That's good.
It was Floyd Mayweather, and he had compared himself to Sugar Ray Robinson, right? And he's fighting Carlos Baldomir, and he's just eating Baldomir up, but, just kind of like working him. And it was Emmanuel Stewart, and he goes, the difference between him and Sugar Ray is if Sugar Ray Robinson was this much better than you, you were out of there.
Yeah.
And I was like,
I know, Jimmy, but the old school guys always
do overestimate the old school, but
because I also say the new school guy wouldn't have fought Bob Olsen 4 times and knocked him out 4 times. Like the first time you knocked out Bob Olsen was enough, buddy. You didn't have to knock 3 more times.
Back then,
more times. You know,
One of the most poignant things that you had said, though, I always kind of go back to the older guys, and then, like you said, give the younger guys their credit. But you know what? When I think 15-round fights, like you're saying, man, like that just hit home
savage.
with Mancini.
That's
and
savage.
that's
But I
just-
can
wow.
also take it to the 70s and 80s of 15-round fights, and that's a different
That's what I
level
mean.
than the 30s.
Wow.
Sorry.
Yeah,
They're
I
already
agree.
way better in the 70s and 80s than they are in the 20s and 30s, where everybody makes like the guys in the 20s and 30s. They drool over them like, oh my goodness, it was so good. I'll give you a story. Okay, bro, I analyze fights. Everybody gives me credit about my analyzation until they don't agree with something. You know how the people are. I remember coming home from a nightclub one time. I was like 23 years old, 24 years old. I remember New York, Chris, where everything's open 24 hours in old school New York.
The city that never sleeps.
Get a bagel.
It sleeps
Oh,
now.
turn on the
By the
TV.
way, guys, at home it sleeps now.
Yeah.
The city never sleeps.
Yeah, New York sleeps now. Before it was New York never slept. So I turn on the TV, I'm gonna eat my bagel and go to sleep like the whole day on Saturday. Like I'm gonna just sleep my whole day away. But I'm gonna bagel, I turn on my TV, and at that time, Classic Sports Network was on, ESPN Classic.
Yeah, ESPN Classic, yeah.
You know what's starting? Joe Louis versus Billy Conn. I'm like, I got my sandwich. I never saw this fight. I've heard about it. I'm gonna watch it. Okay. I'm gonna preface this because if I don't say this, they're gonna kill me in the crowd, okay?
They're gonna kill you.
No. You give your old school fighters the credit because they laid the building blocks, and that's very important. They made boxing the famous sport that it is, so we can benefit from it. And I'll always be grateful for that. Go into this fight, the analytics of this fight. Billy Conn's footwork sucks, but he's using his footwork. But it sucks. Billy Conn's footwork sucked. But he's using footwork. He's bouncing around the ring. He's boxing. He's bouncing around the ring.
Their shoes were made out of wood back then.
Yeah, but it's the most basic footwork.
They were literal horse skin.
It's the most basic footwork. It kind of sucks, to be honest.
And remember, they're doing
Joe
road work
Louis,
in boots,
and
so
Joe
their feet
Louis is
had to
not
hurt.
only not cutting off the ring, he's going like this. And not throwing any punches. As Khan moves him. And Khan is out. That's called outboxing, man. And then finally, in like round 13 or 14, Khan gets a little reckless. He afterwards in the interview, he said I just wanted to fight. No, you didn't, buddy. You made a stupid decision and you got caught. But he makes he gets caught coming in. I think he got tired really from bouncing because 15 rounds you get tired more bouncing. So he slowed down a little bit.
Shoes were made of
He slowed
wood.
down
They
a little
weigh,
bit.
shoes
Joe
weigh
hits him,
13
knocks him
pounds.
out. And then that's it. And I remember when it was over, I was like, that's the fight, dude. The one I've been hearing about all these years about Billy Conn. Joe Louis is so amazing, and Billy Conn in 15 and was outboxing him and all this stuff.
And they got caught
but also
late.
the amazing Joe Louis who couldn't even cut off the ring and just pivoted in circles like a clock for 12 rounds, for 15 rounds, 13 rounds. And I was like, that guy. People tell me he's better than Ali. That's that. They say that guy is better. Some people say that guy's better than Ali.
What the fuck says
and
that?
I said, get the fuck
in
out of here. I went to
top
sleep.
20 heavyweights, top 10 heavyweights of all time, they put Joe Louis ahead of Muhammad Ali.
Yeah.
That's
single punches at a time right now. No 3-4 punch combination. No angles.
This is the Night Owl. This is a sparring session. That's why we started talking about Joe Louis.
Night Owl. We have not even talked about this fight for 4 rounds. We did.
Because Fernando Jr. has to sell out to go get it. Callum is. He's winning the sparring session, but neither guy is really selling out to impress. Callum could impress by pushing forward. That's why Bob, you said, would you really bank on him to be a superstar, right? He's got making that he's not going for that extra impression he could go for.
I wouldn't.
Fernando honestly has to go for that extra impression to try to turn his fight around a little bit. He's not getting dominated, but he's probably losing a bunch of close rounds.
If you're gonna be a draw, and you're not a puncher, neither one of these guys can punch like that. You have to assert dominance and control.
Yeah.
I don't see that. I don't see the dominance and the control. Callum Walsh is winning. He's staying ahead, but he's not dominant.
No.
He's not controlling the way the fight is fought. He's winning. He's out punching him. But this is checkers.
I mean, this guy that I'm watching, Callum, I don't know if he wins a major alphabet title organization, but maybe he'll win their title when they make a
crack with a big left hand.
Bingo.
Bingo.
On the money.
What do they call it? UBO?
Yeah.
Maybe he'll
No,
win.
well, no. What do you mean? He's gonna
just create a belt for him.
No, what do you mean? He's gonna make the TKO champion. He's gonna
That's what I'm saying.
yeah,
UBO, whatever they call it.
No, TKO.
That's what they call it. They can make a TKO belt? That's what it's called? Oh, I thought
That's
They're
what
gonna
they
make their
wanna
own
do,
governing body.
I
dude.
thought it was called UBO or something.
Oh, is that?
I mean,
Yeah,
I can't see these guys beating a Lubin. I can't see these guys.
No,
beating
but they're not at
Pandora.
that level yet.
No,
I just don't think it's.
But
it's gonna
watching
get to
here,
that
you're
level.
supposed to be like a year away from that. And watching here, you're probably more than a year away from that because neither guy has really made an impression here. They're capable, but they're not like world-class capable.
And also, this is 54.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is
Dude, this division,
super.
that division's monstrous.
Walsh threw a left hook and left before the punch even landed. Like,
But maybe I tell you who would use them.
What did you
I
say?
tell
He
you
is
who could use
24, 25? What's Virgil Ortiz?
20.
Nah, Virgil destroyed him.
27?
But I'll tell you what. You know what? I'll tell you something. You know who could use him for a title defense? Because, you got to be a little bit ginger with one of the champions at 154.
Xander and Walsh. I'll take that fight.
Even Xander and Jr.
Yeah, Mexican versus a Puerto
Next
Rican.
6 to 12
That's always a good
Oh, no,
rivalry.
the winner of this, you can't take the loser.
No, the winner of this fight can't go to the title fight right now. You can't go on the world title fight based on this. You haven't beaten anybody, and then except in this fight, you finally stepped up a little bit.
24.
Who was Xander beat?
Callum Walsh 24.
Xander's got a world title. What are you gonna do?
But who'd he beat?
The last guy he just fought.
The last guy. That's gonna be my new one. Who'd he beat? The last
That
guy.
is the most New York answer ever.
The last
Who did he
guy.
just beat? The last guy.
That guy.
that guy.
The thing
Who's
over
the
there.
Brazilian that had a world
Last
title
guy.
that Xander beat a couple fights ago?
Yeah, he
At
beat.
least the guy's the next world champion.
He beat Curtis Stevens.
No, Xander didn't beat Curtis Stevens.
No, the Brazilian.
Oh, that Brazilian beat Curtis.
He beat the other.
No, sorry, no, he beat Adamas.
He beat the guy he beat before.
That guy beat
Teixeira?
Adonis.
Teixeira.
Teixeira, yeah,
Not
he beat
Curtis
Teixeira.
Yeah.
So that looks good on his.
Yeah, but Teixeira is like
I know.
600 years old.
I agree, but I'm just saying on his record it looks good.
Yeah.
But if we're gonna give Devin Haney credit for all the dead guys he fought just because they were ex-champions, then you gotta give Teixeira credit for
I called that fight with Adamas and Teixeira. I was so blown
You gotta
away.
give Zan-
I rated Adamas so high. I know he's killed himself to make the weight.
Hey, but I'm happy it happened because that's how I ended up getting him.
Yeah.
And I
He
took him
needed
to the
help.
world
He
title.
needed help.
And you still gotta give Xander credit for beating Teixeira.
No, listen. Xander, I give Xander a ton of credit. It's just really tough to see
Okay,
him as
these
a
guys
wrestler.
gotta sell out the last 3 rounds now.
Yeah.
Fernando more because I think the fight's on the line here. I want to see what
Yeah.
his father tells him. Hold on.
I'll bet you
He doesn't.
breakfast.
He doesn't.
Neither guy
I can't even eat breakfast. We're making weight over here.
So I win-win.
Yeah, there you go.
Even if you lose,
You win.
You win.
Yep.
If you win, you win. If you lose, you
What's
still
the
win.
Hey,
You
movie
can't
reference.
lose.
What movie is that? What movie is that?
You know,
Listening,
Tommy made
come on.
fun of me. He said my movie quote arc is very small. He says it's just Goodfellas, Raging Bull, and maybe Casino.
He's actually right.
I
And
said, I get Dumb and Dumber. I do Ace Ventura.
I said I did
Yep.
that one.
We do Wedding Crashes
You
tonight.
did Superbad today.
Yeah, we did Wedding Crashes today.
Superbad was good.
I think, Tommy's underestimating me. By now, he's probably too drunk to even understand what we're talking about.
Well,
if he's watching,
we're getting punchy now because it's getting late, but he's actually getting drunk. It's different.
And he's pissed because he bet Patty Donovan and Crocker beat him.
That's a bad loss.
Because Donovan was destroying him the first fight, and then he got disqualified. So he just thought the rematch.
Yeah, that was
And they give the decision to Crocker.
No, didn't he knock him out?
No, I heard he gave him the decision.
Oh, he dropped him a couple
but
times.
But Tommy said that the commentators had Donovan winning, even though Crocker dropped him. Who knows, bro? I mean, bro, everybody got upset today. Boachuk got upset. Lester and Mbilli was a draw.
Yep.
The only thing I'm upset about is the order of these fights.
Yeah. I would have liked to see the Boachuk upset because, I would have wanted to see that. It's just still dramatic.
Yeah.
Especially the Adams won wide. That's, makes you want to watch that. See how he
So I have to go back and watch that tomorrow.
Yeah. But how do you watch it? What was it on? YouTube?
Now it's on
question.
YouTube.
I don't know.
I can't. The size difference. I really did not expect Walsh to be this big.
I'll tell you, bro. Where does Boachuk go now, bro?
Back to his country.
To war?
He's Ukrainian?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's actually not a good thing to say, but I don't. He's out, dude.
Because he was having trouble finding opponents before. Now
he's got
for
3
real.
losses now. He lost the same guy twice.
Yeah.
A guy who how old is Brandon Adams?
Yeah,
Chris,
nobody really wanted to deal with him before. Now they got to really.
Sometimes you just got.
I didn't mean to. Yeah.
I know what you're saying, but
Where's he go?
that's where he's
Country,
going.
yeah.
That's where he's going. It's the truth.
He's not going to get a big fight ever again. Why would you fight that guy?
Yeah, he had a hard time getting fights before, so imagine now.
Oh, both these guys are.
Unless he fights Murtazaliev, maybe he gets a win and fights Murtazaliev.
Who the hell wants to see that? Who's buying a ticket? Who's sitting the 2 people that Americans can't pronounce their name no one's gonna watch that.
It's a world title fight.
Both these guys actually probably could hit hard if they stayed on their feet while they punched. They land a shot and are halfway across the ring, but before the punch lands.
That's a nice shot by Marcus. Callum goes to the body well. It's just there's no consistency from either guy. And again, it's your turn, my turn. Skipper has it close. Yeah, because nobody's really made the separation.
Yeah. That's what Andre Ward keeps
I got to Callum winning because I just the control of the ring, but I haven't paid attention like crazy either.
I'm not. Oh, scoring.
You see, if Vargas doesn't punch back, it's your turn, my turn with him. You gotta let it go with Walsh. You can't just cover and shoot. Yeah.
So we have a visitor to Canelo's locker room, Sofia Vergara.
Wow.
Wow, really? Jeez.
Yeah, apparently.
That's a lot better than that WNBA player to Crawford's.
Yeah.
For the record.
Yeah. Sofia Vergara. Pretty awesome.
I can't believe that. She's Colombian. She's not even Mexican.
Colombian, yeah.
All Latinos, man.
Hey,
stick together, right?
Showing support.
All Latinos.
Showing love.
I mean, the Mexicans got their own telenovela women that are smoke shows.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like
unbelievable.
It's not like you need Sofia Vergara too. I mean,
I know. I married one.
My mom, my mom and my grandma. I grew up with the telenovelas on at night. They used to watch the Spanish telenovelas.
Yep.
All the Italians used to watch them at night.
Good way to learn Spanish, by the way. Watch those things.
Yeah, make you want to watch it. Sábado Gigante.
I used to watch them.
Art, didn't you produce Sábado Gigante? Art directed it for 3 years. And then the dramatic telenovela commercials. It was like the commercials. Not even the show when it was on, forget it, but the commercials were so dramatic, like what's on the next episode. They got Walsh up.
Yep, 74-78.
That's 6-2.
Yeah.
Or did you ever direct a Gordo La Flaca? Yeah, my grandma used to watch that too. Gordo La Flaca. Yeah. But didn't that Gordo get skinny after? What did he get? A stomach staple? Oh, man. See, Fernando won't punch back when Callum punches.
Yeah.
He's your turn, my turn. You're not going to win this fight. Are you doing your turn, my turn? See? He won't go until Callum's done punching. See?
Then the busier puncher wins every
You
time.
see? Of course, because when it's like that, you just get off first, and the opponent never gets off. If you realize you got a your turn, my turn, guy, all you got to do is say, okay, I just got to be first. He won't punch every time I'm punching.
But that flitty kind of, Chris, like you're saying, nobody plants their feet and throws.
See, Jimmy, that's why sometimes for me, you got to be very careful to hype guys up because then you set the stage up here, and then when the delivery's here, it just kind of hurts. I just think you got to say he's a good guy, see where he's at, you know?
But, Bob, it's also the stage. Like, remember back in the day, like, it was hard to get opportunities like this. You had to be ready.
There's a correct pecking order, dude. If you got Lester and Mbilli on the card, you don't put this fight
World class guys. World class guys who actually perform, and like not perform, but like showed out.
Yeah. Well, you got to be a hell of an athlete to play Division I sports, but it's a whole different ball game to play in the NFL, the NBA, Major League Baseball.
Very true.
So, and nobody's saying these guys shouldn't fight each other. Nobody's saying they should be on this card.
No.
But there's a proper pecking order of where they should be on this card.
And this is a good fight in terms of matchup.
Yeah.
It's a good
fight. Yeah, definitely.
I thought this was going to be more entertaining, but
nonetheless, it's a solid matchup. I don't mind it being on the card. I just don't want it in the co-main.
Well, he got to sell
not
out
after
now.
Mbilli and Lester, dude.
These fighters are fighting smart and looking for the lane. It's nothing like last fight. Doesn't mean it's bad.
You need to watch more boxing, dude.
Yeah,
the level of boxing. You can be smart and looking for the lane and still be at a high level. All right, dude. Yeah. This isn't a co-main event on this kind of card level of fight. Right. And yes, he's right. They are looking for the lane and they are fighting smart, but their level is lower than it should be. Yeah. Okay, for this kind of fight, you can also do the same exact looking for the lane and be smart and fight at this level. Which is then you would merit you to be in this position. This is not that level of fight. It's like I said, it's a sparring session. A lot of sparring sessions like that too.
Whoa, he's getting his. No, I mean, I don't know what timing
That's
this
got
is.
to be.
Really hope
it's got to be
that's old.
pre-recorded because Crawford was hitting.
Crawford's
mitts.
warming up with mitts on.
Yeah, but that was 20 minutes ago.
Also, you're the next fight. You're getting your hands wrapped now. There's no way. I mean,
I wouldn't doubt it. We might be waiting for a while,
unless he really wants. Because some guys big man you like that. They're like, oh, you're gonna come out when I come out, and make you wait forever.
Pacquiao did it to me.
Yep.
That was a good shot from Walsh.
Yeah.
Nobody really jabbed tonight. But you got southpaws. Two southpaws. They're not used to fighting other southpaws. Not a lot of jabs.
Junior going for it a little bit in the 10th round. I wish you would have gone for it a little bit like this.
Do you remember
earlier.
how vicious, ferocious El Feroz?
Oh my God,
Santos was. My God,
But he was also high level boxing.
I know he was
much
so
higher level
good.
boxing.
So he's one of my favorite fighters.
An Olympian.
Yeah.
Yep.
But Junior's going for it a little more here this round, and he's forcing Callum to fight too.
Well, Callum was looking really tired at the end of the last round. See, this is a 10 round fight. These are 10-round fighters.
Yeah.
Mbilli and Lester are 12-round
Need
fighters.
to be 12 round, yeah.
Ooh.
I don't think they took advantage of the opportunity enough.
Yeah.
Fernando could have done this, I'd say, a couple of rounds ago. If you see how he's holding his ground more now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go, go, go. Oof.
Yeah, I feel like they went backwards. They had Adams and Bochuk earlier. They had Lester and Mbilli earlier, and they had these.
Not for nothing. Adams and Bochuk might have been even higher level than Lester and Mbilli.
Because we had to watch the Saudi guy with 2 fights. Boy,
that's a head scratcher, man.
Yeah,
it really is.
Was that scratcher even before?
No, it's not.
No, you know why?
It's just it's a shouldn't have happened, but oh, definitely best round of the fight.
This could have been happening a few rounds ago. They didn't need it to, honestly.
They should have started banging early.
Yeah.
Sparring.
Instead, they had that silent agreement the whole fight, where they were basically sparring until round 10.
So it looks like Lester and Mbilli are going to split that bonus because
they have a fight of the night bonus and a performance of the night bonus.
They both should get it.
They both should
fight
get
of the
it.
night and the performance.
Should we put Bless Valsaint against either of these guys next?
Oh,
that's you need a shovel to pick up the
pieces of
these guys. I mean, Blast is a beast.
Yeah, they definitely gonna get fight of the night.
I see now Emiliano will be the breakout star amongst the Vargas brothers. Well, yeah, I think we knew that from the beginning. Emiliano's just a level better than his brother.
Yeah, and I like the Vargas brothers, man. I think they're. I love the Vargas family. Obviously, I was a huge fan of Fernando, but I'll tell you, even the Vargas family will tell you Emiliano was the jewel of the family. But nonetheless, I did believe a little bit in the other brothers. I mean, tonight I think Junior showed a little bit of his limitations. But in the last round, he also disappoints me because he could have started that hustle in like round 7 or 6, and maybe he'd have a chance to win this decision, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Emiliano's got more of the amateur pedigree. They didn't have as much amateur experience.
And they fully admit that. I like how they got each other's back like that.
That was a cool shot.
They better not be an hour for the next fight, dude. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, wipe out.
Wow.
190. Jesus.
The 190 is weird though, because I thought Junior did a good job in the 10th.
Yeah, that was the round he won. Charlie Sheen.
Charlie Sheen.
And Sophia, right from Canelo's locker room.
Wow, she still looks great.
Yeah. Stephen A.
I'm hearing the main event walks out at 1:10 a.m. Eastern time. We gotta fill for
110?
15 minutes,
I'm
dude.
gonna go home and take a nap.
Keep making jerk offs out of us.
See you
Tony
guys
Gonzalez,
in
great
an
NFL tight
hour?
end.
I'll see you guys.
That
in,
can't be right.
That's what our producer's telling us. 110.
No, that can't be right.
Oh, Tommy Hearns.
Tommy the Hitman Hearns. I bet you he'll still knock out half the people in that room.
Dave Chappelle, wow.
Dave Chappelle forgot to finish making his suit.
He is hilarious,
That's
dude.
interesting.
Charlize
She
Theron,
looks good,
very
too.
gorgeous.
Wow.
Or she's a weirdo, though. But very gorgeous.
That's weird to hear.
Michael
Someone
J.
in
Fox.
Hollywood's weird.
Michael J. Fox, Back to the Future.
You know who his best friend was?
Who?
Michael Nunn.
J. Fox?
Yeah, they used to
Really?
hang all the time
Really?
at Joe Goosen's gym. They were
Holy
like that.
shit! What a
Michael
weird
Nunn.
combination of friends.
Michael
That's
second.
awesome.
Now, can you imagine?
That's awesome.
Michael second to none.
Really, Marky
Marky
Mark,
Mark.
Marky Mark.
and AC Slater.
Just.
Why is Mark doing this?
I have no idea.
These two guys are workout buddies, by the way, right? Mark and Mario. I think they work.
He's
out
living in Vegas now.
Yeah.
Wahlberg.
Oh yeah,
They're making
Holy-
it
holy-
Hollywood, Vegas.
Do you know what the bill for these guys is?
It's insane.
Like a big portion of tonight's money being spent is going to these two guys. Like this is crazy. Has to be.
More than the guys on the undercard.
Are they
for sure.
really going to tap dance for another 50 minutes?
Yeah.
That's not
I
believable,
can't-
right? Nah, it can't be.
By the way, behind the scenes here, and also remember,
Whoa, hold real quick. Does anyone care what Hollywood thinks about this?
what
don't
Mark
give a shit
Wahlberg
what
has to
he's
say about
But they got to fill.
the Ring magazine. Yeah, they're going to fill for apparently another 50 minutes.
It just doesn't sound believable. That long? How many national anthems are they going to play?
How many,
Yeah, I
12?
Are we just going to talk to celebrities for the next hour about what they think about this fight?
especially you haven't had any finishes.
Right.
So it's not as though we had a
Yeah,
lot of
you shouldn't
finishes.
have to fill.
You shouldn't have to fill. It should be pretty much on to the next fight.
I did hear that from the hours and hours ago that the main event was going to walk at 115.
That's what we kept hearing.
What are they going to do? Put a Beyonce concert in the middle of this thing or what for the 50 minutes? Crazy.
Our producer is saying it's on the rundown that he has.
I'm already thinking about Nayo anyway.
Yeah,
He
man.
fights in 6 hours.
That is nuts.
6 hours.
But it just kills the live crowd too. Like you just get tired of sitting there.
We just watched that, but they made Mbilli and Lester 10 rounds. When we could have got a justifiable
Yeah, you might as
winner.
well have
We could
thrown
have got
another.
a justifiable winner if they would have put it in
Yeah.
the right place. So made a 12-round co-main event. What do you think? If 12 rounds, Lester wins? I think Lester.
I thought he was coming on. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? You got a
And you
great
got a
10th
chance of a
round.
knockout late too, because when guys are that tired, either guy could
That
go.
guy was starting to get gas.
Yeah.
I think the one thing Lester's going to do is going to look back on and say, man, if I'd have just did
You know,
a little bit more
that's
body
the thing.
work.
I feel like there's more Lester could have done than Mbilli could have done. So there's more upside to Lester.
And Billy did what he does.
Yeah. I
He
feel like
he
Lester
could
had more
he gave the best performance he could possibly give, and I think Lester was a little less than what he could have gave, and still came
Lester
up with a draw.
fought an effort fight. Lester's more than just an effort fighter. You know
Yeah.
what I mean, Lester just fought an effort kind of fight. You know, he didn't go to the body. He tried to match punches. He was a little more accurate, so maybe that's why he ended up being a draw. But he wasn't able to match the output. But he was able to be better accurately. But he didn't change up the game plan.
But I'm wondering
Way
though
he could've.
too, everything he threw up top was landing on the guy too. So it's like, you start hitting him so easy,
Their
you
hands
forget
must
about
hurt
the
tonight
body.
too, no? Their hands must hurt tonight too, no? If I would have fought a fight like that, my hands would be killing me.
Oh yeah.
Eh?
Oh, Lester and Mbilli?
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Think about all that.
Guarantee you they don't.
Yeah,
I guarantee
What a
it.
life.
You want to
Not
hear
like us, dude.
You want to
What a
hear
life.
something interesting? Talking about hands, I was talking with Ronnie Shields, and so he was the one that seen George Foreman wrap his fights for one of the heavyweight fights, and he said Foreman just basically didn't even put a pad on. He just took the thing like this, and he put like a little tape, and he said it was nothing.
Yeah.
Never had a hand problem.
That doesn't surprise
And he said
me at all.
and he said Holyfield said he never got hit.
Doesn't surprise
That's
me
the
at
hardest
all.
he ever been hit in his life.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah. Jesus.
You see the way Jerry Cooney went down against George?
No.
With that-
Oh my God.
When you were talking about the ugliest
His
punches
hands.
from ever,
Bang.
that fight came to mind. It was Jerry.
Well, it was
Cooney
like
fight.
when Ali would make fun of him at the press conference when he was when Ali.
Guess
would
what? It
Call him
worked.
Frankenstein.
Guess what? It
yeah.
worked.
Paulie, can you imagine how solid your damn hands got to be to not even really put any protection on it? That's unbelievable.
His hands were like.
Oh, he'd hit you like this. He'd hit you like that. He'd hit you with his thumb. It
It's like
didn't matter.
Yeah, it's like a hammer. Whenever what side of it hits you on, it hurts.
Sledgehammer.
And no padding. He said, I said, Ronnie, you got to be kidding me. He goes, Bob, I literally sat and watched her, and he did his own hands, and he went, and it was nothing. Put it in the glove.
It's like, I don't need it. Never hurt my hand ever.
So imagine a conversation with him and like Archie Moore, who trained them, right? Archie Moore trained them for the Holyfield fight and stuff. Like, imagine being with those guys in the gym and like just talking to them during those workouts, right?
Meanwhile, they could beat up an entire train station.
Yeah,
the two of them.
Think about it. Two of the hardest punchers working together. Think about it.
The more
Probably great stories too.
Do you remember that right hand he hit Moore with? Like
Oh, it was this.
Effortless.
Ding, ding.
Bing.
It was, you know, they say turn your punches over.
Yeah.
Literally, all he did was turn it over.
He
You know,
went,
really on it.
bing,
He
bing.
just turned it.
It was actually two right hands, but he
The first
said
one-
he was using the left hook to move him. He throws a 1-2, bing bing, and then like there was a little stutter in Moore, and like George was like, oh, I got him, and he put one more on him, bing bing, and that was it.
And then unfortunately, Paul Moore, he got no chin, so you know. Then they had the audacity to put Moore with Tua years later.
Yeah,
I was like, what is who thought of this stupid idea?
Looks like they're getting ready to walk.
20 seconds, it ended.
Maybe we're not waiting another hour. But that's what's so funny, Bob, as a coach. Like you turn in, as an MMA coach, heel, hip, and hand, the way you turn a punch over and they get the hips involved and they get the core involved. And you watch George Foreman go, bank, and it's just a heavyweight just goes flat. You're like,
All that effort from me, my hands break, all the work, speed. Yeah. And this guy just pink.
You know, it's funny. I was talking
I used to hope I didn't land clean because my hand was gonna.
Oh man, that's bad.
Yeah, no, that's how I felt
That's
my entire career.
That's
my
bad.
right hand, I was hoping it wouldn't
to land clean.
Yo, Paulie, what's the name of your guy with the glasses from New York? I used to watch him. He was a nutritionist, right? Who are you talking about?
I don't know. The glasses. I don't know. I'm gonna
Back
need
when
more
you used to walk?
specific.
Back when you used to fight?
I'm gonna need more specifics. I don't remember anybody.
All right,
with
so
glasses.
Lex, give us more specifics.
I don't remember anybody with glasses.
Paulie knows a lot of guys.
Joe Souza?
Let's look at the numbers here. We got
What, man?
money line
yeah.
140 for Crawford.
By decision, 210?
With finality.
With finality.
Interesting way to put it.
Yep.
All right, your best bet there obviously is Crawford by decision.
Crawford decision.
Plus 140.
Profits by decision is plus 210.
And Canelo by decision was plus 125.
Plus 125 money,
That's
yeah.
not bad either.
That ain't bad either. See, I don't gamble, guys. Is there I just can't get into it if I don't have something on it? I know a lot of people that are like that. I can't. I just enjoy sports anyway. I don't
No,
really,
it's not
I don't
about
need
not
to.
getting into it because you're not in it.
'Cause some people
it's
are like
about
that.
making it more. It's a heightened thing. Putting money on a fight's like doing coke. Like it elevates everything.
Everything becomes more interesting. Yeah. Gotcha.
Meanwhile, I've never done coke. I've just assumed.
No comment. Anyway.
But as soon as you said it, you're like, got it.
Yeah. I'm like, yeah, I totally understand that.
Yeah. No, it just elevates everything. So all my friends who are like big gambler guys, like, because I'm not, I don't bet much at all, but they are like on
just
edge.
Wired about everything. Yeah.
On edge when it's time.
Just not that we know any of those guys.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to tell this story. By the way, he's told it publicly, so I'm not outing him in any way, but I think it's a very funny story. John Anik, who's a play-by-play guy for this, an avid gambler. And I was joking around one time, and I said, as a leg breaker ever showed up at your house, when he was in college, one of his roommates or something used his betting profile and lost a bunch of money, and a goon showed up at his house and went,
we had those in New York.
$4,000. He's like, you know, and the
guys got to go on the lam sometimes.
Dude, he was like,
I'm a lamb.
He had to like,
become a lambist.
Call his mother and get like $4,000. He was in college, so he had and he's like, this guy's gonna break my legs, and it was Anik telling the story because Anik is so like. Anik, you know, like he's, you know, he's like, dude, a leg breaker came to my house and was gonna break my legs. It was
I got stories
to me
when we go off camera.
If I said my mother would have kicked the shit out
killed me. My mom would have killed me.
There was a boxer in Gleason's, a heavyweight boxer. You guys all know who it is. I won't say it on camera.
Okay.
After we get off the show, I'll tell you. He was a collector, and
He was a leg breaker.
Yeah. And I'll tell you when we get on. I can't. I'm sorry, guys. I can't say it here. Otherwise, I'd be snitching.
No, one of my first striking coaches.
Which is also back in the late '90s.
Yeah, one of my first striking coaches was a leg breaker. Some guy in Jersey. Yeah.
I know a couple.
Yeah, everybody in the fight world knows somebody who's an enforcer. Like Rocky, who was like, it was a break. Like everybody knows Rocky, who was some guy who was like, I was a leg breaker.
Hey, you got to make an honest living.
And I got a good story to go with it. I'll tell you. With all people with people you all know or know about, because they're boxing people.
Yeah.
Are those graphics weird? I thought with the flags.
Yeah.
By the way, you know who used to co-manage Ronaldo Snipes?
Can you fathom the fight ending in a draw, setting up a highly anticipated rematch?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah,
100%.
Dude,
that's my prediction.
Paulie's pick is a draw. That's his prediction. A draw.
Ronaldo Snipes was co-managed by Sammy the Bull.
I'm sorry, say again?
Sammy the Bull used to co-manage Ronaldo Snipes.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was a co-manager. Yeah. But that's known because they used to show up at Gleason's when Ronaldo was training and everything.
Yeah.
So that, I mean, that's not on me. That's public knowledge.
Once again, public knowledge, I'm not snitching.
The next one, I got to tell you, I can't do it on camera. But.
All right, cool. We'll do it off camera.
Well, Ronaldo Snipes, I got Fort Holmes. Yeah, Sammy the Bull had him. Was going. They used to come to the gym. I mean, it was before my time.
You said it was a Gleason's guy?
Ronaldo was, yeah.
No,
but it was before my.
No, the guy you want to talk about.
Don't guess because I can't tell you yes or no. I don't tell.
I have a couple ideas. What years?
Late 90s. But there were several, even by the time I was a teenager and I was around that, there were several dinners that I was at, that Ronaldo was at with those guys, you know? So even post-career, they still like kind of had him around, you know?
Keeping him around.
like Richard Pryor said. You ever see Richard Pryor, the stand-up, when he does the Mafia stand-up? When they kept him around like a pet? But by that point, Sammy was already in his protection. By the time I was around. By the time I was around,
protection.
It was post Ronaldo career, you know. They better not do this for an hour. I'm down with it, but like don't jerk me off for an hour without doing this, you know.
He's a great fighter. He's a legend.
Boy, you're a little different when you talk about yourself in the third person, huh, Jimmy?
Yeah, that's when you know you've made it. I love that.
Oh.
Berlanga went down hard.
He did.
Yeah, but that was that hook
You
that I was
got that
talking
fight,
about.
Chris, were you at the fight?
Yes, I was.
That was that hook that I was talking about, though. That
Energy in,
hook
the energy in
Canelo
there
has.
was phenomenal.
After that, I thought he was going
Phenomenal.
to get finished, but to Paulie's point, he didn't.
No, he
Didn't
didn't.
really step
Nah.
on the.
But he's doing that a bunch of fights. Ryder, Munguia. He's
Yeah.
done that a bunch of fights.
With the McGee
All the
thing, I
recent
was even
fights.
shocked about that one too. It's like because he's a fellow country.
But
What the hell's
no,
going
because
on
then he
there?
didn't do it to Berlanga and he didn't do it to
Yeah,
Ryder.
you're right.
That's
you're
the arrogance that gets on your nerves. He's like, I didn't do it because he's a Mexican. Shut up, dude. You didn't do it to Berlanga. You didn't do it to Ryder. Who are you kidding? Like,
Yeah.
even to disrespect a kid like that, bro, just say I couldn't finish him. That's it.
Yeah.
Stop with the bullshit.
Or I didn't want to roll the
Yeah.
dice and get caught.
Yeah, like yeah, exactly, which is the real reason. But like, why? Like, I felt bad. I let him, and then they repeated. The groupies repeated. Yeah, he didn't knock him out because he didn't want to. Yeah, I know. He didn't do it to anybody. He felt bad for all of them. All of a sudden,
Man,
he's-
when he heard him,
all
I
of,
thought he was going to be done.
all of a sudden he's showing mercy to everybody.
I could see Canelo fighting Mbilli before Shiraz. What do you think?
Yeah,
Possible.
1,000%.
Yeah, possible.
1,000%.
Possible.
1,000%. And Billy's next. Or Eubank.
Oh, Eubank. I think Eubank is an easier fight because in Billy, at least you got to.
I think he's going to fight Billy next.
I think you just let him Billy rematch Lester. They got to do the rematch with Lester, dude. Come on.
Well, actually,
that's a travesty if they didn't make it 12 rounds here, bro.
Is that Adam
Canelo's
Jones?
not going to fight till May.
Oh, Adam Jones and Danny Carey from Tool.
Wow. We're gonna do this then. That's how we're gonna kill time for the next.
I'm gonna go take a walk.
Apparently.
Yeah, this is.
I'm not doing this. Text me.
I'm going to get a little something to eat.
Do this, bro.
Chris, we'll let you know. Adam Jones, I absolutely love you, but I want to see the fighters walk. And Maynard's not singing, which takes a lot away from it.
You see, if I wasn't working right now with you guys,
Yeah.
if I was watching this at home, I'd go to sleep. Like this right here, I'll get the result tomorrow, bro.
Really?
Right here, you're jerking me off now.
Yeah.
Doing this, you know, you're making a mockery of me. It's
Yeah.
1 o'clock in the morning, and this is what you're doing.
Yeah.
Like I would go to sleep. Only reason I gotta watch this fight is because I'm here. If I was watching this at home, I would go to sleep. All your fights from the distance. You already made a jerk off out of me with that first fight.
Yeah.
You made a jerk off out of me not making them Billy and Lester fight the 12 rounds in the co-main event.
And now it's
You made a
Tool
jerk
without
off out of
the
me
singer.
putting that Irish kid who's an average prospect in the co-main event. You made a jerk off out of me by putting Bohocek and Adams off TV. You made a jerk off out of me dragging this whole thing till 1 o'clock in the morning. And then now you're also going to put on a concert when I'm still sitting here waiting for the main
Didn't you
event.
say they didn't have the time to do a 12-round fight?
Yeah, you couldn't do 12 rounders, but you can do this.
I don't get it, man.
Nah, bro. You didn't show me the replay of the first round knockdown in the Walsh Vargas Jr. fight. I'm not gonna remember that one either. Yeah. What did Roger Mayweather used to say? You don't know shit about boxing? This is
You don't know shit about boxing.
bro. Don't do us any favors.
But
Netflix.
also-
Netflix really shouldn't do us any favors. Honestly, neither should Turkey. Neither should they tell them to stick to their own shit. This is why it's got to stay the way it always has been. All right, watch this guy sing now. Half asleep.
Yeah, I'm going to get something to eat.
Unbelievable. You.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Take a walk, guys. I'll call you when it's there. Jimmy Smith still sitting in his seat, as always. I gotta say. That's why producers love me. Because I'm always here. And this is what I'm wondering about, or was wondering about when this first started, is Dana White had been understandably critical of the pacing of boxing. And as an MMA fan, we're used to, 5 fights. It moves pretty quickly. Boxing does tend to have, multiple national anthems, stuff that slows it down. And Dana had been very critical of that. So I was wondering with this Netflix production if it would be paced more like a UFC, and yet we're seeing a lot of stuff, a lot of filler. Once again, hashtag boxing scene today. Comments, questions. We've dealt with a lot of them on air. We've talked about them. Let us know what you're thinking. I remember the song from Desperado. Anybody else think of Desperado when they hear this song? Nobody? Just me? All right, cool. I'm showing my age with the Desperado reference. A young Selma Hayek. Ugh. Got me through the 90s. I try. Where was I? I forget what stadium we were in because I did so many big ones, but it was Royal Rumble or something really big, and I'm watching it. It wasn't Allegiant Stadium, but it was a stadium like that, something huge. And I turned to my broadcast partner, Corey Graves. It was the color. I was play-by-play at WWE for Monday Night Raw. And I looked around and I said, man, do you ever get used to this? And he goes, nope. You never get used to these huge stadium shows. WrestleMania, I did Texas Stadium, 77,000 people each day for 2 days. And we had a police escort to the venue. It was insane. And this kind of energy, you never get used to that as a broadcaster. Never. At least I haven't. Eyelids are struggling. AJ, I agree. I have been talking. All right, when did we start? I've been 6 hours. My producer just said 6 hours and 38 minutes I've been talking. It's my life, man. It's what I do. Okay. Crawford with the guitar case is walking in. Crawford's walking in, gentlemen. Just letting you know, take your time because it's going to be a while. Yeah, it's true. There's probably going to be 4 national anthems before the fight actually takes place. Commission guys look pissed. Yeah, they don't like it either.
Let's go.
So not bad. Crawford walking in now.
Yeah, no.
Wasn't a huge delay.
I'm okay with this. This is good. I thought there was going to be a whole rock concert.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
All right. That's what I thought. They couldn't get any dumber. They redeemed themselves a little bit with this one.
Totally redeemed.
Not totally. There's a lot of things.
Okay,
On my
all
shirt
right.
but you know, they redeemed themselves a little bit.
All right. Oh, Paul looks at me dead serious. Like, no, they didn't redeem himself all the way, bro. Not all the way.
I can't wait to see what these guys look like center ring next to each other because
that's good. That's
we're 24 hours
They take off
removed
the jacket, really.
from the weigh-in.
You know what's out of style that we should all bring back? The long robe.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Everybody
long
wears
robe,
the jacket. You know?
Yeah, the Ali robe.
You know, the long robe.
Dude, I like the Mike Tyson towel with a hole in the
Yeah.
middle. That was
You know what's
always
funny?
my
When I
favorite.
was on the USA team in the
You know what I
amateurs,
mean?
Adidas used to sponsor us. They gave us one with the
Towel with the hole?
Yeah, we used to come in the ring with it. I don't know. I obviously 25
You know what?
years
Every
ago.
hotel I ever stayed in gave me one too.
With the hole? With the hole? Oh, you made it
Ding.
yourself. Oh, no. With us, we had the 3-inch stripes Adidas, and it was white.
That's
The
nice.
3 black stripes, and we just put it over. It was cool, bro, because, you know, Mike Tyson, all that other stuff.
Yeah, Mike Tyson. That made that
I
cool,
mean,
dude.
I don't know what I did with it, but it was 25 years ago. Remember the Mike Tyson towel, Bob?
Mike Tyson towel. Oh, so great.
But I still like the old school robe, like, you know, royalty robe, like bathrobe. It looks like, you know, with long. You know, I was saying we don't see that anymore. We see guys just wearing jackets now. You know who wore the long robe? Anthony Joshua, I think, wore the long robe.
Yeah.
Anthony Joshua did, yeah.
The long robe.
I distinctively picture Ali wearing a long.
Yeah, he did.
Ali
He did.
that
I
of.
think
Ali
back in
did.
the day, it was
There's
normal
like
then.
classic pictures of him with it. Yeah, but that was more.
But that's like iconic to me.
It was
like,
more common back then. I think probably even Ray Leonard wore the long robe, right?
I wore the long robe in a few fights.
Leonard did.
Yeah.
Leonard did too, yeah.
I don't think I ever did.
Early in my career, I did.
I did in the amateurs. The Golden Glove Finals used to give us the long robe.
Yeah, then I started doing the jacket. But that was Kevin Rooney's fault because he used to make all my my gear. He used to
The New York
Trainer
Golden
Kevin Rooney?
his
the
son.
The New York
Okay, I
Golden
was like-
the
He
New
was-
York
he was
Golden
my
Glove
manager
Finals.
for a while. Yeah.
The New York Golden Glove Finals though had the long robe too, and when these the blue
That's
and
cool.
gold. This is so long, you know. It's coming. Tom Barry.
Tom Barry has a good one.
At this
dude. I
point,
like
they should
that.
have
line of the night.
They should have
They
made
should've
it-
just
They
made
should have
it-
put the card together and
Yeah.
just made it into the main event.
Just segue right into
Segue
it.
right into it.
Well, the last Canelo card, in a way, was the main event.
Yeah, the next night.
day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Stole the show for sure.
So funny. They fought on the same weekend that time too. It's crazy. Yeah. Back. We got the concert. We didn't know. We didn't.
And there it is. 3 concerts.
What do you think this runs you? Like, what it costs you to set this up as a fighter, right? And you got to pay all these guys, right? The whole band, right?
Oh yeah.
You got to pay for the setup.
Really, you do?
I mean, I assume, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
Got to fly him in.
Gotta fly him in.
Yeah.
Get 'em
Hotels.
rooms, yeah. Flight.
Per diem.
Yeah.
Don't forget, we're back Monday, Boxing Scene Today, to talk about all of this and all the fights upcoming next week. Najee Lopez, Calvin Henderson. That's September 27th. 50-50 all action fights. That's what we're about here on Pro Box TV. I'm sure.
I don't
Canelo's
even know if
coming
I'd
out
call them fights. I might call them wars.
Oh my God. Battles.
Battles, man.
Here's Canelo.
Damn.
Yeah. Yeah, Bud looked ready. He's locked in. I have to agree. Of course, Canelo's looked focused as well, so.
Well, via network, yeah, but not in the arena.
I lost volume. Do you guys lose volume?
Yeah, I lost volume too.
Yeah, we can't hear what they're saying.
Guys, we got volume back there?
There we go.
You can hear it right now, Chris?
Yeah, we can now.
I can't hear it.
Can't?
No?
No.
Bob does not have volume.
Wow, Terence Crawford is a 75-inch reach?
That's insane.
That's
huh?
ridiculous.
That's crazy.
5'9"? Holy cow.
For people who aren't great at math, that's 6 feet 3 inches.
Yeah, 6'3", he's 5'9".
Yeah.
I don't think he's 5'9", by the way.
Think he's taller?
Shorter.
Shorter?
Right? You've been around Terrence.
5'8".
Yeah, 5.
I can hear you.
All right.
Thank you.
Let's go. Thomas Taylor, one of the best refs in the game.
We got to do post fight after too.
What's up?
We got to do post fight.
Yes, we are.
I should have brought a cot. I'll sleep here.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I don't know. Was it a sellout? Anybody know if it was?
I don't know if it's a sellout, but it's his third biggest gate.
A couple days ago. That would be almost impossible.
Looks good in there, though.
Yeah, there are a lot.
Until the bell rings. Then he gets stripped.
Yep. And he'll be wiping his eyes with $100 bills as they strip him of his title. Man, crowd way into it. As you would expect for Canelo. Mexican fight fans, best in the world.
Canelo looks good.
Yeah.
He hasn't looked this lean in a long time.
Right? He's not like stocky, right?
He's lean.
He stayed skinny.
Crawford has shoulder surgery? No scars on that shoulder.
It's on. Round number 1.
Size-wise, though, they look pretty similar, right?
Yeah, it doesn't look bad. Doesn't look crazy at all.
Coming out southpaw.
Because Canelo was right. We were right. I don't think Canelo put on a lot of weight.
No.
I think he wants to be nimble and quick. Yeah.
Canelo has big legs, though.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's just,
Very
you don't
big
see with the shorts.
And look
Hips
at that.
and wide, he's wide torso.
And neck.
Big hips and ass. Yes.
Yeah.
Neck, wrist, and ankles. I noticed that when I sparred him. I was like, oh, he's just, all of those are big. Thick torso, too. You think he's got that
He's just a
boxy
stump.
body. Yeah, very stocky guy. It's where he generates that power from the lower portion of the body and his core. But definitely looks smaller than usual. Canelo. By design, I'm sure. Crawford looks quick with the jab.
Yeah.
Canelo starts to close the gap slower and bit by bit, though.
Yeah, he's
Takes
really
away
good
the
at
space.
inching closer without letting you feel like he's getting that close. Which he needs to. He has short arms.
Yeah. But Crawford is a bit more versatile than other guys in terms of he mixes a lot of the distance.
But the fact that Canelo was able to land already with those two shots, or an overhand and a left hook to the body,
Crawford caught them both.
Doesn't matter. The fact he's able to touch him.
Yeah,
this
but Crawford
early.
also will be close enough to do that. That's why Crawford plays the distance game very well, though. That's not because Crawford's also going to want to be in range to shoot back.
I didn't expect him to be able to touch Crawford at all this quick.
But Crawford wants to play that mid-range game because he's got to fight. He's got to make sure he hits Canelo. You can't let Canelo get into that momentum of, being comfortable pressing.
Yeah, like shots like that. I know he's catching them, but like I'm
I
surprised.
think he's feeling. I think Crawford's feeling out the power.
Don't you want to throw punches even if they get caught just to let this guy feel how hard you hit?
Yeah, no, but that's what I mean. But
But that's also
I know
Crawford. Do the same thing applies to Crawford. I think he's trying to catch them and seeing what it's like too.
I did that in the first round, Ruslan. I wanted to catch a shot on my elbow. Canelo round.
Gentlemen, Paulie, round number one.
This is not
Canelo.
working on this side.
Canelo.
More active.
Canelo.
Bob.
Yeah.
Who do you think won round one?
Canelo.
Canelo.
Yeah, he landed the bigger shots. There wasn't too much punches thrown, but he definitely landed.
I don't
the bigger
think anybody
shots
really
in the first fight.
landed, but it's just
The only
he was
landed shot was
pressing.
that right jab from
And he
Crawford. But
He landed a nice body shot. Canelo
Body
early
shot.
there.
Also, he pressed. He controlled the ring.
Beautiful.
good shot.
Round two underway.
If Crawford starts to hold his ground more as the fight progresses, Canelo's butt fucked. He cannot let Crawford get comfortable holding his ground. Already Crawford's holding ground more in round two than he was in round one, which doesn't bode well for Canelo's vaunted power.
Crawford looks fast.
He's quick, man. Yeah, this is I was about to say the same.
He looks fast, but Canelo looks like he's also willing to commit. Like he don't feel his punching power.
Tell you what, it was
he's
good
committing
for
to some
it was good for
shots
Canelo
early.
not to gain a lot of weight though, because he see how he needs to pressure a lot faster. But you see, as Crawford gets a timing, he starts punching more with him.
Like he's committing.
Yes.
Yeah, he is.
Now Canelo's pressing.
But Crawford's holding his ground more.
Yep. But
So-
Crawford's not a mover. He's gonna.
Nah,
be
he moved around one.
Yeah, but he does that in the beginning of fights. He did that. He did
does that
early.
when he doesn't respect your power. That's what I'm
He did that
talking
in
to
the-
you guys. You
at-
guys make like he was gonna respect his power.
at
He's gonna start holding his
140
ground more and more.
At 140,
Watch.
he moved
He's gonna
early,
start holding
and
his ground. You're gonna start seeing every round he's gonna hold his
I'm
ground
agreeing
more
with
and
you.
more.
He's not a mover.
No, he's not a
going to
mover,
move a
but
lot.
he could be made into a mover if he didn't respect the power. That was a good body
Yeah,
shot.
But he never moved. He doesn't. He's never really been a mover. He moves a little bit early on in fights to test you out, and then he holds his ground and backs you up. If he starts backing Canelo up, forget it. I'm telling you, if Canelo puts himself on the ropes, because he does that, once he feels uncomfortable and he feels like he can't find you, he puts himself on the ropes, looks for counters. Once he does that, Crawford's in control.
You think he would do that against a smaller guy though?
Yeah, he did it against me when I sparred him. He did it against Floyd Mayweather when they fought. He does that when he's perplexed. Oh.
Woo!
Canelo bangs with those shots, man.
Yeah.
I think Crawford gained a lot more weight, like you said, Bob.
You
than
see how he's
Canelo.
holding his ground?
Yeah.
You see how he's holding his ground? Yeah, all that Canelo power. I know. He felt it in round 1 too, right?
Yeah.
He held his ground. He took it on the gloves.
now he's
That's what I
starting to
told
back-
you he
look,
was doing. He was
he's
checking the
backing Canelo
power.
up. See? He's on the ropes
All that
already.
vaunted Canelo power. Where's Canelo? I know.
That's nice.
If Crawford felt the power in round 1 when he blocked it, he wouldn't be here right now. He wouldn't be fighting this kind of fight right in front of Canelo.
Round two. What do you think?
Crawford.
Canelo.
Canelo.
You gonna give it
Right.
to Canelo round? Really?
Crawford, Canelo.
Definitely.
You guys are out of your minds.
Definitely.
He threw he landed combinations and everything on them in this round. You know that's nuts. And then he walked
Way.
it down by the end of the round.
Oh,
I just wonder about Crawford's legs at Axel.
But he's gonna slow. He's slow. He's already holding his ground more.
Why is he worried about Crawford's legs?
He's
Because
not
of the weight?
moving that much to your point, Chris, and I don't think he's going to wear down. He's not.
He's probably thinking it's just because of the extra weight.
Yeah, that weight certainly could be a possibility.
But at this pace, neither guy's working that hard.
No.
I don't expect either guy to be working hard all night, honestly.
No.
But what I'm seeing with Canelo, banging that left hook, and he's going to bring it up over the top.
He's got to find the right range first, because that's the thing. With a guy with long arms like Crawford, you think you're
And
closer
also
than you
he's
are.
shifty. Yeah.
He plays that string of the. Oh wow, Vincent's time to win.
I never met Stephanie. I saw her. I never interacted with her. Triple H is pretty cool.
Yeah, I've heard he's a cool guy.
Yeah. Good counter off that body shot, man.
Canelo trying to press harder.
Skipper gave both
Skip
rounds
has
to
them both
Crawford. Ooh, that was a good shot.
He caught that.
He gave Crawford round one and two?
Yep.
Oh no. You guys are the only ones that gave Canelo round two. Maybe the judges though. It's a good point by Ward. Oh, nice
Always
sharp
counters
counter.
that body shot, man.
Sharp counter.
Very good.
He's ready for the body shot with the left hand. Now he's getting loose, Crawford.
Max talks like a guy who never watched boxing. What happens when Canelo lands upstairs? I know, guy. That's what we all wonder, but we also have seen fights where that shot never lands.
I'll tell you what, Crawford felt that. He felt that right hand of the body, boy.
That was a good body
He on the bicycle now.
Yeah, moved it. It's a good point, Bob.
He felt that shit.
Yeah.
Ended around. Let's see.
Round three, Paulie?
Crawford.
Crawford. I'm impressed too with Crawford.
Too well. It's only
very,
downhill for
very.
Canelo.
Crawford is handling Canelo's pressure
James-
too well. It's only downhill for Canelo after the fourth. By the way, I love your name, James Tony. But
Without the EY.
without, different Tony, but appreciate it, man. Magic Johnson.
Nice.
Irvin Magic Johnson.
7 hours we've been on air.
Let's go, baby.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Man.
Again, Crawford holding his ground. Again.
Now starting to attack. Opening up a little bit.
Crawford is very comfortable.
Again, catch and
Bam!
shoot. Catch and shoot. Now he's going
That's
to,
it.
once he's got your timing.
Not a lot of that landed.
And Bo Max said he's getting more and more frustrated because when you got him missing, Canelo continues to miss. But now, now he's paying more and more, not just for missing, but also for coming forward.
I disagree.
Max is trying so hard.
Profoundly with Max.
I don't know what.
What'd he say?
Maybe if it turns into a hunt you down fight, maybe it makes Canelo more dangerous because of the size.
But
what size? That was a good right hand.
And also, hunting down Crawford, do it at your own risk. Because he's countering very, very well.
Good jab from Canelo. Canelo landed like good 3-4 punches, but now.
Also, Canelo's starting to bust position when Crawford throws. Crawford's not busting position when Canelo throws. Which tells you
and he lands too. Like Canelo's landing,
which tells you two things: Crawford's not respecting the power,
right?
And also Crawford's getting more comfortable with the position, with the timing.
I think Crawford's taking the punches better than Canelo so far.
Good body shot though by Canelo there.
A right hand to the body has been money for Canelo. It's been
because he was starting to pay with the counters when he tried the hook to the body. So Canelo's adjusting by throwing right hands to the body.
A lot of body work from Canelo here.
I'll tell you what, he's little by little, he's starting to get to him.
Good, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he is. But it's a point that Paulie made that Crawford.
I agree with Paulie too because he's longer and he's trying to sell out more.
See, this is where Crawford can get into danger because he will stand his ground, he will trade, he will fight, and if he gets caught,
woo! What is Max talking about? He's becoming more aggressive as an aggressive fighter. Canelo got his ass kicked this round, except for a couple of body shots. What is Max even talking about? This is the most offensive Crawford's been all fight. And Canelo tried more this round because he did land a couple of body shots. He actually made more effort and got his ass kicked worse.
He definitely pressed more for sure.
I don't think he got his ass kicked worse at all.
You don't think this was a better round for Crawford than the other rounds?
No.
You'll see the replays. You told me after you see the replays.
I don't think
he felt that.
Bro, I think
he felt that right hand.
Crawford got hit more that round.
He got hit with that right hand.
Crawford got hit more that round than all 3 rounds prior.
Hey, that got his attention right there.
Let's see. That was the one everybody was waiting for.
Canelo too slow to reload after a punch. That is.
It's not that I don't even think he's too slow. I think he's just throwing so hard that it forces you to reload. This is the catch and shoot off that.
That was a nice double uppercut.
Boom. That was a good right. Is that the end of the round? Is that the one? Or is that?
I'm telling you, he landed a bunch of shots that round.
No, and he hit him with some good right hands to the body too.
Yeah, it did. Some good body work too. Yeah, it was
at the end of the shot.
It was
that wasn't as powerful
rounds.
as it might be.
There was a lot of good shots from Canelo that round.
Oh, Logan's there.
Well, what I would be telling Canelo is keep throwing that right hand to the body off the jab. Keep creeping and keep shooting that right hand down to the body.
Yeah, the right hand to the body has probably been the best weapon for Canelo.
Keep shooting it.
And he adjusted it.
And as he slows down,
that's not normally
bring it up over the top.
You think if he keeps working, Crawford turns righty?
I do.
Mm-hmm. Why is Canelo starting out the round circling the ring?
Crawford's being more physical, being more aggressive, taking the center.
Hasn't been many clinches, speaking of physical, right?
No, at all. At all. Very surprising.
That's that sneak left hook. You see, most guys fall for it, bro. You're not gonna. Crawford's so difficult to deal with. I got a 3-1.
Kelp.
Skip him.
4-0.
That's another problem. Yeah, Canelo doesn't jab.
Yep.
Which I told you, Canelo doesn't jab.
Especially against a southpaw.
Yeah, that's true too.
That's a good jab. Oh, woo! This is this is my point that I was making earlier. Canelo likes to fight bigger guys because he likes to box. He doesn't want to stalk you and beat you down. He wants to box you, and he's boxing well with Crawford. He's not
again catch and shoot.
Yeah. Crawford is answering every single hook from Canelo.
Yeah.
What, one jab landed for Canelo?
Crawford winning the jab game. Not surprising.
But what's more impressive is Crawford's holding of position.
Yeah.
That's the fight right there. If Canelo can't force Crawford to break position, he can't beat him. See, like right here now, Crawford is holding him here without having to waste energy. You see what he's doing? Crawford's BSing him. Crawford's BSing him right now. Meantime, he's resting, and he's keeping Canelo in the corner.
Good feint.
And you just killed off 20 seconds of a round you're winning. Again, he's answering everything.
Answers every left hook.
Now I want to see if Canelo's going to start selling out when he starts paying for everything. Now you're going to start seeing if Canelo's got that character because he's going to, you see Crawford's going to start to throw counters for everything Canelo throws.
But Canelo only throws one at a time. That's why Crawford is always able to counter. It's one shot at a time.
Well, it's hard to get off more than one shot at a time against Crawford anyway, right?
Yeah, but throw 3-2. Why just a 3?
Yeah.
Why just a 2? Oop, showing strength there.
Yeah.
Big
It's
lift.
also frustration, though.
Thomas Taylor has been non-existent tonight.
Yeah,
These guys are high
he
level.
doesn't know how to do much. Clean boxing match. Bro, he's beating him easy, bro.
I got a 3-2 Crawford.
I got a 4-1.
Bob, what's your scorecard so far?
The same as Chris. 3-2 Crawford. I'm really impressed with Crawford's ability to hold ground in spots.
Yeah.
DA director.
I think Canelo's going to have to make it
are trying to wishful thinking their way to the decision. Beautiful boxing by Canelo. The guy lost almost every round. He's the beautiful boxing by Canelo.
Yeah, I think Canelo's he's got to make it look a little bit more uglier and get a little bit more market.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
If he's going to win,
once you pass that halfway point,
a beautiful boxing match favors Crawford. So I don't think, and by the way, I don't think Canelo's boxing badly necessarily.
No, he's not
boxing badly at all.
You know,
but it's going to be hard to win a fight like that.
I agree with you, Bob, 100%.
No, it's similar to Lester Martinez fighting Mbilli's fight. Canelo is fighting Crawford's fight right now.
100%.
Again, I still have it 3-2. I'd still have it.
No, it's close. There's no two ways about it. But I think Canelo's got to. He's got to get after it a little bit more.
Because you got Crawford winning the last 3. You gave Canelo the first 2.
Yeah, that's what Canelo's got to do.
Yep.
He's got to start going there. Make him fight.
Skipper just gave Canelo a sympathy round.
He's got to make him.
Crawford holding his ground more. You see, he tried to clinch and push early in the round.
Oh.
Well, Canelo's kind of trying to sell out. I like it though. You know, he's
going for it. He's gonna have to run into shots. He's banging his chest.
See, this is what Canelo's got to do.
Yeah,
he got to impose his will on him now. Right there, impose his will.
He's gonna get hit more.
Well,
you see the
look
clinch?
at that.
That's impressive.
Underhook,
turn him.
wrestling style, and
he just let him know.
I won't be bullied.
He just let him know.
By the way, in wrestling,
some swelling around the right eye of Alvarez, they're saying.
Chris, you and I were talking about this. He wrestled in Nebraska, very tough wrestling state. He can wrestle.
Yeah, you can see. He must have caught him with that good left hand. That was the better left hand than it was noticeable on TV, Crawford, because that eye is swelling of Alvarez.
Swelling or is it just red? I can't really see.
See, Canelo, he got to muck it up a little bit.
He's gotta throw more than one punch at a time.
Yeah. Oh,
body shot.
Woo.
Strafed him with the left.
That right hand in the pit hurt him.
Yeah, that was a good body shot.
That right hand hurt him, dude.
Ooh, just missed. But Crawford's the kind of guy, like, you hurt him, like he's gonna dog you and be like, nah, I didn't hurt. You good, I'm good. He's allowing Crawford to slow down.
Yeah, the space.
Yep.
Which is what we kind of thought anyway, right? I mean, Canelo's not really the guy who has a big punch output per round anyway.
Yeah, but he's getting stuck in this mid range. He doesn't want to be there. He needs to be closer than that. Crawford's arms are too long. He's got a 3.5-inch reach advantage. He can't hang out here, and he is.
And that southpaw jab has been so good.
Yeah.
Disruptive.
And Canelo can't land any of these shots these sneak shots that he tries to surprise you with every once in a while.
See, that right hand, he got to keep doing much more of it and keep going there. Keep going to the breadbasket.
But the reason he's not is because he's paying too much of a price trying to get in range for it, though.
But he's gonna have to do it, Paul, if he wants to win. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's gonna have to sell out.
That
Yeah, that's what we've been talking about last few days.
That was a great left hook to the body by Canelo.
But most of these are also on the arms. They're good shots, but they're not getting through clean.
Well, it's one, and then it's 30 seconds of nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Crawford has slowed the pace.
Yeah.
Which his eye-catching punches are going to steal the moments.
Canelo's a slow starter.
Fight's half over, guy.
Fight's half over, boy. Yeah, wake up. By this point, maybe he'll get started for the Inoue fight. Sebastian is a master of the obvious. Crawford is up. You see, like, are those trainer of the year instructions? We got to get active, get in there and get in there and get to the body. All right, tell me how to get in there.
Yeah.
I mean, explain to me how to get in there, because obviously this guy's a master.
Don't tell me what to do, how to do it.
Yeah, this guy's a master of range. Good shit. Good. That's that left hand we were talking about that busted his eye up. Wow, I thought it was a better shot than
that was on the other side of the face with the Marcus. The Marcus on the right eye that hit his left. But that was a hell of a shot.
Crawford again, holding his ground.
See, Canelo needs to be working in here.
Yep.
But you see, Crawford is on
One at
hold
a
his
time.
ground. He's making his power less.
One at a time.
I'm telling you, bro, if Crawford starts getting comfortable over the ground, he's going to start beating the shit out of this guy.
He's starting to right now.
Yeah. That's one thing Canelo needs, is at least Crawford to keep giving ground and trying to box smart. If Crawford gets too comfortable not needing to give ground, he's going to start getting his ass whooped.
I'm seeing a lot of frustration from Canelo already.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Punch in the shoulder.
Canelo's throwing some bombs, boy.
He's throwing that overhand to the top of the head. Again, one punch at a time, and Crawford comes right back. He's ready for the left hook. Every time Canelo throws a left hook, well, except for that time, he comes back. Oof. See, all this wasted time. Crawford just slowed everything down. Canelo was getting momentum. He was fighting good on the inside.
Mm-hmm.
Slowed the pace with literally bullshit. Like nothing. Like this.
You got to go for it a little bit more.
Because he's buying what Crawford is selling.
Yep.
Yeah.
Crawford held his ground. He blocked a lot of that on the gloves, too. So Canelo's thinking, oh, I'm not getting through. It's not effective.
Crawford can still steal this round with a couple clean shots. Because Canelo's winning this round.
Oh, he's winning the round,
yeah,
for sure.
But Crawford lands a couple head snappers. He wins the round. Because he's not that far ahead. Canelo needs to be careful. He's just walking in.
Yeah.
I feel like Crawford took this round off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Canelo used a lot of energy this round. I got it. 4-3.
Yeah, I got a 5-2.
4-3. Crawford.
Yeah,
What about you, Bob? 4-3 Crawford?
I definitely had Canelo winning that round.
That reach advantage is real.
Yeah.
He's using the jab so well, too.
Crawford is also very, very cerebral with the radar. You know, he kind of skates on that edge of it. No running, buddy. Canelo's being manhandled. Yeah. Even on the inside, honestly, surprisingly stronger is Crawford, right, guys?
I'm sorry?
On the inside, Crawford's surprisingly stronger guy.
Dude, he's strong, dude.
I don't know if he's stronger, but he's definitely strong.
But
he's not getting
he's had his
pushed around
way.
now, for sure.
He's had his way in the clinches.
He's just better. And Canelo's just loading up on one shot at a time.
One at a time.
That's another thing, too. You got to change the speeds of the shots.
One speed all night.
Yeah. But again, that's the deficiency. But that's what I've been telling you. That's why he's been fighting mid-level guys.
Also, why isn't top guys?
Gets very basic.
$69-60.
Crawford that round too. Skipper's scores.
Skip's very pro Crawford.
Yeah. I don't know how you gave that last round to Crawford. Nice. Good body work.
Ooh. Holy sh.
Good body work from Bud.
Catch and shoot. Catch
Good
and
body
shoot.
work
He's
from
responding every time. Catch and shoot.
You're right, champ. I think he took the last round off. Let Canelo waste a lot of energy. Going right to his body now. Smart. Hit the puncher to the body.
See, Crawford's getting more confidence. He shook his head when Canelo tried that body shot.
Yeah.
Max has lost levels at commentating. I don't know what he's... Thanks, Max. See here, Canelo.
That's where he's wasting valuable time. But maybe not, because Canelo might think, like always,
that I can
if
just
nothing's
rob him.
happening, he's winning.
Yeah, but meantime, early in this round, Crawford got off those combinations to the body.
Look.
Yep, underhook.
Yep,
Move him
underhook
around.
Moves him. I've not seen 16 punches landed this round.
In the body combinations early in the round by Crawford. Good analysis by Ryan Garcia. I wouldn't have expected that.
Yeah.
You gotta remember
Smarter than I give him
Ryan
credit
was
for.
a high-level amateur. Like you always forget that.
You got to
because he's a
respect his
YouTuber,
feints because he throws everything hard. Yeah.
Crawford is proving Paulie more right by the round.
You don't want to tune in on Monday, guys. I'm telling you.
Just don't. You just don't. Just don't.
Listen,
I'm gonna tune in on
every
Monday.
fighter and
But where you got
trainer-
the fight right now? I got 4 rounds to 4 rounds.
You do?
You got a 4-4.
I had Canelo winning that round.
Bob, do me a favor. Whatever you're smoking over there, pass it over here.
There ain't no smoking going on here.
I want to see what I'm.
Who did you have winning that last round, though?
I had Crawford winning that one.
Did you?
Crawford.
I thought so.
Boxed the shit out of him.
Yeah.
And he landed like 4 or 5 punch combinations at the
Crawford
beginning of
is
the round to the body
relaxed while
2 different
Canelo
times.
is tensing up.
What did
What a
Canelo do to
late
win
night.
the round? I mean, I know it was a dead round, but early in the round, Crawford threw 2 different combinations to the body that were 4 or 5 punches each.
Yeah.
What did Canelo do to win that round? Come forward, walking into jabs? Because even when he's coming forward and nothing's happening, at least Crawford's jabbing him.
Yeah.
You see that? He's noticed that too?
And Skipper gives that round to Canelo.
Skipper, that was a sympathy round.
He's playing with his scorecards real time.
Crawford holding his ground again, going.
Wow.
Oh,
Look
James
at
Toney,
that.
doing the James Toney.
This fight's over, dude.
Fight's
Really?
over. Yeah, Crawford's got this fight.
Yeah.
This fight's over.
Bold statement.
Crawford wouldn't do that unless
unless he was comfortable. I
unless
told you.
he's
he had some
comfortable.
That's a headbutt.
Uh-oh.
Headbutt.
We cut. I got cut.
God.
But he's getting frustrated. My man's getting frustrated.
Yep.
He's butting on purpose. Yeah, right there. It was the accidental, not accidental. Yeah, you see he's pushing in? You see he's pushing in with it? You saw that? You see he's pushing in with his head?
Sorry, buddy.
Yeah. Next time, touch gloves. Canelo's like, yeah, next time, touch my glove when I reach out for it. Although he's like, another headbutt for you.
Good body. Good body.
But these are all pot shots by Canelo now. But Canelo's had to take power off the shots in order to hope to land them. So even what Canelo's landing now is not, even if Canelo lands now, it's not the same. You see what he's doing now? He's taking the power off the shots because he realizes he can't land when he throws hard.
Well, he only's been loading up, so he needs a fucking.
Oh.
He's also not affecting Crawford with the
No,
shots.
Crawford's taking the punches pretty good. For sure. But he's getting hit with some shots.
Oof.
That just missed. That would have been dangerous.
Oh.
I left him. Hey, Canelo takes some good too, though, because he's taking some clean crosses from Crawford.
But Crawford's making good, like he's good at making them eye-catching shots.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
Canelo's good at making you think he's not feeling them either. You know, like it's.
Yeah,
But this shows you
poker face.
that he does respect them because his inactivity when he gets close shows you that he's worried about those kind of shots. Because if he wasn't worried about those kind of
But
shots
also,
at this range, he would
he's
throw.
hanging out in mid-range. Like,
Yeah. Because he's worried about those shots he doesn't see coming, that everybody thinks are not hurting him. And even everybody's like, oh, is Crawford getting the respect? Crawford's power is getting the respect because if it wasn't, Canelo, when he's that close, would throw the punches. But he's not.
He's definitely shooting more than BB guns.
This is this is how he fought Lara. He stayed on that mid-range and allowed Lara to be first. Ooh, head again. Canelo's landed some good shit this round. Not super clean, but
Remember my prediction, guys. I'm just saying.
Canelo looks frustrated.
I'm just saying, but my prediction could come.
Man, it's
the controversial draw could get here. I remember even Sampson said we could have a controversial.
Crawford
decision.
pissed off now.
Controversial.
Night Canelo.
I don't know about night.
Yeah, we haven't seen that.
Such a good start to the round for Crawford, but not a good rest of the round.
Good finish. Yeah.
After the headbutt, it was not a good round for Crawford.
It wasn't a great round for Canelo either.
It wasn't, but it wasn't a great round. After the headbutt, Crawford didn't do anything, and judges tend to remember the end of rounds.
But what did Canelo do? You got to do something to win the round. Just do nothing.
Pressed. When nothing's going on, judges like to give the guy who's pressing.
To blow him up? Is that what he said?
That's what I mean, bro.
Canelo lost this fight. The pace has been so slow Crawford has tons of energy left.
Yeah, but were we surprised?
No.
Like everybody thought suddenly Canelo was going to throw fight at fast
I predicted that Crawford was going to win the fight.
Yeah. Oh, nice counter by Crawford.
Championship.
There's the body
rounds.
shots by Crawford too. We're talking about Canelo
10,
body shots.
11,
Crawford's body shots are landing cleaner because they're not landing on the arms. They may not be as hard, but they don't land on the arms either. But he didn't land it. He got a quarter on the glove. Oh, that's a better counter, though.
Nice counter.
Catch and shoot, and he lands a clean
Counters
shot.
every left hand that Canelo throws. Ooh,
Oh!
that was a good right hand. Good left
Again,
hook.
countering.
Nice.
You would think Canelo wouldn't throw it 3 times in a row, knowing that the counter came the last 2 ones you threw, and he still threw the third one.
Doesn't faint either.
But everybody makes like this guy's got like the IQ, this and that. He just threw 2 right hands in a row. Both got countered, and he
Bro,
decided to throw a third one.
don't even talk about IQ. I mentioned I did a head-to-head and I put IQ and I put it on Crawford.
And you put Crawford and
People
everybody,
lost
yeah,
their
yeah.
goddamn
But
mind.
that sequence proves to you the IQ difference.
Yeah.
The guy threw 2 right hands in a row, got countered on both of them, and decided to still
Okay,
throw
but
a
he
third
can
one.
also fight out of 2 stances. How's your IQ if you can fight out of 2 stances?
Yeah,
it's
it's
fucking
true.
really high. People were losing their minds when I said that. Like, okay. I actually responded to somebody. I'm like, I know more than you could 10 lifetimes about boxing. His IQ is way higher.
I tell you what, Canelo's starting to. He getting on his
Starting
bike.
to. He needs to.
Crawford's
But
starting
got to
to get
throw
on his
punches,
bike.
though. You got to land. Everything he throws, he's getting hit.
Well, he hit him
back.
with some good body shots. Another little
Everything he's
little
throwing,
short body
Crawford has
shot there too.
responded with cleaner landed punches back. And
That was a
Crawford
great
also
body
throws
shot
body
by,
shots.
by Crawford for sure.
But Canelo has a good eye-catching
But he's starting to really get on that bike. It's going to be interesting.
Canelo
to
actually
see this 12.
stopped the
frame,
the hand fight there. That was a good move. He needed to do that earlier. Ooh, good right hand. This is what he needs to work. He needs to work, not hold, not grab, not clinch. He needs to work here. Nope, let him go. Missed an opportunity.
Beautiful work right there by Bud.
But doing a really good job of trying to steal rounds too.
Yeah.
Making sure that he puts an exclamation point. Because some of these rounds are close, but he's making the right moves at the right times.
Also, his counters are more eye-catching than Canelo's leads.
Yeah. 2 more to go. Crawford by unanimous decision, KO, or they rob him. Well,
it's a lot of different things to say.
So there's a lot of
it's a lot of
everything that could happen essentially.
That's like every possibility in a fight.
Either
we knew that
Canelo's
in
going to
round
win, or Crawford's going to win, or Crawford's going to knock him out.
Guys, you know what? Canelo or Crawford or maybe a draw.
Yeah,
that's going to be how this fight ends.
Yeah. Cover back food. Cover all your bases.
Oh shit! Since we're at
Is there a
it,
parlay that we can do that? You
Yeah,
know, I can just cover all my bases. I win no matter what. If you lose, you win. If you win, you still win.
Yeah. My favorite quote: Reservoir Dogs, Mr. Blonde. Either cops, either dead or they're alive. Or the cops have them, or they don't.
Yeah.
My
Bravo.
hero.
Bravo.
Either he's dead or he's alive, or the cops have him, or they don't.
What's his name? Died from Reservoir Dogs, man. If you want to go.
You see that? They set the attendance record.
Did
For the
they?
stadium.
70,000.
For the
Wow.
attendance, for the entire stadium.
That's awesome.
Canelo came out throwing a hard body shot to start round 1.
Rest in peace, Michael Madsen. By the way.
Yeah, Michael Madsen.
Yeah, he was great.
Woo!
Yep.
Let's go. Come on. Come on.
Let's go, baby.
Now this is what Canelo wants.
Let's go, baby.
This is what you were talking about, Bob.
Yep.
This is about
Sell
Let's
out,
go,
bro.
baby.
Sell out.
Let's go.
But again, he was landing the cleaner shots. You see, Canelo's missing, Crawford's landing.
Oh, beautiful.
Again, catch and shoot.
Good short punches.
Crawford standing his ground, though.
Again, catch and shoot. You can't give Canelo rounds for trying. You got to average to give him Canelo rounds for winning.
He landed a good body shot.
These exchanges of
Crawford just got hurt with that body shot.
Good
He got hurt.
If he didn't get, if he was hurt, why did he throw that combination? If there another body shot from Canelo,
because he's a dog.
Yeah.
No, got a good poker face. He's a dog.
He got hit with a
that was a good right hand from Canelo.
Nice.
Cut by Crawford though.
Nah, Crawford got hurt with that body shot.
Believe me.
Yeah, he did.
He got a poker face and he's a dog, but he's feeling it.
Yeah.
He's standing his ground and fighting though.
No, he's a dog.
Yard dog, man. Yeah, look at his footwork. Crawford's still feeling that. Yeah.
He felt that.
Yeah. Nah,
If I'm
Crawford's not in a
Crawford-
good place right now.
If I'm Crawford, I'm moving him a little bit more right now. There's 2 rounds to go.
Oh.
I'm not trying to hold
He's
him this
beating
time.
the shit out of the guy. You know,
Oh, you're out of your mind,
This
Paul.
guy's so
Paul, you're out
frustrated.
of your mind.
You guys are out
He's
of
frustrated for sure, but he's not beating the shit out of anybody.
Canelo almost put his hands up and started walking away a second ago.
Canelo
Out
looked
of
pissed.
confused,
for
right?
some reason.
Yeah, he's so confused.
Yeah.
He actually took it. He was about to walk away. he was like, "What am I doing here?"
He's heading to the locker room.
But Canelo can't fight 3 minutes of any round.
Oh.
Here comes Crawford. Where'd that come from, Max?
Max is
Where'd that come from? What was the context for that?
because he's taking some.
And then no one responded.
Yeah, no one said
Like,
anything.
no one.
Because everybody's looking for context, or maybe he's gonna give us the context now.
Oh,
Again,
good
catch
left.
a combination.
Yeah,
Return.
Canelo shakes his head, but that hurt. That was a
No,
good-
he can't
good
fight
left.
I can't fight a whole round.
Yeah.
This happens with fighters.
But
when
you
they're-
see what he does. Canelo does a great job of mental pressuring. The problem is you need more than mental pressure to bother Bud. You see, he tries to cut you off, but he doesn't throw punches. That's what Canelo usually likes to
It's
do.
the
He
most
doesn't like
Bud's
he doesn't
movement
like a high output, but he mentally likes to stress you. But that doesn't. It's not stressing Crawford.
I'll
He got hurt early in the
tell you
round.
this. I'll be surprised if any judge gives Bud this 11th round.
Yeah.
Really? He won.
Watch
that.
on the
I thought he won-
scorecards.
I thought he won
Whether
that
we're-
round.
I
whether
thought he
you
won.
thought, even though you guys
thought
thought
the
he
last
won,
round was closer.
in Las Vegas, moving that much in the 11th round. Watch what I'm telling you. The scorecards, you maybe
I
get
know,
one judge
dude.
that's
He
going to give
ran.
the round.
He was on his bike the whole fight against Golovkin, and they gave him a draw. I know. I know.
Bud is cooking.
It's because it's Vegas.
Kadir, thank you. I believe so as well.
Bong, bong.
I got it 8-3. No judges are gonna have it that wide though. But
No.
maybe they. Hopefully they don't rob
Up
Crawford
the
though.
right hand.
That was a nice round for Crawford. Honestly, he put together some nice combinations. And
But
again,
the way,
you see
but
how
the way it's
Canelo
going
busts-
right now, I think it's going unless Canelo does something big this round. I think it's going to be a split decision win for Bud.
Maybe it's a draw.
No, I can't see a draw, man. I just can't see it.
I mean, do we
Yeah.
ever see a draw? We never see a
Yeah.
draw, and then it comes sometimes.
12th and final round.
Yeah.
This is it.
Skipper gave the last round
3
to
rounds.
Canelo.
3 rounds to Canelo. Same as you.
Yeah.
I have 4 to Canelo.
Woo.
Oof, nice combination for Crawford again.
Crawford's gonna fucking close the show this round. Good body shot.
Another
Jesus.
good combination counter from Crawford.
He's got nothing to lose at this point. The guy can't hurt him.
Missing everything. Being completely outboxed.
What was that hook that he was throwing? You see that? That was a weird
Maybe
hook.
his hand is
That was a
hurt or
weird
something?
hook.
That
He was
was
hitting like
really weird.
I mean, honestly, when you look at the fight as a whole now, looking back, it never really picked up the pace.
Oh!
Nice counter by Crawford. Did Crawford not just treat him like a sparring partner all night? I mean, did this fight never picked up the pace, right? This fight, they worked. Like Crawford has treated this guy like a sparring partner.
Nah, and Crawford looks like he's super energetic. He doesn't work that hard. Good
That's what I'm saying. He's moving his legs more at times. With like you said, he doesn't use his legs, right? He's boxing in different spots. He's comfortable just flowing. Oh,
Just what we were talking about, Billy Conn?
Yeah, this guy. You know. You gotta watch that fight. I'm telling you. And Canelo not selling out, Bob. Right now, Canelo should be selling out.
He should be
Canelo
selling
not
out,
selling out.
100%.
That's what I've been telling
Tired.
you.
He can't-
Everything
he
I
can't-
said.
He can't fight 3 minutes of a round. He hasn't fought 3 minutes of a round in years.
Well, stop fighting Uber drivers, and maybe you'll be get used to fighting 3 minutes of a round. That's what happens when you defend your title against Uber drivers.
He's 35 going on 90.
I hear you.
Oh, shit.
Well, he shouldn't be holding the titles when he's and avoiding mandatories. Then 35 going on 90, but we let him keep the belts. That's not how it's
Yo,
supposed to work.
Bud is about to be undisputed at 168. That's so crazy.
That's insane.
That's so crazy.
Let's make sure they don't rob him first.
Yeah,
I mean, come on. What are we doing here?
No, I don't.
Hey, I've seen worse.
Bro, I'm about to have this fight 9-3. You think
got
it's
it
not a robbery
8-4.
for me if they don't give it to him?
And it's going to be a split decision.
Hey, remember Sampson said it was going to be a controversial ending. Oh,
Jesus. Hurt him with the left.
Canelo couldn't wait for that round to end.
Oh.
Yeah, he fucking
Split decision.
Wow.
did it.
All right.
I'm on it. Split decision.
Split decision, Crawford?
I think so.
All right.
UD Crawford.
Draw? Are you still
No,
saying draw?
it is. I'm telling you right now, it is a UD. I mean, whatever the
Draw, they're going to rob Crawford. Watch.
whatever these jerk off the judges say, it's a unanimous decision, Crawford.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a split decision, Crawford.
That's crazy. I mean,
I think the only logical scorecard is unanimous decision, Crawford.
Yeah, me too.
I agree with you.
Yeah,
but I believe it's going to be
Yeah.
a split decision. And Paulie, to your point, I'm really surprised he didn't sell out. He just did not
Told you he
sell
wasn't
out.
gonna. I told you.
He doesn't even look tired.
No.
Crawford doesn't even look tired.
It was a sparring session.
Well, let's see.
It's unanimous. Crawford.
Yeah. Wow.
Yep.
Yep.
Unanimous decision.
Wow. Hey, and by one round.
They almost
15,
robbed him
One,
again.
two,
15.
one, yep.
What was the
Paulie.
first judge?
By one round.
They almost robbed
What was
him
the
again.
other judge? It was,
115, 113.
and then what was the
115, 113.
16, 12.
all cross?
No,
116,
116,
112.
That's what I had.
112.
I had 160, 112. That's 8-4. That's what I had.
Wow.
What an amazing performance, man.
Unbelievable.
You said it. Perfect fight for 12 rounds.
He fought an amazing fight.
Yep.
Hats off to him. And he had to deal with that cut, a little bit of adversity, you know?
Yep.
What happened to Bill? What happened to Bo? What's going on?
Damn. All them belts.
Well, he got all the belts at 68. Unbelievable.
Like, I literally can't hold all these belts. And a ring.
Yeah, but think about all the belts he has. Undisputed at 40, 47.
Must have his own room.
A world
in his
title
house
at 50.
for just
So world
belts.
title at 35.
World
Undisputed
title
at
at
40. Undisputed at 47. World title at 54. Undisputed at 68. Crazy. Crazy.
Wow. Amen.
Crawford schooled him. That's true.
Yeah.
Wow.
And Sofia Vergara seems to agree. Vander Holyfield.
Rain is like, I miss those days.
Vander look good, man.
Yeah.
All right. He fought his heart out. A loss doesn't define me.
A lot of solemn faces behind him. Look at all those faces.
I know the feeling.
Max is really doing a lot of slobbering.
I'm like, I could hear Paulie.
There's a lot of
right,
slobbering on this weekend going on. He's polishing them good this weekend, this guy.
Golf track?
It's I was just got that golf track. I mean, I don't play golf, so
Pretty sure it's called a course, but whatever.
I assume it's a golf course.
Yeah. There's a lot of Canelo assistants with empty hands tonight.
Yeah, they're used to carrying all the belts out.
Yeah. That was actually easier than anybody expected, honestly. If you look back at the fight, that was a sparring session, dude. In the moment, we're in the middle.
Well,
we're in the heat of
after
battle
seeing
in the
that-
moment, so it's tense.
After
when you look
seeing
back,
that-
if you watch that fight again, that's a sparring session.
After
I don't
seeing
ever want to
that,
watch that fight again, by the way.
That's what I'm saying.
No.
It's a sparring session.
and after seeing
You
that,
treated him like a sparring partner.
now I see why they avoided Benavidez.
Oh, Benavidez, forget it.
You needed that to see that? You couldn't tell he was going to
No,
get
but,
run
you
over
know,
by like a train. I've been
you know,
saying
Also, your guy Morrell.
Well, yeah,
He would have nothing from Morrell either.
no.
Yeah, you couldn't have fought Morrell or Benavidez.
But we could always come down with Morale to fight Bud if he'd like to do it.
He won't do it. He'll retire. He'll either,
I'd love to get all those
He'll either
belts.
retire Canelo. He'll either rematch Canelo or he'll retire.
Canelo regretting not taking that Jake Paul fight from the Desperado. That's funny.
He can still do that.
No, he could
I think
definitely,
Canelo can
definitely
still
do
do
that.
that.
That's next.
Yeah.
Well, he's got
Yeah,
got no titles now, so he can do whatever he
Yeah,
wants.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Listen, I still like Canelo. You don't have to
Yeah.
I'm not getting rid of the guy, but if he wants to go do whatever he wants to do now, it's fine.
You do a retirement tour. You can fight like Sandis, the guy that just beat
He
Caleb
should,
playing.
he
You do that, bro.
could do the Eubank fight now.
Yeah.
Go over to England.
Do all those, bro. Knock yourself out. Light yourself on fire for all I care, dude. That's fine with me, bro.
right.
Chavez did it, right?
Do you guys want to hear a quote that totally changed my perspective on it was sports entertainment, because it's about WWE, but really combat sports, period. We were having a discussion about what is some production meaning about something. And the producer at the time of the WWE, a guy named Kevin Dunn, we're sitting there talking about whatever it is we need to do, these where they want to go with these particular people. And I think it's kind of about John Cena coming back. He had just come back, and then he goes, he looks at me. We're talking about, who's going to be champion. He goes, titles are for people who need them. And I went, shit. He goes, if you're a star, you're a star. That belt doesn't matter. Who cares? Belts are for people who need them.
Yeah.
Belts are for people we're trying to promote, not the
But
stars.
I got a counterpoint.
Stars don't need them.
But I got a counterpoint to that, dude. You want to accomplish.
Right. No.
If you're a star, then you've already accomplished. Okay, then you don't need the belts anymore. But
Right.
you need, some people need them because you need to accomplish first.
Right. And every star in the
Has
WWE,
to
which is the
accomplish
context we're talking about, was at one time a champion. But it's almost like, does The Rock need to be champion? No, he's The Rock.
Yeah.
Does John Cena need to be champion? No, it's John Cena.
Canelo said the same thing he was going to say before the fight happened as he did after he lost. He thought he was going to win, and he said the same thing. The crowd fucking still lost their mind.
Yeah,
and your point, it doesn't matter.
But that's what's nauseating about him holding the titles hostage, though, and then locking up the 168-pound division, though. If he didn't need the
that's
belts,
not a problem anymore, champ. We're
Scar
good.
tissue, Paulie was right on the money. You were.
Did they say Scar Tissue said that?
Yeah, he said.
I appreciate you,
Well,
Scar
right on
Tissue.
the
Thank you, son.
Right on the money.
I appreciate
No, you
it.
weren't. You said it was going to be a draw. I was on the money.
You know what? You were on the money.
I was on the money.
I
He was
said
on the
Crawford
money.
by decision.
I was on the money.
I have no faith in the Vegas judges, but you know what I did say yesterday? The last time I said Canelo was going to rob somebody, he got his ass whooped. I said he was going to get robbed tonight. He was going to rob somebody, and he lost again.
But the talk, Max Kellerman, we should take a rematch. A rematch?
No.
Like, I don't think
it'll be
anyone
worse.
wants to
It'll
see
be
it.
worse and slower.
Yeah.
Because this wasn't like when you take yourself out of the live element of it. It was a sparring session, like I said. In the moment, we're on the edge of our seat because it's the big fight.
I don't know. I wasn't on the edge of my seat.
No, but what I'm saying is,
there's the tension.
Anything could happen. Right?
The
live moment. If you look back at this again, it's not a classic.
Well, Max said he's like,
session.
after the first 4 rounds, it was like, all right, this isn't really.
And not only that,
meaning-
before
not
you had a
gonna-
little bit of the interest, the small guy against this guy. Now you know how it played out.
Yeah, exactly. And also, you also start to
No.
realize the little things like he never sold out. He never went for it. Like he
I was disappointed
He was
in that.
content to lose again. Like he never makes an adjustment when he's behind. It's the same thing.
And
you find out why he was fighting lesser competition and avoiding top competition now. So,
all right. So here at the panel, you know what we think about it. But Robert Garcia joining us to give a little coach insight.
Coach, you were right, Coach.
Hey,
You were
Coach.
right.
Robert Garcia.
This is why he's a top guy.
You guys enjoy that?
Yeah, your fellow Mexican Americans are going to be a little upset with you, but you were right. It was Crawford by decision.
Coach Garcia, I just want you to know, flip-flopping Bob was flip-flopping, but in the end, he stuck with Canelo. He stuck with the guns. He didn't flip-flop enough.
Look, it was one of those fights that just by knowing and by seeing Canelo's last few performances, it was the same thing all over again. Looking for one punch at a time, very flat-footed, throwing one punch and pulling back instead of pressuring, instead of throwing 3-4 punch combinations. He wasn't doing it.
Yeah, he wasn't doing it, Coach, and that was the thing. He was kind of content too, just not pushing it as well. Like once Crawford started responding, and Canelo was not really, pushing himself to up his game or to up his intensity. I felt like he upped his intensity as far as presenting himself and cutting off the ring and presenting himself as a body in front of Crawford, but he didn't back himself up with the punches thrown. And I thought that was also because Crawford was countering so well.
But even then, how many times, did we see him cutting the ring? But instead of throwing combinations, he was pulling back or taking a step back. Also, he's Mexican, I'm Mexican, and I hate to say it, but he didn't show the need, the desire to be great like a Morales, a Barrera, a Chavez would do. He never did. We needed to see that from him, especially when he knew he was behind.
But that's also why those guys don't give him that respect, Coach. He gets all mad at them, but bro, I mean, that's why, because it's this kind of thing. First of all, he's been picking and choosing opponents for years, and then he took on a world-class guy tonight, but he needed to take on a world-class guy several weight classes below him just to give himself a chance, and he still got outclassed.
$150 million.
And then after the fight, he said, I was born to take risks. Dude, you haven't taken a risk in years. Even this was a very calculated risk against a much smaller guy.
No,
no risk at all.
He was stuck in second gear all night. He never threw more than one punch at a time. He never went for broke. He didn't fight on the inside. Bud was masterful, but he didn't need to do that much, honestly. It didn't make for an entertaining fight, really. It was pretty slow. There wasn't a lot of punches landed throughout. Bud just stole money. Like Canelo just didn't do much. He just
stole money and stole the legacy.
Yeah.
He took Canelo's legacy.
Well, he earned the
to a
legacy.
degree.
I
I mean, he earned it, I'm saying, but he kind of stole a little bit from Canelo because to me, to the point, being a Mexican, a warrior, I thought he would have sold out much more than he did.
I don't think he cares. Look at his response. He said the same thing he would have said after the fight if he won or lost.
I'm just
well, that's more so denial, I think. Remember when Charlo lost to Canelo? His denial was he thought that everybody saw the fight differently than how he saw it, and then when he left, he realized
I don't remember that. I walked out in disgust. I didn't hear what he said.
I think Canelo doesn't realize that he didn't actually look good in this fight. I think after the fight, you're talking, you're in the moment. When he goes home and he sees the criticism, he's gonna realize.
Well, like Robert said, he was doing one punch at a time.
Yeah. But more so being content. He was content taking this loss. Like Robert said, Coach, he didn't push himself. He didn't go for it. When it was on the line, he didn't really, put those Mexican cojones on the line. Which you're supposed to. You're the Mexican of the generation, and no matter whether he wants to believe it or not, he's supposed to live up to the legacy of those guys who were criticizing him, and there's a reason why they were criticizing him all these years.
So, Robert, I'm very, very curious. We had a draw in the Christian Mbilli Lester Martinez fight of the night. We knew it would steal the show, and it did. What was your thought on that fight, the outcome, a draw? What'd you think?
I think the way those two fought beat the Canelo that fought tonight.
Shit.
Both of them. It doesn't matter who. I think the way they fought, the heart that they have, the punches they landed, the punches that they got hit with, the heart they showed, both of them beat the Canelo that we seen tonight. I don't know if Canelo has nothing but yes men around him, and like you guys said, I'm probably gonna get criticized because I'm Mexican, but I'm not afraid to say it.
We're all Mexican. It's Mexican independence today.
Robert, you also said before the fight, Robert, you said before the fight you're gonna get criticized or you're gonna look like a genius when you get it right. Well, you know what? They can get mad all they want. Feelings don't dictate the facts. The facts dictate the facts. You were 100% correct in your analysis of the fight, and you're 100% correct in the way you're analyzing the fight post-fight. So feelings don't dictate. Don't suddenly make you wrong. Somebody can get their feelings hurt. The facts sometimes hurt. What am I going to do? Especially for the groupies.
Well, you know we're in 2025 now, right? And we have fanatics. These people are going to... It doesn't matter.
Oh, but it's okay.
The feelings are the only thing that matters.
I brought a nice box of Crow.
Yeah,
for all the groupies that like to talk and all this other stuff that we don't know what we're talking about. This is why we are here getting paid to talk, and you are home paying for your pay-per-view. You understand me? We get paid to talk. You eat crow. I've been calling this guy's bluff for years. I said last time I predicted him to get beaten. I said a robbery again. It was a b-ball fight. Can't predict against. Can't call me a hater because I predicted him to win every fight since then because he fights no hopers since then. So yeah, it's not like I'm a hater and I say, oh, he's gonna lose the guys he's gonna beat. No, if he fights no hopers, of course he's gonna win. But those wins don't really mean much. Tonight we decided, you know what, he's gonna lose again. I thought he was gonna get robbed. I got all the criticism. I got all the criticism on Instagram, guys. Ketchup goes good with the crow. I've had to eat it sometimes.
Delicious.
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 Right here?
Delicious.
I prefer hot sauce, but whatever.
So, Robert.
Olive oil, whatever you like.
When we talk
eat
about
it.
When we talk
eat
about
it,
the
all
future,
of you.
we talk about the future of these fighters. Do you expect to see either one in the ring again?
Look, I think if somebody retires, it's probably Crawford because he already made. He's a.
Of course, they're gonna
legend.
rematch. What about rematch?
But then that's what I was gonna say.
Who cares to see that?
I don't think Crawford minds a rematch if nothing's going to change from Canelo. I think look, sorry to say it, but Canelo might need a new team. Might need a new team, something new, something different. He needs a new voice because I know he's a very loyal person and I respect him for that because that's very important in boxing. I've had a lot of fighters that have been very, very loyal to me and I respect that. But there's sometimes.
Change the scenery.
There needs to be a change. There needs to be, or I'm not saying a change. I don't want to say a change. Maybe just add somebody to it. Somebody that's going to have a new voice.
But
somebody
Coach,
that's going to have rules.
Coach, to add somebody has to eat some humble pie who's already in charge. It's still a problem. If you don't change a trainer, but if you bring somebody else in, there's still a humility that has to be shown by the current trainer. And sometimes it doesn't go. But we were actually talking during the fight with Bob. Some of the instructions between rounds were basically just effort instructions. Just, go to the body or you got to throw more punches, my dog could give me those instructions too. You know what I'm saying? I'm behind, bro. Give me some more detailed information, How do I get to this guy's body? He changes range so well. I want to get to the body too. Give me what you're seeing from the outside. Let me know how do I get to the body. Go ahead.
You don't go to the body reaching in with your left to the body. You don't reach in with your chin up.
Yeah.
And that's all he did.
Yep.
Every time.
Over and over.
Every time.
Over and over.
And that's why Crawford was able to counter him every time and make him hesitate.
You can tell they have a systematic approach. Every time he threw that left hook to the body, he answered. He answered with the rear hand. Yeah. Every time. It was and Canelo never learned.
It wasn't a body shot like Chavez used to do it, blocking, stepping in, finding a way to land it. This was just a body shot, just to throw it, and not even at the right moment, and with his chin straight up.
Yeah, and that's why he was getting countered for it.
Yep.
Exactly.
Leap in, and also Crawford was southpaw the whole time, so getting to that liver side, especially if you lead, it's almost never there. You have to set that up. And Crawford just answered, elbow, and then came back with that rear hand, left hand, right to the chin.
Every time.
Over
and he started adding it into a combination.
Over and over again.
Started countering with combinations, too.
The lack of adjustments from Canelo was really...
telling.
But is it surprising? Did he adjust against Bivol? When he's behind, does he ever adjusted when he's behind?
Hey, listen, you've been doing this for so long, dude. How do you not adjust?
I don't know. I'm just saying, there's a track record.
Well, we know from the coaching side how this one looked, but how about from the journalism side? Lance Pugmire from Boxing Scene. Once again, indoors, buddy. Good to see you. How was the fight? How was the interview? What did you think of the fight live?
Look, I mean, guys, you saw it. I mean, it was very surprising to see how Terence Crawford, I don't know what you guys said about the scoring, but I had it a lot wider.
Yes,
I had a 9-3, Lance.
I thought he dissected Canelo Alvarez and everything that happened in May with Canelo Alvarez. I mean, one time is a fluke, 2 times is a trend. And I think that, Canelo Alvarez has no doubt slowed down, and Terence Crawford was able to pick him apart. It was a sensational showing. And just like we said, guys, and he said it afterward, thank you to the supporters. Thank you to the haters. He really rode that for all it's worth and came up with the performance of his lifetime, I believe.
The GOAT conversation, you see there, Juan Diaz Crawford might have submitted himself into the GOAT conversation. You heard Max Kellerman at the end. Post Mayweather, this is the pound for pound king. Do you believe that? Do you believe somebody else might be in front of him?
No, it's absolutely. I mean, obviously, Usyk is a very special fighter, but what Terence Crawford has done and moving up, effectively 3 weight classes from where he was 2 years ago is just so special. And I know we can talk about, Canelo Alvarez has not been fighting the truly best fighters of the 168-pound weight class. We know that for a fact. But still, let's not try to diminish anything that Terence Crawford accomplished tonight. Canelo Alvarez is a special talent, and he took him apart, and he took him apart in enemy territory on Mexican Independence Weekend, even walking into the Mexican music. So
Lance,
it was a great show.
He made it look easy.
And Lance, you know what? Even if Canelo's not the best 168-pounder, which he has not been in years, even if you beat, say, the 5th best guy in a weight class, 3 weight classes above your normal weight, that's still really good.
That ain't
you know what I'm saying? Like, you beat the 5th, because even if Canelo's not the best guy at 168, I'd still give him he's a top 10 guy, top 5 or 6 guy, So I mean, even if Morel and Benavidez were still in the weight class, he'd still be a top 5 or 6 guy. So you move up 3 weight classes and beat a top 5 or 6 guy, you deserve credit. But Usyk as well beat a 6'9", 200 and something, mid 200 pound guy too, right? So with this generation has really given us a lot to appreciate. I know everybody wants to go with the GOATs from 100,000 years ago, but today is we got a really pretty generation of boxing that we should really appreciate in some of these fighters.
Kadir, you see here, let's be honest, Eddie Reynoso doesn't have the chops to find a way to beat Crawford. He's been training Canelo for fighters like Ryder. No disrespect. Lance, this idea, and of course, Coach Robert Garcia said the same thing, that maybe Canelo needs a new look, needs a fresh coach, needs something different in his camp, because you said got a little bit slower, didn't seem to have the answers for Crawford. What's your thought on that?
I don't think it's Eddie right now, so I think it's Canelo Alvarez. I really do. I mean, there were moments, I think it was around the 3rd round, where I saw Eddie talking to Canelo, and you could see him struggling for answers and giving him some direction, that it was like, okay, no matter what he's saying, I don't think this is going to work. And it didn't. So the issue is Canelo Alvarez advancing in age, and he has been fighting for a very long time, and he's showing all of the ill effects of that.
Yeah, but sometimes though, a change of scenery, a different voice, just to hear something different. For the most part, yes, you're on the backside, you're on the back 9. There's no 2 ways about it. But with Lara, we had with Ronnie Shields, we had a great run. And then obviously we did a change of scenery, and he went on to win another world championship. But James Toney, you look, with his comeback, and he had another charge, and then he made a great run. Sometimes, the coach, even if he's saying the right things, regardless, the change of scenery, a different voice, just a different pep in the step. And you just been 20 years together is a long time.
But I'll be honest with you guys. Unless he's going to do a rematch with Crawford, does it really matter?
No.
He can do a fight with Jake Paul. He can keep Eddie, and they'll be fine. He can do a fight with Eubank, and he'll be fine if he keeps Eddie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think this.
But if it's going
to, or even like Robert Garcia said, an addition to the team. I think that any of that discussion or a change in general, or either a complete change or an added addition. What I'm saying is, if you're gonna go that route, it's only for a rematch of Crawford, because
you acting like he's gonna fight real fights.
That's what I'm saying. If he's not going to, this was a real fight, even though it's a smaller fight. He thought he had the advantage. He likes to stack the deck a little bit, but he thought he had the advantage here. But obviously it wasn't enough of an advantage. But if you want this rematch, if you're a competitive guy and you want this rematch, you're going to need a little bit of a change. He's going to go the Eubank route
he's gonna go
or the Jake Paul route. Then you don't need a change. I think Eddie's fine. No matter what, you're not going to have to make adjustments in those fights. You're going to be winning.
He's going to go on retirement tour. He's going to make another $250 million, and then
and you know what? And I'll be happy.
Point, if he wants to compete at that level against with the rematch, he needs.
I don't think he's wanted to compete at this level for a while. He's just been wanting to con everybody that he's at that level. That's why he's been avoiding the top opposition. When you really want to compete at that level, you fight that at that level. He didn't need to fight Crawford. He could have fought Benavidez and Morrell, who were the top guys at his weight class, but they made them move up. So he hasn't wanted to fight at this weight at the top level for a while. He's been trying to.
But he wasn't going to make $100 million in those fights.
Okay, you got the Crawford fight. You're gonna make $100 million, but you know what? You would have made a lot of money, bro. There was a big offer for Benavidez. It was a big offer.
He said, what did he ask for? What do you want? 200? He said.
Yeah,
it was something crazy. It was
that was.
But he would. I think he would have got over $100 million to fight Benavidez.
And listen, if you go to Turkey, when you want a turkey, you tell Turkey, I want to make this fight.
It's a different kind of fight. Different kind of fight.
He might have got stopped.
Yeah, different kind of fight.
I have to say, man,
I said he would have got run over.
Not only thank you for joining us tonight, not only thank you for joining us pre-fight, but everything you've done all week, not just for us, but for boxing scene, for boxing journalism. For boxing, period. We all very much appreciate it, Lance.
Thank you, guys. Anytime. That's what we're here for.
Hey, thank you, man.
Lance. And Coach Garcia, he said, thanks, Coach Garcia.
Okay, we appreciate you, Lance. Get some sleep. All right, just a couple more minutes because we are starting to fade. We've been talking. What's the count now, Art? How long have we been on? 8 hours and 14
I might just stay up till Inouye.
Might as well stay up till Inouye. Final thoughts. I got to start with you. Coach, what are your thoughts on the night, what we learned? What's your big takeaway?
Going into the fight, like I had told you guys, I just couldn't get my head wrapped around that he was going to be able to take those shots. I didn't think he'd have the punching power to keep him off. And my hat's off to him. Just unbelievable. Just unbelievable for him to hold his ground. He took some big shots from Canelo too. Yes, it might have been one at a time, but they were still big shots.
And Bob, don't you think Canelo started taking something off the shots to try to land them late? I thought as a fight went on.
Yeah, no two ways about it. But
the guy still threw it above you. Yeah. Even taking off, it has an effect.
I mean, I was just my hat's off to him. And when the fight was first made, I said, I think Crawford's earned the right to try and accomplish this. I don't think he could do it. Would I be totally shocked if he did it? No, but I don't think he could do it, and he did it. And my hat's off to him. Unbelievable performance. Great for him. Great for the sport. And we'll see what plays out in the future.
And he went after it. Just to button what you're saying, he went after it in round 12.
Yeah,
this was a dude who
he stood his ground.
Stood his ground and made a fight out of it in round 12. Have no fear at all. Your takeaway, Chris?
When this fight was first announced, it was a fight that was never even on my mind, so I didn't really put any thought to it. I don't want to waste the bandwidth to try and think about these kind of things when they first get announced. So I just kind of went with it's a stupid fight. Doesn't make sense. Of course, Canelo's going to win. He's so much bigger. As we got close to the fight, and I was forced to think about it because I really didn't want it. I didn't like this fight 3 months ago. I still thought it was stupid. It's a Hollywood fight like we've been saying. But as we got close and I started, we're actually really thinking about this, and we started talking to all our friends who are in the industry, like we have had all of them on as guests tonight, I started thinking, I'm thinking. And more, I was just thinking, I'm like, there is absolutely no way Crawford loses this fight. There is no shot that
they could have robbed him.
Nah, I didn't even see that. I could not see a way that Canelo. I keep going back to that sparring session with Adames and Gleason's, and Adames is a guy I really rate, and he was a good counterpuncher that day, and just everything he did.
And Adames is a big guy too,
stepping up,
not a small guy.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then we had Tim talk. This is, I decided that Bud was going to win long before that, but we had Tim talk today.
Yeah,
and he said the same thing.
Tim was real poignant.
He just kept saying, everything
Looking
I did,
back
he wrapped
now,
it up.
Tim's pre-fight analysis and giving us that old
Spot
story.
on.
Well, so was yours.
Spot on.
You were on the money.
Yeah, but Tim putting you there in that place where he's been, you know what I'm saying? I enjoy that, because Tim had a firsthand bird's eye view of a young Crawford. Before anyone. Yeah. And he saw this whole story being written already from that day. And I like how that comes in. And when he puts it in a certain way, and then you guys started talking about the Adames sparring right after that, I'm like, he had an answer that day. He had an answer there. He's had an answer every time I see him fight. This guy's good.
He's always got answers.
The only thing, The only thing,
Good.
The only thing that I was wrong about was I thought Canelo was going to have more success in the middle rounds. That he was actually going to make it a fight, and he didn't.
Well, you thought he was going to sell out, right? That's what Bob said.
Not
he needed to
not
do.
even sell out. Not even sell out. I just thought that. And in hindsight, I'm like, that was stupid of me to think because he does not have another gear. I was expecting him to just do more.
Magically have one.
Not
a
even,
lot of the people.
Not even like. I don't even think like selling out. I didn't expect him to sell out. I don't think he has that in him. But I just thought that he was going to be better. I thought he was going to be able to because I think Canelo has good boxing, and I thought he was going to be able to counter better, and he just wasn't. And Crawford just was able to shut him down at every step.
But now I got to say it. Okay, not having that in him takes him out of the conversation of the Chavezes, the Moraleses, the Barreras, the Marquezes. You can't be in that conversation, dude. That's it.
Bro,
once and for all, let's end that conversation.
I had this conversation with guys the other day because they were talking about like, yeah, but like this version of Canelo is better than the one Floyd beat. I'm like, eh. And they're like, yeah, but he's one of the best ever. I'm like, no, he's not. I'm like, I don't even have a top 5 Mexican. What are you talking about? I when I said that to these guys, they lost. They were like, oh, really? I'm like, no,
casuals
Mexican, no way.
Will buy what you're selling, and of course the product that's being sold is being sold very hard because it's a money product. So casuals don't know the difference, but in boxing insiders, we know the difference.
I mean, Marquez, Barrera, Morales.
You can't even. No, don't put them in the same sentence.
It's crazy.
Salvador Sanchez,
not allowed.
Sanchez,
Marquez,
forget
it.
Guys,
Salvador, yes.
All of the great fighters, regardless of Mexican, anyone else, we don't remember the times they outclassed everybody. We remember the times they had to dig deep and come back. You're blowing it, son. Every fight fan. And what did Sugar Ray Leonard do? He went out there and stopped the fight. That's what they do.
Against the scariest welterweight in history.
The scariest welterweight in history. But I got to say, all of us here at Boxing Scene today, we want to thank everybody that came on and shared their knowledge with us. We had amazing guests. You guys were absolutely fantastic. Bob, I appreciate you. Every single night you've been here with us. You've been absolutely fantastic. Bob Santos, everybody here behind the scenes. Don't forget, September 27th, we are coming back 50-50 all-action fights. You're going to see it again, Pro Box TV style. And Monday, get ready, because Paulie is bringing his box of crow, and he's going to be feeding
you're all
it to
gonna
everybody.
hear. I'm gonna
You're
have
all going to get a bite on Monday.
Every single
we
one of you
appreciate you.
bums.
Let them know, Paulie.
Know
we'll
shit
see
about
you
boxing.
on Monday.
I'm calling it.
Yo, and give me that Mbilli,
I'll be sick.
Lester Martinez
Calling it
rematch.
sick.
12
Paulie by
rounds.
himself. Paulie by himself
I'm
Monday.
calling it sick on Monday. Paul, you take it.
I got it. I got you.